stopping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the unravel till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smash trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion.
Welcome everyone to the Marvel Rivals Ignite Series Playoffs Day 3, where the stakes have never been higher. I'm one of your hosts, I Run Shib, here with Dogman. How are you doing today, buddy?
Doing good. I'm excited for today, Shib. Today is going to be a huge day for all these teams, right? We're going to see one of these teams qualify for LAN alongside Sentinels and 100 Thieves. Those two teams already are excited, packing their bags for China, but we have more ready, waiting in the wings, man. I'm going to be super pumped to see who qualifies for that LAN.
Not only land, but the prize pool, right? We're talking about $70K for the winner, $250K across the board just for the Americas region alone. But you're right. I mean, they're looking for teams to be heading into land, but then also right now today, it's about just getting through these initial matches because it's dangerous. If you lose, you are out, especially for these first two matchups. As we look over at this prize pool, 250 across the board, 70K for first, 35 dropping by 10 after that to 25, excuse me. And then 20 from there on, man. What a prize pool, huh?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is definitely the biggest tournament we've had so far besides, we talk about a certain French Canadian. But now coming back over to the entire playoffs, this is sort of how things have gone in the playoffs, right? We had the group stage double elim, now in the stage 1 playoffs. A lot of teams have gone out so far, right? Nemesis and FlyQuest, two teams people expected to make it deep into the tournament are removed. So we have to say goodbye to two more teams today and another one actually if they don't make it toward that lower bracket finals. But regardless, I mean, it's been an incredible tournament, Shib. And I think Sentinels and 100 Thieves, two teams that we've seen constantly throughout the history of Marvel Rivals. The fact that they qualified is amazing. Taking a look at the overall standing, Shib, we also had RAD qualify in EMEA, the first team to do so in the European region. They get 2 slots, and China also has 2 slots. We haven't seen who is coming out of China just yet. I know a lot of people are talking about OUG being a super team, but there's a lot of good teams in China. I know eHome is another one that we can watch out for over there alongside Nova. Meanwhile, in Asia, Reject are the first teams to stamp themselves in their ticket to China. We saw it's surprising because people were talking about Gen G, how good they were. You see Crazy Raccoon, another team that was able to beat a team like Gen G earlier on. The fact that they got sent down the lower brackets is insane. So it's going to be either Gen G or Crazy Raccoon that we'll see in that slot 2 more than likely. So it's kind of crazy what's happening over there. And then in Oceania, Ground Zero Gaming, the only team to qualify out of that region. But I mean, an incredible team that one has been. They've been kind of consistently doubting or proving the doubters wrong over there in that side of the pond.
Yeah, and first off, very exciting, right? There's still a lot of slots open for teams to try to make their way over to the LAN, but at this LAN is where we're really going to start settling some of these scores, identifying where teams really rank up, and there's no longer that ping discussion where ping now comes into play. It's why you maybe won a round, et cetera, et cetera. There is no excuses. It's all about who shows up under the moments. We talk about bright lights, but there are no brighter lights than being there in person in front of everyone. I cannot wait to see who makes it and see how things shake out.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think on top of that, maybe to add on to it a little bit, I mean, there's that topic of what characters or even what heroes are better in that environment with no ping, right? That's always a discussion that you said with the ping. And to just sort of elaborate even further, I mean, it's because of things like obviously the pressure of having a crowd, but also, I mean, the fact that some characters and their entire play style kind of improves on LAN, right? It seems to be that, shots connect easier, right? You don't have to worry about that potential latency. So all of these sort of things definitely add up.
Yeah, and you mentioned some unique compositions. Every region seemingly has some sort of change, something they like to run that's more consistent across the region. I'm curious to see how that's going to match up as well. But I know we do have someone from another region coming here shortly for an interview. Very excited to ask some questions there. But before we do that, the games we're going to be witnessing here first, we've got Techie Shroud X, but before that, Ego Death and Envy, going to be a rematch for both sides, both of which had a more favor. The rematch, the initial round went heavily in the favor of both sides there. Ego Death losing to Envy, and Envy not even banning out that Panther. You can see the breakdown here. Ego versus Envy off the rip like we discussed. Techie and Shroud X after that. Both of these games are going to be very exciting. And then what do you know? The rematch of the century, Sentinels and 100 Thieves. That story just keeps writing itself, and we'll find out who is going to be match 4 as these games develop.
Yeah, all these storylines are definitely exciting to watch. I mean, Ego Death, like you said, versus Envy, going to be pumped to see that again. And then, yeah, Sentinels and 100 Thieves, two teams that always seem to find each other in those finals. And it's happening again. I mean, you talked about how, was it Kevin? Kevin been right. He's been cooking, bro. He's cooking up since season 1, MRC, and now over to the Ignite series doing the same stuff. So it's going to be exciting to see who comes out on top in that series.
Absolutely. And I'm sure the fans on both sides are going to be loud in the chat. That obviously will be pressing forward tomorrow as we head into the grand finals too.
You see that there was I think it was Sentinels fans or 100 Thieves fan that like they were talking crap to FlyQuest fans and stuff in chat. There's a lot of fun, friendly banter that goes on. I kind of, it's not good to fully promote that. No toxicity towards each other, obviously, but I think it's always good, just a little bit of light, friendly banter back and forth, right?
Yeah, fan bases are developing, right? But I'm sure that it's going to spark a little bit of controversy between each other. But it's healthy for the entire environment of people starting to find teams that they enjoy watching, players they enjoy watching, and we're finding more and more of those players as the tournament goes on. I've obviously seen a lot of new talent here showcase how strong they could be as we get into our first match here. Obviously, someone relatively new to the discussion, Self, looking really good on that Panther, bringing Panther back into the meta, having teams now wanting to practice Panther. It's stuff like that constantly shaking up the scene is great for the scene, and it's a ton of fun to watch.
Yeah, and I think the biggest point is that original point that you mentioned, the fact that the scene is so young and there's so much development going on right now. And I think on that, the pro players in a very similar situation. I mean, there's a lot of young talent still has a chance in the next stage in like FlyQuest and have energy. We talked how good that guy is, and now he's out of the tournament. And then when we talk about other players like that are still in the tournament in Tap and in Self, a lot of definitely top talent still in this tournament, still available that are definitely the future of Marvel Rivals esports.
Yeah, and we're going to be diving into a whole lot more of that as the day progresses. But before we do, we have Stephen Strange himself. Boger, welcome in, man. How are you doing?
What's up, guys? How are you doing?
Pretty good, man.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for joining us. Real quick, just to start this off here, man, I've got to ask, obviously you played in the EMEA region. You've been hands-on there. You've got to witness the teams firsthand. But my question to you, I don't know if you've had a ton of time watching the Americas region. Is there anything major difference, any difference in terms of composition or strategy that you're seeing run over here?
Ooh, in terms of composition and strategy, I think, I haven't watched too much America. I think, though, America likes to play a little bit more different things and do a little bit more silly things. I think EU is more, at least from my experience, pretty clear-cut on what people want to play, what the meta is, and what people force, and then people don't really deviate too much from it. That is my personal experience. I feel like in America, you guys sometimes try a little bit different strategies here and there, right? In EU, you don't really see much difference. At least that is my personal experience.
Awesome.
Well, to maybe take a step back as well for you personally, I know that since the elimination of Schmuggus, rest in peace, sorry by the way. I mean, it was an incredible fight you guys put up. But speaking of you guys specifically, what have you been up to since the Ignite series? What have you been doing? Just co-streaming, kind of vibing on the backside?
I think we co-streamed last week, the entire gang, the entire team Schmungus. So that was fun watching the matches together. It was pretty hype. Other than that, I've been just kind of chilling. I think because I'm currently in LA, so I haven't been able to watch the EU games. But I think the rest of the gang is still co-streaming together doing watch parties.
Oh, cool.
Awesome. Yeah, you mentioned RIP Schmuggus. Obviously, a ton of fun to watch you guys. The question I have following up on that is, are there any advice you'd give to teams as a team that's been through the ringer? Or is it, showcasing how strong you are as a team and then, obviously getting knocked out?
Don't be afraid to play to your strengths. Don't always adhere to what everybody else plays, because it might not work for you. And I think just have fun. The person that enjoys walking usually walks a lot further than the person that does it because he has to. So awesome. If you have fun, I feel like you play better.
I agree with that.
Heads up. That makes a lot of sense. And I think, by the way, Boger, I did a little bit of scouting on your own, YouTube page and stuff, checking you out. I noticed that you seem to trash talk your teammate a lot in Necros.
Yes.
It seems that every other video you've not necessarily clickbaited, but it's like, oh, Necros is the worst teammate of all time. You posted that 4 days ago, and I even went back like 2 years ago. I found like your fourth video on your main channel is I hate Necros. So can you maybe talk about that back and forth between you and your apparent rival that is your own teammate?
Have you played with him in a team ever? He goes, you know what he does? He plays all the meta characters. So he plays Torch or Psylocke, and then he gives up after a week and says this is a BP map and just insta-logs BP or Spider-Man. This is Spider-Man map, guys. And then you ask him, why don't we play Torch? It's because it's a BP map, and then he goes 0-4. So I think he deserves it.
So you're saying the reason why Schmuggus is out of the tournament is because the human candle himself threw your guys' games on Black Panther. Is that what you're saying?
The human Cando decided that he wants to be the Black Panther that one game, and then we lost. No, he actually played well in BP, but I have a feeling that maybe if he played a little bit more meta characters, it would be a good thing.
Yeah, I caught him as a teammate during his Ultron wave, but he was playing. It was a ton of fun to play with him. But speaking of more obscure characters that is like to be run, my question to you is, who is your most overrated and underrated hero in Rivals right now?
Overrated is a tough question, I'll be honest. Overrated, I think that is actually really hard, I'll be honest. Because I have a feeling all the characters that are being played are absolutely broken. I think Loki, Luna, I think Mag, Emma. Yeah. I think maybe it has to be one of the DPS characters. I think, okay, I'll be honest, I think it's a little bit unpopular opinion, but I think if your team plays correctly and you have a Loki, I think Psylocke can't really do much. I think if you guys stack up together and you match the Psylocke, her ultimate can't do as much. Especially if you save your lamps and stuff and you guys stack up so you don't have to waste your support. Obviously there's a lot of nuances, and then I think who is the most underrated character in the game right now? I just gotta go with Scarlet Witch right here. We won one Doctor Strange with Scarlet Witch. I just do it for the voice. No, Scarlet is bad. I honestly don't know. I'll be honest with the most underrated character. You know what? I will say this: Squirrel Girl. I think Squirrel Girl can work on attack, especially if they play Groot. You can break first point pretty easily. I think if you're attacking. I think I would say especially if they. Yeah, I think if they play like triple tank or they play Groot or something, and you just need to cap first point fast, I think Squirrel will be able to apply a lot of pressure.
I love it.
What do you think?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of
opinions.
I think we saw in your region as well. Did you see Orion's crosshair? The Squirrel Girl?
Oh, yeah, I saw that one. We talked about it.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I think it can
definitely
work.
Next level.
The AC-130
it's a
crosshair.
cheese pick, but can work. Yeah, especially the crosshair, that can work.
Especially that crosshair, yeah. I've got to see you use it.
Yeah.
By the way, Boger, a little bit of a change of topic and back maybe a little bit to Necros. I know this is probably too much of Necros, but you clickbaited too, so it's fine, right? Surely. Like when Necros went on that major rant about supports, as we all remember, as strategist players like 6 months ago. Do you agree with your teammate Necros? Do you agree with the hot take that support players and strategist players are boosted demons, can't play the game, they're all trash, and maybe suck at the game? What do you think about that, Boger?
You're kind of putting me on the spot here. I think
you could use a PR response if you want.
I don't need a PR response. I think there's a lot of characters in the support category that are very easy to get value on and don't really require much thought. But I think it's easy to play but hard to master. I think a good Luna can stand out from an average Luna, but it doesn't take much to get value on Luna or Cloak and Dagger. So I think that is the point. I think there's way more people that just pick up the character and do the bare minimum and don't really push to be better, and then they complain when they lose, versus, for example, if you play BP or Spider-Man, because you need to be very precise with what you do, and if you don't do it, you just don't get value. While when you play Luna or Cloak, you can just hold mouse 1, then press Q.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's like a little bit of like an individual's problem rather than like an entire role. I
think it's for the individual characters, especially like characters like Rocket or Luna. I don't think it is low skill to play Loki. I don't think it's low skill to play Adam. But I think Rocket and Luna are more of those characters that he might have been speaking about personally.
Touche. Good answer. And we have time for one more question, a question I love asking. If you had any hero that you'd love to be added to this game, who would it be?
Give me Deadpool. I think that would be a fun design. I think
for sure
Deadpool purely because I want to see how they implement him and the whole thing about him being immortal. I think that would be a really fun challenge for the dev team to add that character. And I think it will also break the internet if they add Deadpool. I think it will really make the player base skyrocket quite a bit. It will be insta-log every game Deadpool. And it would be really funny if he broke the 4th wall mid-game and like made like, I don't know, Necros references or something. That would be funny as fuck.
Like comes through the screen like a flashbang. You can't see your screen.
Yeah,
That'd be really cool.
Yeah.
Awesome answer. Well, it's been a ton of fun talking to you. Thank you for some great responses, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Take care, guys.
Alrighty.
Thanks, Sir Boger. Appreciate it. Over there in LA, back over on our side of the pond. I wonder what that tissue box in the max is for. But anyways, next coming up, Shib, we got some incredible games, man. I mean, it's going to be so much fun today. I'm sure Boger's going to be sitting back watching them as well over on, like I said, in our side of the pond on North American region in this area, the superior region for a lot of other players here. You know, it's interesting, right, Shib, that discussion, you know, which is the best region in the entire world. We really don't know right now. It seems like everybody is assuming their region just knows what they're doing and is just best. So I don't know. We'll see what happens when we get to that land phase.
Yeah, and you know, you talked about exciting matches coming up. I'm with you. We're going to find out who's the strong region, but right now I want to see who are the teams that are going to make it for our region as we press into our first game. Ego Death versus Envy. This is going to be an insane matchup. It is a rematchup, right? Last time Envy electing to not ban the Panther at all, and instead, you know, actually take home that W. And you can see our breakdown of what we expect here. The only real difference between you and I.
Wait. No, I wanted. Oh, geez, I need to recorrect. Listen. I gotta flip my script right now. Hold up. I said the Ego Death one is crazy. First of all, we all kind of agree. I think we're split. It looks like 100 Thieves with Vicky and Cozy. You and I thinking that Sentinel's gonna win, and yeah, you and I thinking Sentinel's gonna win. But on the last one, I'm surprised that all of us are going with Shroud X over Envy. That is, well, I guess because Ego is gonna win. In my head, I don't know. Everything doesn't make sense over here in North America. That's the point I'm trying to make. So you can't hold us to wait. Is that, by the way, is that number next to us? How many predictions we've gotten right throughout the whole tournament?
Probably. Yep.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I mean, there's a strategy now to us making predictions and then just flipping them the opposite direction. So that's something to keep in mind as you see some of these here, because that's just how this tournament has gone, which goes to speak, you know, it speaks to the fact that all these teams, paper thin margins between the skill level, it's any given day in these matches. And I think that has been showcased every day of this tournament these last few weeks so far. And you know, I think it's no different as it goes into this first match. Obviously, I was just talking about prior to this breakdown how Envy, they didn't ban the Panther. They just built a composition that looked really good into dive. They played that Groot, that Loki. They went double flyer with Ultron and Torch, and stuff like that is very difficult to handle as a Panther composition. And you can see they went 2-0 against them and took home the first matchup. The question is, has Ego done their homework?
I think the thing is, Ego is just improving, right? It's scary. Like, we saw them almost beat 100 Thieves on certain maps, right? They did a good job, specifically in Hell's Heaven, winning that first map, setting up a potential, you know, good game with 100 Thieves, in which it was. You know, last night, it was so much fun, the last game of the day, and it was a back and forth battle. Right now, Ego Death sent down 100 Thieves moving forward, but regardless, this Ego Death team is scary. Even if you've beaten them before, it's something you have to watch out for. I know I was talking to Nuck before in Shroud X, and he was like, low-key, Self might be the best Human Torch in the game. So a lot of people have faith in this guy, and I think you and I, Shib, we can all agree. Same thing with Cozy and Vicky, how good that guy is on Human Torch and, you know, on Black Panther as well.
Yeah, he's not afraid to pull out those unique picks. We saw Hawkeye a few times. Obviously, that was more consistent before the change in that team up with Luna. But I do think that Self is a very strong player. Absolutely. The one thing to keep in mind is that, you know, they've kind of fallen into this pit of being the dive team, which I think is something that teams have learned together to be, you know, how to counter it, right? They're building compositions against it, but they do have the ability to switch things up. As you see the breakdown here, Sambo, Soko, Zaytek, Self, Momentum, and Far, a very strong team, you know, known as the underdogs, the new team on the scene, unsigned, looking for organizations. And they just, you know, they've been looking really good every game, as you see here, Self on that Torch, like you mentioned.
Yeah, Self's been that guy, but it's besides him, it's an entire team, right? We definitely sung Self's praises a lot. Definitely watch his streams. By the way, he started the stream recently on Twitch, and by God, is that guy? I know we don't want to like talk about their games too much, but he has like one of the most Zoomer modern day accents of all time. Like I've told you, Shib, like this guy's like, guys, like we're literally trolling. Like what are we doing here? You know, like he's like that same sort of kind of, I'm not gonna say whiny voice, but he has a certain accent to him, you know. and that's sort of the charm, I suppose, with him and this team, and that they're all, you know, so grouped around him, and then also just playing around him with Sambo. Sambo on the Venom has looked amazing. Everybody else as well. Zatek, I think, has been constantly leveling up. This guy has improved to such a high level alongside their backline of Far Momentum. I mean, we can't sing their praises enough. I think the strategists of this team are also amazing. The whole team truly is good, especially for, like you said, Ship. I mean, they're an unsigned roster looking to get signed, so the fact that they're as good as they are is very impressive.
And then we shift focus over here to Envy, Cal, Speedery, Kaluj, Window, Nero, and Month. And we've said it 1,000 times, the sheer talent on this team across the board is in the conversation for the very best in each role. It's just a matter of, can they figure it out as a unit? And they looked much better yesterday. After the initial few losses, they started figuring it out. They had Cal playing a bunch of different roles. Honestly, you saw him on all three in that series, but he was on the bench in the first few games. And we obviously had an interview there with Cal where he said he wanted the ball. Put me in, coach. After the first two losses, came in, started on strategist, switched over to the duelist role, and just started popping off and looking really good. Obviously, the Vanguard like Kaluj is insane as well. The entirety of this team, like I'm talking about, is very, very strong. Speedery, one of the best flyers. Nero, an incredible Ultron and backline. Month, an awesome strategist as well. And then you've got, you know, we talk about the sub. Even NK can come in and perform in virtually any role as well. So this team is just very well rounded. But, you know, can they, you know, does history repeat itself? Can they do this again?
They definitely have a good shot. I mean, it could be done again, but you know what? Like, it feels like predictions. It feels like talking about which heroes are good, because we saw Iron Man and stuff for the Sentinels game. It just feels like everything kind of gets thrown out the window when we enter these matches in the newest patch, in the newest edition of this game. And that's even crazier to think about, that we'll probably have a patch between now and the new hero, a potential new hero to come out between now and the midseason. So, I mean, this game is wild. We talk about it, Shib, how many changes come through, how the bans as well has been massive for a lot of these teams. So, I mean, who knows, man? It's tough to make a prediction when we talk about these two teams. I'm sure the chat's even going to be conflicted as well.
Yeah, the ADHD and all of us loves hero shooters, but we love hero shooters like this, like Rivals, that is bringing these new heroes, these new patches at a very fast pace. Just a team that cares about constant updates. He makes the team stay on their toes. We've talked about that a lot offline, you and I, that teams need to be versatile because things are constantly changing. But Exhibit A, when we talk about Ego running that Hawkeye and then unable to do that in the future just because that team up is no longer as valuable.
Yeah, no, that character, I think, has sort of not fallen off a cliff necessarily, but it's tough to really play him all lot. Which we did actually. It's funny, we actually saw it this morning. Z10 in their final match before getting eliminated, they played the Hawkeye to no avail. But now today, Ego Death against Envy definitely could be a viable option. Envy. Ooh, maybe they're just immediately going to get rid of that Black Panther, like you said, Shiv. That could be a smart decision, considering we've seen the consequences of giving Self that hero.
It's funny though, because the last time these teams met, they knew Self was, you know, really good on that Panther, but they elected to not ban the Panther and instead still took home the win, and it looked really good across the board. They only lost one map inside of the domination, and outside of that, just didn't really struggle much. Actually held them on 0.1. So they played a convoy map. I believe, I'm like 99% sure it was Central Park. Yeah, it was Central Park.
Yeah.
And they held them on 0.1. So they looked really solid, even without banning the Panther. I'm surprised they're doing it now. I thought it was just something that, you know, because in the end of the day, when you're banning that Panther, it is net value because it's a hero that maybe shouldn't always be banned, right?
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that point. That character, that you know, using a ban on that hero can definitely be detrimental in the overall theme, the overall scheme of the macro in the ban phase. But just to kind of maybe go back to what Boger was talking about in our interview, it's like, you know, play where you're comfortable on too, right? Like we've seen Amazing pull at the Iron Man just out of a last second flip out, what Kurova talked about yesterday, how, you know, they just were like, okay, let's just play Iron Man, screw it. And it kind of works. So some teams better at playing certain heroes than others. And you can see Ego Death taking advantage of that Black Panther ban, going for that Human Torch Protect on their side, getting rid of that Ultron that MB loves to play as well. So both teams definitely targeting each other specifically rather than the overall meta.
Yeah, one thing Ego doesn't do a lot of, they don't really run those mainstream vanguards too much, because obviously you look over and you see these teams running the Venom. They're not afraid to be aggressive, but that could be a detriment. So that's why you see them leaving it open here, because they know they probably won't make that choice. They don't play that strange. The ultimates are just far less valuable not having those two heroes out there.
You know, not to rag on Boger, but I'm thinking about this now. Like I don't know what he meant. Like when he said North America plays like pretty like atypical things, like crazy stuff. Dude, in EMEA today we saw Hulk and Venom in the same like Vanguard lineup. So I don't want to hear it that EMEA doesn't play wild stuff, because they definitely do. And Envy locking that Emma. They think that character can maybe perform a little bit better than that Mag, because it's not banned on both sides. You're right, Ship. They're going for those late Vanguard Protect super on in the draft, or super late on the draft system.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I also think EMEA runs Hulk far more than we do here. Obviously, we have some strong Hulks across a few teams, but outside of that, it's almost consistent over there in every single map. As we see it locked in now, heading in to map 1 on Burnin' T'Challa. Domination, we talk about a lot. It's a very, very important to win that first fight if you want a better chance at taking at least the first map section of Burnin'. But outside of that, it's all about climbing back an ult advantage, as we see Cal holding on to that Hella, a choice between Punisher and Hella. We're seeing a lot, but now the Punisher's gone. Gonna make the play there.
Yeah, I want to see what they do, and it's cool to see that, you know, back on board of T'Challa, Cal is back in the lineup instead of NK. NK is really good as well. I mean, like, he's like a Bucky player for sure. It's tough that he did lose those 2 matches, but I don't know if it was entirely his fault. Regardless, Cal coming back into the lineup, for him, I imagine in his head, he's just looking to not let it go, right? You use it as motivation in his head. NK is a great player. I've always thought of that, that he can definitely play to a super high level. But Cal, from what we've seen, definitely is that consistency that you would want out of a top tier duelist. Now coming into it, Shib, what was your prediction? You thought Envy's going to win 3-2 here? I think I'm the only one that thinks Ego Death is going to win today, correct?
Yeah, I think, yeah. Yeah, you're the only one who has ego on this one. I think Envy has, they performed really well on this team last time, and they've learned just from seeing it there, not banning that Emma or Mag. They're not too afraid, because they know that Ego, they don't have a lot of experience running that Emma, so it's just not even worth the ban. As you see Kaluj and Window getting that Emma and Mag combination, which at this state in the meta is very strong, at least from what we're seeing here in NA. Sambal, though, going to be on that Venom, seeing some value there, just the ultimates. It has found some big ultimates, but not nearly as impactful in the grand scheme of things on picks.
And it's fun to see that we do have that team up alongside Mag and Emma, like you said. And speaking of Magneto, I mean, this character, according to our producer Michael, has been picked 51 times, most out of every other character in terms of the lock phase. So interesting to see how the dominance of Magneto has impacted the region of North America.
And we do begin with the fight early, just looking for spacing and owning this coverage. Cal with a nice pick on momentum there. That's a nice start here for Envy. Make that 2 as Zatex goes down, and that's enough space early on as Cal's keeping the pressure up. Kaluj on a Soko, and numbers are falling, and early on here, Envy is going to own this point as they hold on and just start up the ticker.
That is insane that Envy now get to play the Loki alongside Luna Snow, seen as one of the best back lines in the entire game, alongside Emma and Magneto, one of the other craziest front lines of the game. So interesting that Iguodad sort of let those go through in that ban phase, meanwhile having to play something alongside that Venom. They like you said, Shib, earlier, Samba loves to play that character, go for those one-shots alongside the dive. So curious to see how it pans out. Right now, Envy in the lead of the point.
Yeah, Ego has Coach Jitward, who did make some... I like the decision against, going after Terra. They're making a unique decision on 100 Thieves in a different banning phase that almost, it looked really strong for them at first. Obviously, let through some strategists that were strong, like Harvey's Loki, which ended up biting them in the end. But still, those unique decisions. So maybe we're not understanding something here. I mean, I'm sure, we'll have that discussion if they do proceed with this win. Up in the sky we go with Window. Do we see the dunk into the back line? Waits out the crystal. What a throw there on a momentum. Window with an early pick. And once again, Envy up in numbers at the start here. Self up in the sky, trying to find value with Speedery onto Soko with the dance of the butterfly. The Cutterfly always finding value here for Speedery as Kalush takes out Self.
Yeah, right now, Envy's looking just dominant. I mean, just kind of destroying Ego Death, and they also get speedily on the sidelock. So many characters, so many players of Envy right now on their comfort picks, and it just turns out to be some of the comfort picks are absolutely insane this patch. Zatex swapping back over to the Hella. He feels like he has to match Cal, but right now, 70% on the board. You have pretty good ultimates in the bank, but it's a matter of how can you use them right now. Envy, they'll be playing back around Nero and his Fate of the Worlds. We'll see if anybody can live outside of that ultimate coming through from Sambal.
Yeah, it's deep right now. 83%. It's one fight territory on the retake. Should they lose from alt advantage? Ego is up in alt advantage here. We'll see if they can get value up. Momentum going to copy. Didn't see the choice yet. Soko holding on here, ready to launch that meteor if need be. And there is the Psionic Seduction. A ton of Qs being popped now. Will this land? You got to break that shield. No, you don't when you take that much damage. Soko onto Nero. That's a nice start here for Ego, who needs to shift this momentum as they're holding on to 99 on the side of Envy. Zatex on a Cal, and that is going to be the trade. The Hella battle is won there by Zatex, and they are now going to keep the pressure on. Another pick here on a Kalush shortly. Samble on a month. Down goes Window from Zatex, and there we go. Ego finding their footing and trying to get some percentage here.
Yeah, desperately needed indeed, and that was a huge pick on De Niro. And also, it's interesting that we do have that Doctor Strange get through, because I think last time Envy did sort of prioritize the protection, or rather ban of the Doctor Strange on certain maps. So both teams have that opportunity to teleport back towards that point. Meanwhile, Ego Death do have the invisible boundary alongside the Supernova. Envy, they can react to it. They do have Loki and his clones alongside those crystals to stay alive. We'll see how they react alongside Window. Could potentially connect with that Meteor Ram onto Soko, or onto Self.
And alt advantage heavily in the favor of Envy on this fight, but Self going to get out there with the Supernova, just taking that space and trying to buy some time. 40% here, but not even halfway to the opposition. Self holding up in that sky. We talk about how strong of a torch Self can be, but it's a little more scary. Luckily does have that shield from Invis, but a little more scary into a Hella. Obviously just applying pressure, but if anyone's going to be in the sky against a Hella, it should be the torch. Here comes the Meteor Ram. Doesn't land from downtown. It does not, as they do pull out those crystals. Cooldown is a little bit of a nice trade there. Window onto Far. That's a good start here for Envy, who wants to retake. Speedery on a momentum. Alt advantage now in the favor of Ego. Can they turn this back around? Speedery finds a second, make that 3 as Window finds Zatex and Cal on Ensemble, and now they're in the danger zone. I not 100% sure if Strange was banned, but if not, that needs to be chosen, and it looks like it's not going to happen as Envy takes point 1.
Unfortunately, team wiped too much time off the bank, and the overtime was ticking down, so that's not going to come through in that map. But now we go to Stellar Spaceport. Up 1 right now is Team Envy, because they disengaged that Supernova. I mean, they just kind of walked away. They understood they had a lot of time to work with, which is kind of rare to say when we talk about domination because of how fast things move. But because they got to 99, just go for that reset, they had time that is disengaged Self's ultimate. Then we could see Window save his Meteor M for the Hella ultimate on the opposite side, the Goddess of Death from Zatex, pretty much entirely negated. And overall, just really good work getting out those Stratus ultimates alongside Speedily coming through, forcing the invisible boundary after the crystals were forced for momentum. So right now, I mean, just clinical from Envy. Not panicking is the big thing, and just sort of taking their time, slowly but surely enabling themselves to take the point. You know, they do sort of have that better backline duo technically than the Invisible Woman. So because they were able to force Ego Death onto these other heroes, play more around their torch, it's resulted in Envy getting a lot of space in other departments.
Yeah, we had a conversation with Cal, and Cal said, I'm getting to China one way or another. The confidence is clearly showing here as they are doing their job keeping Self at bay. No final hits there for Self at the first map, and we are going to press forward. Alt advantage going to be on the side of Ego. Talk about getting that point early. That can be important. Speedery playing lights out right now, 11-0. Very terrifying to go against the Psylocke, who can clone up with the V button and makes that insta KO much more viable and much faster. It's terrifying to go against a very strong Psylocke that does not miss with the clone out.
And we talk about top Psylocke. He's definitely the top, or one of the top, alongside Tap. Now coming to the point. Oh no, Kalush getting deleted. Fate of the World is a little bit too late from Nero, resulting in his Emma Frost going down.
And Ego does have point early, and they are going to drop Speedery, holding on to the rest of the Qs. Nero, like you said, just slightly a little bit too behind. Cal going to find Far, though. They may be able to retake this quickly and be up in numbers, but Ego holding on to that point early. Alts roughly even in this next fight. Here comes the Meteor M. Up it goes. The Space Ball special doesn't land, and downtown it does as momentum goes down. Cal going to find Self to Window onto Zatex. Even more value, and these meta vanguards here for Envy are really showcasing how strong they can be when you're running this duo. This Emma with the Mag. Double bubble and the double split there for Psylocke. Such a threatening duo.
Yeah, I think we talked about how good, like you said, that this duo is, but also, yeah, I mean, just Window Legacy game, it feels like, you know, earlier on, having a big Meteor M, finding pickups in the middle of fights. You talked about it, shit, perfectly. I think this guy really is an insane Magneto player and has taken full advantage of his hero.
Yeah, Windows playing lights out right now, finding fights in the neutral, just these right clicks landing. You just see the patience on the left click. I get asked a lot, do you just hold down the left click while you're fighting with Mag? No, you got to be patient and shoot when you are, like when you see an opportunity. Don't let the game shoot for you. Zatex finds Speedery early though, and Ego now up in numbers, but still not holding point, roughly only 10% above. Self on a Cal is a good start here again. Ego does have Soko's ultimate here. Will we see a good meteor? Will the meatball land on the back line? Just fighting over point now, a lot of trading and damage. Self dealing so much damage down. Goes window month in Kaluge, and Ego now retakes the point. Speedery trying to find one and does. Zatex goes down. Momentum turns it back on Speedery, and now Ego will get this point back at 31. And these fights are so back and forth as we see ult advantage going to be roughly even in this next bout.
And pressure is building, right? This is all or nothing for both of these teams. Map number 1 is huge in terms of gaining a momentum advantage over the other team, and also qualifying for land, because if you don't win today, you're going to have to go back into the next stage and try again. So right now for Team Envy, looking to close out, but they have to come back through, cap the point over Ego Death, who has a good bank of ultimates ready to go.
And the engagement begins. Ego Death up with 4, and here comes the dance floor. Somble getting ready for the feast. You will see that damage boost switch shortly. Trying to get a pick there, but up goes the Meteor, trying to stop that a little bit, because, you know, if they're setting up that play, it's a little easier to land that Meteor. And here it goes from Soko fighting Cal in month. In return, Speedery onto Self. Numbers are still up here for Ego, who are holding on to the point at 80%. Can they take map 2 and push this to map 3? Kalush turns it. Speedery finds Soko too, and now Envy is doing a good job owning this point. Window taking out Zatex. Wow, what a switch.
Yeah, that Psionic Seduction was massive from Kaluge. Just came through on the backside. You saw that switch of, you know, target focus towards the back left side. I mean, everybody's low, but the sort of disengage from Envy worked out again. I mean, they're so good at just kind of walking away, getting the health packs, making sure they're allowing their teammates to come through and support them if they're in a tough fight. In Ego Death, I mean, they just sort of got baited into Kaluge's ultimate. So right there, we see another reason why Emma Frost and Magneto just pop off. So right now, Envy sitting back defensively, have that Goddess of Death ready to go. Far does have the invisible boundary alongside that Supernova. We'll see if they can create space for it, though. I want to see this invisible boundary, maybe more towards that point, but it's going to be hard to do it as Envy has a lot of pressure.
And here comes the Supernova directly on the point, taking that space. They drop back together. Cal finding Somble early is huge for the side of Envy, as the numbers are now back in their favor. Q's being popped. Speedery on a far, and they're in trouble through the boundary. Speedery and get collusion. Window now finding value. Cal onto Self, and that is the danger zone. That could be enough here, as they will not be able to touch, and Envy are going to take the entirety of map 1. Somble touches. I might have spoken too soon. Can the team get here? Somble falls a month, and now they're going to be down in this next fight, as it is again back in the danger zone. They do make that switch to Strange in time. Great touch there, but they won't have numbers. Can they hold on? Speedery holds on onto the Q, and here it goes. Down goes 1. Zatex make it 2, 3, as Speedery gets a quad to end it and take map 1.
What a game number 1 for Envy, and that is a statement game considering they lost this map versus FlyQuest in the lower brackets earlier on, and to win it 2-0 with Cal coming through, and that was just such a well-timed ultimate from Cal as well. I mean, he was about to go down to Self, coming through with that right-click combo in the Human Torch, but he just used the ultimate to sort of save his own life, then fly back to a health pack. So I feel like Cal has definitely improved in terms of ultimate usage throughout his career so far in Marvel Rivals. We'll see if he can keep it up, and we'll see if Envy can keep it up, though, because that game number 1, I think they got a lot of what they wanted, right, Shib? I mean, they protected the Storm in case they did want it. They still got to play Psylocke alongside Emma Frost, so it felt like Ego Death in terms of their ban phase maybe wasn't perfect. I mean, they got rid of that Punisher, they got rid of Wolverine, but it felt like it wasn't really dictated towards the side of Envy and their strengths. But it's tough because you're against a team like Envy, who it seems like are really improving at a flexible, at their flexibility right now, Shib.
Yeah, I just don't, like, you know, I see the learning, because they struggled last time into that Storm Ultron combination, but leaving both of those Vanguards on the table and allowing Speedery to play a fully unleashed Psylocke is just asking for danger. And they, you know, you see it there, a ton of value in the neutrals almost every time there from Speedery. So I think they had something like 15 finals, looking really, really good off the rip here. But we do say domination is very much anyone's game. So will things change as dive gets more prevalent as we head towards combo and convergence?
I think it might. I think it definitely might. As we move forward, you're right. I want to see, what depends on which heroes they're going to let through. Ego Death, I think there's a lot to focus on Team Envy's side. So we'll see if they can focus up. We talked about how teams will think domination maybe is that first feel map. You got to see what's sort of good. What you can play. As Envy right now, obviously that game number 1 was huge. I mean, massive in terms of momentum shift. Just to keep that momentum on their side as well. Winning on domination is huge. Now we got to go on to a different domination map potentially later on. Didn't see a lot of that Namor that I think was what that we've seen in other regions and stuff. I know it's a potential, especially versus that Psylocke versus a lot of these tank heroes. But I mean, Ego Death did just get kind of stomped on that second phase. It was close back and forth, but it depends on where we go, and it depends on how much that Human Torch can get done on Self side.
Yeah, and a well-deserved MVP here by Window, a rare Vanguard MVP, as a lot of the time we see that strategist role taking that, especially with Loki on the board there from Month, who did an incredible job there with the Loki with the most healing in the game. But Window, 23-2, 11 finals. You're, like we said, in those neutrals, anytime there was anyone available, even out of the sky, finding value with that right and left click combination, which is devastating, especially when you can double up your bubble and ensure that you have more of those right clicks ready.
Yep. A lot of that stuff is definitely important in terms of what he's been doing. I mean, Window, like you said, he's just kind of playing so out of his mind right now that they definitely could play around him. It seems like Collusion, we talked about how he has a good Magneto, and that was sort of the odd part about Window joining Envy is because they have a very similar hero pool, Collusion, Window, but the flexibility of Window has been massive for this team. We'll see if he can keep it up into the future maps and still be a really good Magneto player. So today's a big day for all of these players, right? It is going to be all on the line, considering Envy right now really want to keep their tournament hopes alive and qualify for China. So it's not just a big day for Saba, it's also a big day for us over here at Marvel Rivals and these teams. We're going to go to a short break. We'll come back into this map number 2.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winter's done yet, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me.
Envy taking map 1, but what will be the choice of map, whether it's convoy or convergence from Ego Death, and will it play into their divey strategy?
I don't know. I mean, I think it might be over to that convoy more than likely, but we'll see as it pans out for Ego Death. I know they want to play probably these maps that potentially you could play Black Panther in or Human Torch, right? You know, maybe we'll see what happens when when they decide to play that later, or what map they'll play later.
Yeah, I'm curious too.
By the way, Shib, I don't know if you remember this, but I know that you've been doing a lot of co-streaming. I know you stream a lot yourself. Twitch drops are available. Just by the way, we do have those magic Twitch drops currently right now. So if you are watching, you are currently eligible to getting that magic skin. You know, you can watch right now. You can get that skin, man. And you talk about how good that skin looks, especially in that Dark Child, right?
Yeah, I love the color palette of these skins across the board. I'm excited to see who we're going to get next. The magic skin, obviously, I grabbed that thing day one, been watching every minute of this tournament, which, you know, I'm just passionate about this scene. It's been a ton of fun to watch, but that magic skin obviously does translate when you go into Dark Child. I love the look of how she looks in Dark Child with this layout. I think that these skins are slept on, and they are, you know, when you miss them, they're gone. So you got to get them now. 6 hours to get the skin. Do not miss out.
But Shib, does the skill of like somebody like Rymazing, who is a notoriously good Magic player, transfer when I get that skin? That's the real question.
Yes.
They do. Okay. All right. You heard it here first. You magically become a better player when you equip that skin. Make sure to grab it. It's free too. Totally free. So you can't really sue us for lying, because it's not like we force you monetarily to get that skin. Anyways, next up we have map number 2. I don't know, Shib. I'm curious to see what they do plan on going to, because I don't know. Do you think they go to a map like Araco, maybe something like that, to give yourself that, like, you know, those flank potentials, those high grounds to kind of hide and just be like a nuisance on Human Torch or on Black Panther?
Yeah, I would expect to see Araco. I think it plays well into their diving composition. It gives you a lot of escape routes with those teleports, but maybe they've been working on something, right? These teams have studied each other. They have played before. Last time, obviously, Envy did take home that win 2-0, and I'm sure they've been doing their research. I think the ban phase is going to change a little bit. I wasn't 100% convinced with what happened there on ban 1, but, you know, you got to trust Coach Jitward, who has found some success and has looked really good in the past. As we move forward, let's see what they do.
You gotta trust Coach Jitward, even though he's been banned permanently. That's definitely the interesting fact about Ego Death. I don't know how much we want to actually talk about it, because there's a lot of free Jitward in the chat, I imagine. But you know what? If I didn't have any problems when he was in my game, you know, when he's playing Spider-Man. I mean, he was feeding and we did lose, but you know, maybe that wasn't Jitward's fault. You know, maybe it was a team's fault. We let Jitward down. You know what I'm saying? That's really what it is. At the end of the day, if you let your Spider-Man win tricks down, they don't let you. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a team game, right? You know, you just gotta take your blame.
Take the blame. Take the blame. Yep, team div. That's probably what Jitward's saying. He said the bans weren't in my favor, guys. Maybe if you let me do the banning, we would have won this rank game. That's probably what he was saying in his head. But anyways, now we're coming into it. Ultron ban, Human Torch ban for Ego Death, getting rid of any potential like counter dive for the Human Torch again, which is going to get through.
Yeah, I don't think we're seeing too much change. So you're going to see a lot of this storm lock here for the side of Envy, because that's where they found a lot of, you know, value against this team and the last time they had met up. And I think, yeah, it forces the Ultron ban, which we see there from the side of Ego. Obviously, you know, we talk about how this team has made it so far, an unsigned team led by their coach, who are feeling very confident. It is, you know, it's a Cinderella story. I'm sure they have a ton of fans in the chat who are excited to see them play, you know, this deep into the tournament, so close to getting to LAN and taking that 3rd spot. So exciting there. But, you know, we do see a change up in bans here. They're going to get rid of that Wolverine. Cal was running that Wolverine last time they had met up, and it was a problem. Cal, a mean Wolverine. Honestly, we've seen Cal on virtually everything. We even witnessed his first Magneto game yesterday, and he was landing every meteor. So he just got what it takes to fill these roles if need be.
You know, we go for that AMER ban on the opposite side as well. You know, just to make sure that Ego Death can't play that team up alongside the Psylocke that is now protected. But, you know, we have to talk about, you know, that Loki potential now to go through for Ego Death, and potentially if they're going to get rid of it as well. I mean, they've already banned out the Ultron, so maybe we can see that sort of appeal. We see the Emma Frost Protect make sense because they did so well on it last time. I'm curious if they'll touch the Mag or that Magneto. But it's a lot of duelist focus today, Shiv.
Yeah, I agree. And Kalush is going to be back on the Emma there, obviously, with the lock in here. You're right, though. It seems to be very much let's lock out some of these duelists. Obviously, there's going to be focus there on the side of Speedery and Cal. So definitely a strategy they clearly believe in, right? So let's just see if it works out for them, as we are at Central Park. This is not expected, because last time they were here together, this is crazy because last time they were here, Envy pushed this all 3 points, and Ego got held on point 1, but they're electing to defend first.
Yeah, I wonder why they picked this. I mean, maybe we saw because they had a close game versus 100 Thieves on this map, so it's definitely not a bad map for them, I guess, in terms of practice. So we'll see if it kind of shows on the main stage. On the opposite side, Envy, I think, has had the most Storm gameplay we've seen so far, right? I mean, it feels like on Central Park, this is definitely a staple for them to play that hero alongside the fact that, you know, Storm is just so strong in Speedly's hands. I don't know, Shib. I think that's probably the biggest takeaway I have. I'm curious what your take is on this. It feels like in this Ignite series, we've seen so many players that are really good at like one specific hero, right? It does feel that way, right? That it feels like there's so many heroes that have become a staple in terms of these players' hero pool, right? With Speedily on Storm, right? Amazing on Iron Man. You know, it does feel like this tournament really has doubly proved that, right?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think we see a lot of that, and I think it's also just who shows up in the moment. I think all of us as viewers can get a little distracted, is when we see success on a hero, we immediately assume, oh, that is their hero, but you never know how deep the pool goes. Is it a hero pool? Is it a hero puddle? Or is it a hero ocean? And I think a lot of these players have an ocean, which is very difficult to ban out. As you saw Terra, even for example, yesterday, they went very hard when the side of Ego Death of banning Terra out from 100 Thieves, and still was able to find a ton of value there on Hela, despite all of the ban outs. So that's an example of having a hero ocean. It's just very difficult to ban out. Wow, that was almost a very early pick there on Ensemble from the side of Envy, excuse me.
And you're talking about how deep hero pool is right now. Sambo, I mean, you definitely seen him on Venom so much, but oh no, Cal's there with that shotgun. He in the interview talked about how yesterday versus dive, you need to be on this Punisher to kind of deal with those Venom dives. Also selfs onto Iron Fist of all things, but he's just losing teammates left after, or right, just left and right after one another.
Yeah, I think Envy is feeling really confident on this map. This is a decision I'm not 100% convinced on in terms of choosing this map. Wow, we're going to see Self here actually on the Fist. That does go down quickly. Kaluj finding a few picks there in the first fight. Here comes the teleport. The hold was long enough. Out go Crystals from the side of Ego as they're holding on. Speedery is going to be there on that Storm, and that Storm, a ton of value in pulling out cooldowns. Cal, great positioning here with the turret. Monk going to find Zatex early as Envy is now up in numbers. Kaluj on a Soko. Sample finding a pick on a Cal, though. Nero going to turn that right back and find 2 more with 2 headshots. Nero, a mean hit scan strategist, finding value with a ton of backline heroes and getting those picks. Nice shots there by Nero.
Yeah, that character definitely has a huge improvement in that department, like you said, Shib. So we'll see what Ego Death opts to do. I mean, the Iron Fist we haven't seen work too much. I think we've seen one team pull it out, and it worked successfully. But outside of that, I mean, it makes sense versus Flyers to play that Iron Fist. It's just easy to kind of track them down. But unfortunately, he's just going to take a lot of perpetual damage from Storm. Meanwhile, early Hurricane pop from Speedily.
Yeah, and that's just going to pull out cooldowns. Up goes the Meteor. Good idea there, trying to lead. But no, does not find value just yet. We see Far taking out Window early. Now for Ego, who are holding on. It will have ult advantage in this next fight. NB going to be slowly but surely coming back. Speedery on his Zatex. Now Cal with the Meteor from Suko back in a month. And Cal, nice turnaround there. Crystals clearly were burned, or that would have kept them up. The patience there was strong. Far on Speedery now running them back into the spawn door. But Sambo the only one with ult at this moment.
Definitely a staple of Soko so far, finding 2 with that Meteor M. He's going to need to keep doing stuff like that, maybe finding opening picks like Window has so far. It's definitely harder without that Emma Frost team up, considering, you know, you get a little bit more damage down range with that Mirror team up. So, you know, we'll see how Soko tends to do, but he needs to definitely pop off for this team on Ego Death's side for them to have a chance.
Remember, folks, this is a best of 5, so it will not end here if Envy does clinch this up. Window with a 2-piece immediately on Ensemble and Self. And you may be saying, how does that right click come back so quick? If you pop the shield, every 100 damage onto the shield is 1 tick of that right click. If it fully is bursted, it's a complete reset. So make sure you're using that right click before your shield gets popped, and you'll have one ready again. Window on a momentum again. Kaluj gonna find another pick, and wow, I don't think you can allow these Vanguards on Envy to get who they want. It's just finding so much value, especially into something like Venom, where Emma can just carbon crush and punt him into a wall. Kaluj on Ensemble, as I'm saying, that gets value. And here comes the Eternal Bond from the side of Ego. Will it hold on as Zatex takes out Speedery now? Numbers back in the favor of Ego, who will have more ults. Sabo coming back quickly. That is something Venom can do fast. Zatex does have that Goddess of Death, and I'm assuming that'll be popped here relatively quickly whenever they find themselves in a dangerous position. Here comes Self using the ult and popping off a little bit. Soko gonna find Cal. Self on a Window, and that's what you want to see if you're an Iron Fist fan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that early pick, though, onto Speedily resulted in that sort of fight happening like it did. I mean, Self onto the Iron Fist just kind of runs towards that spawn, but took advantage of the situation Ego Death was in. By the way, using both strategist ultimates, though. So Envy, I mean, you got to feel somewhat comfortable about that. You still have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. You still have strategist ultimates, but you do have Soko on the opposite side with that Meteor M. I mean, he could shut down everything once Nero and his overhealth goes away. We'll see how they deal with it. I mean, Window has been crazy with these opening picks and bubbles. We'll see what happens. Sambo, the early bubble on his side to save himself out there.
There's no counter right now. A strategist all, but not needed. Great positioning there. Window from downtown onto far. And can it be returned from Soko? Waiting on these crystals. Looking at Cal. Cal with a good avoidance there. Using that ultimate to I-frame the Meteor. Really smart play. Turn it right back and take out Soko. Return to sender. Beautiful play by Cal. Window onto Zatex. You're going to see Envy using everything now. There's no counter at this moment. Down goes momentum from Speedery. Kaluge going to find Sambo and Self falls. And that's going to be point 2.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too much pressure on Soko there to find those picks. Zatex now swapping over to the Punisher, maybe just to get some more damage downrange alongside having that ultimate. Such a good ultimate in the game. Generally, just like that Punisher can run at you, just kind of smoke you. Depending on the situation you're in, that ult is just gets so much value, honestly, in general. So Envy, this team, we'll see how they can disengage when that ultimate does come online, but you called it out. I mean, Window has been popping off right now onto the Magneto. Map number 1, map number 2, I mean, it seems like he hasn't slowed down.
You may be asking yourself, why is this team pushed so far up? It's called taking the space for those who may be climbing a ladder relatively early on. You want to try to own this space, forcing that card to have free movement without being contested, giving your team a lot of positioning advantage, right? They get set up here before they come back into the fight. And here we go. Sambo going to engage with that Feast of the Abyss. It does not manage to find any picks just yet. Self trying to take this off angle, looking for the Storm. Not able to find just yet any value. Window going to keep that pressure up, building towards the Meteor M, which is now getting pretty close, and he's up with it. Will it land? Looking towards the back line again on a far, not going to find value just yet. Nero now and Speedery ready to press the Q button as Kaluge is going to start this Psionic Seduction and give them some free time to make these plays happen. Soko been finding a ton of value, not able to do it there. Speedery going to use that Hurricane and finds far early, and that is a scary pick as you're losing these strategists. Now your front line falls as Kaluge collapses onto Soko, Speedery onto Sambo, and there's no front line now. Zatex got to clutch up, not able to do so as Cal finds 2 more, and that could be enough here for Envy to push to point 3.
I mean, you have the Feast of Abyss available, but Sambo's going to have to delay for a long time against Cal in that Goddess of Death. 2 meters, 1 meter left. Nobody even gets on. He's pushed away, I believe, by the Magneto there. So regardless, great zoning from Team Envy. And that was just such a tough map for Ego Death Shib. It just felt like everything, every single corner, they just were not able to string together fights, whether it be Window finding picks, whether it be the disengages of Meteor M's. And it almost worked out. Like, I was impressed with how far disengaged these ultimates from Window every single time with the Eternal Bond, able to get away just in the nick of time from Window in the Meteor M. But at the same time, it didn't really matter because it felt like every time Sambo was engaging, everybody has to kind of turn, focus on Sambo's dive, and then the strategists kind of get caught out after that. So it's an odd situation to be in for Ego Death right now, as they're constantly playing on that back foot.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about this map choice here. I mean, will history repeat itself? It's the exact same situation where Envy pushes through 3 and then they hold them on point 1. We're got to see if something changes here. Obviously, the bands are slightly different and the composition is different, but I don't know. I'm not sure how I'm feeling about this.
30 seconds before
Yeah, I think, I don't know. I mean, they locked that Human Torch. They wanted to try to play the Iron Man along, or not the Iron Man, the Iron Fist alongside the Hela. But for them, it just didn't work out. I mean, they swapped off the Hela. They went to Punisher. I mean, you can kind of see the vibes, the idea behind it. But for the ability to protect Human Torch and then not play it is kind of rough. So I don't know. Maybe this is my problem with, like, I think Human Torch is a great hero, like Broger said, but you know, there's more to the game than just that, right? It's more to the game than just one hero. And I think personally, I think Human Torch can be at points kind of overrated, but we'll see how things kind of progress moving forward. You can see, you know, Storm, such a strong hero in its own right. I mean, it kind of enables Envy to get so much damage as well as find early pickoffs and then have a Hurricane just to disrupt backline and maybe follow through on 2 eliminations after Shredder's ultimates were popped earlier.
Yeah, Envy and Speedery are the team that have been finding the most value with Storm. We talk about damage boost being so important right now in the meta. You're finding that when you have this damage boost, things like Cal here on the Punisher, that those shots, those hit scan shots are now far more valuable with the extra little bit. You know, you always see enemies just slightly getting away. That now goes out the window as you have that damage boost. All those picks are getting, you know, secured. So we do see a hold here from the beginning window, just taking some damage to the back line. You may be saying, why are they playing out in the open? A little bit here. The goal is to just, you know, allow your strategist to heal up until you get into a more dangerous position. Now you see the rotation over to this natural cover, and that is how you need to play Vanguard at this level.
A bit of difficulty right now as well for Ego Death is now swapping over the Human Torch. Every single flyer feels like is super strong in this meta, but now this fight going on. Self goes in immediately, one-shot speedily through the Fate of the Worlds.
Yeah, good play there by Self. Great positioning and timing, knowing that engagement window, speaking of window, is going to be dunked on here by Zatex, and everyone is hit. Will they find any value? Will the pick in the reset start? No, it will not. Great positioning, great retake. They're going to give them a few ticks and then drop back in here and try to take over the point. We will see Speedery drop in right now with Dr. Strange, allowing Envy to hold on tightly. You see up there, Month is just creating a billion clones and raining down on the backline as Cal is just right next to him, and they find Zatex. That amount of damage, when you have a Loki set up like that on high ground, that needs to go bye-bye. You got to get rid of that equipment. The turret and the triple Loki clones cannot be allowed to hold up there.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Ego Death, it cost them momentum found early with the ultimate too. That could have been the saving grace for Ego Death to stay alive on that objective, but right now, we're going to have to regroup around this. Captain America should give them some, you know, extra survivability with that freedom charge, maybe to pop other ultimates as well. But Envy's also coming up on double shredded ultimates as well, so we'll see how Ego Death wants to do this. Those early picks himself has been huge, but I mean, on the opposite side, you have to worry about Cal, who now has that final judgment.
Yeah, he hasn't left this point. He's been holding here forever, and this is just a super powerful position. Already has that final judgment ready to make a play, and that is very difficult to power through, especially when you have that Magneto bubble from Window to help Cal out. And their entirety of Envy now has ultimate. Out goes the eye from Speedery, and it gets a few as Cal cleans up far. Zatex goes down, and they're up by 2 in numbers now, pressing forward and driving them back to the spawn door. And they've only got a minute 15 on as we're in 2 to max 3 fight territory with a retake teleport.
I think I'm with you on the map choice shit. We'll see with a minute left to go. I mean, there wasn't even that many ults popped. They just mucked the copy. But I think you made a good point how maybe, I don't know, this map choice is not panning out currently for Ego Death. I mean, I know it's probably going well in scripts and stuff, but as it stands, they have 54 seconds left to go. Pretty even in terms of ultimate charge right now. Everything is sort of favored for Envy, who fully capped out the map with a lot of time in the bank.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not quite convinced, right? I think this is exactly what we saw the last matchup here. We got to see Ego step up. Here comes Zatex with the final judgment. Samble on him up. That's a good start here. Ego now up by 2 as Cal goes down. And ult's going to be used from Cal. Soko turns it back on to Nero, though. It looks like Ego is up heavy in numbers. No teleport to come through. They will get point 1. And that is what you needed to see if you're looking for Ego to move on here. Well played by Ego to pressure through with 19 seconds on the clock.
Yep, absolutely. You know, king of cursing teams, because we talked about how Ego Death maybe on this map choice not the best, but you know, regardless, they were able to kind of close out through, pop those ultimates at the right time. I mean, that was excellent teamwork, like you mentioned, and you know, we're seeing maybe why they did pick the map, but they still only have 2 minutes and 30 seconds in the streets phase. If you lose one fight, it's going to feel so close, especially even with that Doctor Strange portal. See what MB wants to do here as they're coming close to that Loki copy, and Momentum has his own. We'll see how they want to react. Maybe pop it early, commit that early eternal bond to run towards MB's backline.
I have to go back and check, but I believe Ego was down there on ult, so they just found more value, which is, you know, good on them. It's dangerous, especially when you're being on offense. When you're in the offensive position and you're walking in, you don't really have that positioning advantage. Momentum gonna find Kaluj. Ego keeping up the momentum they had from before. Speaking of momentum, looking for Speedery in the sky. We might see something here as Month on the side of Envy is going to bring out the dance floor and hold on and just try to stall here around this corner, which is a defensible position. Self gonna find Speedery though, and then down goes another as Ego will have ult advantage. Sobble onto Cal, and they do have the momentum now as we see the rest of the team slowly trickle away, and they are going to try to push this thing forward and have at most probably 2 fights here to make sure they get point 2.
Excellent work from Ego Death. They have to do it though right here. Envy coming back into it. Kaluj got kind of caught out there by Ego Death with that freedom charge. Just kind of chased down Kaluj on that backside. Wasn't able to really move anywhere else towards his team, and got definitely caught out. Now here comes this early supernova at the choke point from Self.
And the Hurricane comes out here for Speedery. Gonna walk directly in, waiting out that ultimate there from the side of Zaytek. So he's trying to keep the pressure out. Cal doing the same thing. Out go all of the defensible cooldowns. They are keeping pressure on the Momentum's clones in the back. Good utilization there. And they are down again. Ahsoka finds window. Ego winning all of these fights. And as I say that, Speedery onto self now, evening out the odds a little bit. The positioning dancing around that natural cover up point. Cal onto Sobble is huge. Speedery onto Zaytek's month on Soko. Cal again on Momentum, and that is the entirety of Team Ego going down. And we got to show the change here from Sobble onto Cap has clearly gotten value off of that, changing off of that Venom.
Yeah, it definitely has, but I think that was excellently disengaged by Ego Death, but it didn't matter for Team Envy, who eventually just kind of forced out too many cooldowns, right, giving too many sustain abilities out early, and then just kind of had to clean up afterwards. It was almost there for Soko, finding that pick onto Team Envy, but speedily evened it up, and now we're entering 12 seconds left to go. Sombo comes in with the Freedom Charge. They do have Summels to work with, but now it's into the Psionic Seduction.
Sombo going to use that Freedom Charge, and that's essentially a strategist ultimate, just dancing around the team, keeping everyone healthy. Good play there to counteract the side. Oh my.
1, 2, 3.
What, man? Can we? Oh, there's so many C9s. There's so many not touching the carts. Oh my goodness.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, why is everyone slowing down? Oof, that is tough. The entirety of the team was too afraid of the Psionic Seduction, and that drove them backwards. Lost track of time. You can't do that at this level of play as they walk off. And Envy takes map 2.
I just don't want to see, just bad Marvel rivals. It's not that they played bad. It's just like that last fight was just so unfortunate for sure, not touching the payload. It happens to the best of us, but now they're down in an 0-2 deficit in their final chance to make it to this qualifiers, to make it to the LAN and to push forward into this tournament. Envy are one map away, not from qualifying from LAN necessarily, but going up against whoever wins out of SDX and Techie XD. Whoever wins that matchup is going to get to China, so we'll have to see what happens then. But regardless, right now, I mean, Envy are so close to getting it done, Shib, and this team, they have the experience to do it as well. So I'd be definitely a bit scared now moving forward for Ego Death as they move on to a convoy map.
Oh man. Cal with 12 finals there. Top damage, or at least finals on the side of Envy, looked really good. That was a tough look. It's all about comms in those moments. The problem is when you have that ult popped, I'm sure there's a lot of panic, right? And that's where comms get hidden. It's all about trying to yell the touch point, and maybe it gets drowned out by some of the comms from your team trying to play around that Freedom Charge from Cap, and next thing you know, you just aren't on the point and you lose it, and that just cannot happen at this level. You mentioned, maybe be quote-unquote bad Marvel rivals, but more so just the stuff that you can't do at this level of play if you want to move forward, and that is one of those situations. A lot of good plays on both sides, and I really liked the attack there for a while from Ego, especially after they were able to get through point 1, but they were on a rampage and just kind of fell apart at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, there's always context, right? I'm sure somebody's going to have to clip that, go back through and kind of see exactly what happened, because I think it's exactly as you called it, Shib. I think that Psionic Seduction really screwed him over. Month is going to take home that MVP. I mean, we see so many of these players just on strategist roles take home MVP after maps due to how the algorithm is and stuff. So fantastic work from Month. I think the strategist play so far in the tournament is at its peak. So he's definitely a player you have to watch for if you are an up-and-coming strategist player. And I mean, Shib, yeah, it's tough. Like, in context, you're right. That Psionic Seduction pushed him off that payload, or at least stunned a lot of players that were intending to touch, and
exactly
after that, they weren't left with a lot of time, man. So that's brutal. Hey, listen, as somebody that's a part of, like, sometimes it can be like that, right? Sometimes all it takes is one guy distracting everybody to push everybody off that payload. I mean, I was a part of one of the worst C9s in history of esports and hero shooters on the positive side, and it feels good when they don't touch that objective, when they don't touch that payload because of, in my case, Erster. So even though some people maybe could be seen as feeding, like maybe Kaluge a little bit too far forward with a Psionic Seduction or something, but if you're in a situation like that, a very intense situation, and you add another element to touch that payload, like you said, Shib, that 1 second of distraction can definitely get you stamped forward in the tournament.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think what was happening there is they were dancing to try to make sure they weren't getting hit by the Psionic Seduction, and then when they realized the time, they probably peaked out and maybe were caught by Psionic Seduction at the very last second, which absolutely, turned the tides of that fight. That is probably what happened, I would imagine, which is the difficulty with gauging the timing in the length there of Psionic Seduction. If you get a little bit of those ticker, which it does grow over time, even if you fall away for a moment, it doesn't necessarily fall. But we will see what happens as we go into map 3. right after this break.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Envy up by 2, but don't count out Ego, who have turned it around before. Can they reverse sweep?
Maybe. I mean, it's definitely in the cards. I think that Ego Death is a team that can do it. I mean, for sure. This team has a solid coach, apparently, according to them, in Jitward, and I think that this whole team definitely has the mentals to kind of stay on top. They talked about how, you have to act like a pro if you want to be a pro, and for them, that's about maintaining that sort of posture, that steadfast, just ability to make the correct decisions and not panic. So right now for Ego, that's the major thing. Like, sure, what just happened is brutal. You didn't touch the cart, but it happens, right? It happens to the best of teams. It just happens in hero shooters, especially Marvel Rivals. I mean, the payload in this game, you have to cap it, right? That's a big thing. It can flip sides between attacking and defending sides if you don't touch that objective and you don't control it. So there's a lot of things in Marvel Rivals and the hero shooter genre that are different in this game, alongside the fact that the cart has every single cart has like a rectangle ship in terms of the hitbox. So sometimes it can be awkward if you don't touch it or whatever. If you do touch it, I was watching the Oceanic qualifiers. There was a Mr. Fantastic player in the early stages of the Open qualifiers. I think this team went 0-9 or something, but they still qualified because the Oceanic region is funny. But this team had a Mr. Fantastic player in the Oceanic region. They were about to cap out and they needed to stay on the cart, but the Mr. Fantastic pulled himself off the cart. And the map ended because they lost. Crazy things have happened before, and at least they're not that Mr. Fantastic player, because that guy's going to have to live with that for at least the rest of this year.
Yeah, that's brutal. You hate to hear that. And that is, there's going to be clips of that for days, probably sent to him 24/7. Yeah, I mean, that's tough. The toughest part here is not only the C9 there at the end, but the C9 win in a winnable game. I think they had the momentum heavily shifted in their favor, at least in the last like 3 or 4 fights. Obviously, you saw the side of Envy clutch up and they started making some good plays there and did sweep them one time. But I do think the momentum was, leaning towards Ego there during that attack.
I mean, that's another off topic. We'll never see Mr. Fantastic. Is that another hero we haven't seen? I think Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, I haven't seen him
at all. Yeah, Mr. Fantastic, Thor, some of those characters haven't made a presence, which I think is for a good reason, because there's like weird interactions with Mr. Fantastic can happen. It was like an off topic thing. Like sometimes you accidentally on Mr. Fantastic bring a Doctor Strange to your team who has Eye of Agamotto, and then you get your whole team Eye of Agamotto. Like crazy stuff could happen like that. And I mean, we're probably not going to see that because nobody plays that. Truth be told, the horrible character. He's good though.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, well, that's going to be coming up here shortly. We will see the new Fantastic Four. I'm excited for it, but yeah, I'm with you. I mean, there's a couple heroes that haven't been chosen. What's that? Of course. Yeah, we'll make the drive.
With me?
Yeah, I'll cross the states.
Your wife.
That's it.
I'll drive over to see the movie with you. That sounds fun.
So yeah, just a quick day trip.
Hours?
So, a little more than that, I think. In New York to Arizona might be a bit of a hike, but no.
Just like the distance between you and China, right? I mean, just the distance between America and China, right? Where all these players will be going. I mean,
good segue.
That might be a lot of these. We haven't talked about that, by the way, at all. Like the fact that this will probably be a lot of these players' first time traveling to a new country to compete in an international tournament for $500,000. Like that is a massive deal that's involved in the Ignite series, right?
Yeah, that is insane to think about. And it's just a totally different playing field. I think we talk about teams showing up here on the big stage, but when you're in person, I mean, you've had experience with it. It's even more nerve-wracking, and you see people crumble and you see people, shine. You see those moments come to fruition. So I know you've obviously had that kind of experience playing in front of, a bunch of eyes, but it is definitely something different.
You know what the biggest thing, by the way, which we ignored there, was the ban phase. Sorry about that, chat. But listen, at least in this esport, we don't have a cat deciding the bans. You know what I mean? That's definitely a big deal. I think that we have the players having the agency with the protect and ban system, because by God, as somebody that had to deal with a cat choosing which heroes could be picked and banned during a certain week, I think I'll be triggered for the rest of my life. I'll tell you that much. But listen, I think there's a reason that my name is Dogman, because now I'm going to go find every cat. I'm going to make sure, I'm going to put a little fedora hat in front of them and tell, hey, pick a number, and maybe one of those numbers takes you to the vet one day and you don't want to go there.
Oh my goodness. As we do see a consistent ban here, though, from the side of Ego, it doesn't look like they're changing too much, man. They are going to get rid of that Emma, which did cause some problems, right? So that is going to be the change of pace that we see so far. Kalu's going to be on the thing here, trying to help out with Cal. You had that conversation of the fastball special when you have Wolverine and the thing. That is a very powerful and slept on team up that we find a lot here in the pro scene. We may be saying why the thing, that damage reduction is good to protect, but also it's that team up. It is so valuable, and obviously those haymakers into shield comps.
Absolutely. I mean, we've heard of the strength of Wolverine and EMEA also over here in North America, and you can see exactly why. I mean, Soko falls, Envy again with the advantage here, Shiv. I mean, Ego Death has fallen apart yet again.
Yeah, and that is some early pressure. Speedery gonna find one here. Cal onto Far. Zatex turns around on Speedery. Nero, though, again onto Sobble. Cal onto Zatex, all over the place now. And they have a ton of free space. Can they get back here with the teleport? Looks like they will. Likely gonna see them hold on to it here. So you typically see teams at this level wait a little bit until the reses come through. Now you engage with the portal at the last second, so your entirety of your team can have this fight. And out goes the Bond to slow up the pace. Wolverine potentially looking for the tackle off the Bond, but no, not able to get anything there from the side of Cal, who does play Wolverine incredibly well. Window onto Cell. Far back onto Kaluj as it's 5 versus 5 in this fight. Ultimates are up here for Envy, and the Meteor from downtown onto Far. Good pick there for Window. Cal using that last stand onto Zatex. Window onto Momentum, and Envy are heavily up in numbers, and they will push this thing through point one.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, usually we've seen Far dodge those ultimates well. By the way, Cal and the Spawn ready to go and switch characters to something else. Nice little Jeff spray indeed. Going over to the Hella for the second phase of the map as things enter, you know, a bit more of not necessarily one-dimensional phase, but there's not a lot of flank angles here on this point of the map in second phase. Aegis-O-Path, we just have that top left window, and that's kind of about it. So this phase pretty much open, and that's kind of a good spot, honestly, for, you know, things like that Winter Soldier, and right now for this Storm, who has that right side peak angle.
Yeah, this is a defensible position here, but not when you have a Hurricane coming at your face here. Will they be able to counteract? And yeah, we are going to see Sambo using that Cap ult to keep the team healthy. You'll see them all running in that path. We mentioned it before. Make sure you're running in the path there of Cap if you want that shield. Momentum finding windows. Atex on a Kaluge. They're popping Qs. Envy only has Kaluges after this, as we do see the invisible boundary up, and they, you know, pretty strong with the Storm. You are able to take some more free space when you have that invisible boundary, as they obviously cannot see through it until they enter the zone. Speeder here trying to get some alt charge back. Storm does that incredibly quickly as they do set up for a next fight.
Yeah, definitely on this side of the point, we see, you know, very aggressive plays by Cal and onto Far. He's going to go down early. I mean, he's able to kind of control that sort of right side peeking that we were talking about earlier. In this game, obviously, you peek over the right side shoulder of the character model, which can create, you know, attacker-sided advantage, especially on Aegis-O-Path, as you have to, like, play back and don't have those right side peaks that Envy does. And they're taking full advantage. 3 minutes left to go. Maybe if we had an option to change between right and left shoulder, that could be huge. Maybe potential update later on, but regardless, here comes an engage now from Ego Death.
Self is going to engage here, does have the ability to use that supernova. Clobbering time goes out, it finds a Fuke. Bang, down goes Zatex. Good combination there. So go right back on the Speedery though, even in the odds. Double Meteor finding value as they are just continuing to hold on. Ego is down one right now. Cal up in the sky, low on HP, putting a ton of damage out. Will they be able to get a pick? Did I just see Cap space pop up there? Soko is going to turn it around on Cal though, in great patience and way to hold on here for Ego. And we do know this spot is very defensible unless Speedery comes in with a Hurricane like we said. Zatex window is going to find Self. Nero on the Ensemble, and they are retaking this, even being down in numbers. Good plays there. Kaluge going to keep haymakering them back to their spawn door.
Yeah, I mean, they're just kind of walking at him right now. 4 minutes in the third phase of the map. You have to feel for Ego Death right now that they have to get some sort of momentum. I mean, you see even pulled on the backside. Soko does find Speedily, but, you know, he's going to go down. Did have that teleport back to the other spawn. Regardless, right now, Ego Death, what do they do? Captain America's waiting to go on that left side, Ensemble side. Maybe the dive can come through from Self, but the full momentum shift has just gone in, or sorry, the full entirety of the momentum has gone in favor of Envy, not momentum on the side of Ego Death. So 3 minutes and 15 seconds left to go. We'll see if momentum in his team can come back.
Yeah, Ego is holding on to a slight, alt advantage by one as we do see the supernova go out. Will it find any purchase? A ton of damage out, but a ton of cooldowns being used to defend right back. There is the clobbering time as it finds a few. Nero gonna clutch up again. We find that at this state of the game, Luna Snow, raw damage month onto Self, and great plays here by Envy, who have a ton of space and positioning. Now they have 3 numbers up as Ego is gonna have to retake, drop back, or just hold on here on point for as long as possible and reset as a team. There will be no portal blocking at this point. Nobody on Strange. Speedery finding Ensemble to clean up, and they are pressing through with 2 minutes and 32 on the clock.
Double shredded his ultimates up though. Ego Death have to find some momentum. Window right now has that Meteor M as well to connect onto either Far or the Loki player of Ego Death, because I've said momentum too many times. They're about to come in now, and he's ready for it every time. It just feels like Window connects with these Meteor M's. We'll see if he can do it again.
And the tackle goes out, but great work there. And that goes to show you why Invis is so strong. You see Month push the Self on Wolverine right off during that tackle, and that is super valuable. You got to keep that in mind and hold on to that push for that moment. Kaluge with clobbering time again. Found value last time. Will it happen? No. Down goes Kaluge early as Ego's now retaking this space back, but we do see the pop here from Speedery. Not able to get any picks just yet. Team likely going to drop back and reset, potentially holding on as, ooh, no, they're committing. Window finds Self. That's a great counter here up with the Meteor M on the Speedery, eating some of that damage there from the side of Cal. Soko and Zatex find 2 more, and they do shove them back with a minute 33 on.
Yeah, Soko's been an absolute mainstay today. I think he's sort of taken the limelight from Self. He's been so good with these Meteor M's, with the picks on the Magneto. Right now, he's definitely keeping Ego Death alive. Minute and 20 seconds left to go. Envy's going to walk in now with their ultimates, though, so it's their time to move. Sombo, though, with the Freedom Charge, I mean, he's going to enable his team to sustain for quite a while.
Yeah, and that is the advantage of having Cap. It's essentially another strat out. They are just going to use it right now. Actually, to engage Hyper Aggro right onto Cal. Cal low, going to burn an invisible boundary to counteract, and that's some values. We see crystals get popped here too. Window taking this off angle from downtown. Zatex with the pull, and they collapse onto Window. Great pull there by Zatex to give them a number, shoving them again back into the spawn door, and they've got to regroup as they are down to one fight territory, but you can't fall like that. Sambo Kaluge with the haymaker, and they will press in heavy, and now it could be a stagger fest. You got to see who gets the picks. Here comes Speedery popping off here with the ult. Doesn't find anything, using that dagger storm to keep the team up. Great play there on the defensible side of Far.
Yeah, I mean, this has been beautiful from the strategist of Ego Death. They also have to commit the greens there. Countering the Meteor M, now coming through and saving each other from the Dance of the Butterflies. Can they stay alive? The Dagger Storm, like you said, such a strong ability. And right now, Ego Death, their strategists are keeping the team in it.
Yeah, 55 HP per second there inside of that bubble. And here comes Zatex. Does land on a few. Out goes the dance floor, and they collapse. It does get the reset too. Soko, great job again with the Meteor as more are hit, but everything is being popped now. Nero bringing out the dance floor. We see Far using the Eternal Bond. Cal finds Zatex. It is back and forth here, folks. Who can proceed forward? Kaluge, great position, way to dive up there. Nero onto Self, and that's another number in the favor of Envy. And we are in OT. They've got to stay on the point. Do not make that mistake again, but on the opposition this time, as we do see another Dance of the Butterfly. Does it find value? It does. Down goes Far. Window onto Soko, and it's getting terrifying now if you're on the side of Ego, and this could be it. Pushing through point 3 as they will stagger in. Cal gonna sweep Somble, and that could be enough, but you do see over on the right side Self getting ready to hold on to this point for as long as possible with the last stand. Does it land on a few? No, not able to do it. Window up, ready to land the Meteor, gonna throw it through the door, and that's enough for them to push all 3 points.
I mean, we were about to say earlier, it was looking like Ego Death was what they looked like earlier. Like, it looked like Ego Death early on in this tournament was a top team, able to take out maps, take wins over top teams. But today, I mean, against Envy, they just keep faltering at the worst possible time, man. It just feels like they just collapse last second. And, you know, Envy, definitely deserving team. They played so well around their spawn. Kaluge with that pick on Ensemble, able to come back through. Ego Death's strategists have so much pressure on them right now. I mean, it looks so hectic, so hard to play, especially versus a talented Psylocke player like Speedily, and then Cal on the opposite side, hitting shots from across the map. So there is so much pressure on them, and they're doing such a good job to keep the team alive, but it just feels like they're collapsing. The whole team is collapsing at the worst possible time. So on the attack, you know, or on the defense rather, or no, sorry, now on their attack, they really have to take a deep breath, come together as a unit, you know, relax a little bit. It's been tough for, like, looking at Self. I mean, he's had no final hits that map. Same thing with Somble. They haven't been able to find the synergy between him and Self throughout that map. And, you know, maybe on the attack, things will be a little bit easier to set up, potentially just kind of, you know, do your typical stuff, because right now, Envy, they're really good against dive. I mean, we talked to Cal in one of the interviews. He said how against Ego Death in their group stages, the match to Ego Death, the answer to Ego Death was just mark Self, right? Make sure somebody's always looking at him. And I think that's tough. That you talked about it earlier, how Envy won 2 on the group stages, Shiv. It does feel like right now Envy just specifically is a really, really bad matchup for Team Ego Death.
Yeah, Nero there, gotta show love. Just 8 finals, looking super clean, most healing in the entire lobby, and only it hasn't fallen one time. The backline here for Envy has played disgusting month, obviously marking Self here with that push and pull every time you see a last stand, and as I say that, still gets pulled away, but was just a little bit delayed there. But that mark, we talk about marking Self, shown right there, as Cal back over here on Magneto said his, make that 2 picks onto Far, make it 3, 4, Cal, a demon with the penta. Are you kidding me? Said it was his first time on Magneto yesterday.
Yeah, this character's disgusting. This is another reason why when we talk about Ego Death, this is the worst thing they struggle against, is this three Vanguards, 3 strategist compositions. We saw them struggle against FlyQuest on Araco. We're seeing it again today on Age of Self Path. A minute off the clock already. They found the opening pick with Self on that fastball special, but they're now having to deal with Envy again on this triple Vanguard composition, who are another team that is very good at playing it.
And we are going to hold again tight here from the side of NV, running that triple and just maintaining the space window onto Zatex early. Alts are now going to be back with Ego. They could push through here. Soko trying to find and look for a strangling prison combination as Sambo now is going to be on the Squirrel. Sambo with that ultimate finds Speedery. Month goes down, but the res comes up for Month. Sambo on to Cal now. The Squirrel Girl we talked about maybe a little underrated, finding a few picks far onto Month. Momentum on a window, and that's going to push them through this opening, but they will teleport back here likely and ensure 3 fights.
Yeah, I think it's always rough. I feel like we always see teams win at these 2-minute, 30-second timer on the clock. But I'm not going to say the death sentence necessarily, but like you said, Chip, they do get those 3 fights with this portal, and here's another one.
Yeah, and this is a strategy we see a lot at this level of play. You guarantee 3 fights. You know, a lot of people are confused as to these portals, but they're doing it as fast as possible because then they can walk back if they were to lose this fight this early on, as the cart is not even around the corner yet. And that is a strategy we see consistent across a lot of these maps. Zatex with that damage boost from the Storm of Self, going to press forward, outgo all the cooldowns in the dance floor. But look at that patience. Notice the dance floor did not come out until the shield goes down, and that is next level play. Cal finds 1 Month onto Momentum, turning it right back at him. Great hold as Window finds Soko. A full team switch here as Cal is now on the Doctor Strange, and they do hold on.
Yeah, I wonder if that was intentional as well from Kaluj. I mean, that clobbering time came out just as Zatex was finished with his ultimate, so timed that out perfectly, connected with the stun after that Punisher was no longer CC immune. And now Ego Death, they have a massive hill to climb. I mean, Team Envy have done so well on that second attack, or second defense. 1 minute and 14 seconds left on the clock now for Ego Death. They do have that Hurricane ready to go, but like you mentioned, Month is going to be able to react to it, and they have Vanguard ults.
And here comes the Hurricane from Self, and now it gets matched immediately here by Month, just to kind of stall. We do see the Squirrels, and here comes the Eye. It finds a bunch, and they collapse on it. 2, 3, 4. Self finds a pick back, but what a play, and what a Agamotto there from Cal, and they get a 5-piece and shove them back to the spawn door again. 45 on the clock. Wow. Envy is playing lights out in this series.
Yeah, they are playing incredibly well, and we'll see if they can keep it up. They do have that See You Later ready to go from Speedily once he comes back from spawn. Ego Death, though, you know, maybe this is their fight. They can come back through. They have that Punisher ultimate. They pop it early here.
Yeah, and Far finds Kaluj early. Down goes 3. That's what they needed. Make that 4 as they will shove through. The team is going to reset and be able to touch here, but they don't have ults on either side. Should be a neutral. Actually, like you said, Speedery will have that See Ya as they do go forward. Kaluj likely going to get the clobbering time, but the wall out here for Soko may be enough for them to not be able to touch. They're coming from the high side. We'll see.
From the high side, but they have 4 on cart. Yeah, here they come. Ooh, wow, 7 meters left to go. They touch, and Speedily, oh, he tosses the ult out, but does go down.
Yeah, and that is a good play. Cal going to find Zatex now on the cap window onto Self. Wow, evening these numbers. That is, it is a 4v4 now. Anybody's fight. Got to stay on the point. Don't let that happen again. As we are in OT, Window finds momentum, and now Envy again up in numbers. Can they push through 3-0 against Ego in a matchup we considered pretty even as the teleport is coming through? Did I just see a cancel? I'm not 100% sure what just happened there. Maybe the teleport did come through. We just missed it there. As we do see the bond get pushed out here. Envy is holding on. Nosoko on a Nero. Yes, and here we go as Ego now finds 4. The teleport comes through, and they clutch up in this moment to get point 1.
Now he's all on Far, staying alive, looking at his health full throughout that fight, right? Dropping down to 1 HP, dropping down super low, able to build the ultimate up at the very last second. You maybe sometimes can get your ultimate canceled like we've seen before out of Cloak and Dagger players, specifically when the Loki goes for the copy, because sometimes the animation comes out a little bit later. But regardless, Far barely able to stay alive, pops that ultimate off, keeps the team alive. And we talked about how good, you know, Self is, Sambo, Soko, but I think the Strategist line of Ego that definitely doesn't get enough credit. They kept themselves alive. That team, that back line, really doing amazing work for Ego Death.
Yeah, but Envy with the full hold here. Only 2 minutes left on as we do see Self finding Nero early. That is a huge pick again, and they're going to collapse and take out Windows. Zatex on a Kaluj. Make that 4 as Speedery Self finds Speedery, and they're just going to clean it up here on a Month. Again, Ego, once they find these, it's like these overtime fights. Once they win, it's like the momentum just heavily shifts, like a light switch gets turned on, and they keep the pressure progressing forward.
Absolutely. They need to win one more fight here to close out on the second phase. Although, you know, a lot of teams we do see struggle in the Streets phase, I think, of these maps. Usually it's on that third phase it's a little bit more defensible, but we'll see if they can do it here, Team Envy.
Holy moly, and just flying in the sky. Cal looking for something. Zatex with the bubble is going to press in, and that's a huge early start. And that is 2, and the boundary not even able to hold on to the point. That's not going to be enough for them as they are up for the clobbering time. Can they collapse? Will they find more value? Speedery out of self. They need to hold on here. They need to make a play, or they will get point to a minute on at this point. Nero going to pull out the dance floor, and they're just holding on without numbers, and now they're evened out. Momentum. Will this happen for Soko, who hasn't missed, does miss here. The bubble goes out as well. Zatex falls. Speedery is on one right now and finding 3. Can they find 4?
I mean, potentially. I mean, they got grabbed to the backside. I mean, Speedily is just carrying it himself, closing it out on Ego Death. I mean, that backside flank, able to connect onto Momentum, just not ready for that pressure that comes from Psylocke. And that change over this character has definitely enabled Envy a lot more. But 26 seconds left to go. Ego Death now coming through. No ultimates either. Self back over to that Wolverine. This is going to be a close hold from Envy, too. They don't even want to touch the payload.
Yeah, this is going to be tricky. I like the idea of heading out this right side, and maybe we'll see Punisher using that zip line to get a touch here. Is, you know, it's outside of that, it's likely going to be Sambo, on the Venom, who will get the touch. 2 seconds on, full commit, and now they're collapsing. Good touch there by Sambo, who has to burn that E. 57% to ultimate, already getting healed back up. Great crystals here from the side of Ego, who are stalling, and everyone's healthy. It's all about ults here, as Envy is up in ults. Yes, we do see the clobbering time get used. Speedery collapses on a Momentum. Cal onto Far, and Zatex. Cal on this Wolverine, just popping off again, turned around as these duelists are making so much happen. Month onto Soko, and this is the danger zone. This could spell the end for Ego Death, who are so close but not able to do it as Envy progresses forward.
Yep, 3-0 for Team Envy. They will play the winner of Shroud X and Techie XD in this lower bracket to potentially secure themselves into land. They're 1 game away in a statement win from them, right, Shib? I think that we've seen Envy sort of have a tough beginning of the tournament, I think, in terms of the playoffs, but we've known how good they are, and as a unit, this team looked pretty formidable, right? The only real chance Ego Death stood towards the very end was really holding onto that Storm Dagger, the Dagger Storm, really holding onto those greens. Once you saw that Loki pop those crystals early, it was pretty much a death sentence, just because Speedily was so close to the Dance of Butterflies. Cal was so close to his own ultimate with that last stand. So really, really tough fight to end out there. But I mean, huge shout out to all of Ego Death. They really played their hearts out, and I think that this is the future of Marvel Rivals Esports. A lot of the players on this team.
Yeah, a team that is obviously surprising a ton, has gained a ton of fans, right? It's definitely not going to be the last time we see them. Really well played across the board. Nero got to show love again onto that strat line. Talk about that hit scan backline. Nero, there's a lot of that Ultron, but that Luna, it when unleashed, a ton of value, not only in the healing front, but with those final hits. 9 for the side of Nero, who not only had the most healing by a few thousand, also up there in damage with almost 12k. So really well done again by Nero with that pointed damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Team Envy deserve all of the credit as well. I mean, Ego Death is a scary team to go against. We've seen teams falter to Ego Death early on in the tournament as well. I mean, they made it into the second round of the upper bracket for a reason. These guys are so good, and Envy 3-0'd them, right? So what does it say about Envy? I think that says this team really is coming together at the right time. It's been tough as you adjust to a new patch, as Cal's talked about. I mean, he said he kind of had struggles. Dongmin also said he had struggles. So it seems right now, Shib, all of the pro players are sort of feeling a bit of unease, right, to this new patch, and Envy finally starting to come together, finally starting to string together wins, map after map. They're looking more comfortable, and I'd be scared, I think, going against Team Envy, whether I'm Shroud-X or Techie XD, because right now Team Envy is looking a lot better than they did earlier on in the tournament.
Yeah, this is what we expected to see from them at the start of the tournament, and I think we were a little shocked that they were losing, right? Like, they had a streak there of 3, almost 4 losses in a row, did clutch up, and it seems like we said before, a light switch was just turned on, and they are playing incredibly as a team. That is now, I believe, out of that, it'd be 5 in a row against Ego, and a team that has been surprising and upsetting a lot of the top teams. To take 5 straight maps against them showcases that you are learning and you understand how to do your homework against a team.
Absolutely. And, I'm curious to see who we talk to on Team Envy. I'm hoping. I'm literally messaging Gator. I want to talk to Jader, but like we'll see what happens because he's a former teammate of mine. I think it'd be funny to get an interview with them. But regardless, like you said, Shib, I think Envy, they're going to be a team to watch out for sure. I think they're still a lot of people's favorites now, especially after that game after Ego Death that can move forward. But it did feel like Ego Death's number was found by Envy, right? That's the difficult aspect of this team is that how much can we really give towards Envy? Obviously, they played it very, very well, but also they really just knew what Ego Death was going to do and just played around it perfectly.
And the entirety of their team looked insane. Speedily with 16 finals. Window on the Vanguard role with 16. Cal with 20 on the Wolverine. Their entire team was getting picks and finding value in the neutrals, getting a ton of value with ultimates. Really well done by their team. Cal said he would get it done, and I think we're going to have that conversation with him again. Welcome back, Cal.
This is the last time I'm doing an interview. Let that be known. I'm not letting my team pawn it off to me ever again.
What are they doing? What are they saying to you? There's like, Cal, get in there. Just go do it for us.
No, it's terrible. They're all terrible. We win. Our manager Tasman was like, all right, who's doing the interview? Who's doing it? The radio silence. Nobody says a single word. Nobody says anything. And it's like, come on, I need somebody. And I'm just like, just send me the link. None of them do it. This is the last one.
I mean, we got to
Hunt is doing the next
rip.
one.
I mean, You listen. You're doing all this for your boys over at your team. You got to like promote something here. Your Twitch, something. Just like you deserve the primage for sure. Being the champ. I mean, your team, bunch of babies over here, not trying to show up for the interview. So obviously, you gotta promote something here right now. Right. This instance.
Nah, I got nothing to promote.
Oh my God! God dang it, Cal.
Buy my jersey.
I'll say
it. Buy my jersey.
Buy his jersey.
That's it.
He's even a company man. Are you kidding me? Tasmo, give this man a raise. Jesus, Cal. I mean, obvious question, first of all, after that series. It was an incredible match, and I think, you really come alive, I think, as the tournament progresses. We talked about your Magneto playing that triple Vanguard, triple strategist, and I think also against Ego Death. I mean, what is it about those guys? You talked to us in an interview before saying how you kind of just match self. Is it still that same strategy? Do you guys just feel like you have Ego Death's number, or are you guys kind of hitting new peaks right now as a unit?
I think we're definitely improving pretty fast. I think we kind of had them downloaded because we got to watch them play yesterday against a team that I would say is around our caliber. And for like the Vanguard stuff, I mean, like I actually put on a clinic on Magneto today. Like I was doing insane things. There was one of the fights where I killed 5, and I was kind of astonished that nobody shot at me. But
We're seeing that right
just
now.
had them downloaded.
Yeah, position was crazy. I mean, I need to ask as a team, what changed? It seems like, you guys had that spurt where it was 3 losses in a row, and you guys look lights out now. It's like something switched. Is there anything you can attribute to that?
I stopped staying up till 6 a.m. playing different games. I think that probably helped us a bit, and my team trusted me more because of that. And we kind of just locked in. Like we want a little vacation. We want to go to LAN. We want to win, and so we've kind of just been taking it a little bit more seriously.
Love it.
Yep, fair play, and it definitely goes to show that. So maybe we'll talk about matchups later on and stuff, but maybe to focus more on the game. Just in terms of you, I know that this game has also, like, in terms of the ban system that we have, it's forced a lot more flexibility out of you and your team. I mean, what is it like being a player in Marvel Rivals right now? Is it hard, obviously, flexing to so many heroes? Is that like the number one thing you might say to somebody that's trying out the game for the first time? Do you want to just have them play everything? Like, what do you think is your take on Marvel Rivals as a game right now with this like ban system that we have?
I think it takes away from players just playing like certain things. Like I wouldn't really say that I'm like a DPS player. I'd say I'm just like I'm a Rivals player, And I think like to really play the game at its peak and to play how it was meant to be played, I think you kind of have to be like that, and not just play one role.
Yeah, I mean, you're showcasing that you've hit every single role in a ton of these games. I see the next lineup here. It's ShroudX or Techie. Is there a team that you are more afraid of playing? Not necessarily afraid is the right word. Was there a team that you wouldn't want to play out of the two of those?
Oh, give me them both. It don't matter. Give me them both. I'll get it done again.
Throw them to the wolves, man. Throw them to the wolves. I like it. Then what sparked this like new sense of confidence about you? I know you kind of always had that air. Maybe the interview, being thrown into the interview every time has made you a stud when it comes to it. I mean, what sort of reinvigorated the confidence? Is it just playing that game more, like you said?
I don't know. I'm just trying to have some fun. I'm done being Mr. Nice Guy. I'm done being nice. We're gonna win everything. it's destined. It'll happen. That's about
I
it.
love it.
I'm just sick of it.
Let's honestly leave it off there. I mean, Cal, I mean, just what a great game for you guys, and I think we definitely need people like you in the scene. So thank you so much, Cal. I appreciate you, man. Any last words? Anything you want to say before we let you go?
I got no shout outs. I hate my team. I'm not doing this interview stuff ever again. That's all them. I'm done.
It's always fun talking to you, though, man. I love the responses and the confidence. So I'm sure we might see you again if they do this to you again. But man, it's been a ton of fun, and I'll see you soon.
See ya. Thank you.
Thanks, Cal. Appreciate it. Yeah, I messaged Gator. I was like, Gator, when's the Jada interview? And he's just like, I'll let my players do it. And I was like, what do you mean, the one player, Cal? Yeah, he's done it every time for you guys. So that's insane. He's like, I'll do it at LAN, bro. I'll do it at LAN. Like, yeah, come on, man. Come on. Throwing Cal
Very
under the bus
confident
like that every time. Very
Yeah, they
confident.
want it, right? I think that's what you need. You need to have that drive. They want to get there, and they're manifesting it. They keep saying they're going to do it, and they're doing it, and they're looking clean. I mean, these last two games have been insane. They're just figuring things out, and it's crazy how Cal, we talk about switching all over the roles. That Magneto play was gross to witness. Just kind of has it figured out. But speaking of another matchup coming up here, we got Shroudex and Techie. This is going to be a tight one, very tight. I'm not sure. Do you have any thoughts on what you think, how this might go? I'm not sure how you bet. I got to go back and look.
Ooh, I think I had SDX winning 3-2. I also just lost out on my bet on Ego Death 3-2. I said Ego Death was going to win. Oh my God, sorry, I had a crazy burp right there. That was gross. Oh my God. But regardless, I mean, this is just the curse that I have. It feels like every team I bless to win, they don't. So I don't know. At this point, I should just shut my mouth and let you do all the talking, Chip.
No, we always had that conversation that we were just talking earlier about whatever teams you pick, we got to pick the opposite. But honestly, I'm in the same boat, man. I just keep picking the wrong teams. Their teams are so close. But speaking of close teams, we are once again going to be heading into Techie Shroudex very soon. Keep it locked right here. We'll see you after this break.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
stopping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. I remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rifts splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Techie versus Shroud X. So far, Shroud X 4-0 versus Techie, but I'm sure they've been studying the tapes. Can they turn it around? We'll find out shortly.
I think they definitely can. I think both teams is going to be an interesting match. This might be one of the upsets of the day, right? I know that Shroud X are on the come up, but we've seen how strong Techie are, right? Looking back in the history, it was a 2-0 for Shroud X twice, right? They went on to Krakoa, won. Same thing with Morocco, close game. Honestly, also the same thing happened in Hell's Heaven and Hell's Path. So right now for Techie XD, my number one thing for both teams actually in general, Shib, is that ability to kind of clutch up when it matters most. I think Shroud X are doing better at overcoming, those obstacles. But Techie XD, I think yesterday they had chances versus Sentinels, and man, every single time, for the people that watched it, it just felt like Techie was right there to closing out, and they just lost.
Which I think is just a similar story as it's to Shroud X. It's funny that you bring that up. I think that they are always in the conversation for taking home the win, even against insane competition, even against things like 100 Thieves. They're just so close, they just can't push through it. And then yesterday, they looked insane. They were able to just clutch up always. We saw huge ultimates and game-winning plays that were with a ton of time still on the clock. It seems like something switched, and we got to see if that translates into today. There was a bunch of talent on both teams. Some of the, potentially the strongest side lock on the side of Techie and Shroud X. That conversation is almost across the board. Great talent there too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is where the top and the pinnacle of North America lies. Techie XD has, I think, at this point, not inarguably, but definitely one of the top Psylocke players in North America, if not the best. So tap that guy for sure. Avery's also been leveling up constantly. I feel like Brute and Blur don't get enough credit for how good they are. And, also Wolfels and Ad on their back line. I mean, these guys are so good. Wolfels, I think we talked to, who was it? Was it Cal before that said Wolfels had plot armor? Someone said that Wolfels has plot armor.
It was Guru.
It was Guru that said that. So
yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, this is Wolfels' tournament to lose, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, the team is very talented. I think Ad has also had like 5 out of 6 MVPs or something crazy like that, a disgusting backline. So their whole team, nothing to scoff at. They all have ability. They want the respect. They mentioned they don't want to be considered an underdog as much. They want to be known as a team that's strong and is capable of taking home any win. And we've seen that from them as they've shown up against a lot of these huge teams. As you see here, Tap getting a quad, if not a penta. There's that penta over here, plays a mean Punisher as well. So the entirety of this team's got talent. And speaking of talent as well, over here on Shroud X, Dongmin yesterday, the amount of Eye of Agamottos that were huge, I can't even count. It was 5-piece after 5-piece, team just clutching up. Nuck is potentially the most versatile, if not, one of the strongest strategists in the entire game in that conversation as well. Impunity, a great Hulk, a ton. This entire the duelist line is even in the conversation for one of the best duelist combinations. This whole team is so strong.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, they have that talent alongside, just to match it. And they've been the biggest thing I think for them this patch is they've been figuring out this meta very well. I think it's been kind of to their strengths, right? We talked to Dongmin. He said that in the interview, Vision's one of the best Namors in the world, if not the best. So he has a lot of confidence in him on the Namor. I think alongside him, Doomed on that Star-Lord has been beautiful, right? I think a lot of their game plans has revolved around him on that Star-Lord. I think him sort of leveling up up on a Psylocke has been huge as well. So right now, I think they're peaking at the right time, but it's tough because they're going to be going against a tough team in Techie XD, right? We saw Ego Death be the first team to strike first blood versus his signed roster in FlyQuest in the group stages. But it seems like over here in the official playoff stage, although they are at the same level currently, Techie and Ego Death at the same stage of the game, Ego Death faltered. We'll see if Techie XD can take the next step forward and really cement themselves as the best unsigned team in the tournament so far.
Yeah, and they are definitely in that conversation, so I like that point. They do have a lot of potential, but, you know, like I said, they've lost 4 against Shroud X with no map taken, so that is a tough look, but it goes back to the conversation of this has been probably their biggest studying up. I'm sure they've had nothing but eyes on this team knowing it was coming, and just the issues that they've faced in the past. These are the kind of games you watch the tapes on, the games that you're struggling the most. You really want to see why did that happen, and then make the adjustments. So I'm seeing, you know, the difficult side is I'm not quite sure if they have a coach. I don't believe they do, so the banning may be a little tricky, and we know how much of an advantage that can be. So it is a tricky situation to be in for the side of Techie, but I know they have the talent to pull through.
Oh, absolutely. I think, and you know what, we hear it so many times. It's definitely a cliche, but to be the best, you got to beat the best. So right now, they're going to have to beat their current, you know, the team that currently has a number on them, right? We've seen the same thing with Ego Death versus Envy. Obviously, Ego Death faltered. You know, when it mattered most, they couldn't take down Envy, and it was a hard matchup for them, right? The team that had their number for sure, and it's kind of like you said, the same thing. You said it perfectly, Shiv. I think Shroud X has Techie's number right now, but as it stands, I mean, Techie has been improving too. So both these teams are at their current pinnacle, and you know, I'd be curious to see if Techie, like you said, has been studying up on Shroud X enough, or even can just react to them, because right now Shroud X have been changing a lot as well. So it's not the same team we've seen when it was the first time they played against each other. They've adapted, they've improved as well throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I'm curious if we're going to see something like a Strange ban, maybe somehow going after that Hulk or Namor. They did, you know, Shroud X did have that conversation with Phelan. Dongman said much more comfortable on the Strange than anything, but will be able to pull out that Magneto by today. But, you know, that kind of stuff, you know, I'm wondering if that homework was, you know, figured out. So I see the ban here immediately going to be on that Emma on the side of Techie, who are electing to do pretty much what you'd expect here if you're writing a standard ban lock situation.
Yep, looking pretty standard indeed. Human Torch getting removed as well for the side of Shroud X, getting rid of that on Techie XD side for Avery, making sure he can't play that hero. We'll see if they want to focus more towards Psylocke as well, as both teams can play Psylocke from what we've seen. So actually kind of, you know, very similar playstyle wise. I think Shroud X can play that triple res composition, although I think as a unit, I don't know how good they are on triple res. I think that they have like the talent to play the triple res compositions. They also have, you know, a really good Star-Lord player, like I said, in Doomed. I feel like he's one of the best Star-Lords in the game. But, you know, around the triple res composition, it's not just about the Star-Lord, it's about the whole team. So we'll see what they want to do. They protected Wolverine, though, understanding how strong that hero is, like we've seen lately, right, Shib?
Yeah, Wolverine is a menace, especially against the Vanguards. Obviously, we talk about it all the time. It does essentially take the Vanguards out of the play if you don't have that invis or some sort of protection with a Loki crystal or something to negate that tackle. It is, you're always on your heels and you're always saving cooldowns, and changing your style of play like that is so much value, and you always got to have eyes over your shoulder. It's terrifying to go against, especially at this level of play, and we just saw last map Cal with 20 final hits there, playing a ton of Wolverine.
So yeah, we're going on to Hell's Heaven. We're going to Domination. Captain America removed. Emma Frost removed. Focus more towards those Vanguards. Opposite side, we have Emma and Loki and Luna banned for the side of Shroud X. So we do have triple strategist, or sorry, yeah, triple strategist with the Adam Warlock available, but you know, usually I think triple strategist with Adam Warlock on Hell's Heaven isn't necessarily the best map for it. Usually, I feel like on Domination, Shiv, the number one comp that we're seeing a lot of, especially when Human Torch is banned, is that Namor, right? It feels like Namor, Hulk, that tandem can be very good. Also, you know, we've seen how strong that full dive can be with Black Panther and stuff, but you know, a lot of the good Black Panther players now out of the tournament, specifically Self, by a lot of the good Black Panther players. I mean, like the only good Black Panther player besides like Ryan Mazing and stuff, but you know, that's definitely a viable option here.
Ryan Mazing did pop off on Clintar there in that first map. Yeah. It was awesome to watch. Haven't seen it since, but you're right. Definitely a strong Black Panther that is now out of the tournament. But now we're going to get into the Psylocke conversation. Techie with one of the strongest Psylocks in TAP, and also playing a mean Punisher, so we will see that. Look at these bets here. Techie only 21%, obviously favoring heavily into that recency bias of the past matches between these two teams.
The battle starts in 5.
You know, I want to see what's played, right? I feel like that Namor stuff can be thrown out for Shroud X. I think that's actually, in my opinion, the best thing in this meta, right? We'll see how Tap does in the Psylocke. I think it is good, flankers especially, but without the Captain America, because that was banned, that might impact Techie in the performance. Regardless, I do feel like on Domination, we've seen so much good Namor play. It feels like it always wins. We'll see how it pans out, though. Shroud X versus Techie is beginning, and I mean, both of these teams definitely want to win map number 1, because if they don't, it's a bad precipice moving forward, as both these teams, if they lose this series, they are done out of the Ignite series.
Dongmin already on point and with the team. Avery going to take that space right back here with Blur. That fastball special ready to be used if need be. The tackle out just to buy some time. I don't believe the passive was popped just yet, as the space is owned here by Techie around this natural cover, and the point is not quite moving just yet. Doom with the throw. Try to find something, but no, this is a decent map for Wolverine just due to the off angle. You can actually find an off map here if you tackle from the right side, which is very threatening, and we might see it right now. No, not able to do so. His vision, great focus there. Down goes Avery, and we talk about the success of Namor into these heroes that play aggressively and try to find early picks.
A challenge for any of you guys who've never watched a hero shooter before. By the way, now coming into the fight, we'll talk about it later. Incoming aggressive play by Nook as well to keep the team sustained against Odd with the copy, but they'll be missing one because Avery went down early.
And the whale goes out. Infidel and Doomed. 2. Dongmin on the Blur. 3. Dongmin again onto Avery. Allowed that Doctor Strange, and their whole team goes down. A Shroud X up with 3% and counting.
Definitely back to the original topic, like we've seen in terms of these first fights, right, in the entire map. You can see who's doing the most damage if you're not looking at just stats. In terms of ult charge built, if this is your first time watching a hero shooter, Vision's building a very, very fast ultimate. Tap also doing the same thing. But I feel like the constant presence of this Namor is really annoying for both of these characters, for both Tap and Avery. I think both of them are sort of not necessarily hard countered, but soft countered by Namor, as Vision's just pumping out so much damage, building so many whales. It is farming up Techie's Stratus ultimates, but it's hard for Avery or Tap to purchase any sort of space.
Yeah, I really like the composition here from Shroud X to help against that Wolverine. You do have that invis, which is not matched on the other side. And here goes the tackle. Eye of Agamotto out from Dongmin. Finds a few, but no value off the ultimate just yet. It does get matched with an ult. Doomed. Gonna find Ad early, and that's nice as Ad building up to that ultimate at 61. Doom trying to get a second pick here. Dropping back there into the invisible boundary. The entire team's falling as Doom takes out Brute. Make that 3. Impunity cleaning up Woofles here with an ult 2. But now Techie will be up an ult advantage in this next fight, but 60 on the ticker here.
And I don't want to make any for sure statements or anything, as we have a little. Wait a minute, is that is he looking through the wall there? Did you see that on the okay, we might have to look at that later. That's insane. If that's a spot on Wolverine to look through on that box, that's interesting. Regardless, I do think that this Namor Hulk stuff feels like it's the meta on Domination, even with Human Torch being available at times. It's not in this series. Here comes the fastball special from Avery.
Yeah, and here we go. Avery trying to find some value in the back line. Misses the tackle there. Does have this last stand ready if need be. Going to push the front line directly in the back line. That's how the combination works. And that's a setup ult here from Blur with the clobbering, but there's too much healing out right now. The whale does land on a bunch, but it's not enough to get the pick. Psyche lied. Woofles goes down. Doom. Vision on tap, and wow, Shroud X really feels comfortable in this composition. This comp together is so fluid. All the ults go out for Techie. Not a lot of value, but as I say that, Blur going to take out Nuck. Shroud X going to use Fidel's invisible boundary. Impunity takes out Blur. There goes Brute as well. And this could be enough for them to win map 1.
I feel like these days it's tough to really say like a comp gap and stuff. By the way, as a potential touch comes through, Ad just wants to give it up. They want to go to the next round. But I think this is the first time I feel confident in saying that is a comp gap. I don't know. Like, it just felt like the Namor was so oppressive. The Hulk, I mean, the Hulk is always looking for Tap. Impunity's entire job was to hunt down Tap, make sure that he was not comfortable. And then on the front line, anchoring was Dongmin. And then, you know, you had constant plays from Doom, just so free on the Wolverine. No eliminations found onto anybody here on Shroud X. And to me, that's as one-sided as it gets, right, Shib?
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, that was so fluid. Like I said, I think their comp is just insane. I think it's so difficult to go against. They have that invis to counter and help with the wolf, which, yeah, you see over Blur on the, you know, he's playing the thing here for the reason of not getting tackled. And although he is right now the ace, it's just not as much value as something like a combination with that team up with Hulk and Namor. It's just so much more there. Yes, you can throw, but then it does not help an additional teammate, like something that happens with that Hulk Namor Gamma Squid team up.
Absolutely. I think right now Techie's going to have to look at things. And in this next round, I mean, Namor also comes more online, right? You have these pillars to work off of. The map moves up and down. So there's a lot of variation that I think this Namor can take advantage of. Meanwhile, Techie's really main change is Avery over to that Bucky. We'll see if it pans out for them. Maybe that damage on the front line can be a lot, especially since people will say how Hulk can get hard countered by some heroes. We'll see if Impunity struggles with Avery now onto that Bucky.
And out immediately goes that Dance of the Butterfly from Tap. Doesn't find value, does force out some cooldowns. Brute ready with an ultimate here with the Meteor M, but not able to get that positioning just yet. Blur holding that natural cover. Impunity on that Hulk. Gonna pop that ultimate and try to own the space. Dongmin up goes Brute, does not land. Again, these fights are so... Impunity with a nice pick on Ad, and that's an early strat line pick.
Yeah, early strat line pick. You saw the block also coming through from Vision with the blessings. So he was in the sky blocking that Meteor M. They're still kind of coming back. Those Visions went down. That is removing a lot of damage with that whale. But here comes Dogman with a huge eye. Wakamoto, no, doesn't connect on anybody.
And the fights are neutral here. Woofles holding on to that Luna ultimate, just keeping the team healthy on point. Nobody got point yet, Avery, and that's the pick you need if you're on the side of Techie, but it does get matched. And down goes Avery from Dongmin. These trades back and forth. This Blur now finds another pick on Dongmin, up in numbers. Techie up 3 as Doomed goes down. Tap finally showcasing the power of that Psylocke Blur onto Impunity. And again, Techie finally taking over point, and will the momentum shift they needed to.
Avery's farming up those Kraken impacts so fast onto that damage from onto the Hulk of Impunity, and I think that is definitely a big difference maker. Impunity, by the way, I think he swap and then swap back to Bruce, so we'll see how that impacts things. But regardless, yeah, I think this swap could enable Techie for sure. 14% on the board. Vision's going down early was the biggest thing. Tap, that's a huge pick to find. Unfortunately, Vision tried to go for the block on the Meteor M, costing him his life afterwards as Tap found the follow through, and here comes that Butterfly.
Matched immediately by the invisible boundary. Good job, Fidel. Great reaction time. Back to the point the whole team goes, and down goes Tap. Wow. Vision talking about being one of the strongest Namors. Just showcased again. Dongmin onto Brute. And they are up 2, trying to get this point back early. 33% is a bit, but it's not enough to be that impactful. Up goes the Whale. Down goes Woofles. Vision always landing those heavy as Nuck takes out Avery. And Shroud X will take this point back.
Yeah, I think based on what we've seen in terms of Namor's North America, I mean, they portaled. Block on both sides. Here he comes through. Here comes the strength through the portal. But as you can see, everybody's working on blocking, making sure you can body block those people coming to the point. But I think it is a valid point to say Vision is probably the best Namor, one of the best Namors in North America, besides like Delena and Rymazing. There's also a few other ones, but regardless, those have kind of been the standouts so far in the Ignite series. Now for Shroud X, they have every ultimate except that Namor Whale, but he's building it so quickly. We'll see how Techie responds in this upcoming fight with the Kraken Impact. They won last time this fight, had full ultimate charge.
Yeah, it's roughly even across the board here in terms of all charge. Fidel will get it back, and that will put them ahead as Ad and Tap are going to be low in terms of the charge here. So this fight likely going to go in Shroud's favor. At least odds are. Brute going to take this space early, holding on to that Meteor M, ready to play with the freeze there on the Hulk. And there's a nice tackle. The last stand out for Doom does not manage to make anything happen. Does force out some cooldowns as Woofles now uses the dance floor. Brute going to keep the pressure on and take this point hopefully back for the side of Techie if they want this. Avery goes up, but it does get matched again. Great work by these counter alts from Fidel, who are finding perfect timing here. And again, Brute not able to land that Meteor M. The strat line here again for Shroud X, we mentioned a lot, playing so intelligently and patiently.
Yeah, Dongmin also blocking that one. Now they're coming back through a little bit too late. I mean, losing 2 members of the team. I feel like Avery's playing this so well on the Bucky, but now everybody's grouping up together, getting that Hulk bubble, playing in the dagger, or the Storm Dagger, Storm Dagger. So right now they're able to come back through after those cooldowns are popped, and now Tap is just there to clean up. Again, we saw this previously from Techie.
Yeah, Ad finds Dongmin, Tap onto Fidel again. Techie is finding their way back onto this point, but will they be able to get the charge back? 80% for the side of Shroud X, which is a good start here, just kind of stalling and holding and falling on that point for as long as possible, but Techie in a good position here. We do have Vision, who's ready to launch that Whale, but that is about it, as Avery will have Kraken.
And when these fights go on, I think Tap's there to follow through after cooldowns used to stay alive. So right now, Techie taking full advantage of the Psylocke, but you know, we've seen Shroud before again with this Whale find eliminations through these Shroud's ultimates. It's on Ad, I think, to save those crystals, but it's so hard, so much pressure coming through as well as you have final or last stand available. We'll see how they act. I mean, Avery with that with the Bucky ultimate, the Kraken Impact could go big, but right now they're leaving Tap behind right now on the flank, just kind of walking in. Namor Whale ready to go.
Yeah, and again, they are just getting this charge up 81%. Techie doing a good job here. This is what you need to see to try to get this match tied up for the side of Techie. Good pull again. And I like this switch over from Avery on to Bucky, who is getting a ton of value here and does have that Kraken ready. We know how strong that could be, but Shroud X up in alt charge here. They've got to make a play quickly as Doom does, but do they get enough value? Vision going to clean that up as Tap goes down, and that's a nice pick as Tap is very powerful and almost at all. But Avery finds two. Do we see more? But Dogman going to slow that pace. Will they keep it going? That's a three-piece here for Avery, who is showcasing the power of that Kraken. Make it 4. Do we see 5? Avery showcasing that it's not over for the meta here for Bucky at 99%, and they're going to have to teleport back quickly.
And they have to, and they have to come back through as well with that invisible boundary. But oh no, it's not there in time. Nuck just a little bit too late, but it just happens. The Hulk cannot stall for long enough. And maybe this is what we heard in those interviews when people were talking about how Hulk can get countered by certain heroes. Bucky seems to be that right now, Shib, man. So just what a play in general. That was just so clean by the side of Techie XD, right, man? I mean, that was beautiful from Avery, like you said, with the Kraken impacts, and they brought it back around the corner.
Yeah, I like the change in composition there. I think the change from Avery was game winning, or at least map winning on that point, as they did seem a lot more fluid, a lot more patient in these team fights and not overcommitting, and always had an ult up. Besides one fight, which they still won with a pop off there from Avery, as we're going to see Vision make that change too.
And I want to see how Shroud X reacts, right? It seems to be back and forth in terms of heroes, but, you know, domination, you really have to, like, kind of lock your comp and build off of your ultimates. Right now, those changes, we'll see if they'll sort of react well, because you get rid of Avery on that Wolverine from the previous map, so that does make sense why you can go over to Groot now. Don't have to worry about the claws in your face. You have to deal with Bucky on that Kraken impact.
Yeah, we do see Doom. He's going to maintain that Wolverine. It's not going to be matched by Techie, who we're finding not as much success, and that's just due to Fidel on that Invis, who's done a great job countering ultimates there with that invisible boundary. But we do see the reset again as the teams will hold on and go to point 3 for game 1. And this just goes to show you Techie, they want this W. They've done their homework. Can they come through as they are up in alt advantage?
Tap poked out early. Everybody sort of playing back with these hooks from Visions, whiffing on both sides. Avery also looking for his own, right? He was able to get so many of them in the previous round. We'll see if he does it again. Last stand also only halfway through for Doom's side. Here comes the early dance of the butterfly, trying to force out a Shredder's ultimate. Comes out a little bit late, trying to get maximum value out of this. Also towards the point, they're able to find Blur. Tap, go, can't dash away. Fidel finds him. Nice job with the physics to bring them back in. Here comes a late Meteor M from Brute. Will it connect? I mean, everybody's faded away with the cloak. Nice job from them to keep everybody healthy. And up 2 members of their team. Shroud X surely have the advantage here. Techie, do Shredder's ultimate to respond. Wolf comes back through with the Fate of the Worlds. Nobody's taking the point just yet, but oh my god, what a wall there from Impunity to block off all of the healing. The damage follow-up is there. The portal comes out late from Blur, so they'll have a chance to contest the point for a little bit longer, but Tap's going to go down as well. He's made the swap over to Wolverine. Everybody else is going to go back to the spawn now as Techie resets. Shroud take control of the point.
Shroud X down in ults in the first fight. Not only down in ults, managing to find more picks, holding on, being patient, committing again, making sure that teleport doesn't get value, and then not overcommitting ults, and now still being up 3. That was a masterclass on defense there by Shroud X, who held on, being down in ult.
Walking in now is Techie, right? They only have that copy from Odd side. Shroud X succeeding with nearly 5 ultimates as Fidel builds up that invisible boundary so quickly. Just had it in the previous fight. Tap now over to the Psylocke, Avery over to the Wolverine. So they've had to make a few swaps. And Avery, oh no, got picked early. The hook from Visions created that opening. And you're probably not going to use any ultimates from Techie. Probably just want to go for a fast reset. And that's tough because it was so efficient. No, you get caught out by a Shrinkling Prison as well. The follow-up is there from the Terror Cape. And it's 1 by 1 that Techie falls as they have to keep backing up, dealing with hooks again. Tap has to dash away, but it's going to be so hard to live. Able to barely live, getting the healing from his team. Groot now respawns, and Techie nearly halfway to losing this map in the 3rd round.
Yeah, and again, Shroud X up in alt in the next fight. I mean, Techie XD's got to show up here, but Shroud X really well done. You can see just the experience and the confidence. They're playing really slow and patient because it doesn't matter if they take the fight first. Let them come to them. Try to find a pick instinctively with these walls here from Impunity. Lock down the thing from Escape. Find a pick early, but as I'm saying, that Avery finds Vision early, and that's a nice tackle. Just barely missed there by Doom. Good idea, but it does not come through as the bubble likely protected. We do go up here from Brute. Will this one land? Heading towards the back line. Shield not able to stuff it, but there is that bond out to hold on the point. And at this point, Shroud X is just trying to get to 100 or 99 and then commit ults. But as I'm saying that, Fidel, out goes the invisible boundary. Dogman, oh, with the big potential there, does get clipped by the ceiling, but that could have been terrifying.
Yeah, could have been terrifying if that connected on the back line. Tap, though, with the Dance of Butterflies. This is as terrifying, it looks like, because he's able to take down 1 onto 2. And we talked about how good this guy was on Psylocke before. He's been a little bit quiet in this map, but it's been hard for him to find these eliminations by himself. Needs his team to help set him up. And Techie finally controlled that objective and push away Shroud X, who have ultimates ready to go. In the next fight, they have nothing. Techie XD.
Yeah, I mean, Techie is now, at 10%, but Shroud X, it's one fight territory. They should have the teleport back for Techies. I think it was used a little bit over 3 minutes ago. I'm not 100% sure on that. We will find out, I guess, the hard way if Shroud X is able to retake this point. They do have ult advantage here. Impunity, how strong this combination is. You see here, Impunity and Vision. Just keep your eyes out for that, as we will see that Strangling Prison very shortly. Waiting for the cooldowns of the bubble to go away, waiting for that shield to go away, so there's nothing to stop it. And then it will get launched here. Impunity just waiting, buying, and there it is downtown. It just finds one. They crack an impact off. The crystals get burned out. Do they find enough? The reset does go through, because it was on a Loki clone, and that is the counteracting ability there of that crystal. It does give him another pick. His Vision now is reset again, buying time, waiting out some of these cooldowns. Going to look towards tap potentially. Out goes the bond, but it is now matched by the invisible boundaries. That a two-piece there, as both cooldowns were used. So I think that actually both strats actually overlaid there.
Yeah, overlaid is not ideal. Now Shroud X sitting back. Maybe Doom can clutch it up with this ultimate ready to go. Wolf's coming up on his own tap. Meanwhile, Dance of the Butterflies into the Stagger Storm. Able to stay alive as well as the rest of Shroud X surround around it, but you lose all that healing on the front line as everybody trying to stay alive due to that Dance of the Butterflies. Dongman falls. Here comes Doom. Maybe with a... Oh, no! Is that on a close?
Wow.
No, he did find Ad, but it's traded on the backside. Last stand from him, only to connect onto that Loki, and with that, I mean, Shroud X just has to play slow in main. A lot of poke damage coming through from them, but they're still looking to kind of fight this. They're sort of making it scrappy, as now they come back through with that portal. Hooks can't potentially come through. It slows down the thing. Has to jump back to his team, but they just play around this back corner of the point, right? Make sure they cannot go down to these walls. Also set up tap on that flank. Visions now ready to go with the Kraken impact. We're building up towards 99%. Avery finds Impunity, and the save from Wolfles comes through with the Fate of the Worlds. Nuck is there on the backside. Impunity going down is massive. Also a clobbering time, and they can shut it out right now. Avery connects with onto one with the Kraken impact. Vidal also goes down. I have Okamoto, but no, you can't CC that Wolf, that Bucky in the sky. Avery again with the reset on the Dongman. Overtime takes down. They don't have the portal as well because they just used it. Another Strangling Prison trying to save it, but Impunity going down early there is massive, and Techie will win map 1.
Wow, you know what? I would not have put money on it after having ult advantage there from Shroud X. They just did not find the value with that combination of the Strangling Prison and Kraken impact, and it really did bite them there. Techie just holding on despite being down in ults in multiple fights. It just was all about that final retake. Once they got the point, they just never let it go, and I don't even know if it was a testament to their holding, although it did look clean. They just could not find value on the side of Shroud X with those ults.
Yeah, really, that switch to the Bucky was huge. I think Avery popped off. I think this guy is definitely a top-tier Bucky. Same thing with Vision, but I mean, just what a performance by him. Also tapped to really distract the backline. There was so much value found in that. So one quick swap, right? That's all that it took. I mean, Avery on Wolverine, round number 1. Struggling, same thing with Tap versus that Namor, but that immediate switch to the Bucky has resulted in the side of Shroud X sort of not panicking, but figuring out a solution, because right now that Bucky was doing way too much, and Avery, I think, I mean, he's definitely been sort of an unsung hero of this team of Techie XD, but he definitely popped off there.
Yeah, definitely known for the flying composition, but that switch to Bucky was it. Right? As soon as that happened, Tides started turning back in their favor. Speaking of Tides, we did see a lot of this Namor, which was switched off there towards the end, but found a lot of value early on. Just not able to get the job done here on that map. So what a play here by Techie, who really showed up when they needed to, despite Shroud X looking dominant for the vast majority of those two maps.
Absolutely. I think this kind of comes back down to it. This was probably a more obvious version of how we see these teams practice. We see like a lot of teams just figure out, okay, this comp can't be played. Okay, this comp can, right? We saw with that Psylocke and alongside the Wolverine, that Namor comp really dismantled it. But once they swapped to that Bucky, it just feels like that Hulk can't stay alive. Impunity was struggling. And then we see round number 3, they decided the real answer was to swap Visions back over to a Bucky on his own. And I think in that mirror, we saw they were so close to figuring it out, as well as Doomed on that Wolverine, but that reverse sweep, that sort of steady climb back from Techie after they swap tap back over to that Psylocke, Avery onto that Bucky yet again, and they, despite, I think was it Guru that said it, or was it Boger that I think that said it today, you kind of want to just play those comfort picks. We've seen tap pop off on Psylocke, he's so good. Avery kind of the same thing. There's so many good Bucky players. I feel like, not that it's a crutch or anything, but there's so many good Bucky players in North America, and I think Avery looks at home on that character. Same thing with him on the Human Torch, but he looks even better, I think, on the Bucky.
He found a lot of value waiting for the walls to go up there for Groot and then getting pulls early on and kind of throwing off the mojo of what the idea of the play was for Shroud X. So just a great switch. We can't say it enough. Techie XD taking map 1. Shroud X in a position it looked like they could have had it, but then faltering in that moment, which, you know, it has been the storyline of them, but I know they have the capabilities to get through and pull back a W and sweep this back. But we'll find out if they can do that right after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Welcome back, everyone. Techie XD showing up map 1 and taking it from Shroud X. Will they proceed forward, or will Shroud X bounce back? Find out very shortly, as it now goes into Convoy or Convergence, and the choice is Shroud X.
Yeah, want to see where they take us, but I mean, that's the biggest thing, is that you winning a map off of a team that seemed to have dominated you so far. Like, I think that's definitely huge for the momentum shift in terms of, you know, the confidence of this team to win a map off of Shroud X, who has been very good against Techie XD, although it's been close and competitive every time. And this is what we're talking about with the ego death situation. I feel like Techie XD, you know, they're kind of proving, not that, you know, it's tough. Envy is a hard team to beat, don't get me wrong, but I think Techie XD, I think, even though they didn't get first blood versus a, you know, top tier team in terms of the signed teams, Techies they've sort of proven throughout the tournament they might be the better team overall in terms of an unsigned roster that deserves to be picked up. Across the whole roster, I think that they definitely have top tier talent. that needs to be looked at for a lot of esports organizations.
Yeah, and they're starting to branch into that conversation we had about a very strong composition of that divey, cap and Psylocke composition with maybe even Torch. As you know, Avery can get up in the sky. Obviously, some of that stuff is getting banned out, but they're not afraid to pull that out, which has found a ton of success in this tournament so far. So they have that in the bag, which has helped them with a ton of W's. But even in that moment, Avery pulling out the Bucky and getting so much value with those pulls. It's seemingly, honestly, a little bit of it has to go to Shroud X, who had ult advantage and just couldn't quite get a ton of value. But that is also good positioning there by Techie.
I think we're in for a banger. I think, Shib. I mean, first map had gone down to the wire for both sides. Shroud X capping out to 99, and then, like you said, Techie kind of coming back, sort of cloning themselves back into it. We'll see what the bans are this phase. I know that Shroud X potentially on a Convoy and Convergence, looking to play that potential triple Stratus compositions. We'll see how Techie reacts to that. I know that comp is good, very hard to play, but for Shroud X, we'll see what they opt to do, right? We do have that Ultron availability still here. Also, Loki bans coming through now on the side of Techie XD, not wanting to deal with Shroud X and that Loki. Punisher ban on the opposite side, not wanting to deal with tap on that character.
Yeah, and that's, that makes sense because when you lock in that Magneto, it does, although you think, you can use the Meteor M to counter, a lot of the time that bubble comes out, it makes it even more difficult and you waste the ultimate anyway. So there is value in Magneto in countering it. But at this level of play, they always have that shield ready with the ultimate to keep moving forward.
Wolverine going to be protected as well for Shroud X. They want to play that character again, as they did on map number 1. For Techie, I want to see what they do. Will they even protect the Wolverine? Do they want to play around it? I think you kind of at times need that Wolverine in case they do play Groot. And the Doctor Strange ban comes through because they don't want Dongmin on that hero. I think Dongmin talked about how he was, his words, not mine, missing Meteor M's on Magneto. So maybe putting him over to that Doctor Strange was helpful, and getting rid of it now for Techie XD. Maybe they want Dongmin to prove he can still hit those Meteor M's on that Magneto. Dongmin, a very good Magneto player, by the way. I think he's just being hard on himself. But now Luna Snow protect from his side. Psylocke ban to make sure Tap can't play that hero, and a lot of targets towards both Avery and Tap, it looks like, for Shroud X. Opposite side, they don't want to deal with that Loki, making sure that that Shredditus line is a little bit weaker for Shroud X.
We will see Doomed on that Wolverine again, and that showed a lot of value early on in the domination mode. But on Arako here, you can be very aggressive, and we talk about those portal plays, and you have escape if you overcommit a little bit. So we definitely will see some of that. But also that Punisher, you can set up here after point 1. Shroud X is going to be defending, obviously. Curious to see if they will run that triple, but you can find those off angles with the teleport as you're attacking as well and get behind the enemy holding you tight. But we will see what it looks like as we dive in here in terms of Arako in the past. Obviously, this one went to the side of Shroud X, but it is a new game, and Techie is really showcasing that they can pull through. And the numbers are slightly heading back towards Techie, but still Shroud X favored to win this.
Yeah, maybe Chan listening to the advice that domination can be a bit 50-50 sometimes, and if one fight doesn't go your way, you give up so much percentage. So, domination, maybe not seen as the most strategic map out of all of the maps in Marvel Rivals, but it definitely can be the most important map to win, right? Even though at times it could feel random, it's still 1/3 of the game modes, right? So you have to win on domination, even if at times it feels unfair. Now on the attack of Techie XD's side, we're going to see them play the Hela alongside the Bucky, and with the Hulk out of all characters alongside Brute. So cool to see Techie play that.
Yeah, I don't know if we've seen much of that. I think Blur definitely has it in the bag, and Blur's not afraid to pull out things like Cap as well as they press forward. But, definitely a different decision, and we don't see the tight hold here from Shroud X, which I'm a little bit surprised of. I think they've seen, the other teams have found a lot of success with in the past, but maybe it's just a little too risky, and since they don't have that strange teleport back, that's probably why they're doing it, right? It does make sense that you can't guarantee 3 fights if you don't have that teleport, but this is that angle I'm talking about. You see Doom taking that height in case anyone tries to portal off, and they can immediately drop them in that garbage bin that is that opening here on point 1. So smart idea, but it doesn't look like it came into fruition as Avery presses forward and is staying on top of that Bucky. Fidel gonna find one on Tap here and put Shroud X up on the D.
A huge pickoff onto Tap, and as we talk about the group being in play and no Wolverine right now, Doomed on the opposite side, another Wolverine play again, grabs him, brings him back to the team. Dongman there with the follow-up. So Techie sort of on the back foot. It's tough when you're against the Wolverine, but also when you're against that Groot and don't have your own Wolverine. So right now, Techie having to figure things out. They have Blur now over to the Captain America. Maybe he can create a little bit of space towards his backline and force early Shroud X ultimates because they have been built first for Shroud X.
Yeah, and it is at this point up in advantage for Shroud X, who are holding this corner tight. Dongmin does have that Meteor, Fidel, Vision, and Nuck as well. Impunity slightly behind. Impunity electing to play that Groot a lot more. Very, very good Groot. We just got to see some big big Strangling Prisons coming up here. Nuck going to find Blur, and that's another early take from the strategist lines on Shroud X prior to these fights as they're trying to play aggressive here. We talk about Blur able to play that Captain America as well, already making that switch as Doom trying to find an off map, and Seg gonna elect to go back to the back line and get healed up.
And now they go on through. Meteor M coming through on the backside. Also, Kraken impact from Avery connects. Brute creating a little bit of space for him, kind of giving that supportive back line as it's met by Shredder's ultimates, but the first pick has been found on the Impunity.
Yeah, and up goes the Meteor M, but that's a downtown throw. Not able to make that happen. Good idea. Just going to try to stall onto the point as Dongmin is able to get healed up using that Dagger Storm to stay healthy as the dance floor is matched on the opposition from Techie. Alt advantage now going to be back in the favor of Shroud X. Excuse me. Will Techie going to match that as Blur? Uses Captain America to try to keep the team healthy. Going to run forward, use that to take space. Gets knocked right back. And Vision going to collapse right back towards them. Try to negate that ultimate. Nice pick there by Vision onto Avery. Taking that space, only able to find one, but that will be enough for them to hold this priority.
Yep, they also commit that final stand on the backside. And really just overall great push there from Shroud X, right? I mean, unfortunately for Avery, didn't take the portal with the rest of his team. Everybody else sort of well aware of it. Wolfels also had to commit that Fate of the World, so it's tough that that ultimate is now removed. That was the one advantage you had going to this next fight. Now we're down to 60 seconds left on the clock. So much time has been chewed off the bank, and you know, usually we see this time chewed off the bank when there's like a triple Vanguard, triple Strategist comp, but right now Shroud X is playing honest Marvel Rivals straight up 2-2-2, and Techie can't respond.
Yeah, I mean, this is their map, right? It shows you their practice here. This looks really clean. Obviously, a pretty strong defensible position, especially right here in this corner. Sometimes you'll see the Invisible Woman get popped out just to try to get that push off map at this first point, but not going to be chosen here. Instead, they're just feeling confident with their composition. It's all about this next fight now. Avery and Brute. Here comes the Meteor M from Brute. Will it find Purchase right towards the back line? It does! Brute and Blur gonna find two, and that's a good start. Make that three. Are they gonna collapse on it? Yes, Doomed. Gonna potentially look for a tackle off map. Matched right back, but we do see the dance floor. Tough to take that out. Try to wait out the shield. Not able to do so. Thought the timing was correct, but no, not able to get it done. Avery gonna walk forward with the pull.
Impunity. Oh, we got his enemy. You got to start with prison canceled. What a hook there from Avery. Lucky. And now here comes, oh my goodness, tap on the back line on Wolverine. Shuts down them with his ultimate. Oh no. Gets beamed by this Punisher. But eventually the passive popped. And what a cancel there from Avery onto that Groot ultimate. That could have ended things. Impunity tried to eat it out there. But now we're entering the second phase of the map. And this is the worrisome part for Shroud X, is that not a lot of teams do well here, I think, in the second phase on defense. Although we do see Wolverine succeed on this point of the map, and Doomed does have that ultimate ready to go. So I'd be curious to see if like Shroud X can kind of find a little bit of stability here. It's like I said, very hard on this second part of the map. Not a lot of teams can kind of hold this attack back here, especially with 2 minutes in the time bank on Techie.
Yeah, I may be mistaken, but I think one of the only teams that did it was Shroud X. I think they went to an Ultron composition, but you're right. It's a very difficult position to hold, as once you get one, as you get down that alleyway, you can have your own off angles. You can sweep right and left on height, so it does, make the backline, the strategist, a little more nervous and forced to look over their shoulder and try to get a pull there. Avery just keep using all those abilities and build that charge. Tackled right back. Doom gonna fall. Great work there by Avery to help out a teammate as they do progress forward. Up in numbers, and that is a Strangling Prison from downtown. Dongmin gonna take out two. Down goes Brute and Avery. We said a very strong Magneto, and showcasing it right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough last stand to use there. Doomed committing on that flank. I mean, they're going to win this team fight, but all it cost Techie was that Fate of the Worlds, right? Committing 3 ultimates for 1. Now onto the attack, tap close to his own last stand. So we'll see how Shroud X do. I think that ultimate is just so impactful that it's tough. You don't really want to waste it. Unfortunately for them, Shroud X losing that ultimate for this next fight. Both duelist ultimates. So I think the Vanguard, Dongman, going to have to go big in this fight, but it's hard versus Captain America. Freedom Charge sort of negates the value of Meteor M with the overhealth.
And here comes the beginning. Avery lands that crack and doesn't find a ton of purchase. And there's a throw from downtown Dongman. Not able to find anything there. Alt advantage going to be up here just slightly for the side of Techie. But we'll have a counter all here from Ad. Brute with that Meteor M goes up. Will it land? Looking for one, and bang, it goes down, but no purchase again. Out goes the Bond. They're going to walk forward with it. And here comes the last stand with 3. And that's huge as Tap finds 3. And they're going to follow up with Brute and Blur. Waffles onto Impunity, and that could be enough to make things interesting, trying to get through point 2.
Yeah, if they have 4 on the payload, I'm not sure if they touch, but we'll see. That's the tough part. That's what I said about wasting last stand, is you can use it after all these Stratus ultimates are over and just connect flush onto every single one, eliminate them immediately, and now we're moving to the third phase of the map. We've seen teams struggle in the second phase of Morocco, and you're seeing exactly why. This third phase, though, I think is definitely more defensible, but if a snowball comes through, that'd be massive. With Blur going down, though, that's definitely going to slow down Techie's attack with 1 minute and 30 seconds left.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there was good patience there by Tap, who with just an insane last stand, that ultimate gets so much value, especially if your team's coordinated like this. You essentially choose all your cooldowns. If you know where he's going to land, why not throw some of those abilities directly in that path? Just get that raw damage on everyone, as you see Avery using some of those E's there to just plow through the backline as they do retake the space. This is a defensible position early on, but the tide shift heavily as you press through it, and then again back as a defensible position as you push right to the point as the spawn is so close. Doomed gonna find a last stand soon, trying to find the back line, but no, gonna take the high side. Vision walking through here onto Brute. That's one, keeping the pressure forward. Out goes the boundary, but still Impunity cleaning up Avery. They need to keep this pressure on and not let them go too far, as this is already a very strong push here from Techie XD.
Incredibly strong. 40 seconds left to go now for Techie. I mean, they can sort of work themselves back into this fight. Doomed again with that last stand. He could go huge on his team's side. There's no crystals as well for Shroud though, so it's hard to live even through a lot of these big ultimates from that Kraken impact and Tap. But this is going to be a big fight. I'm going to have to look out for both Wolverines and that Kraken impact on Avery's side.
And the space is taken. Ult advantage roughly even. Nuck holding on to that bond. We've got Dongman's Meteor ready, and it can be matched right back on Brute. Tackle goes out. No value just yet. Burning some of these walls. Wolverine actually able to charge those claws on Brute walls. For those who don't know, Doomed gonna find Brute early, and that's good for Shroud X on the defense. Can they keep the pressure? Avery uses that Kraken impact. Can they get the reset? Not able to do so, but they switch over to Doomed here. Doom does have that last stand, and here it is, right into the back line too. And oh my goodness, great freeze, but still, yes, actually Blur finds a two-piece. Vision gonna find Ad Tap on a Dongman, and it's traded, but that could be back in Techie's favor as they push towards the end here for point 3.
Absolutely, and I mean, in that case, both of these Wolverines win for their last stand. Taps was just a little bit bigger, also had the follow-up from Blur. No diving vanguards for Shroud X, so the follow-up from Doom not there. His was a little bit too far forward, and nobody else could really be there, though Visions has that final judgment right. This is a big point for it as well. Not a lot of cover. Brute could shut it down with a massive Meteor M.
I do think Woofles with the freeze there actually was game changing. It was a mini freeze, it wasn't for long, but it did stop the last stand for getting a ton of value. Vision gets 2, make that soon to be 3, as nobody's on the point. Oh my goodness, how many times?
Well, what happened there was that the Strangling Prison came out and Brute couldn't match with the Meteor M that final judgment. So well played by Shroud X. Impunity coming through in the clutch at that last point, right, Shiv? That's huge, I think, for Shroud X to finally close it out there. But they got so far. Techie X needed. I mean, they had like 30 seconds left on the first point, and they got all the way towards the very end of the map.
Forcing a team to full push here is very difficult. You know, we mentioned that very last point, the spawn door being right behind you. It gives you a very defensible position, so they were close, really close. So that is going to put Shroud X in a scary spot in the forward here, or as we move forward here. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Techie XD in a tough spot. No, Shroud X is attacking. That's what I thought.
Yeah, Shroud X had 2 attacking side, and on the defense, I mean, that's what we saw when we went to that third phase of the map towards the very end. Not exactly a lot of cover there. The only way that I think Techie wins that, and you said it earlier, that was a big freeze as well to slow down Doomed with that last stand. That was definitely nice and clean from Woofles. Definitely a very good Luna Snow player as well. And on the opposite side, I think the Wolverine play has been clean from the side of Avery, or for Tap rather. Now that we move over to the attack of Techie, they're going to have to kind of wave that aside. They played pretty well considering how things went first point. There was so many lost team fights. It's hard, I think, on this first point for a lot of attacking teams until you sort of reach that second bend. So we'll see how Shroud X does on their attack as Techie moves on to defense.
Yeah, Techie's going to be doing that triple strategy, holding up, triple Vanguard strategy, holding up tight here. Shroud X has known to press through that pretty quickly as Fidel immediately, as I say that, Blur goes down. So Shroud X looking clean off the start. Doomed, going to try to find another, but Brute going to find Nuck, and the res comes up from Tap, obviously playing that, you see Rocket right now, just to try to keep the team up here in the front side, buy as much time here as possible. I was surprised Shroud X didn't do this. They don't have the access to the stream to teleport back, so that makes sense, but, you know, they just play played so clean on the defense on this first point that it didn't really matter. But you can see here, Techie, the value in doing this. They're gaining those ults quickly. Brute almost ready. Add at 71. The most so far on the strat line. Ready to use that just to buy more time. Just wasting time is the goal here. They want to see how long they can last as Avery finds vision and Add finds impunity.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we got to build those ultimates up. Maybe I think Vision's a little bit too far forward. Maybe could be building up towards that that final judgment, and like we've seen a lot of good Punisher players do. But now Doom's over to that Squirrel Girl. You usually see this kind of come through in these triple Vanguard compositions. We'll see if it pans out for them though.
Yeah, this is essentially, it's like you want to use this just to, you want to do so much damage. A bunch of damage out here right now. Burn every shield you can. Avery, great eye, and they find 2 off of it. Again, Techie on the start here, holding firm, keeping them in the spawn door, still holding on to 3 ultimates. Almost 4 here for Woofles. This is a scary place to be in for Shroud X, who's trying to rotate this composition to make sure they can get out, but they're now going to have every ult in the book. This is their fight to win. They have to do it now.
I mean, they're getting cheesed onto the backside. Early clobbering time comes out, though, is met by the invisible boundary, so it's reacted well by Shroud X, but they need to find a big ultimate from impunity.
Yeah, and they didn't get much there. Out goes the squirrels, and here comes Visions. This is huge. The final judgment here could be very valuable, and it is. Down goes Blur with a combination from Doom, keeping the pressure forward, but that res comes back. Numbers are even. Don't forget that. That's where it gets tricky. Oh, and what a move there on the side of Woofles to juke that meteor and keep the team up in this fight. Techie putting on a masterclass of this triple Vanguard, and there we go with the Eternal Bond. Doom finds another. That will not be res. This is on cooldown, and there we go from Shroud X. 4 down as they finally get out of the spawn door. 1 minute 40 on, though. These fights are now going to be a little more tense.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the hardest maps, I think, to break through this triple Vanguard. We usually see it on maps like Midtown as well, but because you have that inside, because you have your supports and your strategist so healthy and there's no way to really jump on them, they're just in such a defensible position. Now an early portal recontest coming through from Techie.
Yeah, and this is that triple fight I'm talking about. As long as you have Strange, you can guarantee 3, and that is so impactful, especially after you hold it already down to 1 minute left. So they need to clutch up here. Shroud X needs to find value with every ult. Any mistake will cost them. Avery with the eye. Blur ready as well with the clobbering time, and this Brute's very close as well. Oh, there's that clobbering time. Does it find purchase? It does, but can they follow up? I don't believe so. Impunity with a mean strangling, and they're not able. They are, as Vision already has this final judgment again, taking down 1, but what do you know? The res. Oh, great teleport. Insanely smart. Getting a second. They needed that here. Vision again. There's that eye. It does find. Oh, it doesn't find any. And will they be able to take out Dongman? They do. Woofles finds a pick there, but Shroud X still taking this pressure. 30 seconds on final fight territory.
Dongman maybe a little bit too far forward there. Techie rezzed as well. Brute, so Brute's back in the fight like we saw. And then that thing now swapping over to that Captain America alongside Avery on the Doctor Strange. So currently Techie's still holding on like you mentioned. 16 seconds left. This hold is looking even better than Shroud X's.
I mean, look at this composition. You see Tap on Rocket here. Woofles on to Doom. That is massive again. Just a demon out there in the back line. More massive than the low taper. Faye, we do see it all very close here for Avery. Is going to hold on. Can he make a play to clutch up for Techie as the pressure is getting shoved in here? Nuck is going to use that bond, but it does not result in too much. We've got to hold on here. We are in OT, and now it's all about these ults. Can they get back there? Vision close. Fidel close. Dongman out. Does this meteor land? It needs to, and it's reflected by Cap back into the moon. Avery holding on, and here comes the eye, and it does land on Fidel. Fidel falls. Nuck on Avery, traded right back. Vision with that ultimate falls, and Techie may shut this down right now.
It might, and then this goddess, unfortunately, the Hurricane going to get just cleaned up by the Captain America. All the healing, all the extra health coming through. Nuck falls. I mean, this is incredibly brutal right now for the side of Shroud X. I mean, they have to funnel towards this objective. Overtime ticks down, and they got first point held by Techie XD. They are up 2 on Shroud X, about to close it out and send Shroud X out of the Ignite series.
Wow. Techie looking really good. I mean, look at that. Tap was on Rocket the entire game. The entire defensible game, excuse me. But that's crazy. Like, they were running that triple the whole time, never swapped, stayed consistent. They pulled. It was just a masterclass of that front defense, you know? And I think it's genius. I think it's genius by Techie to ban out the Strange so they can't do that. It does make it far less valuable when you cannot guarantee the second touch. And that was just showcased right there because Shroud X definitely making the right plays, and they were coming through. You can see the stat lines look great across the board. Community maybe not getting as many finals, but still, they played strong together. It's just that too much time was burned in the beginning there.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the first team to kind of do that Doctor Strange banning was a team like Team Envy. I think Team Envy was doing it as well pretty consistently, making sure they can't play that Doctor Strange. And it is true. I think you bring up good points alongside the fact that like they have a really good Doctor Strange player. So, you know, it's sort of a two birds for one stone type of situation, right? And I think right now, Techie, I mean, what a turnaround from them so far, right? Shroud X looks to be like a team that's sort of kind of coming back right after, you know, sort of not necessarily struggling in other tournaments fully, but just like kind of coming together as a unit. And right now, Techie taking the limelight straight up, right? I mean, they're able to just do so much, I think, through that triple strategist, triple Vanguard comp like we saw. And then also, I think like Tap had a masterclass on Wolverine as well. And we've talked about this man a lot. We've talked about as well the backline. You talked about Wolfels finding a very crucial pick at the very end on Division. So a lot of things went right for Techie XD, and I think it's through their teamwork and their overall cohesion. So we talk about teams like Ego Death a lot, about like these unsigned teams, but Techie deserves all of the credit for sure.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think this was really a product of Shroud X not playing well together. I think it's just a product of Techie playing insane together. They just looked so good, and it's like every alt that was used found some sort of value, whether it was forcing out a strat line alt or if it was getting a pick, and it just kept happening.
And we'll see now. I mean, Ad MVP, by the way, just played phenomenally on that Loki, just on every hero basically in general whenever he's on Cloak. So really just did a good job keeping his team healthy, and, you know, the follow through is there at all times. So easy MVP farm for Ad, as he's been definitely a standout player from Techie, one of the best strategists in the game. Right now, Shib, it's unfortunate for Shroud X because they are now down 2, right? They're about to potentially get reverse swept on. Let me check something real quick, Shib. You talk for a second real quick. I'm going to check something.
Sure. So what I got to say, just in the meantime, which I was going to mention, we talk about Ad. You mentioned the strategist line, maybe not getting as much love. Ad has like been an MVP like 5 out of 6 of these 6 games, with the duelists being as strong as they have been. So really well played in the backline, good patience and focus, good utilization of ultimates. That final fight just so consistent, good trades back and forth, and it was just clean. It seems like they studied up on that map and they figured it out.
Also, I have bad news for any Shroud X fan. Unfortunately, Shroud X is watching, or Shroud is watching the series, and based on what we've seen, when Shroud is not watching Shroud X, they win. So I think it'd be best not to, you know, listen, I love Shroud. Just saying, I'm not a superstitious guy, but if you're a Shroud X fan, it might be best if Shroud turns off the stream. Make sure you guys let him know to go somewhere else, go outside, stop watching, maybe just leave your computer, let the game play itself. You can have your chat watch, but obviously for Shroud X, I think he might be bad luck for his team. Not to be too superstitious or anything, as much as I love Shroud. We'll see what happens with this team. Can they reverse sweep? We've seen it done before, Shib. We saw Envy do it day number 2. I mean, this team can definitely do it. Shroud X can kind of come together right now against Techie XD. Shroud X have to do it right now, though. They have to come through in the next couple maps, but it's going to be Domination up next, so we'll see how they do, what map they pick, man. Shroud X, can they do it? We'll come back from a break in just a second for map number 3.
Struck down by living chi.
Game set, but is it match? Techie XD up 2, and you may not be superstitious, but you're a little stitious, calling out Shroud there a little bit, and we'll see if he closes it down. But their team's got what it takes. Can they pull through and reverse sweep?
Yeah, that's the tough part for Shroud-X, is that they've been a team that has kind of been working together very well recently, and that's the difficult aspect of this game, is that it feels like you can just any given day lose to anybody. And Techie XD is a team that is not putting the game down. They're grinding this game so much. They, as a unit, play together. Have so many scrims, so many times in VOD review where they discuss the game, and I mean, you can see. I mean, the amount of passion they have for the game is visible. And if they were to win into Shroud-X, that puts them one game away from LAN as an unsigned team, and that sends Shroud-X home, unfortunately. But for Techie XD, they're right there, right at the very end of getting into this next round of the loser bracket.
Yeah, I mean, this is the moment. We talk about how Shroud-X has been in these positions before where they've been ahead and weren't able to follow up, but now it's a matter of fact, can they bounce back? Like, that is something that we need to see now. It is going to be another map in their favor. They are going to make the choice. I do think, strangely enough, insane coaching decision from a team that maybe doesn't have a coach with that Strange ban. I think that is so impactful on that map. It wasn't matching the opposition because, typically not necessarily worth the ban all the time, especially against Techie, but when Techie does the triple Vanguard hold, it's a whole new story.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Techie XD, I think they have everything in their back pocket. And, remember, Shiv, if we go back to, since we are going to domination, right, for this next, wait, everyone, we're at 2. It's just kidding, not domination. I called it too early. We're going to a convergence, right? So that will be map number 3. Convoy was the last one when we went to Araco. So we're not almost there, and Shroud-X did beat Techie on that map. Now, I'm having shades of the other day when Techie lost to Sentinels on a map like on Spider Islands, right? When we remember Spider Islands, they were so close to beating Sentinels. They were right there in map number 2, but unfortunately faltered when it mattered most. In that overtime, they just kind of collapsed. So I wonder, Shib, do you think this team has finally had that experience, those really, really painful losses to kind of come together? Do you think one day is enough to kind of recover from a situation like that and sort of shore up your defenses?
I think it definitely can. It's all about the day, right? We talk about, teams can study up, but it's still a matter of who shows up on this day. All these teams are so close in margin. It's so difficult, as you see by our brackets. I mean, we've been watching every single game, and all of us are trash at making brackets because of how close these teams are. It is insane, but we are going to Hala Tajalia, and this is honestly not a choice I would have expected, but I'm curious to see what they're going to play and who they're going to ban.
Yeah, I bet you. I wonder if there's that one nerd in chat that's like, actually, my March Madness bracket was perfect. Like, that's actually what we're probably saying, because there's no way anybody had day 1 going as it did, and nobody. I don't think many teams had Techie XD going as far as they did. Did you, Shib? I mean, I don't think anybody had. I mean, we had this team on the radar. We talked about tap and stuff, and the ban phase. They always do it so well, like you mentioned. I don't know. I mean, this team really is just starting to put things together at the right time.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think they're criminally underrated, honestly, Techie, and they have had bad losses, which I think kind of puts a bad taste in people's mouth where they're unable to get a win. But then they do things like this and bounce back on a team that has beaten them 4 straight times, and now they're up 2-0 in a series that you only need 3 to win. So it is crazy.
It is crazy. And what's crazy, Shib, as well, is that Dr. Strange got protected. Sorry to
yeah.
Shop with a laugh there, but my goodness. I mean, they protected Doctor Strange. That's interesting. The Luna ban now comes to the opposite side.
Yeah, I think that's for Dongmin. Dongmin has been insane with those Agamottos, obviously. So, he mentioned yesterday, really comfortable there on the dock and really wants a chance to showcase what he can do and bounce back here on Hall to Jalia. I'm curious. We do see the ban out of Luna and Loki going after the strat line. Loki banned on both sides. Emma consistently always gone. But this is going to be a little bit of a different composition here. We are going to see some changes up. Definitely not a map that you can try to hold at a spawn door, especially because it is convergence.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. I think that this map is, that's actually a good point you bring up. I mean, I don't think we've ever seen a first hold come through on these type of maps, right? On convergence, so like the triple Vanguard, triple strategist spawn holds.
Yeah, because it's simply because you could have someone sneak around, right? Like, you could have a Psylocke sneak out and grab point and force eyes backwards. So yeah, it's impossible. It just doesn't make sense. But it is, it is a decent thing to bring up because obviously that hasn't been the case, but it is kind of curious. But yeah, I mean, right now, Shroud-X, they've got to figure it out. They do lock in that Strange or comfort pick.
Wait, that's actually a good point. Maybe it's not that it's impossible. Maybe it's more that the teams haven't tried it yet. Maybe like
okay.
It's like what, because if you do a Doctor Strange, I mean, like you have the portal back to point 2, right? So I mean, it's tough, I guess, for like your strategist to set up and stuff. And we've seen spawn door holds as well in other games as well. But I suppose in Marvel Rivals, spawn door holds are a lot harder when you don't have the cover, like you mentioned. So I don't know. Maybe if you figure out these maps where you can set up a backline, you could definitely do something like that. I mean, we've already seen a lot of cheese, especially with the Spider-Man over to like Trust Me used to do like Spider-Man and then come back on Venom and Doctor Strange after trying to pull somebody off the map as the Vanguard. So it's definitely something teams might think about in the future.
And here we go again off the rip here. Very defensible position. We do see Ultron elected to be chosen on both sides. Vision, a very strong Ultron, has found success in the past. Found some W's actually against Techie on Racco. So a good choice here. Definitely changing things up as we see Impunity on Cap. Fidel on Invis. You've got Nuck on the Cloak and Dagger and the Psylocke out for Doomed. Almost matched exactly, except for Brute's going to be on Magneto, and there will be a Luna from Woofles. Oh, wait, excuse me. The damage boost here going to be out from Mantis, which is a little less of a healing composition and more of an aggressive comp as Brute finds one early for Tech XD.
Yeah, maybe that. I wonder if Brute was damage boosted for that, because now they're just walking on Shroud X, and this is sort of a not newer comp, but it's making waves. This sort of Mantis support strategist composition, just damage boosting everybody, having them come through. Do they even have a touch on the objective now? Impunity gets frozen. Portal has to come through now, but it's not there in time.
And that is a tough look. You need to get some momentum back here for Shroud X. Avery with a 2-piece just to kind of stagger the team out. Make that 3. Avery, a demon here on the Ultron, keeping the pressure on in the sky. Alts now, even so, are in the advantage of Techie, who will have a ton in this next fight. Impunity only able to get to 43 as we now see the changeover to Hulk.
I know we don't see it all that much. We do see, at least in the Asia region, I believe they do a lot of this Mantis damage boost onto the Ultron, get that 165 damage body shot, and just 2-tap backlines. So right now for Techie, they're playing heavily around Avery, like you mentioned, and oh my gosh, Blur falls so low, but he's able to get away as well, build up those Shredder's ultimates, which they are sitting on a lot of them on Techie XD's side.
Yeah, and we're going to see a ton of Qs popped here. Out goes that boundary just to kind of counteract here, Avery. But, you know, you get that ult back so quick here on Ultron, especially if you're able to land those shots, which you know people at this level do not miss. Aiming right towards the backline. Cap going to try to distract there. Very low, and down goes Doom. Good play there by Blur. Good focus and dive. Great positioning early on. Again, an advantage. Out goes that eye by Dongmin, but still counteracted here as we do see a ult from Nuck to keep the pressure forward. Vision is going to be playing. Oh, so they completely switch over to this composition that they're comfortable on, and here comes that Gamma turret again with Namor being chosen.
We'll see if it pans out. I know they played triple res on this map. In this fight, though, oh my god, very aggressive ult from Doom, met by Blur with the Freedom Charge. Vision's going to go down on the opposite side.
Here we go, Brute with the 2-piece. Just keeping the pressure forward. Techie looking so good. Impunity gonna drop bad Dongmin on Avery, and that's the trade you need as 2 strategists go down, trying to help you out in these long sustained fights. This will be the fight you need to take, but Tap takes out Impunity before they can even get eyes on. Knuckles looking backwards to try to keep the strats up and alive and reset, but it was just a little to no avail. But Nuck gonna try to press forward and hold on to that point. We do have Dongmin full HP, full shield ready to buy some time, and here comes the Tap Psylocke ultimate. Out goes that dance, and it gets 2, and that could be enough to make things dangerous on point 2 already with almost 3 minutes and 30 seconds. 3:17 on. Down go 2 more. Vision falls. Nuck falls. Techie just riding a wave here through Shroud X.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Tap we know and love. Techie XD play heavily around this man. Give him the damage boost. Give him whatever he needs, because right now, everybody is struggling with dealing with Tap. I mean, we saw Doom try to go for that 1v1. It's harder for him for sure because he doesn't have that snowflake, that hard pocket, as well as having the potential drone whenever it's needed from the sky, from the Ultron. So Tap just has all the resources, and it's well deserved at the moment.
And here, we're going to see an Ultron's Ridge very shortly. You initiate with it all the time. You force out the back line, and if not, you get a pick. It's just that simple, especially when you have aim like this. And here comes the aggression right now. They're going to use that movement speed boost just to help you mid-ult so you can juke vertically. As you see, just a ton of movement there. Very difficult to land shots. Nuck going to use that bond to press the team forward. Out goes the blind, keeping that damage boost up. We saw Hulk try to make a play there. Does escape. The Exile just barely missed vision. And here goes that eye. Dongmin in the back line. Does it find enough to get a pick? It does not. Dongmin very low too. Down goes the Strange. And again, Techie XD up in numbers. Waffles using that dance floor. Blur and Brute and Tap ready to launch ults to counteract the Whale and the dance. Fidel can use that invisible boundary. Great counter. But will that meteor land? And it does not. Good block there as they keep the pressure forward. But once again, Techie in great positioning here. Shoving in with 3 minutes and 15 on. Out goes the Whale. Does it get anything? No, it does not. And these trades are key. They just keep going back in Techie XD's favor as Blur pops Cap.
Yeah, that's a nice pick on a Cap. The difficulty is right now as the wipe comes through on the Techie for Shroud X that because they protected the Doctor Strange, that meant they could not protect Luna Snow. And we all know Luna Snow, you know, that combination with Luna Snow and the Namor Whale can pretty much one-shot anybody with the damage boost timing and in the Fate of the World's ultimate from Luna Snow. So because of the protection of the Doctor Strange, it resulted in them losing that Luna Snow and their backline maybe not as formidable, at least with dealing with the Psylocke, also enabling their own alongside that Namor. So that pick alone might really cost them this series, or at least this first round on defense, because of their composition sort of lacking a lot of that lethality.
That's a great point. I do love, you know, you bring it all the way back to the banning phase, and again, another slight win there for Techie, who's just finding these small advantages, forcing them to save that Strange. Really is going to be that advantage we talk about with Self, with the Panther. If they have to ban that Panther, which is, you know, maybe considered more of an off-meta or at least a more unique pick, it is an advantage. Vision going to find Avery here, though, and put it back in the favor of Shroud X, who are now finding their footing. 2 minutes on as they progress forward. Dongmin is holding on with Fidel and Impunity. Got to use these ults quickly before we see, and as I'm saying that, we are going to have Brute and Tap now ready to counteract and try to find something with the Meteor M and the dance, but we will see who gets value first. Ult advantage slightly up here for Shroud X.
A minute 46 seconds left. You have to admit at least that Namor on this phase of the map can get a lot of work done in his position, but here comes Tap again. Everybody playing in the the Storm Daggers and staying alive, honestly, with that shift. But with those cooldowns out now, Techie knows that it's the go time. They can maybe connect onto somebody as they've gotten Shrouded his cooldowns out.
And Brute gonna take that space back. Impunity gonna try to ult up. Great timing there. Great stuff there by Brute to read that, knowing that was coming. The Exile misses as well. Impunity just using that ult to keep himself healthy, and that's all that can be done in that moment. Buying time and stalling, but that is a win for Techie again with no picks on, with an ult as Hulk, which, you know, may not be considered strong, but we've been seeing more and more at this level of play. Hulk is very valuable, especially as you learn the animation canceled. And there goes that eye. Can they follow up? The Whale goes out by Vision and finds 2, and that is a massive throw onto Avery and Ad.
Huge indeed. I mean, that Whale in the middle just does so much damage, and now everybody else is getting cleaned up. 50 seconds left to go. Shroud X finally stringing together some fights, but Techie XD, you know, we're entering the end of this point. 40 seconds left to go. Can Shroud X sort of stay strong, stay on course, because they're going to be up against every ultimate, 3 ultimates rather, coming up on 4 with that Meteor M. It's going to be a hard upcoming fight for them as they've only connected on Nuck and his internal bond in terms of ultimate charge.
Yeah, this is a terrifying fight for the side of Shroud X. Techie looking very confident, but look at these ults. Tap, Avery, and Ad ready. Brute very close as well. After here comes the counter for the Meteor. They got to get back quickly. You got to protect with out there. Good job with Strange to put that shield in front. That was a dangerous position to be in. That's going to buy some time, but again, Techie still heavily up in ult, and as soon as this goes down, Avery is going to pop that Ultron. Combined here with the dance of the butterfly, they find Vision. Nuck goes down. This could be it for Shroud X on the defense. Brute going to find Dongmin, and they are heavily down, and that is enough. They are going to have to stagger on a point. If that, great redrop, but you got to get back to the point. It may not be enough time to touch, and it's not.
Oh. He had to go back to spawn to heal, but, you know, unfortunately, Shroud X gets stopped at the very end, and it was a really hard fight, like you said, Shiv. I mean, he had 4 ultimate advantage. Nuck went early with his own ultimate, and once that was gone, especially all the cooldowns were used, everybody trying to play in the Dagger Storm, right? Everybody trying to play together, get healed up by Nuck and also by Fidel, but because everybody's grouped up, trying to spread also out the damage of the Dance of the Butterflies so nobody goes down, it's just resulting in also Avery with that Ultron's Rage over the top side following up, so just that extra bit of damage as well as the Mantis boost just resulted in so much throughput onto Shroud X, who were just trying to desperately stay alive. And I don't know how you really play that fight besides play aggressive there. I mean, maybe you could react a little bit better, but you don't want to give up too much space. There's so many things that you could change, and I'm sure Shroud X want to discuss that later on, but maybe it's an entire composition change, as we've seen them play this triple threat of this before.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough. You can't really throw blame on anyone, excuse me, on the side of Shroud X, because you see the stat lines and they look very consistent. I mean, it's just a tough spot to be in. Techie is just on their game and they're running this composition. They feel comfortable. You're going to damage boost Avery, you're going to damage boost Tap, and you're going to run through them with these ults, which come back really quickly, and they just keep turning it around. Vision going to be making a change here to Adam, which might help a little bit with some of these very strong ults plays. You can use that bond to essentially counteract almost like a strategist ultimate in its own right. So we'll see if that finds value. I'm curious to see if that'll stick around. No, that is going to be changed out. So Shroud X, completely different composition here, as we now see Storm, Hella, and Punity is something's going to be changed here. They're probably trying to get the portal damage play with the mines. They are.
Yeah, pull him in with the Onk, and everybody's just gone. Oh wait, Doomed is the one to fall. Huh?
Wow, I don't even know how that happened. Yeah, I'm not even sure how that happened.
I mean, Brute's just him, I guess. This is what we talk about. Brute, one of the best Magneto players, but damn. I mean, you talk about mental lapse there. Now they're gonna have to come back through. Doomed over to that Star-Lord though, so they're back onto that triple res composition we've seen them play before, Shiv.
And here we go, Avery keeping that damage out, trying to build towards that ultimate. Techie XD down a bit in terms of charge, just actually roughly even. And here we go, we do see a complete change of composition. I actually like this a lot. We do see the Guardians comp coming out here from Shroud X, definitely able to run that. Haven't seen it yet in this series, so this could be what they need to be more aggressive, to teleport play, to set up behind, to spin to win, obviously with no bubble. Still playing aggressively, very difficult to find value in taking out a Star-Lord while he's dancing like that in the sky. So much movement, because you don't need to aim. It's all about movement at that point. Vision gonna find Ad though, and that is huge. Shroud X looking like a different team right now with the aggression. Down goes Avery too. Make that 3 for Doomed, who is popping off on this Star-Lord, and they will get very close on point as they're slowly staggering down. A couple on the point here. Now, and used ultimate there for Brute, who does not connect. Dongman gonna find Brute, and it's just Tap, who is very low. Down goes Tap, and that is point 1 for Shroud X with 5 minutes on.
Yeah, they used the portal, but see, this is why I thought they were going to do this on defense. Like, honestly, I thought they were going to play the triple strategist composition. I guess maybe the match versus 100 Thieves sort of scarred them. I'm not sure, because I do feel like they are really good at playing this composition, as well as, honestly, in the matchup against the Ultron and the Luna Snow alongside Mantis. I don't feel like it has a massive advantage, but it does seemingly play well into that comp. So from what we've seen out of Shroud X, I'm just surprised they didn't play it on the defensive side earlier.
Yeah, I'm curious too. You got to be a fly on the wall in the room. I'm curious what the conversation was. Maybe they found that it wasn't as successful, or they didn't need to use it, or they didn't think they needed to use it into Techie, right? Like it all kind of depends. I wish I could, be there to hear their thought process, but you are seeing value out of it so far. Shroud X heavily up in alt advantage. Elite after this is Impunity going to start rushing in with Cap here. Impunity obviously strong on these semi-dive Brawl heroes that get in there quickly. Cap a little more, or Divey, excuse me, than Brawl, but we do see some strong play. Space taken, and now it's finally going back. Dongmin finds a ton. Down goes Tap. Tried to make it 2, but great bubble there from the side of Brute to keep the team healthy. Great sleep as well from Ad to buy some time. I really thought that was going to be bigger than it was, but it was a good idea and well executed. Just great defense.
Yeah, I mean, pretty well played by them. No ultimates except Tap with his own, Dance of the Butterflies, but that Soul Bond alongside Fidel. I mean, they have the tools to react. Fidel commits the Eternal Bond.
Okay, and here we go again. Out goes Fidel with that bond, and the downtown throw onto Nuck there from Brute. That was a good throw. They're weaving that thing under. Nuck is going to res back, though, so the number's a little more even. Vision. Down goes Nuck again from Tap. Tap really quickly turning that around, found that position, and just waited it out. Vision going to res back, just down 1 number right now, although it may seem like more. The reses are very strong, and here comes the team res as Nuck is back in this fight again. The bond goes out. Doomed on the back line. The dance floor is counteracting. Brute, oh my goodness, down goes Nuck and Vision. Not missing with these right clicks. Tap again on Fidel. A ton being utilized and no value as Techie XD comes out on top.
And to send it back to the ban phase as well, as we, potentially see the end of Shroud X if they can't find, any sort of ground. Again, another reason why in the ban phase they banned out those duelist only, why Techie is now in a great position, because they have that Magneto that you keep putting out, shit, because you notice how much value Brute's getting. Also, you talk about how much that Magneto counters Star-Lord on top of the fact that the Magneto sets up Star-Lord. So there's the fact that they had the Doctor Strange and not the Magneto definitely counters this comp a little bit. So it feels like Techie Techie definitely thought of both things. They thought about the fact that you can't damage boost that Namor. Also, on their attack, they can't, you know, shield their Star-Lord in with the blasters. So many things have resulted in Techie XD having a large advantage here in terms of their compositions.
Yeah, I like how Techie and, I mean, Shroud making a huge composition change here again, elected to no longer use the Guardians. They are going to keep Mantis on both sides for that damage boost, and that's going to be for that Ultron. Ultron dealing a ton of damage, but with that boost, it is significant. It's terrifying as it does clean up KOs like it's job, which it is. Avery using that Rage of Ultron, not able to find much. Add and going to counteract with his strategist ultimate. This is good for Shroud X, who still have 1 minute 40 on. Forcing out ults and not utilizing or overcommitting too much is what you need to do. As I say that, though, Nuck going to walk them right in. Doom, though, fighting Avery. That damage boost, finding some value. Got to get the shield up. They do. And it does block Brute, Meteor, Impunity onto Woofles. And here we go again. Shroud X with a full composition change is now finding a ton of value. Tap. Going to try to buy some time and come in again with that dance or potentially saving it. Oh my goodness. What an exile there from Impunity to shut down Avery's teleport in. And Dongmin going to wall up the point so they can press this through for point 2.
And they have to slowly walk past it themselves. And like you said, Impunity, huge exile from him in the spawn. That was massive. Also, honestly, the change to Ultron has helped them a lot. I mean, Tap has been a problem, like we've seen so far, and the fact that you're playing Triple Strategist alongside Ultron just makes it so these dives are not as strong necessarily from Tap, although Shroud X, with their composition, they're going to need to get a few ultimate plays that are huge, because 2 minutes and 13 seconds on third phase is not exactly a lot, especially on this map on Hall de Jolia.
Yeah, we are going to see another large whale here. Vision known for landing these things like a champion. Obviously, no damage boost besides if Fidel can get that cloak out quickly onto the back line. Here comes the Dance of the Butterfly. They are in that Dagger Storm. Very good at counteracting that ultimate, as it does give you 55 HP per second, and the whole team stacks in there. That just gives Cloak a ton of charge. So great decision making and great focus there as a team, walking them forward again. And Shroud X now with a minute 40 on, looking pretty good as they shove in a with ult advantage. And here goes Avery with that Rage. Not able to find a ton of value just yet. Dongmin ready to try to get a huge Eye of Agamotto, bring it back to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I'm going to be up in terms of one ultimate here. Can they take advantage of it, though? Everybody's going to have to group up here. Fidel trying to back up to the team. Did use that cooldown to escape, and Tap's coming up with the Dance of the Butterflies. There's not going to be a ton to deal with it necessarily just yet. As Shroud X with the shield, they could stay alive as well as deal with this Freedom Charge from Blur, who starts it off. Nuck counteracts with the Soul Resurgence.
Yeah, good play there by Nuck, walking towards the back line. Not able to find any purchase yet on a pick, and the whole team of Shroud X playing very patiently, forcing out these ultimates. Now only 3 available, as Tap will be there soon for the side of Techie. And here comes everything for Shroud X. Doom is launching all Impunity as well. Dongmin with the eye. Dongmin finds 2 onto the back line of Avery and Add, but Tap gets 2 onto the back line of Fidel, and Nuck, and Doom goes down. Wow, what a trade. Tap really clutching up there, needed to do that, and does do it. Oh, great exile by Impunity to escape. But wow, that was almost a Shroud X push through until Tap popped off.
Down to 30 seconds.
Yeah, it was a tough fight for them. I mean, Dongmin, you know, he kind of probably feels like he was the one that wanted to fall. Tap, though, hiding. 23 seconds left. We're going to have to watch that man, because we've seen how good he is. Visions on the opposite side with that whale going to be one to watch for as well. It's going to be Visions versus Tap. I mean, Tap on that flank. He's going to be hiding, coming through in the last second to both strategist players with Shroud X, who have to be aware. Same thing with Doomed.
7 seconds they have to touch here. 4, 3. Will they get on? And they are on right now, so it will buy time. Yeah, they do have 1 on. Impunity is able to make that touch happen, but down 1. Traded right back there. Doomed onto Avery. You gotta get the Hulk here back in form to try to fight, but no, down goes Hulk. Out goes the whale. It does not land, and that is trouble. Moby Dick just whiffing completely. Good idea, but the shield goes out. Vision finds Blur, though. Out goes the invisible boundary. Techie. Blur goes down with all. That's a tough look. Dongmin trying to take this space. Does have eye, and that's a terrifying spot to use it. Is in those alleyways. You really can't counteract much, as it is surprising. Tap trying to find an off-angle play, ready to touch if need be. Doom gonna find Avery, and there is that eye. It gets frozen, and they do take it through 3 and tie it up, and we go to OT. Wow.
I think I can't watch anymore. I think I'm good. I think I gotta dap out of your ship. I mean, this is intense. This is like genuinely like it's like. I mean, every time Shroud X and Techie, you talked about how they're very similar teams. Like Techie, they had everything to do. They had all of the right cards there to play with. And unfortunately, Shroud X, I mean, they read it. Doomed out of the sky. Avery got shut down. Not enough support in the skybox. And I hate to say it's the story of both teams, man. It really is. I hate I don't want to be mean, but you know, it's the battle of the choke artist sometimes. Like, it really feels like that. Like, both teams at the peak of the pinnacle of the game, when it gets really intense, I think, you know, struggle. It really feels that way, because Techie close to finishing out Sentinels, and then, you know, in overtime, Sentinels just had the most insane push. And now Techie, when they had all of the right plays, the right tools, they just lose it again. So I don't know, man. I mean, does Shradex close it out, or does Techie win? I feel like the momentum is still not in either team's side.
Yeah, I mean, this is more than a battle. This is a war. It seems like they're clutching up in the moments, and that you can see, you almost can feel, it's like palpable. You can feel the intensity here. As you look at the entirety, Dongmin, again, with MVP, bouncing back heavy here on that Strange, and that's why that lock comes through. Doom, 21 eliminations there, 10 finals, looking really strong as well. And that's on that side of damage boost, but they are going to drop the Mantis now on both sides, at least so far in this composition. It's all about, if they can hold him here on point one, it gives you that energy you may need to press through and try to turn this sweep around, get momentum back in your favor. Techie XD had him there, and they are going to actually have Ad go back to the Mantis, keeping Avery juiced up here, and instead Nuck is going to be playing the Cloak and Dagger. Fidel going to be on that invis, and they are going to try to use damage boost from the Cloak play.
Right, that's a good point. Yeah, the Mantis only putting that on one. The Terra Cape can connect onto multiple people and give your team a huge damage boost, but in terms of how they're playing right now, it's super grouped up together. Shradex have all of the positioning. Oh, the blur!
Wow,
that
is huge. Yeah, that is huge. That is a massive pick there for Vision. Now it has to be a teleport play back. I mean, 14 seconds on. It's all about the touch now. Keep the pressure on. If I'm Shroud X, walk him in a little bit. Don't let him come back and touch. But now this panic, this fear makes it so they're more vulnerable. But Techie XC clutches up in moments like this. Shroud X needs to do the same, keeping the pressure on. There is that Ultron drone, and the teleport almost kidnaps there. It does kidnap Dongmin, who walks through it by accident. Comes back through the portal, though. Is going to get healed up and use it as some sort of cover on his own. Impunity trying to dive directly towards the back line. Doom going to be using that Ultron's Rage. All the Qs being popped as Ad does the same. Doom as well. Fidel at 90. Nuck at 89. You've got to get there to retake the point. First tick goes down for Techie. Almost second, halfway through. You don't want to let that happen. You want to make sure you can turn this around in a single tick. Tap on Division, though. Out goes the Bond. Does it keep the team up? Eternal is going to hold on, but they are down in numbers. Vision down, and Blur takes out Impunity. Two numbers up here as we do see that invis boundary.
And Fidel's ulting there. Dongman's here.
Oh my goodness.
But he hit it. Avery's down.
Fidel goes down too, and that was a pick there, but now it's an overcommitment of ults. You almost want to hold on when you go down like that, but it's just a tough decision because you can't decide if you can get those picks, even being down numbers, or if you need to win the next fight right outside of this garage. That is a tough look, as now Techie will be closer to ult advantage. Oh, that is a really well done job here by Techie to stay patient, even being down a number early with 15 seconds on and retaking with that teleport to take the point.
Yeah, overtime gonna go to 0. Here's that portal that they come out on the other side. Ultimate's there. They do have that whale, but Blur also sitting with Diabagamoto.
Yeah, we're going to see a damage boost come out here and then the whale to follow right up just to try to get a combo wombo. But at this point, it's all about Blur with this eye. This could be terrifying. Tap is ready for another Dance of the Butterfly. His Cutterflies have found so much value and forced out so many ultimates, and there it goes on the entirety of the stack. They are grouping well as they do hold on. They stick inside that bubble, as you saw there. That does build that ult very quick here for Nuck, who's back at 83%.
Diabagamoto shielded, gets the squid. Not enough, but you do get the cooldown out of the Namor. That could result in something later on.
Yeah, Vision still holding onto this whale, ready to make a play with it. Down, Brute not able to find value there. Techie not finding a ton here with these ults, but already Avery back here to use this Ultron. Probably going to pop soon. Impunity and Nuck. Out goes that Eternal Bond again. Vision trying to look for a play, and Impunity with a nice pick there on Woofles. And Vision on to Ad. This could be the take they need, and way to come back and hold this after that take. But now all the pressure's on attack. They should be able to own this, but we'll find out shortly. Yes, they do, as down goes Tap and Brute.
Yeah, I thought they almost won it. I mean, Doomed got picked onto that Ultron, but they're able to come back through. Huge stuns, huge follow-up with the whale, slows down that soul resurgence. So Tap almost played it perfectly, had to double dash away, lived. Unfortunately, the rest of his team got caught out, but like you mentioned, I mean, Techie got it so far. Shradex now over to attack. I mean, last time we seen Techie in a situation like this, they were midway through the map on Spider Islands. Now we move over to Convergence. Maybe first points are easier to hold, but still so much pressure on both teams. Tournament life on the line for Shroud-X, Techie as well. They could punch their ticket to the next round. Not to China just yet, so there's still another game they would have to play later, but a huge adrenaline dump this game is sure to be. As at the moment, Techie, you know, so much pressure on them to close out against Shroud-X right now.
Yeah, I mean, heart rate's through the roof right now. That money on the line, the trip to China on the line here. These teams, somebody is not going to progress forward, is going to be taken out of the Ignite series, and I know how much it means to them. But I know there's chances for them to come back in the future as we progress through mid-season, but at this point, it's all about making history and being in China at the first ever LAN event. So I know teams want it. I can't imagine how these two teams are feeling.
Fortunately for them, I mean, there's that qualification into stage 2 is not necessary, as they would be automatically qualified. So at least there's some solace in that. But regardless, like you said, Shiv, there is so much pressure on the line. I'm just thinking of ways to potentially cope with what potentially could happen here as Techie XD. Similar comp they played earlier. Shroud-X back on that name war again.
Yeah, Techie not going to change up this comp at all. They're finding value with Avery giving that damage boost and, you know, throwing to this Psylocke, and tap on Psylocke is already a threat enough. Imagine that extra damage here. Shroud-X already having to press in, but they are shoving them back into that corner. The height being owned there as you see Blur try to take out Impunity. Impunity just jumping all over the place as you need to with Hulk. Out goes that. Oh, as long as you can dance as a team inside of that Dagger Storm, it's huge. You get that all quickly. Great pressure here by Dongmin, who shoves them back, and we do see the entirety of the team force backwards. Good space here by Shroud-X. Impunity doing a great job jumping all over the place and diverting focus tap on the high ground. Here comes raw damage and potentially getting that all. Vision onto Blur though. Again, Vision, one of the strongest Namor players of the team, saying the very best in the business on this hero. And there goes that. Oh, good blind there, forcing the entire team backwards. Not even have to use too much. And ult advantage is very close here. This is going to be a huge fight as we will see 1,000 Qs being popped.
Yeah, I mean, these eliminations are big. Maybe they can find potential staggers. Blur comes back. They needed to find those eliminations because otherwise Shredder's ultimates were built up, and like you said, here they are.
And out goes Avery with that rage. Doesn't find a ton as Cloak is going to hide everyone. And there is the match back there for the side of Doomed, who also not able to find any picks. He does force out a few, and here comes the eye from Dongman. A little bit too high. The whale going to land and take out Avery. Is that enough? Down goes Brute. And it looks like Shroud-X are up by 2. Can they keep the pressure on? Shoving forward, but the dance floor is here. They will teleport back quickly.
Tap does have the dance butterflies, but it's met by the invisible boundary. No way, straight and Doomed on the ad. He's gonna fall as well.
And this is so back and forth, but Shroud-X is up. Here comes the teleport. Will it be enough? Blur trying to hold on here. Gonna force out that out. Vision onto Tap though. Vision onto Blur. Shroud-X wants to push this series farther as they are so close to taking this W. They cannot stop now. Vision onto Brute. Dongmin onto Avery, and Shroud-X do it. They shove through. They get the job done, and they clutch up when they need to. Unless, no, there's no chance. It's 1-1 at this point, and this is Shroud-X as they take home a W.
Dude. I mean, I'm gonna go read Moby Dick after this. Like, that white whale is just so alive. Shroud-X need to get it. They need to get this reverse sweep in order to break the curse that is losing perpetually. And in the biggest tournaments, right? They're such a good team, but every single time when it matters most, they lose. And it's the same thing for Techie, man. Is there 2 white whales? Is that what's going on? Is there 2 Moby Dicks? Like, what the hell? Techie XD is a team that it feels like when they're about to win, they just lose grasp. They need to refocus for the next map if they want to close out versus a good team like SDX.
I've said it once and I'll say it again. I just want good games. And yes, this is a good game. We talk about the only issue with Shroud-X, a ton of talent, being they need to clutch up in those moments. And we know Techie's got what it takes. They are such a strong team. I have no doubt that they're going to make this next game again super terrifying for the hearts of Shroud-X, who are just trying to hold on to that dream of getting to the LAN. Wow, these plays were so back and forth. This is one of the most intense matches of Marvel Rivals I have ever witnessed, all the way through to the final point. But that early pick was everything, and Vision finding that value early every time, especially in OT, was massive.
Absolutely. I mean, it was such an incredible game on both sides. And then Towards the end, I mean, Vision just came through in that clutch, right, with the whale. His own teammate talked about how good he is on Namor. Definitely deserves the praise because, I mean, Vision just connected with that whale, found the pick as well with the squids. And this is what I was talking about. It actually, it sort of it alleviates some of the pressure when, you know, you do get those equipment squids. Like you said, Shib, you get the gamma squids, you get the regular squids, and it does take off a lot of that pressure of having to aim, right? You just have to hit a right click, and then, oh my God, those squids are just doing so much damage. So, you know, it was hard for Tap to stay alive versus that. It was hard for the opposite side for Avery to get a lot going, especially as he was going so high. I mean, we almost saw Doomed go a little bit too far forward, but he saved that shift, got back to his team on Ultron, let Visions kind of do a lot of that dirty work. And I mean, an MVP by Dongman for sure, had a huge Eye of Agamotto as well.
Yeah, if you doubted Dongman with this Lock of Strange, hopefully this proves you wrong. Really well done with 11 finals. Big Eye of Agamotto, the combination there with the whale. You're freezing them, you're sending their soul out, and you're putting your Moby Dick on them just to eat both sides. And it just worked a ton, especially in OT. Any pick is value, and they managed to shut down Techie XD in that fight, and that was everything. At that point, it was just a stagger fest just to see if they could retake, but there was just no shot. When you're up that kind of numbers and you're forced to slowly trickle through that portal, there is just no way to bounce back. Oh my goodness, what a game.
What a game indeed. Shout out Nikki Jakey for one of the best songs of all time. Best rap songs in my opinion. Sorry, Jakey. Moby Dick, shout out. I got to shout out that song. I like it so much. But anyways, what a series it's been. I mean, Techie, whew, I mean, it happened again, man. Losing when it mattered most. Same thing. Shroud-X were able to clutch up. It's down to the wire now. I mean, you could get reverse swept. We saw it happen before with Envy and FlyQuest, and it could very well happen again today.
Dude, I am sweating. These games have me sweating. I have AC running right next to me. I am so invested in these games. I love seeing it tight like this. What a bounce back. Is the momentum going to shift? That's where we got to, you know, we'll see as we start this next map. But you got to remember now, Techie is going to be choosing this map. It is going to be Domination, I believe, as now we've finished all three. So we'll cycle back around. You know, it could be anyone's game.
Could be anyone's game for sure. We'll have to see what map is chosen. I mean, Techie has to go back to the drawing board, see where they played best. And, I mean, they could really play anywhere. I think a lot of these maps they've played solid on. Shroud-X usually does win on Domination, and maybe they could utilize some of that advantage that they finally could get some momentum moving back forward. But we'll see, man. I mean, Shroud-X are potentially could do it, right? And this is definitely the series you want to tell your friends about. You talked about how an incredible series this has been. I think it's incredibly intense, I imagine, for the viewers, for you guys watching at home. This has got to be definitely one of the most intense games of Marvel Rivals esports you have ever seen. So just imagine what it's like to be a player in this case. For Shroud-X and Techie, they're both sweating probably for sure. Make sure you guys are staying tuned into the stream, getting those Twitch drops on Magic. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And
Shroud X took a map back, and we have a series on our hands, folks.
Absolutely, an insane series ship, and man, 2-1. We've said a lot in this series, and I don't know what else needs to be said besides getting game. You know what I mean? Like, we just got to get casters, get the game going. Let's get in there because, man, I just want to see this next one. I mean, it's literal cinema right now, and you got to tune in if you have friends interested in this game. Maybe you want to check out Marvel Rivals for the first time, haven't seen a hero shooter just yet. Now is their opportunity to watch the esports scene at its peak for sure in terms of intensity, right? I think we've seen an incredible set of games so far. I mean, day one was also cinema. Every day has been awesome in these playoffs in North America. Make sure you guys are tuning in to watch Cozy and Vicky alongside in their cast, as well as everybody behind the scenes. So many people have done a great job, as well as the co-streamers, so shout out those guys, because right now, I mean, nothing else needs to be said except head into map 4 for an incredible banger of a series between Shroud X and Techie XD.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. You talk about just the adrenaline. You want to get in there and play. I'm with you. My adrenaline's pumping, and I'm just watching. I can't imagine the comms in these rooms between these teams. You know, a lot of them maybe not linked up there for a boot camp, but over the web, just the amount of yelling has got to be so exciting here. Shroud X going to try to move with that momentum. The reverse sweep is on the table, but Techie, an incredibly strong team. That banning phase was slightly different, allowing Ultron through on both sides, but it's seemingly, you know, it's difficult to match them up together in terms of what Ultron got more value, but it was a very much a factor, especially with that damage boost.
Early protect to the Doctor Strange could be a factor, as we said, with that mag ban, forcing maybe that out later on could also allow them to play that Captain America still. So maybe Techie focusing on Vanguards this time. Shroud X understanding that. I mean, they have to have that flexibility to switch between them. You know, I'm curious to see what to do. And you know what? The fact that we had to burn into T'Challa, you know, I think for the side of Techie, the Luna ban was great. And I think you got to kind of stick with that, honestly, because, I mean, I would not be surprised if Shroud X wants to run that Namor stuff yet again, or even ban it out. Like, it just force Shroud X to play something else besides that Namor composition, because I think Burn into T'Challa is one of the best maps for the Namor Hulk composition. We'll see what Techie does. I think, you know, they did deal with it well when they had that Bucky, but regardless, it is really good on this map.
Yeah, I'm curious too. I'm wondering why that hasn't been chosen yet, as it is so common. You know, they're willing to run anything, and that Shroud X is one of those teams that they have so much in terms of their roster, in terms of what they can pull out, and down goes that Luna, like you mentioned, happening there. But still going to be Hulk and Namor available. They are going to have Ultron available again on both sides, at least so far, as we get into the final ban here from Shroud X. So, you know, I think the bans have definitely changed, and I think Shroud X has found a comp that works, but we know Techie always plays aggressively, and they play around these very strong duelists, these aggressive vanguards, and these strategists that are constantly getting MVP, just looking really good out there. Such a solid team, so confident together, but Shroud X really stepping it up in those intense moments.
And they're allowing that Psylocke to be played again on tap side. I mean, I guess the real answer for Techie XD there, if they do play this Namor stuff again, is, you know, go back to that Bucky stuff, right? It feels like the Bucky was shutting down the Hulk. A lot of the value Infinity was finding was negligible. It does really change on domination, I suppose, and also same thing with Convoy and Convergence. You kind of want to stick with the composition, you know, keep up that snowball, especially if you feel pretty confident with that Ultron composition. But it doesn't necessarily feel like Shroud X were hard countered by that comp as well. Regardless, heading into Burn into T'Challa, the second Wakanda map of this series, I mean, it's anybody's game still. Like, I feel like the slight changes in composition could really impact the overall look. And, you know, both teams, I'm sure, are going to roll out with something interesting but familiar.
Yeah, and we see that, again, the percentages shift again. They were on Techie side heavily in the last map. Now, back with Shroud X, but look at that number, roughly even. You got fans on both sides. This is intense. Dongman getting that strange lock on lock 1 is, honestly, I would have expected it after that performance, really finding value. And then when they do make that switch and they do throw those whales out there, that combination of ultimates maybe a little bit slept on.
By the way, that's Blade's bed, right? Just off topic.
It was. He's awake now, man. He's gone. He's no longer there. Yeah.
He's gone. He's headed to your house, Shib.
Didn't even make the bed, man. It's messed up. You know what I mean?
I know. Left it. Well, he's got his friend there. He's got the Black Panther with the eyes, with like freaking out. Like that Black Panther just saw the last map. I mean, he's just like absolutely raging after that one.
Yeah, what we talk about a lot here is they do break the center of this map if you're running flyers right now. They're not going to be doing that because it looks like only Avery, at least Shroud X won't want to, as Avery's going to be the only one in the sky at this point with Ultron. But Blur going to be on the Venom, and we see Brute back on that mag consistently, sleeping right now from the Mantis. Mantis, again, they are running that damage boost. They actually have the full Guardians comp here. They want Doom to pop off, and they do allow through the bubble, and that combination is terrifying. Spin to win with the bubble, so you will see Impunity consistently throwing that bubble on Doomed.
Well, and we're seeing them play the triple comp as well for both sides, and I figured maybe Shroud X could benefit from playing this Namor stuff, but didn't want to play against the Bucky. So it's interesting that they did play that. Regardless, now here comes that Eternal Bond. Ultimates have been built. Only one elimination.
Wow.
In the sky, though. Doom, nice tracking.
Yeah, great work there by Doomed. I mean, that was disturbing. Just not missing a single shot and then spinning to finish it off as Doomed finds Brute. Well done again. That Blaster Barrage is so, I mean, it's so valuable. Everyone knows it, but if you don't, for those who may be climbing ladder, when you are using that Blaster Barrage, use your flight, your meter of flight, because you can actually use that flight during the animation of the Blaster Barrage and kind of take any sort of Z-axis direction, use that ascend and descend, and just consistently juke. It is so hard for the enemy to hit you, especially if you have a bubble, and you get alt charge incredibly quickly. And at this level, you'll see them doing it all of the time.
And I'm dumb. I'm dumb, by the way. Completely flew over my head that Magneto went through, resulting in these bubbles coming through on the Doom in the sky. Able to get so much value on Magneto, blocking the sky, the Meteor on the other side on Brute.
And Doom goes up, just buying time at this point. Not going to get a ton of value there, but it does, give them some time on point. 36, and here comes. They do a great job at using that Dagger Storm to counteract, but Ad still finds Dongmin through that. So at this point, they're just going to hold the point for as long as possible and then reset together. 44 on the clock right now. Avery. Oh, here comes the res. Dongmin's back. And they're going to potentially bond up, and that is very valuable. This pick rate may not matter. Right back into the res again. Remember, when you're on Warlock, your body is the beacon for the res. It's not the location of where you put the beacon. It's actually where your body is. So walk in after the fact, and if your team falls, you'll be able to bring them back. That is a tough look there, throwing that right into the middle. Unfortunately there for Impunity, but the idea is still there. Avery going to take out Impunity after that. Double whammy there. It's got to hurt, but 66 already for the side of Shroud X.
And they're still alive. They come back through Eternal Bond. They're building up all that point, and that was Vision, with that huge resurrect on the bottom left. You saw him slowly sort of walk away from the point, resurrect Domin, bring him back into the fight. Now they have Agamotto after Wolfo's ultimate is gone.
Here goes that eye. It does not find a lot of value. Dongmin getting some value with those over the last map, and nothing there. Not going to res back up, and still Shroud X. All that matters right now is they're holding on to this point. They're not too worried about it. Doom goes up in the sky. Brood going to find Vision, though. Vision may not have that res back. We'll find out shortly if so. There goes Doom with that spin. This is what I'm talking about. Notice the flight just juking everywhere. Very difficult to hit tap on Vision after the res. So the res does come through, and another pick as now Avery going to use that Rage of Ultron to find two more. Great work. Make that three as Avery finds four. An absolute demon here with the Ultron.
And nice plays from him. And sometimes you have to be that sacrificial lamb if your Vision, on that Adam Warlock took the brunt of that damage from Brute in that Meteor M, resulting in him going back in that cocoon to come back. But they're switching off of it. Now they're going back over to that Namor composition. I figured, they were doing good actually with Doomed on that Star-Lord to kind of let the Doomed carry sort of angle on that Star-Lord. But now they're back over to this character onto that Namor, just building up a whale, considering they only need to win one fight. We've seen this with like sort of Storm and Jeff combination with the Eat. Nowadays we see it kind of with this Mantis now alongside that Namor with Doomed on that Ultron.
And here we go with the engagement again. Blur, kind of messing it up there. Tries to get the dive. He's going to use that ult, but right into the shields. It does actually wait a little bit. It does go through, but that combination ultimate essentially wasted, as it does actually. Fidel does force out the bond at least, but that shield from Hulk Impunity, incredible timing. Honestly, almost negating two ultimates and then allowing Fidel to ult onto point. Shroud X has found their rhythm, and there is that change as we're talking about to that composition. They run so well. Vision back on the Namor, and Techie just does not want to seem to ban this thing out, but it's all about this next fight as we do have the whale available. Dongmin with the Eye of Agamotto, that combination, seeing a ton of value so far. Tap finds Doom, though, who is now also on the Ultron, and this is looking like Techie will hold on with ult advantage. The whale goes out, does not land, but it is taking space. There goes that eye. Does it find value? I don't believe it does. So that's a couple ults that are being used with no avail, but they do have point. Yeah. That's a good call.
They flipped the point, but it doesn't really matter because they're still winning the fight. Apologies for that shit. Didn't mean to ruin the flow. Tech,
you're good, brother.
Reclaims it. 52% on the board. Shroud now have to come back and I don't know. I mean, I do like the Namor stuff. It just feels weird switching it up in the middle of a round. And also with how Techie was playing around that you saw. I mean, they zoned out that whale. They knew what to do against it. They just popped that Soul Resurgence from Ad. They also have Avery connect on the drone to keep them healthy. So as long as everybody avoids that center area and there's no Lunastone in the game, it makes it a lot easier to kind of deal with that damage.
Avery again starting off here with Ultron's Rage. Going to look directly, and you can kind of see how tanky that Gamma Squid is. It is tough to take down, but that is a huge combination. There's that combination they were looking for before, as both Blur and Tap all combo up. 85 on now, and now Techie XD with a reverse sweep in terms of point percentage, gaining their way through. Will they be able to touch with a teleport?
I think they just used it too, right? So there's no portal play here now, and they have to send Impunity to touch, but he's going to go into Bruce Banner form, and you know that unfortunately with that character, you know, you'd lose that point percentage for a second. Here he comes, overtime ticks down. Do they have ultimate? Stradak's not even close to anything, so I mean they're just funneling in no Adam Warlock to bring back that Star-Lord. It's just one by one.
Ooh, and that is a pick on Nuck there. They are going to stall a little bit on point, but at this point it seems inevitable, like Thanos, Brute, and Ad holding on as Ad now pops off. And at this point, they're going to commit no matter what to get this first map win. Techie with a nice, patient composition, holding on as Blur takes out Fidel, and Waffles, and that's going to be enough as Techie takes point one.
Yeah, I feel like that was not a good idea to switch to the Namor comp. I don't know. Like I liked it at the very beginning for sure, but maybe not halfway through the map. I don't know. Like you're at 99, you're doing well with Visions on Star-Lord. Just let him cook, man. I mean not Vision. Sorry, Doomed on Star-Lord. Like Doomed was doing so much on Star-Lord with the Magneto and stuff, and I don't know. I mean, there's got to be some reason in the comms. Maybe Doom not feeling totally comfortable in the Star-Lord, understanding the Meteor M's always a problem. There's a lot of things I'm sure going through Stradak's head as they lose that first round, which is a solid map for the Namor. But you can see what happens when teams are prepared, ready to go against that Namor Squid, Namor Whale, especially when you have Tap on the other side, 23-0. Man didn't die a single time. Wow. On top of 8 elimination or final hits. Yeah,
that's disgusting. But I'm with you. Like, why change the game? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It was working really well for you guys, and you were holding on tight all the way to 99, and then come back with a switch comp. I just don't think it was necessary, as they were playing so well with it. As we do see the complete return in competition here.
Well, they're getting off the Magneto now. Now they're on to that Captain America. I mean, it makes sense if you want to go for dives and stuff, but man. They're really messing with Impunity's hero pool right now because he's done the Hulk, he's done the Magneto, he's gone to a lot of stuff. We'll see what happens, but Techie XD, ultimate advantage now. Stradak's understanding that probably maybe want to win this in this neutral.
Yeah, we will have Vision soon. It's very difficult to get a ton of value with Warlock until the later fights when it gets a little more hectic, especially early on like this. You're not going to just pop that thing off the rip. But Nuck holding on to all Dongman with the Eye of Agamotto. Will that get value? Avery just pumping out damage, breaking down shields, and locked back into a corner. There's that Eye, and that is big. Can they collapse? Dongman gets a three-piece, an absolute beast here with the Eye of Agamotto, and that's how you need to start this map if you want to start getting some charge and progress forward with an advantage.
And first fight win, we've seen it before. Can they do it again? Everybody sent back to spawn on Techie XD side. Shroud's going to win the point. I am going to use in comparison to Brew with that Meteor M. The damage negated for Stradak's now. They have to come back in. Meteor M is gone. Doom should have a free ultimate after Stradak's ultimates are gone, but Tapped with the Dance of Butterflies is always scary to look out for. Fidel going to have to watch that. Also, Tap can maybe get a one-shot even before these Stradak's ultimates are popped, but the Resurrects are always a thing you have to worry about with the Atom Guardians composition.
Yeah, I think right now Impunity is just on the jump on the Luna position and just distract, very similar to how Blur is handling the back line here. But the difference is when you have Warlock with Bond available, if you have that sleep ready from Nuck, it is far more difficult. Yes, there's the freeze and the sleep as well, but Warlock Bond is by far one of the best counters to any sort of dive positioning. And here goes the spin to win by Doomed, obviously without the shield. Blur finds Vision there. Res likely is up, hasn't seen that fall, and there's that Res. Nuck on to Brute, back on this composition. Things are looking up again for Shroud X, who are holding on to the point. Woofles with the dance floor, and there goes Tap, who finds value onto Nuck, who just rezzed up. Oh, excuse me, that was actually Vision, I believe. So Nuck's right back into the fight again. Vision still holding on to that Warlock res Dongman with Eye again and Nuck, and it looks like Shroud X are back on their game, feeling confident again as Brute is going to actually cancel that TP and elect to not use it.
Well, yeah, that cooldown still gets used too, right?
Yep.
So
3 minutes.
I don't know. I mean, like, it was tough because any elimination Trodex finds is massive. No resurrects for Techie XD, right? So Blur going down. I believe it was Brute also falling. A lot of these, even one elimination matters because if you trade out an Adam Warlock who has the res, that matters. Look at Impunity, by the way, lurking over the top, ready to go for a dive onto the back line.
Alt advantage again, Shroud X. Brute, what a neutral shot there. Down goes Doom. Does have res up. Back into the fight he goes. And that's where those trades are so annoying to handle, right? You call it out that you got to pick. And you find out the hard way that you did not in the grand scheme of things. Avery got to get walked on here by Mantis. Nuck playing hyper aggro. Take that space because you can be very aggressive and deal a ton of damage when you have the right person on that. Mantis doomed. Gonna find Tap, and that's a huge early pick. Make that 2. Make that 3 as Doomed. And 4, soon to be 5. What a piece here, trying to get point 3, and they will not have teleport. So that should do it for point 2, map 2. And it's going to be tied up going into the final map.
That's exactly how I feel. That Black Panther, I mean, my eyes separated. Warrior Falls next round, and this is what I was talking about Shib earlier, when it does feel like, you know, the Mantis comps against, you know, Triple Stratus, Ultron Mantis alongside the Luna Snow against an Adam Warlock, Cloak and Dagger and Mantis, or any sort of third support, Cloak and Dagger. It could be Luna Snow, it could be Loki, whatever. The biggest problem is that, yeah, you're just giving up all of that res potential. You're unfortunately on the Mantis, for as good as it is, like, you get so much damage. If you find a pick, it doesn't matter sometimes because 3 people can just resurrect back in the fight, and you're just giving up that entire team up by not playing the Atom. I get why. I mean, I've seen in other regions they play that sort of stuff, and I like it, but I feel like nowadays it just feels like the Atom Warlock Guardians comp, it just beats out Triple Strategist if you don't have it on your side. But we saw on Convoy and stuff, it's a little bit different because it's harder to set up those res locations and stuff, but yeah, at least on Domination it feels like the Atom Warlock comp kind of beats it out. Now Techie changing things up entirely. Ship, they got that Bucky out, they got Avery on that comfort pick, which he did so well on before.
Yeah, good call. I mean, it worked for him last time. Ooh, aggressive teleport, maybe a kidnap play. They are going to elect to go back to the beginning, trying to find somebody here. And it goes out, and they are going to heavy commit. Can they find something? They do! Impunity onto Avery. What a play here by Shroud X. Going to have to return back to point shortly, shoving it back in the spawn door. Make that 2 as they're going to walk down the rest. 4 seconds before the portal can even be gained. Doomed. Going to try to spin here, but Tap does not miss. You got to be careful up there. Good return back to the point, and what a play by Shroud X.
And they're escorting Fidel and Nuck again because you can see how terrified they are of Tap. I mean, that guy has done so much before, even though the reses are up. Vision has his own ultimate. Maybe he'll wait till after he reses to use it to go up to the high ground. This fight going to be drawn out for the side of Shroud X. Obviously, the pick potential is still there for Shroud X, even though on the opposite side, you do have Avery now on Bucky. They have to deal with that quick reset.
Yeah, I mean, alt advantage for Shroud X again. Actually, it's going to get tight here for Techie, who is slightly behind Avery, getting there as well. Here comes the dance of the butterfly and the bubble out, keeping the team inside of that. And Tap still finds Fidel. That is a crazy pick. Surprised that came through. Well played as Blur used the clobbering time to help that out. The Born again goes out. They're just trying to stall. Great Eye of Agamotto again, but down goes Dongman after the fact. And it is going to be counteracted. The whole team resting back in. Just buy time on the point. Trying to get as much time on as we are at 43%. And Techie is going to lose that dance floor soon. Impunity, great pick onto Ad. Vision onto Avery. And they do retake from the res. What a play as a unit on this Guardians comp.
Yeah, I don't even think Shroud X expected to get that kill, that KO onto Ad. I mean, he was just on the back of the point. He was about to ult, and then, I mean, just take it, right? Fidel committing that ultimate. Maybe they didn't even need to, but regardless, now into this next fight, Ad will have ultimate. Meteor M's available to counter out Doom. No res as well. Vision just used his. But we are now at 70% of the point on Warrior Falls. And right now, Shroud X are in the lead to keep moving forward on this tournament.
Yeah, now it's a little chess game. Do you want to use that legend to pull out the Meteor M? Yes, you do, apparently. Ooh, good bubble. That was almost an insane position there on the pick. Out goes the Meteor right to the back line, but I believe Bond was out. Nobody taking much damage. Might have been a shield there from Dongman. They are owning this position again. Doom's going to go in here and try to spin, but 48 HP. Good juking. Look at that movement. It is insane. Back onto the point again, but down goes 2. Make that 3 as Techie XD is now stepping up. Not going to res up and just try to hold the point. Doom going to res up. Here goes Tap again. Avery, Tap, Ad, and Blur cleaning up the rest of Shroud X and taking the point, but 99%. It is a one-fight game here for Shroud X.
All right, so like you called out, Shib, Doomed and Nuck both used their passive. Vision canceled his, so he'll still have that up for this next fight. Also, we'll have res up But I mean, what is Shroud going to do, right? Not switch to the name war comp. That's already step number one. Step number two, now walk to the point. They have to kind of come back. They will be against double duelist ultimates. Dogman's big before, but sometimes he does go a little bit too aggressive with these Eye of Agamottos and gets picked off.
And what a call out, because Vision, when you have that res available still, you can actually use it to take flight and height. So you can actually fly up to one of those high ground peaks that maybe are not getting looked at, and then you start your res. So great decision there to hold on as out goes Cap. Oh, what a shot there by Avery. Down goes Doom. That is an early start here for Techie, who are at 41% and climbing every art in the game here. Dongmin does find a few. Avery turns it around on Nocto and Fidel. Avery says, nah, this is not going your way with a 4-piece, and takes that back. And they still did not overcommit. Also, the entirety of the team is rezzed up during that ultimate. No reset still, and there goes a tap. The Bond is out to buy some time. Wow, I cannot believe they held on through those ults as Techie committed everything. Vision still finds Blur. Wow, Shroud X with a retake. 2 go down. Fidel has the Eternal Bond. That will come out 2-2, and what a game. Shroud X looking like they're going to push this to the final game, and what a series as we do get shoved in. The teleport might come through here for Blur, though, and oh, it does not. Shroud X shoving this to game 5.
Oh my God, and that's all in for them as well. I was a little worried because I believe Doomed as well wasn't a part of that res, because he went down earlier on, got picked. His res timer went off, so he was back in the spawn, and he didn't have the passive, so maybe Doom didn't want to commit it at that point, or sorry, Vision didn't want to commit it, understanding maybe that they didn't need to use it for that Star-Lord. And it was actually a smart play. Like you mentioned, they stayed up, they stayed together, they come back through with Stratus ultimates. They also commit that Soul Bond to stay alive and able to come back through, play patient, and that's exactly what you need to see out of a team right now against a team like Techie XD, who is formidable. So now we're going to map number 5. I want to see where we get taken to, because currently, I mean, Techie XD, they've been on the back foot, and it's every time it feels like they're right there, Shib. Every time it feels like Techie's about to close out on Shard X, and then they just lose grip again, man. So map number 5 coming up. I need to see some life out of them, because that was kind of brutal to see at points.
I mean, you couldn't have more of a visual statistic on the fact that this was a Guardians comp, besides the fact that you look at Techie XD and they're like just their ratios, their KDs, their KO ratio across the board. They had far more picks. I'm talking 36 at the top here for the side of Blur. The next closest on the opposition at 22 and 20 after that. And then you get into the teens. It is all about the reses with that composition and just winning the long game. It doesn't matter if you fall, as long as you're patient and calm. And that is where this level of play comes into fruition. It's all about, can you stay calm? And look at this ult here from Dongman. This was a massive one as 3 go down.
Absolutely. I mean, Dongman really put the team on his back at points on that Doctor Strange, just creating so many ultimates, just finding so many perfectly timed ones as well. And that's a good call out. You know, I think that these stat watchers potentially is the way I like to call it. Just sometimes stats don't matter, guys, especially when we're playing this triple strategist composition. It's not all about the stats. It really isn't. And you're supposed to get a lot of eliminations when you're running a 2-2-2. You're supposed to do a lot of damage on Bucky. On Tridax's side, when you're playing that triple Guardians composition that's based around Resurrects, it's fine going down. I mean, finding only 1 elimination is huge in that composition. So that's honestly why. I mean, if you looked at ranked and stuff, when you play certain comps and you see certain things, especially on like dive, if you have like a Wolverine player who's maybe not doing that well, sometimes that character doesn't farm the stats. It's just all about the impact at the certain moments and finding those crucial fight wins alongside crucial picks at the right timing. So there's a lot of things that impact the game. So if you're a stat watcher, you're probably not exactly the best of the game, and you probably should maybe focus on your own gameplay instead of your teammates.
Couldn't agree more. Stats don't tell the story. You got to think about things like, you look over at the Thing, right? He's not necessarily going to get a ton of final hits. His real value is shutting down and protecting with that damage reduction and using that Yancey Street to stop movement, right? And that's not going to be reflected on the stat board. And that, every game, every story is not told through stats. It's far more told through game and team play, which is so difficult to look at until you watch the VOD or the review. So really well played. Again, like we talked about, 6 finals almost across everyone on the side of Shroud X. But I am excited to see if that'll be banned out. Will Guardians comp come back, or will it be taken away right after this break? And it went the distance like we drew it up. Scriptwriters, take it easy. Who takes home this W, progresses forward, and gets even closer to the LAN event?
Well, I think it's up in the air right now. If I had to make a bet, it would be on ShredX. But to be honest, I mean, Techie's had so many maps to sort of think things out, maybe like rediscover what they need to play versus ShredX. Because, I mean, the Bucky stuff is great. It's just maybe not as good versus the Adam Warlock. I think also if we move on to Convergence, I mean, it could be better. Like, I wouldn't mind it necessarily if we go to Convoy/Convergence that you play that Bucky stuff against the Adam Warlock comp, or let them play it. But realistically, we just can't let them get the Magneto. We can't let them get the Cap. There's a lot of tanks, I think, that are in the game. Regardless, we need to make sure that Doom does not play Star-Lord, because I feel like that is the biggest reason why ShredX is in the position they're in. Like, the Namor stuff, sure, you could say it was that, but I just think that Doom, I'm not going to say he's like a Star-Lord one-trick necessarily, but I think he's one of the best Star-Lords in the game more so. Like, I just feel like that's his best hero. That's what we play best around. Even if we're not the best, like, Guardians comp players, Vision's had some really good reses. I think he on the Adam Warlock popped off. The whole team played well around it. It does feel like we just need Doomed on that Star-Lord right now. And if it doesn't work out, whatever, right? That's a part of the game. Sometimes things don't pan out.
And this is what's so interesting in Best of 5. It seems like they tested all these different compositions into this team. And this team, you know, they definitely have variability as well. But then they finally found something that works and just got a ton of value out of it. There's no way that Guardians gets pushed through again, because every time they were on Guardians, they were owning the map. And it's just that simple.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, the only way I could see them not doing the Guardians ban is simply just because they're confident on these convergence maps. But I think you're right. I think it's got to, some aspects of it got to get removed, or maybe you focus on the Vanguards, because Impunity was doing pretty good on Captain America. He was doing solid whenever you played the Magneto. Emma bans out first. They kind of make sense. I think both teams don't want to play against that hero. Priority bans coming out through. We saw a Loki ban, I think, come through from ShredX later on, as the mag is protected for Techie.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I don't think we're going to see a protection here of the Guardians, because, I mean, unless they want to force out some bans, but it's almost just a guaranteed return ban. If you lock in, you know, say you want to keep Adam right here immediately, you're going to see Mantis or Star-Lord taken off the field, so it's just not necessarily worth it. But if it does squeak through, it's absolutely worth the run. I'm with you. Oh, yeah, of course. Dongman's going to get that Strange back, which found a ton of value over these last 2 games, locking in that Strange. Felt more comfortable, was not afraid to admit it, so that's a good time to keep that hero.
I think it looked like ShredX as well were hovering the thing, since I know Techie like to play that against their comp, maybe to screw over that, but they just go back to the original idea of maybe don't let them play Human Torch, considering how Avery is pretty strong in that hero. Loki bans on both sides. I imagine unless we see the Luna Protect come through, probably going to be another Vanguard, maybe on that Magneto again, or onto a Captain America. But the Luna ban's really going to come through from Techie again, because they think they have that advantage there. Their bans really haven't changed much, Techie XDs.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I'm a little surprised. I mean, the final one here might change things up. I would expect to see maybe a Warlock ban here, just because it's the final, and why not? I'm not sure who else is a bigger threat for this team. I guess Luna, not a bad ban. They're feeling confident, but I guess they do feel okay going into Guardians, like you said, into something like Convergence, because, you know, those picks are easier to understand. When you're in domination and there's reses happening all over the place, it's hard to track. But when you have more of a paced fight and teams are resetting far more because you don't have to hold the point all the time, it is easier to track. So I'm with you that it may be more valuable, and they may not need to ban it out here.
Heroes could make all the difference.
Yeah, the difficulty is Luna is good, but, you know, is it worth playing against what ShredX are trying to do with the Mantis and the Cloak and Dagger anyway? I mean, feels like their comp is pretty solid on the opposite side, and we already knew they would play the thing on the for the side of Techie XC. Maybe go for some of these fastball special plays that we've heard about from other teams and how strong that can be. So we know that comp is very good for sure. Also, Avery on that Wolverine has been disgusting. So, I mean, whatever's going to happen, you got to lay it all on the table here as we enter map number 5, Central Park. This is going to push either of these teams further in the tournament. If you don't win today, you are going to be eliminated from Ignite. And, you know, whoever wins is going to go against Envy on the other side, which is going to be a super hard game at the end of today, I believe. So we still have 2 more games left. And this one, I mean, this one definitely matters and is going to change the potential future of every single team in Marvel Rivals Ignite.
What a tug of war here with the channel points betting. Back now heavily favored in Shroud X, and now no longer a 50-50 spread. It was back towards Techie on game 2. It's just been back and forth, but a ton of fun, and that's just a sign of a series. And what a momentum shift again
It's a sign of gamblers desperately trying to get their money back after losing. You know, it's like they're like, oh no, I bet on the wrong team. Gotta go back the other way. To be honest, Shib, I would not be confident in either team right now. Like both teams, I am nervous for.
Yeah, Gambler's always the healthiest mental. Of course, Avery with the downtown Tom Brady yeeting and good tackle back into Dongman. Dongman trying to escape. Good movement there. Likely to see a Bond? Maybe not. As they do press in, the Bond goes out, I believe, buying some time there. But what a play. You talk about that fastball special and its value, and clearly showed some value there. Already at 100 charge there for the Wolverine, which can be so threatening up close.
Yep, another one available, ready to go. Doom comes in. Blasters above, I mean, bubbling in that thing as well, trying to create a lot of space in the backline, build up to those ultimates. Who's close? Avery's passive pop. Looks like only the Strategist is going to be up on ult, says nobody's going down until now. Oh no, Avery falls.
Yeah, that's a good start here. Obviously, a ton of your resource in terms of damage is on Avery. Tap trying to find an off-angle play here. Just going to buy some time, stay invisible in an off-angle, and retake with the team later on. A ton of movement, and, you know, obviously the 2-second invisibility recently got changed from 3 there for Psylocke. Just so far back, if you look at the, you can see the shadow through the screen in the back there, just waiting it out. But now the retake will be coming in, and Tap is going to do his best to try to find one of these strategists in that alleyway, and that could be a huge problem, and they are not expecting it. And here comes the ultimate. That's going to buy them some time. Fidel getting that ult incredibly quickly. Internal Bond, one of the fastest ult gains in the game.
And on the opposite side, ultimates popped. Incoming clobbering time from Blurry, connected onto both Strategists, but in fact, Blur's the one to go low, saved by the Strategist. Ayavagomoto is here. No eliminations found just yet, but the Kraken impact from Avery's there. Is anybody going to fall get the reset?
Now, that was more of a defensive Ayavagomoto. That was a slow down pace, and I don't hate that. I think that's a decent decision, especially when you see a ton of Qs being popped. Dongman is going to find value through as Woofles goes down ad as well. That's a double strat line pick, and that's very important. But Tap right back on Nuck, and then Vision says, not my strategist, takes out Tap right after, and Nuck just going to have to use that passive and rest right back.
And I think right now, this Bucky is not doing enough against Triple Strategist. The only way, if they keep playing this Bucky at the moment, is either Brute just goes absolutely insane on the Magneto. Tap now over, to the Wolverine. Interesting. So they're going for that full damaging composition. The tough part is Tap was doing so much on Psylocke, so it's kind of, I mean, he's good on the Wolverine as well. We'll see how much he can do now, but maybe that's the switch they need.
And here comes a legendary up on height. There is that Dagger Storm. Very good at countering ults without having to use much. Very similar to Bond, but still gonna find Tap through it, and that's a huge start as Tap now on the Wolverine. No longer gonna be running the Psylocke as Bucky on the Avery. There is that slight switch for those who maybe missed it. We are gonna see just Doom just owning this height. You can see that energy he's using of his booster packs is just very minimal, constantly canceling it to make sure they can escape when need be. That is a huge lesson to learn if you are playing Star-Lord. Oh, and that is just crazy, that movement with the fastball special. But down goes Tap again for Fidel.
I think it's over for Techie. A minute left. I mean, anything's possible. Don't get me wrong. But especially if they commit ultimates here, I'd be very worried for them moving forward. But it's just going to be wipes coming out now into Avery as well. And it's tough because Tap was doing so good on that Psylocke. So having him switch over to the Wolverine, I'm not going to say it's a mistake necessarily just yet. But I don't know. You got to feel a little worried now for Techie XD as there's 40 seconds left to go. Ultimates on both sides.
Yeah, this is going to be a who gets the most value with these ultimates check here. This is going to be roll your dice, roll the d20. Who lands it? Who gets a critical success? Because it is dicey now. There goes that throw from Tap. Not able to find much just yet. Very close to last stand. I have Agamotto ready, but you know it will be matched with some strategist line ultimates. No ultimates being committed. Fidel sees the tackle there and immediately going to pop out that Bond. Dongman just going to slow the pace. Out go a few. Can they get some work done? No, they cannot. Out goes the Kraken. Impact lands, but still nobody falls as there is a strat line. Oh, good tackle away there on Dongmin. Dongmin very low, able to escape slightly. And there goes Doom, still holding on to that Galactic Legend until this is done. Not going to buy some time here impunity. Use that cap ult to keep the team healthy, but Ad finds Vision. The res will come up. Doomed. Going to try to collapse now, eaten by Meteor M. And it's returned onto Knock after the res. Fidel and Dongmin fall. Vision going to res back and try to bring the team back into this fight.
And they do so. Avery found impunity though, but he's going to be at res back as well. Any eliminations for the side of Stratex is huge, but that's everybody falling back into the res. 1 tick given, 2 ticks given. Last stands here from Tap. Can it match Dongmin with his Ayavagomoto?
Oh, and that's a mean one. Oh my goodness, Doomed. Or Dongmin, excuse me, with a 3-piece. What a play. Right back at him. Dongmin finds Tap as well, and that could be enough. What an Ayavagomoto. Again by Dongmin, who is just clutching up with these eyes.
Did you see his camera too? Like, he is just exhausted. He is just finally done with that. And, you know, for Techie, oh, man, I just don't think that Bucky worked. Like, it's, you know, it's bad when the Vision didn't have to use the team-wide res the whole time. Like, it was only one that he had to pop. So I just feel like you're getting mismatched a little bit in this offensive side. And, you know, it's tough because it feels like for this team, Tap was doing so much on Psylocke. Avery was doing a lot on Bucky when he was not against Triple and he was against that Namor. Now that we've gone against Triple, it feels like Avery, whenever he was on Human Torch, he did a lot. Whenever they could play Punisher, they're doing a lot. But right now, Techie just does not have the answer to Shroud X. Now, it's still possible on defense, right? We've seen Shroud X get in tough situations like this. That's why we say Shroud X is one of the most exciting teams to watch in North America, because they like to make it close, whether it's, you know, good for their fans' hearts or not. They tend to make games close. So this should be a good one.
Yeah, and this is one of those clutch moments. We've seen them clutch up yesterday. Can they do it again? They need to shine here. They need to be confident. They're playing very confidently. You can see that momentum shift. We talk about momentum all the time. It is very clearly on the side of Shroud X, but you gotta quickly say, Vision, what a res of the team. Way to play patiently, give those ticks up. You don't need to rush in one by one. They retook as a team. Dongman hit an insane ultimate on the backline strategist. Yes, the last stand came out and found some value, but still was returned again by Dongman, taking out that Wolverine. And they just took over the point, electing to use that teleport early to try to make a play happen and own this high ground.
Here's that portal coming on through. Now on this flank, they get that high ground first. 4 minutes left to go. Portal no longer available until the very end, as that is a 160-second cooldown. Techie, how do they find this opening pick?
At this point, I think we see somebody coming from an off angle, just waiting. Not quite sure who it is yet. Likely the Cap from that right side. Doomed is going to start spinning shortly, and here it goes. Just waiting a little bit, trying to essentially, oh, good bond. And now it's essentially like a Magneto bubble. You can play hyper aggro, and there's Impunity, who is just waiting for the strats to switch. What a smart play. Wait for the spawn switch. Wait for the team to hold your defensive position, but Avery finds Doomed early, does have that res up. Team going to play a little bit slower now, trying to find a way. Tap already has eyes on, ready to retake that fight. Is Doomed will be in kind of a tough spot. Is he Doomed? No. Does come back here, as we do see the Eternal Bond once again leading off this fight. Impunity running right at the strategist. Can they find this value first? They do. Down goes two, but Vision falls from Brute. The res coming right back, right on top of that ultimate, and this is looking heavy. If you want to bounce back, Techie's in a dangerous position. Dogman onto Brute, Impunity onto Avery. Can they end this now? As the teleport will come through, and there goes the dance of the Cutterfly. Doesn't get much. Stalls, the teleports in. Can they hold on? So close to winning it. They are at the very end now. They need to find value with these ults. Brute has
Body block.
and Apple's Eye, it does find one. Can they keep this going? But that is a mean Eternal Bond, and it's going to be tough to press through that. Well done by Techie on the patience.
Well done by Techie indeed, but they're born again by Visions. He brings them back into the fight, and they also have a resurgence. Doomed as well, sitting with the ultimate versus Brute once again.
Impunity going to come back from that res as well. The team is going to be reset, and now it's all about that patience, and this is huge. Doom needs to find value. Out goes the Meteor M to counter. Way to hold on to that, but oh, going right at the straps. Great focus, good idea. Frozen though, and taken out by Brute. Oh my goodness.
What a freeze from Avery, and they're coming back. I mean, he's coming back with the fate of the worlds.
Oh my goodness, this is insane. Fidel committed ultimate there too. Nuck, they are down numbers, do not have that res. No ultimates available here besides Clutchman. Can he hit that Eye of Agamotto? We'll find out shortly. Woofles finds Fidel though, and again Techie with an insane retake.
They switched roles. I mean, Woofles, formerly Luna Snow, Avery now Luna Snow. Everybody's just panicking. A minute 25 seconds left to go. This is what we're talking about. Shroud X. Can you get it done? I mean, both teams at the peak of the game are panicking last minute. 1 minute and 14 seconds left to go. Eye of Agamotto ready to go, and last stand available again from Tap.
You gotta stay calm in this moment. This is so stressful, and if you start to panic, it will be reflected in the gameplay. Trying to build up those strat ultimates quickly as Nuck throws out that Dagger Storm just to stand inside of it. Dongman going to take some of that damage. Does have this eye. It's all about this Eye of Agamotto now on the back line. They do have Ad ready with the Eternal Bond, and that will counter a ton, but it's all about, can you force that out early without committing too much? Techie heavily up in ult advantage here. You almost want to play aggressive because you will have that teleport left. Now the timer is finally committed as they use it at 340.
Oh, it's frozen again. Wait, hold up. Avery on the roll swap is nasty. Dogman's dead.
What a play. Vision now going to get countered out, going right back through that invis shield. Good play, and oh my goodness, can Techie XD do this? Impunity finds Avery though, and that is important. There goes the last stand on the back line, and that's huge for Tap as they find two
let's teleport. Dongmin, where is he right now? I mean, they have to touch at least to create overtime. Doomed has last stand ready to go, but Avagamoto on this retouch is here.
You got to try to get these ults. Fidel very close. Doom does have last stand. They are going to have Whipple's. Avery now also has the dance floor. The team switching up composition, trading positions, and still looking really clean. Techie is just battling here. Everything against the wall. Can they hold on? We will find out, as this is so back and forth. Out goes the invisible boundary. And Tap now trying to work his way with his tackle onto Impunity, who's in trouble. I have Agamotto, but it gets destroyed. Whipples goes down from Doom. Fidel, it's back and forth. Tap. Oh, Vision Doomed. It is such a trade. It's anyone's game, but it looks like they will take this. Shroud X.
Oh, what a game, Shib. What a freaking game. At the very end, the claws back and forth. I mean, cinema straight up. That was an incredible back and forth between Short Kings. Holy crap. I mean, what a series.
Are you kidding me? That might have been the closest game of Marvel Rivals in history. That was insane to witness. I am so happy to be talking over this game right now.
Oh my God, this is why we do it, man. This is why you watch. Anybody watching the stream, everybody tuning in just for the magic skins, staying for the amazing gameplay, because holy crap. I mean, whew, I mean, we need to shower after that one. Every player is probably greased to their mother and back, you know, which is a good thing, because that was such a banger. Avery with the roll swap, with the MVP at the end, SVP at the end, 10K, 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 looking like the triple double stats, almost triple 10,000 stats, whatever you want to call it. What a series of Marvel Rivals. Shroud X win. And that's not it for them today, man. That's the tough part. They still have another game versus Envy later on for the potential to make LAN.
I mean, I am just shook. I can't wait to watch some of these plays again. That was way closer than it needed to be.
We gotta co-stream this one after, Shib, honestly. Like, this is like we're hopping out of here after this, and we're going right on over to Cozy and Vicky, who are waiting in the wing. I know that they've been, like, just from a viewership perspective, they're having fun. They're like, oh my God, like, this is one of the best series, like you called, Shib, of all time, in terms of just how competitive it was. But damn, I mean, I want to see what happens now later on in the tournament, because Techie XD, one of the best unsigned teams we saw compared to Ego Death, they put up a good fight, but now they're out of the Ignite series. I mean, the future is bright, I think, for all of these players.
Yeah, you gotta say there might be a slight advantage here to playing early, especially when you're this locked. It looked like Shroud X really found their footing, and you know what? It's full circle here. They may have struggled in tense situations in the past, but they looked so good out there in these last few games. They were not afraid, and they played so strong. What a series.
Yep, I mean, after this one, you got to give your hats off to everybody who played in that match, regardless of what happens in the future, right? I think it's going to be a tough matchup, I think, for Shroud X. I think what happens usually when we see close games like this, I mean, most of the time, the thing is, this tournament is so unusual. Everything that has happened in the Ignite series is so unusual, Shib. Day number one, close games across the board, right? We had favorites going down to the loser brackets, leaving the tournament with FlyQuest and Team Nemesis being gone, and with these two unsigned teams battling it out here now in the lower bracket quarterfinals. I would say, like, when a close match happens, usually it doesn't bode well for the team moving forward, right? Because you would think, okay, now they had a close match versus a team that's out of the tournament. Maybe this team that is just dominating on the opposite side would play well. But I mean, this tournament has been unusual. And speaking about unusual, we're going to speak to a very unusual person. Hopefully, if it's not Dongman, we'll see. I mean, I love Dongman. We'll see him in a moment. Welcome aboard. From SDX. Got to see who it is. Who's the mystery player? It's, oh my God, it's Nuck this time. What's up, Nuckster? How's it going? Congrats on what a series that was. I mean, do you have any thoughts? Anything you want to say real quick to the viewers?
I mean, is it really a Shroud X game if, like, it doesn't look like we're about to choke? Like you were talking about earlier in your stream, like, you know, we're just always choking. Like, you know, the boss wasn't watching yesterday on stream. You know, he's watching today. We really had to put him on the edge of his seat, you know?
Well, that's what you were saying. Like, Shroud watching, he was saying he's like, it's superstitious. That almost like when he watches you guys, y'all lose. I mean, you guys are probably not superstitious about it. He's probably just, you know, it's for fun and for gaming and stuff. But I mean, you guys came through for sure in the clutch there.
Yeah, I mean, that
100%.
was insane. That was one of the most exciting games of Marvel Rivals and series in general I have ever seen. What a reverse sweep, and to end it like that. Dude, I'm shaking. I can't imagine what you guys are going through. And I need to ask real quick, in terms of, you guys run a ton of different compositions and you're finding a ton of success with Guardians, but how do you decipher between running that Gamma Squins, Guardians, the Ultron boost? What's your thought there? Just test it?
Because of our DPS, we have like really deep hero pools. Like all of us has like, I mean, in general, even me and Fidel, like really deep hero pools. We're not really a one trick for the most part. So like we can run a lot of comps, and then a lot of comps are better in a lot of situations. We kind of have protocols for, you know, if they're running this, run that. It's kind of counter comps. It's kind of the basics.
Taking a look back at the bracket, Nuck, by the way, sorry, Shib. I know that you guys are incredibly excited to go against Envy again after that series. I know that it took a lot of energy out of you and stuff, but I mean, for Envy, I mean, what a warm-up series, right? Surely, right? You got to feel like you have a lot of, games under rep for sure when you go against Envy, who is like a completely different team than Techie XD, right? I mean, that's going to be a matchup. I mean, do you have any overall thoughts of that game, of you guys versus Envy later tonight?
We haven't played Envy in literal like months in an official. I think it's been a while, so it'd be definitely a fun one. We haven't played them. I think we'll definitely catch them off guard with a few things. We feel pretty ready. You know, we had a pretty good series, so I think we'll be chilling. And I think it's like good that we had a close series. I think because we really came together at the end, so it should only look better as the time goes on.
Yeah, you guys started that momentum. It was really apparent. I mean, you guys were winning those Guardian comps. You guys were lights out, and it seemed like you weren't going to stop ever. I know you play a ton of different strategies. You talk about not being a one trick. I've seen just you personally throughout these tournaments play almost everybody. So my question to you is, who is your favorite and why?
I mean, probably Rocket or Loki. Loki just because he's just absurdly broken, and then Rocket because he's just fun to play. Like, walking around as a small little raccoon with a big ass gun is just hilarious to me. Funny.
Hell yeah.
I agree for sure. And, also just to maybe not change the topic necessarily, but, for moving forward, I think things are exciting. And I literally had the question. You guys understand, Nuck, that series was so crazy, and I'm sure you guys are just like relaxing. I feel like Shib and I were like brain dead after that one, because I mean, it was so back and forth. It is one of the most incredible series. So I mean, first of all, I just want to thank you for putting on an incredible show, as you guys still have more to go. So I mean, let's just do like a softball question, because I literally forgot exactly what I was going to ask you. Did we ask you before what hero you want to add to Marvel Rivals, just to make it real easy for you on this interview, and as you get ready for your next match? Did we ask you that question before? What hero you would want?
You guys did in the first MRI, but not in the first one. Yeah, I said Deadpool.
Do you have a new answer?
Nah, it's still Deadpool, to be honest. I think it'd be still
Deadpool. Yeah, it makes sense. Fair play.
Locked into that. So yeah, thank you so much for jumping in here. I know it's difficult for a lot of people to get on camera, right? And you do a great job. I appreciate you coming in and staying calm, cool, and collected, right? Especially after a game like that. But you're heading into the next match. I'm sure we want to get you back there to start discussing things with your team. So quickly, anyone you want to thank, anyone you want to shout out quickly, I'll give you that time right now.
Shout out my family, always been supporting me for the month. We've been triple blocking for like weeks at this point, and it takes a lot of my time, and like I know if they have to help me, I'll help them and stuff. It's just a lot. And then my teammates staying mentally together during all like these things. We've had some very tilting moments, and it's just it can get to you, but we've stayed pretty strong, to be honest. And
awesome.
And yeah.
I really appreciate you jumping in. You're always super calm, which blows my mind, especially after that. I know the job's not done. You still got another game coming up here. So good luck in that series. I'm looking forward to watching. Trust me, this has been a ton of fun to watch.
Good luck, Nuck.
Thank you.
All right.
I appreciate it, Nuck, from Shroud X, and an incredible series that we had there. I mean, like you said, Shib, and I think if that game goes to show how well things are going to end up later tonight, I mean, I think we're excited for Marvel Rivals esports in general, because across the board, this is what I was talking to you about, Shib. It's been crazy, right? And we're only halfway through the day. There has been some upsets in Asia, been some upsets in AMER. I mean, there's been crazy stuff happening in Chinese Marvel Rivals as well in that region. Also in Oceania, Kanga got upset. We had Ground Zero moving forward. So, what a way to end it. And it's funny. It's still 100 Thieves and Sentinels, still the team that matches up against each other every single time. It seems to be destiny that these two teams play against each other.
And it's always recency bias, right? Whoever wins that matchup is the new, the number one, and everybody always claims that. So I'm excited to see who now takes it here as we move forward. But this has just been a crazy day. Way to end that. Even that first map, incredibly tight. We're going to be moving. Actually, we're going to have Cozy and Vicky Kitty coming in here for these last two games. Me and you, we yelled our pants off. I am exhausted, and I'm not even doing it.
I joke with Shib all the time. I was like, Shib lets it all out when he casts. So I'm just like, Shib probably after, I was like, I just know Shib after the cast just goes and stares at a wall for like the rest of the night. He is done. Like, this guy mentally really lets it all out there. And I just appreciate you as my co-caster, man. So it's good to be doing this sort of stuff with you, brother.
Right back at you, brother. Yeah, I'm just gonna lay this computer chair back, put my feet up, and just stare at the ceiling for a little bit, just pounding water, just crying. No, no, it was a ton of fun. So we're gonna make that transition here shortly, and I once again thank you so much for being here with us. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the grand finals.
2 more games today, though, Shib. There's still 2 more. There's still 2 more.
Well, I mean, us too.
Yeah, us too, of course. We have some incredible games. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Oh yeah.
Out of sight! Judge! Jury! Executioner! A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight. remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Ignite playoffs. And what did we just watch? I mean, the clock, it struck midnight for both teams. Vicky won by a single pixel there. I have no words.
A single pixel on the sounding of the 7 trumpet with a Namor ult just to start off the reverse sweep. Like, I cannot comprehend. I mean, that has to have been the closest competitive Marvel Rivals game that we've ever seen on a live broadcast.
I'm coming from Shroud's stream, watching him watch it. First of all, the Shroud spectating curse is now broken, so congratulations. But just to watch every point decided in overtime, very last seconds, both teams fighting their heart out. And again, the Cinderella story so close, but just edged out barely and not making land or progressing forward. I've been in the suit for hours, just like as a fan. I'm almost losing my voice, not casting, just from excitement. It's been awesome.
Yeah, it's been not only so entertaining, but it also feels real good when you like quadruple your points, by the way, in the chat preds. I know a lot of you guys are feasting after that last series because I sure am. But you know what's great, Cozy? Not only are we now up next, but we also have 2 more gas series to go through.
Yeah, we're diving straight into 2 unforgettable stories, guys. Better than the MCU could even script. On one side, it's going to be Heartbreak or Glory. And the winners, they're going to be booking their seats there on the lower bracket to the first ever LAN. And the loser, they get a seat too, Vicky, but it's on their couch, coming so close to greatness. But we start off with the 2 best teams right now in North America, 100 Thieves and Sentinels. And it's been a war that's been almost a year in the making.
Yeah, if you thought you've seen enough of the res comp, guess again, because in this next upcoming series, I'm expecting it to come out from Sentinel specifically as we take a look at their previous results and how they were able to get here in the playoffs. Sentinels, of course, had started off the series, or rather the playoffs, fighting off against Envy before they won that 2-1 and then took it over Techie XD in that 3-0 fashion before finding themselves in that upper bracket final, while 100 Thieves, on the other hand, had their close encounter with Shroud X and another close encounter with Ego Death, all 2-1, 3-1 fashion, and have now found themselves in the possible run back versus Sentinels.
Yeah, crazy enough, I mean, the group stage, it told us a lot, but also nothing. I mean, all these games have been so close, but both these teams, they just went on a tear in the upper bracket, both losing to somewhat Heartbreak in that finale in the group stage. But now these teams meet again, and they've met so many times, oftentimes eliminating one another from greatness, Vicky. Going under other names and going into orgs, they've watched each other grow to the teams that they are today. If you guys are looking for pros to every sense of the word in coordination, play, and top tier level of gameplay. That's what you're going to get today with Sentinels versus 100 Thieves.
I'm expecting this to go to distance. You know, you talk about all the talent from both these teams, the veteranship here coming into the series too, and a lot to prove. Let's not forget, both these teams have already qualified for China, but that big money bag lingering over their heads. I mean, if you look at the prize pool for Americas, I believe it's 250,000 USD. The difference though between first place getting 70,000 and second place is literally $35,000 difference. So if you really consider it, that team that's going to be sitting in the grand final, the team that will win this series, will already be feeling pretty comfy sitting in that seat.
And we start off, guys, with Sin City. You guys know them by now. They need no introduction. If you guys came yesterday, right, amazing Iron Man, perfect fit there. We said Jarvis, play the funeral music. It was an insane eruption on that roster. And what this team can do, they have so many different hats, whether it's triple res, which they kind of coined into their main, I wouldn't even say main lineup, but they own that lineup because Kurova at the helm of the Golden God and what he can do together. But they have so many other facets that they can win with.
Yeah, I also feel like just combined together and looking at this backline, and you look at what's on the other side between Sentinels and having Kurova out here, literally just the Adam Warlock to worry about, Iramori with the Loki. These are going to probably be some target fans. Oh my gosh, I forgot. That yesterday was insane. Right, Amazing coming out, by the way, like on the Iron Man was impeccable. Like, we've literally had the flexibility of everything in this tournament. Like, Ryan Amazing has gone over to the Torch. You've seen the Black Panther, the Mantis, the Ultron, and of course the Iron Man after yesterday.
Yeah, Ryan game-changing doesn't roll off the tongue as well as Ryan Amazing, but still should almost be changed to it because of what he did and just what that team felt like he helped with in that battle. And altogether, though, Nectar rising up to the star that he's been as he was newer to the roster. Incredible job from them as well. And then, of course, Iramori and Kurova, as we spoke about. 100 Thieves, though, these guys are a lot of fun, and they know each other so well. Not only the teams, but the players within them. And look at, again, both these teams, they're just locked in both positions. If you look position by position, it's tough to even choose who would win, right? Because they're so good in top class.
Well, you know what I just realized right now, Cozy? Both these teams are playing in person, so you know the vibes and the comms when we get those player cams are going to be insane. You take a look at 100 Thieves, though, in general. We've talked to Tara now twice back-to-back. Injured hand to start off the playoffs, by the way. Over there in the 100 Thieves, just time chamber of just training with the rest of the team and has been popping off. It's really been the Tara, Delena. I mean, everybody, every single person on this team is insane. Delena has been popping off, and you're so focused on Tara, you're not really worried about what's happening behind you, and by the time you look behind you, your entire backline has been taken out by Delena. TTK with the damage output on that Emma Frost was a whole other story. They came out with a triple Vanguard at one point on defense, something that we've been able to see, but there's just so much to talk about with this team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, TTK just showing the masterclass of what he can do on even controller. No aim assist, just pure grit and skill there. And Terra the Terrible, we just called him that yesterday. The team, they focused every band trying to shut him down, and it still wasn't enough. You need 20-plus bands to get rid of the whole duelist section. And even then, Vicky, he goes to Strange, and Delena goes to Rocket. This team, they can do it all, and it's going to be exciting to watch. Two highly coached and well-trained teams for this moment. Again, going back, you look at the MRI, it was 100 Thieves that eliminated Sentinels that got out of that. But the MRC Sentinels, they got the last laugh as they won the last Marvel Rivals Championship, which was the biggest stage before this stage. And this is where it matters. They're both going to China, but they both want to win.
Ooh, this is exciting. There's so much on the line here. It's just really the money, but it's also about the bragging rights, how much has changed since the last time these two teams have met, and who's improved the most. Again, both these teams, it's so hard because you're talking about both really strong backlines. I mean, imagine when you talk about the duelists out here too from both of these teams, and then you look at the Vanguards and we talk about the flexibility too. So many different compositions could roll out from both of these different teams.
Yeah, without question, expect just pure chaos in terms of strategy in that pick ban phase, but also the rollouts and what they can flex into. And the stage has been set. We've got this electric matchup to set up what is going to be one team going into the grand finals. And then down below, we already know what we just saw from Shroud, and going forward into Shroud X and Envy is going to be electric. Both games are amazing, but we hit the first one here. Stage 1 playoff Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. This is going to be a good one.
Match number 3 after an insane turnaround for our second series. This one I'm expecting to go the distance again, starting off map number 1 as per usual on domination, and we're going to burn into Chala.
Yeah, you know what, Vicky? We've had this map almost exclusively in the playoffs. Right, amazing, showing a little bit of that Panther. We only saw it once there on Clintar, I believe, against Nemesis. Hasn't come back since, but they do have it up their sleeve. And you know what? We saw a bunch of teams against Sentinels start to ban Captain America. Crimzo does such a good job of sustained bowling, everything you want from Steve Rogers.
I'm not surprised. It's been a lot more of these focus bans too, as the Protect onto the Emma Frost comes out from 100 Thieves, and we saw how strong TTK was on that just yesterday as the ban onto the Emma Frost from the other side, as Sentinels, they're going to be able to lock in that Magneto.
Yeah, there's so much like metagame going on here, and focus and trying to think of what they're trying to do, but showcase different things. Looking at it, of course, they're going to be focusing some of the top duelists and carries that we've seen. That's also respect to Terra, of course, but they're not. We saw this yesterday. Ego Death let 100 Thieves play the Luna Loki. Not this time, obviously. Just way too good. And if we look down below, Loki being banned as well. So all that 24 seconds, not going to get any of that as we head into the last ban for 100 Thieves, and it's triple res shut down.
Yep, I was expecting this because this also shuts down the attempt on running triple support just with the Mantis, Ultron, and an insert Cloak and Dagger here while they protect the Loki. I was going to say, for anybody tuning in here and you want to actually look at like the different players side by sides, you have to look at the combined power of like Nectar and Rymazing versus like Terra and Dilemma. Like this is literally going to be the battle of ages, and in the backline matchup alone, I was expecting it either they were going to let the res comp go, but that's where their strength is, or either the auto Atom or Mantis ban versus a straight raw brawl, as we get to see the last safe pick here.
Yeah, this might change some things up here, Vicky, because obviously Loki, Harvey, they go together, but typically whenever Cloak's available, Harvey goes to that Cloak and Dagger, SJP going to, you know, the Loki, but this time they get rid of that game plan. I like that to kind of throw them off a bit, but yeah, you said it great there. That's going to be the big story. In the past, Delina is kind of that one looking for the flank angle, and that's really put pressure on Sentinels in the past. TTK showing off a little bit of that flex there on Emma. Did a great job there with the Echoes, and they did leave that team up open. Pretty deadly stuff, and I like that Terra showing the Hella again, even though he has some other options available.
Terra, I feel like, is a professional Ditto. You can put Terra on anything hit scan related, or just anything in general. We even saw, you know, the Vanguard rolling out here too as we get set up once again for map number 1. But you got to see the Loki ban, it looked like, from the other side too. So a lot of focus between the Loki and the Mantis as we get to take a look at our chat preds. Actually, really more forward on the Sentinel side than 100 Thieves, which I'm actually really surprised. I thought it was going to be a lot closer.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I mean, you might as well spin a ball on a roulette wheel with these two teams and what you could get the outcome for. So the talent, they are neck and neck, but hey, they're both in boot camps. They both have so much experience in the game against each other as one team as they collide in a battle for the ages here. And Crimzo bringing the team right to the fight, not the points. This is going to be awesome.
I'm going to duke it out immediately. Frame 1, just looking behind as they get a little bit of head because 100 Thieves are already rotating from the high ground instead, so they'll have the positional advantage going into this first fight.
Yeah, we have Rymazing here, who's done a great job on Human Torch. They leave it open, though. Team somewhat disrespecting what Rymazing could potentially do here on Johnny Storm, throwing down that pressure, and Flames immediately diddle in. That's going to be their main focus there, trying to get that pressure on the Torch to look for the heals and look for the get out here. Delina barely escaping there, as we can see, and throwing down the Thorns is Terra as the first point is tied up.
Look at the TTK Emma Frost coming out again. We saw how crazy the damage output TTK was putting in, and it could be a little bit of a sleeper when you're having Terra just pop off, and with Harvey also combine that with getting the trade-off of Delena and Crimzo. It's an even fight, and TTK already has that 100% damage output on that Emma Frost beam.
Yeah, if Garova's the Adam Warlock mascot, it's got to be Loki for Harvey there. TTK getting a cleanup on Techie. That's a huge opener there. Now Mason trying to ride this and Turtle Bond into the pressure. And now Nectar following up with Amoria as well. That's 2 they're making now with the invisible boundary going up. Might be a little too late, but the push off there. SJP, that was a beauty.
Oh, and the res off of Terra getting that 1 KO brings Carvey right back, which actually allows 100 Thieves to try to re-engage just as quickly. And that's with 100 Thieves also being able to get the point first.
The snow was melting, but they made the snowball into the avalanche into what was a point take, and that was looking strong there for Sentinels for a quick second. SJP, we don't see him on Invisible Woman that often, I'll be honest. Not someone that we see him play too much. It's either Loki or Luna. Not this time around, though. Great push to start things off.
Could have been that Luna ban that we saw coming out from the other side, something that Sentinels try to prioritize and saving for Kurova. As Kurova will be able to enter into this next fight with the fate of both worlds. All eyes, though, onto Delena, who's trying to target that backline. Techie taking a good amount of that damage, right? Amazing with the Supernova. And TTK trying to deny the strategist ult from Sentinels just as they try to approach here, but they're still able to stall.
Yeah, that's what those fire tornadoes can do so well. Neil before TTK, though, with that pressure push forward. The Nectar trading Psylocke v Psylocke. Love to see Crimso with the group hog and the group elim now. But Terra, again, just being able to get so much trade value, getting Harvey back up. Remember, that team up just often slept on and forgotten, as now just trying to escape his TTK. And as we would expect, Vicky, this is going to be just a close one.
It's going to be a nail biter. They take it, but it was a beautiful stall there from 100 Thieves. Wouldn't expect anything different when you have Captain America and TTK just trying to move on that Emma Frost. And Terra has just been getting so much of these eliminations too. Definitely a problem that works hand in hand with just being able to get the revive on the Loki together with the Hela.
Yeah, 100% agree there. As looking into this next fight, you've got the Dance of Butterflies to open up that backline. Aaron Moore, though, is going to have that internal bond, so the pressure will be relieved. Maybe they find Kurova. That would be the big pick to start things out there for 100 Thieves. And then Terra, we saw it in the past. He always saves this Goddess of Death to throw it up mid-fight, get people uncomfortable as they're focusing Vinny first.
With the Eternal Bond being used first, though, and the God of Mischief is going to be able to get the copy onto the Invisible Woman. That's going to be cycled between the Loki and then SJP's Invisible Woman ult, but does not find a mark on that Meteor M. Instead, Kurova ends up being a victim to Terra's hands, making 3 in total, while Delena's like, don't worry, I'm here too. Nectar may have gotten 1 KO, but Delena follows up right afterwards, and 100 Thieves retake the point.
A full 5.0 Terra Quake. I mean, he got 5 out of that, 3 on the ult, 2 with the Thorns. Just insane. The guy can play anything and is showcasing it. They put him at that captain spot for the team for a reason. The trust and most importantly, the skill that guy has. Insane here. Going into the fight, though, we do have the Invisible Boundary to open things up. TTK can do some kneeling here. And on Sentinels, they've got to win some neutral before they get anything going. Kurova closest to it.
Crimso too with that group hug. At least combine that with the Wombo combo on the Supernova and controlling the space. They have to re-engage now, nearing 95% as they try to close in the gap. I'm looking at Delena here. He's able to get away. SJP with a reset on the Invisible Boundary, and TTK all kneel behind the Psionic Seduction as they know what's coming. They're controlling a good amount of space, and you have the damage output here too already at 92 on that beam.
Yeah, Luna drops the beat there. Kurova keeping the team alive, and that's so important as the push trying to make things at least uncomfortable for Crimso, having to make his way back over, and the kick off. Nectar, though, does get the trade on not just one hero, but the important one in Terra as he throws down the Entangled Person. They get everybody together, but there's no follow-up. You get 4 of them, 2 in the Invisible Boundary now as Delena. He's starting to delete heroes as he always does here. Amazing down, Nectar down, 100 Thieves looking on top.
Well, I was wondering, where was Rymazing on the follow-up off that group hug? Rymazing was taking a good amount of pressure, but no Supernova right afterwards, right before the KO was landed onto them. But Sentinels still plant their feet here, and Crimso with the Doctor Strange portal is going to come in to re-engage.
The Crimson just swapping heroes back and forth. Delena with a quick delete on Techie here, but Nectar going out with the Dance of Butterflies, trying to get that pick early. Terra being the first to fall here. Now, okay, it's 4v5 at this point. The point can go either way. Crimson with the quick melee whip to get the duelist out of the fight. Vicky, this is so close.
Yeah, with TTK coming in on the Doctor Strange, just to portal everybody back into this fight too. And that was with Sentinels in that first initial fight, right before we saw them come in with their own portal, where 100 Thieves had the body advantage. A lot more players on the point. They had one more of the trades here, and then they slowly backed off, and Sentinels were able to take over that point. So even coming in with that Supernova as a cheeky meteor comes in, misses though, as Terra has this 1v1 upstairs.
Off the backboard, Techie, now that's 2 that he wants back. That's okay, though, as they push it. Right, Amazing on the Limp feed. Does get that elimination early to start things, but right now, Sentinels kind of backs against the wall here. It is 99-99. You've got the Eye of Agamotto, and up goes the Hella ult. Can Terra get a pick? He's going right for Right Amazing. He connects one, but Terra goes down here as Kurova dropping the beat and a little bit of 100 Thieves momentum.
SJP with that invisible boundary, though. The Eye of Agamotto sneaking through, right through that boundary as Terra finds another pick onto Amazing. Make it 2 with the Crimzo. Terra, you sure your hand is injured? Because these KOs constantly back to back, but the nice strength here just to try to take care of that problem. Terra makes a swap over to the Wolverine. Harvey goes down, and 100 Thieves are down to 4 here.
It is as close as it could get. Maybe not a pixel away from the Shroud X game we saw, but right there is Vinny throwing down the punches in the animation canceling. Beautiful job there, making uncomfortability for Sentinels now, and it's ticking down here overtime. Any minute, they're going to have to get on. It's going to be right amazing to do the slam to push it forward here. Nectar, though, trying to get something going. He does get the Lena in the trade.
It's a big trade, though, at the very least. JSP is also slowly approaching that invisible boundary just to help with the reset. Same thing for TTK on the Eye of Agamotto, right? Amazing with that Supernova, though. It's going to control so much space. Look at what overtime is looking like. Literally a pixel as we saw Terra make that swap over to the Wolverine. The Eye of Agamotto finds 2 big picks onto Crimzo and Aramori. They jump off, though, at the very end. 100 Thieves take round number 1, going down to the wire.
What a way to open up this fight. Incredible effort from both teams, but it was just by, honestly, a step off. 100 Thieves is looking to get that point. Looking at the stats here, I mean, I think you're seeing a lot. I mean, right, amazing. I didn't see an awful ton on the Olympi, but 13K obviously doing his job well. Nectar, though, has just been putting on these silent performances, Vicky, time after time. And then there's Terra, who, you know, he's always doing it.
Yeah, and Terra, a TTK too, like 17.2k. I feel like it's just so easy just to look at your Emma Frost doing Emma Frost things. I clenched a little bit for Crimzo when I saw TTK going into the diamond form and try to fish for trying to get that environmental KO with the kickoff. Didn't get it in that moment, which was what led to that group hug. But TTK is also just such a big problem to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know what TTK stands for? It's take teams kindly to the spawn room. Just such an insane job there. Yeah, that's off the tongue. But as the team pushing in, if you're Sentinels, I mean, you played well, you played great. Couple times you just could not connect those ults. You're going to see a lot between these two well-coached teams. It comes down to the ult fights and just the perfect timing, precision, as now Amazing floating on the top of this point.
Amazing, despite a lot of the focus coming out from Terra, though, and even finding these picks onto Amazing themselves, Terra has been putting in that pressure, but Amazing in general has a lot of cover to work with vertically here, especially with that middle pillar before it could break out and reveal the den right down below. But there's that damage output when you have a Brute on the other side, though. You boost it up just as quickly at the Dance of Butterflies after Vinny gets a first initial KO. Deadlena following up with a 2K.
Dance of the Butterflies, call it dance, execution. But here comes Crimzo throwing them together. It's not going to get enough. They're using ults to try to cap this at that as well. They really want it. Unfortunately, don't get it. Throwing everything, gaining nothing. 100 Thieves taking over the point.
Gotta break down. Just not only are you consistently able to keep your beam at just a high amount of damage output, but it's thanks to these Groot walls that you get to keep going with it. Crimzo being on that Groot could be a double-edged sword for them here, but Vinny does have that ultimate with the Captain America before the re-engage happens here from Sentinels with Aramori.
Yeah, looking here, Aramori can open up that channel bond, and then Amazing maybe can follow. Nectar, though, looking, he has gotten a lot of value, Vicky, from those Dance of Butterflies. He's going to look to go once again, at least on SJP. Harvey and SJP far from the ult, or at least not going to get it immediately in this team fight. And they're focusing TTK, who might as well just be another duelist out there with what he can put out. And there it is, Dance of the Butterflies go down, Lanterns to follow, but they still get Terra and wipe 2 important cooldowns.
TTK in the down 4 like, let me out, let me out. These Groot walls are stopping me. It couldn't help heal for my team. Delenna tries to answer back, not finding it shot because the invisible barrier was right there too, but it gets caught out. Techie as Nectar gets a follow-up. Techie gets Harvey. No backline for you as Sentinels are able to reclaim this point.
Yeah, beautiful job there from Tech again. We've seen it so many times, like Prince. Just huge purple rain down on that team. Throwing it down. Another great elimination there. Amazing does have the Supernova ready to go. 100 Thieves, though, they always have that fire extinguisher right in the back pocket. TTK, though, we've seen this is all they need, right? They've got the Neil. They've got Harvey. One support ult. You need one from each role, and they can usually get the point. This is going to be a tough ult for Sentinels, who used a lot to get that point. But Karoba here with the dance ready to drop.
I'm ready to put on a show.
Psionic Seduction bringing everybody in their direction. Still finds Techie before the fade of both both worlds allowed for the reset. Unfortunate, but even better news for the re-engage of the choke slam onto Amazing. Nowhere is safe. That also just always feels so personal whenever the Emma Frost knows what to do and focusing what that problem is, which is Amazing in this case.
Techie just begging to get his groove on, can't catch the beat, and
oh my goodness,
because of it, oh my gosh, just like that, Nectar goes up with the dance of butterflies, but gets eliminated. TTK, top tier kid, living up to the name.
Dude, and he's moving, breaking some ankles out here too, knowing that right now TTK is the actual problem, and here comes Delena, while TTK distracts everybody in the front with that gigantic beam. Delena gets the KOs necessary. Terra takes the sky, and they're trying to desperately flip this because this is still in favor for Sentinels right now as they near 70%.
Yeah, they're just trying to stall as long as possible here. Vinny, though, trading with Aramori, that's going to be huge now as Terra just trying to get a little bit of relief. Techie now going to fall down here, unfortunately, as Strategist already went down to follow here, and then Nectar kind of left by himself. He is going to collapse, and at this point, it's looking, I mean, it could go either way here, Vicky. Obviously, whoever wins the first point has a little bit of advantage there with the ults and everything, but, you know, I like the chances for both.
If they don't ban that Emma Frost, I mean, at the same time though, TTK is just TTK is also just an insane strange too. Like, and Magni, I mean, it's just good luck with all those vanguards that TTK has in his pocket here. As the approach comes in from Sentinels, they don't have really much unless they build into the Supernova and Kurova into that Fate of Both Worlds.
Yeah, this is going to be rough for them because they're going to have to win here to gain ult charge, but everything in the back pocket for 100 Thieves. They're feeling prepared and ready to go, and I agree, it's at the hands now. Right now, there's one great Terra, but TTK doing an incredible job. Delena, though, going for the quick execution, has to back off, go to the teams, and use those dashes precisely to get back to cover here. Now TTK a little bit under pressure. He gets to the lantern zone. That's what's so deadly.
Look at the repositioning right there too. They communicated, the invisible boundary came out, and TTK in the Psionic Seduction tries to pull everybody to them, but the Fate of Both Worlds comes in. The group hug coming in as well, together with Amazing and the damage output without having to use too many of these ultimates because they want to carry that over to the next round after they got off the point from 100 Thieves in the very first one, and they're taking over this fight.
Grimzo showing how he can do it all there, no matter the hero, and just insane because they were so outnumbered, especially in terms of ult economy there. And now they're fully loaded. Now you got to win another point. So do you want to use it all? You know, it's going to come close here. They're going to have to do a good job as the portal comes in. TTK going from Emma Frost to the Sorcerer Supreme, pushing in early, and Delena looking for that early pick with the Dance of the Butterfly.
Time ticking away before retouching right here too. Terra has a reset with the Goddess of Death as Techie looks down and finds TTK, who tries to take to the skies without showing up that shield right on time though. Maybe broke it right beforehand before backing away though. Huge follow-up from Amazing, denying that of SJP. Nectar too, as Nectar with the Dance of Butterflies helps out Sentinels to take us to the third round.
Dunks the Galaxy on their hand and smashes the glass with it. Incredible job there. And then just good job with the Supernova from Human Torch of Amazing. I mean, the guy can play it all in the duelist department, but Flyers, he's just locked in so well. 24k damage right now, 9 E-limbs. And looking at both sides, Vicky, I mean, golly, 30k damage from TTK. I mean, just absolute madness from what he's put out here. What do you think here we might see for point 3? Are they going to change anything up, or are they going to say the same comps?
I feel like it was so close for the first round too, like we saw for that second round. I think just the re-engage and having those picks, especially that big meteor onto TTK when TTK made that swap over to the Strange, like those very impactful game-winning conditions that you lean into, just in terms of timing of those ultimates, is what really made a difference. But I also feel like the re-engage from 100 Thieves there at the very first round, and then looking at what they were able to push in before getting off the point, it was so close for them to take it, but then Sentinels were just on that point first. So I just think they stick to what they're doing here, and as you can already see, Techie coming in with the portal play.
Yeah, here it goes. They're taking the fight to them as Techie throws the portal in, and they're looking to get some cheeky E-limbs out, throwing out the walls and the pressure with it. Terra being precise as always. He signs those thorns with his autograph in cursive, throwing out the graves. Now Techie popping in a little bit behind here, and they're going for the strategist back there. Can he get at least the lanterns out? But there it is. We've got Vinny throwing the blows there on Dr. Strange, but Amazing trades with it, but they go down with the Vanguard. That's going to be tough.
Yeah, also you lost on Aramori rather early in that fight too, and you're just getting duped out by the FTC character that is Emma Frost, honestly, because that's what it feels like when you get command grabbed.
just how good 100 Thieves are in the neutral. I mean, just incredible job, awareness, and just communication. Those comps, you know, are just spitting with lyrics here. As now Harvey, SJP both ready to go in the strategist front here. TTK getting close as well, Vicky. But we've seen it. Crimzo sometimes can do it all by himself, especially if he's got the dance floor to follow.
Also thinking about Harvey here, having that God of Mischief too. TTK still the problem that we've been seeing TTK be. Over to the other side though, Crimso's got the group hug, tries to get the follow-up push from the other side from SJP, as the Invisible Boundary is looking to try to keep everybody from 100 Thieves sustained.
Yeah, they've got the pressure there, trying to get the point cap, but they don't out. The grand finale does drop there, as well as the invisible boundary. And at this point, it's any teams to take here. Throwing down the Gru ult does not get the connection he wants or the follow-up. There's Amazing, but it's too little too late. Terra up in the sky, throwing it down here, trying to get the pop and the connection. And that's what he does so good, Vicky.
The actual environmental air boost, by the way, like I just saw a flying TTK at one point in that diamond form. I thought I was just seeing my sleep paralysis demon in the corner. Well, Terra gets another pick, gets Harvey right back in, and then follows up with Harvey and Korova. 100 Thieves now get to keep up on this point, with Sentinels only getting that 7% extra credit.
It's Infinity War out here, but both have hero plot armor. It's like, which team is going to take it? We're seeing the colors fly and the ultimates flash here, and it's just so close with these fights. But right now, 100 Thieves look like they've got it figured out, and they like where they got in terms of strategy. Remember, I told you, Vicky, a lot of this is going to come down to that pick ban phase, and the way they roll these games, it's coming down to micro decisions here. As Delena hitting and farming just incredible ult charge here, going from 0 to 35 with ease.
Oh, with the Dance of Butterflies, though, to be started off from Nectar, who's been fantastic, by the way, on this Psylocke. Does not find anything or force out any of these ults, because there was no ults to force out from 100 Thieves. As they try to walk back in, the rest of 100 Thieves are giving them that space, but they could afford to do that, with Sentinels only now getting 10% plus.
Oh, this is going to be a big one from Techie. Can he land it? He's
nice.
the extra damage there on TTK, but that's where the Diamond Force comes in handy. Not only can you go with extra protection, but you can throw out the kicks and the choke like TTK does so well with another kick. And this is such a tough point to fight Emma on the point here with the rage up to 100. And this is looking rough now for Sentinels to take. Korova down, Crimzo down, and it looks like Sentinels going to go down on that one.
Dude, that was so crazy. Like, TTK thought like 3 steps ahead right there. He set up the Emma Frost shield right on time before using the Psionic Seduction to hide behind it, while Terra, in the middle of seeing through that invisible boundary here from SJP, gets the snipe pick. And at the very end, 100 Thieves, they plant their feet on this point, and they confidently take game number 1.
Yeah, just absolute cinema from both teams there. And right now, again, there's only so much you can do after you've had heroes lost and gained. But 100 Thieves, they just played that to absolute perfection. You know, Vicky, the stats are going to tell a little bit of a better story. As Harvey, again, he says yesterday, I don't get to play him much, but when I do, oh man, can he absolutely eat? And he did so with Harvey, with Loki on that one. It's going to be 1 to 100 Thieves. And looking at the stats, I mean, there's a couple that stand out pretty heavily.
Yeah, TTK out here with 38k damage done. We had seen some swaps too, with Delena trying to portal right back in on that Doctor Strange, but dealing at least 26k damage, so 14 final hits, but then the 22 from Terra, as we saw Terra terrorize the skies. And then even looking on the other side, Amazing just continuously doing Amazing things. And I feel like Nectar, we've highlighted other heroes from Nectar, but the Psylocke really did come out.
Yeah, 14 deaths, though, that's tough. And I think the big story there, Vicky, TTK only got eliminated 6 times. I mean, that's such a big difference of presence. And you just said it best, right, with the Diamond Form. Like, so many times is Diamond Form used on aggression, but no, right there, he was prepared for the ultimates, and then he uses it to survive and then thrive as he pushes into the point, and ultimately helps him win that so well. I mean, when you've got some of the best players in the world on both Vanguard and Duelist, it just makes it so tough, even if your whole team is skilled to the nines.
He literally was living, like, rent-free, like, 3 steps ahead, like predicted the meteor to come out just so that way you already have your shield out when you are stuck in the Psionic Seduction, so that way you could just hide behind your shield once the meteor comes in if you're getting autofocus, because TTK was a problem. Like Terra, obviously we saw Delena lighting up the skies. Like, if there isn't a target ban onto this Loki, because Harvey is just the embodiment of Loki, just like when we talk about Korova, like that is the Adam Warlock in my mind at the very least, but the Emma Frost and the Loki needs to be taken care of.
Yeah, I think Delina too is just often not talked about enough because obviously he's on the same team as Terra. We see that in sports, right? There's a superstar, there's one really great player because there's a fight going on in the background and in the back lines with Psylocke and just holy tracking. I mean, he's so good with his precision and honestly really just took it to Nectar on that particular map. And that's what cleaned up a lot of it and just opens up space. It opens up strategists to focus on their vanguards, and then you can keep rolling from there. So there's so much going on in hero shooters behind the scenes as well. Want to give the flowers to Delina on that map as he did some clutch eliminations. But Harvey taking over that MVP, 36,000 healing, 37 assists. This man, he can do it all. And both teams, pressure's off. Again, they're going to land, but they want this one. I'm telling you, Vic.
Yeah, it's all about the big money bags out here that they could focus on, and already taking that first map in our best of 5 is the best way to set yourself up for success here. Harvey popping off on the Loki. Again, not so surprised, but that's cycling with the Invisiwoman too, and that's without the Luna Snow being out.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, money's a lot, but I also think ego with both these teams. Like, they want to be known as that, like, team in America, right? And right now, they're both showing it, but 100 Thieves looking strong, and they're going to have to change up a little strategies. They've said they have spreadsheets behind the scenes. Crimzo, he's got an answer to everything that's giving them the big edge, and we've seen that thus far in the tournament, guys. Now, don't go anywhere. We're going into match 2, and if it's anything like the matches we've seen all of Ignite, it's going to be a good one. We'll be right back after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. The arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back from the break. You guys have seen it all today, but we've got more on the line. The 2-1 seeds are clashing. They did not get to meet each other in the group stage, Vicky, but here it is right now, the clash of the Titans.
It was going to happen eventually here, and this is the moment where we get to highlight the teams that have been able to improve through some changes that we've had within Marvel Rivals and showcasing consistency, because it's been back and forth thus far. There's kind of like that tiebreaker from the history of these two teams meeting, and we have to reference the issues that we saw in that first game specifically, because TTK, Terra, I mean, they were all a problem, but that Emma Frost, the Harvey Loki were all big issues. So now resorting over to that pick and ban phase, I'm wondering what we may see that may change.
Yeah, really, when you look at teams this good, it comes down just to so many small things. It's not going to be as evident, right, when you see maybe a big gap in the seeding or the skill level. Right here, it's just the precise timing of when and how, not just ultimates, but like the cloak bubble, right, and just getting that out ahead of time so then you can follow that out with something else. Sometimes we might commentate that Delena didn't get, anything out of that dance of the butterflies, but they use that on purpose to try to bait out different things. So look for the small things, guys, in these matchups here. And again, just the tip of the cap that they have there for Crimzo on Captain America. I think they just think getting rid of that in the pool helps him so much, and they match it with Mag.
Oh, wow. Okay, and they immediately go for the same. Okay, it's going to be the Emma Frost v. Emma Frost matchup now. This is going to be great. We're going to be duking it out in the front lines already, as the Luna ban is next.
Yeah, catfight at the Hellfire Gala. I mean, we have not seen Techie on a lot outside of Mag. I mean, he plays other things, but that's been his comfort pick, right, for now a few matches in a row. And so that's going to be interesting, getting rid of something that has been, something they rely on in general here. On the other side of things, though, Luna going out, SJP going to have to flex over once again, and I think they're going to go with the same strat. I think they did like, and Harvey is obviously the definition of a god on Loki, but I think they like what they got.
Okay, and over to the Cloak and Dagger being gone, saving on that Loki. They want to be able to promote that for Harvey here. So they've saved both of the strongest assets that I was talking about. TTK and Harvey here side by side, while on the other side, they won't be able to use that Luna, that Cloak and Dagger, but they won't have that issue, while now Sentinels here on the other side are looking to save that Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, and one big thing is Terra. This is what's so great about 100 Thieves. They can just swap on the dime, right? And Terra taking what was Delena's main role for now multiple tournaments going into Hella. And what have we seen? Harvey, one of the best strategists in the game, getting free revives. You can't make it up. It's such a good strategy there. But we do see Terra getting Wolverine. It hasn't got him often. This has been banned for him a lot.
Okay. Krova lingering. Oh, good. We're going to get a little quick restart, but Krova was lingering over on top of that Ultron, it looked like, too. So maybe seeing a different iteration of that triple comp. We'll have to wait and see as we move on over to Central Park for our second map.
Yeah, just reloading the graphics cards. They're trying to prep up for what's going to be an epic match here. I think one thing I like strategy-wise already, again, I think Sentinels, they're so well coached, but I like the idea of getting rid of the Magneto there for them and Captain America, leaving Wolverine open, and now Crimson on Groot has one of the biggest weaknesses in Rage Charge-Up. This could be tough to counter.
That's a very good point, and I feel like the Groot also works hand in hand into helping out TTK for the reasons that I mentioned in the first game, where those walls just help build up into that beam damage and to allow it to stay up consistently, as TTK is always thinking those steps ahead, right? So having to worry about if you do want to commit to this Groot, it's great when it comes to trying to isolate how you approach this first point, depending on what side you start on too. I mean, I feel like it works from both sides, but specifically really helps out the defense side as we get ready and we see if that's what they're going to really lean on. But it's been a lot of these focuses. It's kind of what can Crimson do in this case? They've been banning out the Captain America. That's been a really big focus target that hinders Sentinels.
Yeah, and when you ban, when you ban two Vanguards like that, you leave open absolute everything in terms of duelists. Not one duelist ban that Sentinels have to go up against. So Ryan Amazing, he gets his pick of the litter. Human Torch, we know what that can do on Central Park here. So that, to me, is a little bit of a... It's a dangerous game, but I like that they're doing that and showing, hey, Ryan Amazing, play whatever you want. We still think we can beat you as we look at the predictions. And this one, way closer. Sentinels was through the moon on the last one.
Yeah, actually, this is what I was expecting for the first game here. And I was leaning towards 100 Thieves just looking at this series. And I love what we've had seen from Sentinels, okay? This is the moment where we get to see both these teams, again, showcase what they've been working on, the different levels of compositions. But the mind games literally start in this pick and ban phase. And if you see one player specifically popping off, we've been seeing a lot more often in the Ignite series across multiple regions, teams playing to their strengths. We've heard it in the interviews, play what you're comfortable with. That is usually what ends up working, and then you get these target bans instead to help enable you be comfortable.
Yep, absolutely. Especially what's cool to see too is kind of like with Self and Black Panther, we saw teams allow it and then they eventually started to ban it, right? Because they're like, all right, we're not going to give this one for free. 100 Thieves, they used to leave triple res to Sentinels. They're like, you know what, play it, we don't care. And now a little bit of a different story. They're focusing and shutting that down immediately. Obviously, they've done their homework. They've seen what they've done so far in the playoffs. As, again, our players get ready. We get those bans back locked up here. But yeah, looking across the board, Loki getting shut down for them time after time, and 100 Thieves saving that Loki, Vic. You've made a great point. That's going to be a big difference maker.
It's just when I was looking at this series, when I was getting set up with my notes, like Harvey's just an insane Loki. Not only is a healing output usually always there, whereas I'm actually surprised, like he obviously got MVP for a reason, but we actually usually see like the numbers higher up the ladder. I wonder if it's because maybe no Luna on the table, which, you know, you get the copy, the Luna Fate of Both Worlds always boosts and inflates those numbers, but Harvey is the survivability. I mean, the clip that Harvey posted that we had covered yesterday, the placement and timing for those lamps too, and not getting baited, by the way, because a lot of times a lot of teams try to bait out your specific Loki player into putting out those lamps early, so that way they know that you have no ability to retreat towards getting some health to help out a tank that may be overextended, and it kind of isolates you on a cooldown that they take full advantage of. And in this case, Harvey is just so in control on this Loki.
Yeah, that's a good point. And honestly, looking towards Loki, usually the counter that we've seen lately, right, step up to the plate, has been that Bucky, that Winter Soldier swap. And not saying they can't play it over there in Sentinels, but amazing, we just don't see him play a lot of that. I think back, maybe Super Gomez did a little bit. Nectar, I'm sure, can. But that is a big win con against a killer Loki that is Harvey. As we begin, we kick right into the action here. Crimso's got a cam today. Hello, what's up, Crimso? As now the team pushing in is Sentinels on the offense.
Was it Techie that had the camera just pointing at the roof? I just felt like, oh, okay, I was gonna say that radiates with me. I completely understand all the emotions in that phase. But looking on the other side and trying to split up some of the attention from 100 Thieves, Amazing together here, side by side with one of his other teammates, are just trying to split some of that focus. Looking at Delena too, over to the other side. But specifically, 100 Thieves are doing this just so that way Amazing could get focused. The Invisible Woman is trying to pull him in.
Yeah, we're going to see here and test the flexibility. Again, Techie has not played a lot of other heroes. Nice pick there for Nectar on Terra. Techie has not played a lot outside of Magneto, so to swap over to the Emma, it looks like he's doing just fine in diamond form as he takes out TTK beautifully. And Amazing doing a good pressure job as well. Great job here. Let's see if we get the strange switch, or are they going to let the point go? They are putting forward the pressure, but great Groot wall. They're pushing forward, and they get the point.
The big difference out here is that in that first game, Techie could not play the Emma Frost because it was banned against them. This time they ended up saving it because they know that if they don't want to use up a ban onto TTK, it's Techie that thinks that Techie could diff TTK on this Emma Frost Ditto.
Yeah, just a great answer to what was the Magneto ban, too. I mean, that got rid of probably a little bit of strategy, and they were able to answer it there as Amazing trying to not only survive from the back line, that's Delena, but also trying to get that pick here. Delena, nice job with that tracking here as he continues to build up. 71% now to the ult, but both sub-ults ready for Sentinels. You got the dance floor and the fawn, and it starts with the imprisonment from Crimso, throwing it up, but the invisible boundary going up, keeping him alive. Nectar trying to get a piece of it, and does.
Even better, though, for them, because it forced out the invisible boundary, which is the green light for Nectar to try to push in together with the team up of the Emma Frost, who's Dance of Butterflies, but does not find anybody, while TTK and the Silent Seduction gets cut off by a giant wall. Works into some cover as the fire from the sky, Amazing, putting everybody in the fire blender.
Yeah, exactly what we were saying, right? Using someone like Nectar to get the dance out there, to get the cooldowns out, and then Right Mason can clean up. Oh, it gets stuck on the pillar, cannot get out, but Delina cleaning up, but it's going to be the other Psylocke and Nectar that gets the last laugh, as now we have Sentinels pushing towards the point, but you can see 100 Thieves, they're pushing fast here. Terra swapping a Wolf.
Trying to block off the other sides here, having to make some of these swaps and hold that next corner. They're able to, with ease, get to this first checkpoint. Look at that time bank that they have to work with, Cozy.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of that was just great ult usage, right? Again, they did the dance, and then even though you have both Immas going at the same time, you've got Supernova up in the sky. Right, amazing! Living up to the name. He's amazing. Incredible job there. He's on a rampage.
I just witnessed the murder out here. Terra did get a little bit of revenge, but Crimzo also fell to their demise at the hands of TTK. Some little bit of a taste of your own medicine here, while still having so much of this space coming up here for Sentinels.
I was gonna say, but at what cost? But the spawn room's a lot closer for them. It's about actually medium here, so either way you look at it, but it's a Vanguard going down and a big one at that here as Right Amazing up in the sky. You would think he's on the other part of the spawn because he's pushing towards them, throwing them down, getting them their space. There's 4 minutes on this clock. Viking Sentinels with all the bit prepared with the 4-piece.
We are Groot to follow up with Crimzo bringing everybody together in the group hug. Nectar, the shish kebab coming out just to clear up even more space. They have not been stopped here, by the way. 4 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, and Korova still has that Luna Snow ult.
Yeah, and Nectar with just these dashes of precision, and now we've got dance execution going on. He gets 1, now 2. He's stepping, and there's, my God, the most time I've seen on the clock, not against 100 Thieves, but against most teams.
Dance de-evolution, more like it. They were trying their best out here. You're having your party off on the fate of both worlds, but that got shut down. What a walk in the park with a massive time bank in favor for, and this is the night and day difference too, right? Techie's been putting in a lot more focus onto TTK. Amazing though, I think it's also important to talk about Central Park allowing itself to have a lot more verticality and having the positional advantage to be able to get out of the line of sight for a lot of these different teams.
Again, when you have somebody that's great at something, or a team, let's say Triple Res, Captain America, you lose out other bands. And I told you, a little bit of disrespect there to the Duelists of Sentinels. They said, hey, we're not gonna, you can play whatever you want. Play whatever you want. And they did, Vicky, and they played with excellence.
I just really love how this advanced band system that we have in place just brings out so many different compositions for every single game. We get to see every different character played at such a high level that counterpicks on counterpicks to roll out without using all your ultimate to then re-engage. But looking at the stats, the fact that only 2 members of Sentinels have gone down further highlights how strong of a push that was.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting to me is they have Ultron open. Oftentimes you've got the torch going off, right? Ultron's going to be open right there in the back line. But typically it's Right Amazing that plays the Ultron, right? So then he would have to give the torch to Nectar, which we've seen a little bit. But maybe they switch up with Delina now, swapping to the Age of Ultron, ready to go. And look at that freeze from way downtown.
Oh, dang. Literally, like, so far down the lane here, but Vinny moving all the way up here, just trying to control a lot more of that space, but having to look right above them. We see Nectar just putting in a little bit more of that poke pressure. Right, amazing though, still doing amazing things and being the problem in the sky as Terra tries to get a kidnap.
Yeah, beautiful job there now with just great pressure and great hold. He sets up the walls and putting tons of flames on the path. He's roasting, he's toasting, he's making a barbecue as now he's pushing in Nectar here. Doing a good job getting that sustained poke in. 35% to ult, building up nicely here. Air more close, but even closer is Harvey as they push in.
Talk about flexibility, Nectar always comes to mind. They've been performing so well here and putting in the poke pressure though, and the lamps come up. Terra gets a follow-up after getting the kidnap onto Crimzo. No wall saving you, while wrapping around was Nectar witnessing everything from the front row. Crimzo makes the quick swap, if it looks like, onto that Doctor Strange portal right back in because they have to recontest as 100 Thieves walk up.
Yeah, great job. The Delina going to Winter Soldier a lot in Season 1 and 0. Good to see it back on the hero. And there's the kidnap from Terra right away on Crimzo, just trying to survive. And good strategist play there. And Nectar with the quick dash and swipe. Harvey going down, and they may get this back.
Oh no, and that was with SJP also going down right afterwards. Nectar popping off, nearing that dance of butterflies, which by the way, unnecessary. Waits for the opportunity to then find Terra right afterwards.
The ballet of blades. I mean, incredible job. I thought after the kidnap, you know, Crimzo was going to be struggling there, but just awesome awareness from the team of Karova and AMER to keep them up. Nectar thirsty for more here, looking at the parade. Oh my gosh, almost getting Harvey the leader.
Nectar damage output needs to be studied. Look at SJP caught in the line of sight. That's a projection. The pull in, though, great awareness. I'll peel for your backline. Invisible boundary called in just to try to negate the damage output from Nectar and that dance of butterflies. While TTK puts a kick to the face of Nectar. The group hug coming in from the group ult, as well as Delena, who tried to use that ultimate earlier, gets interrupted in the middle of that psionic seduction. Big plays here from Techie. This is the difference maker when you get to save that Emma Frost.
Oh my goodness. Not yet a huge Agamotto, but then you've got Terra throwing up and down the Wolverine as he slashes, he dashes. My God, to pick up the slam down, no questions.
We saw they swap up there too, while TTK comes and starts continuously kicking everybody as 100 Thieves finally get this payload moving.
Yeah, Sentinels put up a little of an electric fence there on Terra, but now he's off the leash. He's going crazy. We knew we would see it eventually here. Good job. But hey, Sentinels, 4 minutes on the clock. They're going to have to play with perfection, 100 Thieves, and we'll see what happens now as pushing forward. Vinny has something. Wow, the big kidnap and the tear and dash. Yes, he can't get out.
Oh my, every single time I see these Wolverine plays, man, it just looks like a crime out here. Pushing up with the Eternal Bond to then get that pick and the pressure onto Harvey. He's always consistent with those. The Terror Cape to then provide some extra help here. Techie was stunned because Terror on the other side of these group walls is slicing and dicing.
Yeah, I mean, Terra making human torch, human toast now, but tearing it up in the backline. Video, good trade-off and great call there with AMER. Just always on the Terra Cape, just being incredible at what she does in both consistent healing and damage. As right, Mazing burning down that tree, as we say it best here, 99 fire making over there, or woodcutting, you pick your poison.
Depends here of how much we're cooking. Hopefully we don't burn any food so that way we can get level 99 cooking instead. As you see the burst damage coming out, getting into position, the Dance of Butterflies online for Nectar as it's a first thing activated, jumping in, saying TTK weak. The diving fork coming out forces Nectar to back away at the very end of that Dance of Butterflies.
Yeah, slices and dices there, and honestly, just good team awareness, not using the invisible boundary, because here comes the supernova. You're going to need it for that, but Nectar getting rid of Harvey. That's huge, because the ult was ready, and now it's going to be a lot of pressure pushed onto this team, and all on SJP as he keeps the team up here. And there's the kidnap, though. He's taking the tree back and slashes Crimzo down.
Isolating Crimzo again. It's the group, man. You have such a big hurt box, and then Terran comes diving in like a torpedo into your back line, slices you like a pair of toast. You're talking about the fire from the sky, but it's just been extinguished.
In China, at lands, we need a rage meter on Terra because it happens real time. And he's just like Wolverine. Like, the angrier he gets, the better he plays. And he puts this team, quite literally, it's a Euro shooter. They're all together, but on the back at times as he's slicing and dicing, pushing forward. Vinny, though, one of the best at Groot, throwing it in now. There's only 1 minute and 36 seconds. The Groot wall separates. The imprison goes down, Vicky.
Oh, and everybody goes in for the group hug, but the immediate retaliation to keep everybody alive from Harvey and the God of Mischief. This enables Delena in disguise, hiding behind that invisible barrier here. Looking behind them, too. They get to the checkpoint. Nectar falls next, and even though they were trying to contest it, a little too late.
Yeah, they did use a lot in the on the system there. SJP and Terra close to it. We do have an internal bond to push things. Only 2 minutes and 34 seconds. That's tough on this point because there's a lot of stalling you can do. But typically, sometimes we've only seen just one fight can get it done, depending where each team meets each other. Terra, he's hunting. He's on the prowl. Animal channel on. We've got the narrator. Can he feast on some prey?
Over to your left, you'll see the wild Terra preying on the next victim on this kidnap. Terra slowly approaching that Wolverine ult as they find the 1v1, and the next victim with the follow-up from SJP, who has an invisible boundary. Techie here duking it out in the diamond form, moving up like they're on the catwalk as SJP gets the push onto Crimzo on the bridge, off the map. Big picks here while Ryan Mazing still terrorizes Delena and Harvey.
Throwing down, my gosh, Terra showing the circle of life, just craziness. As they get the SJP2 with the 3-4, kidnap in the air, slice, nice. My gosh, they're gonna have one more chance here to hold this in. Minute 37 seconds left. I mean, who do you want to highlight? Pick your poison because they all did great, but SJP showing his inner Jedi there with the push and the finish.
I think it's even funnier that you could still see the Terra Punisher, but it's completely unnecessary because Crimso has just been falling victim to this Wolverine. Everybody with Rymazing being in the sky. You don't just need hit scan out here. The Wolverine works just the same if you're accurate in trying to get these kidnaps.
Here we go. We have Nectar going in. Rymazing Supernova time ready to go, but the kneeling is happening. TTK, one of the best at it here, throwing, separating the team is Fire. Tornadoes. Which team has the fire in them to ignite the win here as they push forward? Crimso gets kidnapped, but he goes in.
Wow.
The enemy territory that spells danger. And oh my God, what a beautiful finish.
And that was just a follow-up combo, by the way, from Harvey and the God of Mischief, and in that invisible boundary to pull in right after the communication right now from 100 Thieves. I would love to be in that room. Yes, they don't have that same time bank, but they were able to push up little by little and win every single trade.
Yeah, honestly, like even with points of momentum going, Rymazing got a 2-piece heading in there, but it didn't matter because Terra does what he does best. But every single person there played to absolute excellence. Again, we said there's that kind of home court advantage of being in a boot camp. Both teams, they're together in person, screaming, hollering. They want this. Can they get it?
Man, these games are so good. I love Marvel Rivals. This has been fantastic here. It looks like Terra's still going to be able to stick on that Wolverine. It's been so entertaining because not only do you have to like consider the environmental like just warning that you have on that bridge by that stairwell, but the Invisi-Woman push follow-ups that we have seen already, very consistent as we take a look at the scoreboard. 11 final hits in favor for Terra, but that's all been enabled here with some help from Harvey out here with a 33k healing thus far, and then the 15 final hits from Nectar, as we've also been talking about the damage output from Nectar, but then you combine that with Rymazing in the sky, you could be the brightest in the sky, and Nectar is right there on the ground to finish up what Rymazing started.
Yeah, taking the team went down, but taking the player, showing that he can match TTK in terms of performance here as we're looking close neck to neck. Every single performance going to matter. And 100 Thieves on that last one, they did a 6-man group project, and everybody did their part for the first time, right? Compared to school, as now Terra ready for the fastball special. They're throwing in their best player. He's looking for more, and he almost gets the scoop on Rymazing, narrowly missing.
It's like a horror movie. Like you just have to back away and give Terra some respect at the same time. It's the Terra show, really. 100 Terras. It just sounds like a terrible thing and a scary thing to deal with if you're on the opposite side. Then you have all these members of 100 Thieves giving them that support. Sentinels, though, playing a great split-up position, though, specifically to help Rymazing put in a lot more of this damage through this choke.
Absolutely. Here is now Vinny trying to get some pressure on early. And again, 24 seconds, not a lot left. The team ults are far from coming here. Both teams are going to have to win in the neutral and push forward. And right now, it's going to be 100 Thieves with the pressure on. Can get the first elimination. Terra, he's thirsty for more. 100 Rage, 100 Thieves as he pushes forward now. 2 going down in vain of the Vanguards, Vicky.
This is the difference between having a Loki and not having a Loki. Loki getting their ultimate so quick while the kidnap commences. Terra finds Techie. No safety as Aramorni unleashes the Eternal Bond. The invisible boundary now from SJP. They settled that together. They get right back to health as the Groot ult came out just a little late. And 100 Thieves with the timing of those ultimates now have just completely taken care of Sentinels. And it was just 2 ultimates too.
That is master class in terms of how you take a point in overtime. Vinny, are you kidding me? Too, the perfection of the walls, the cutoffs, the slam downs, insanity, the old combos. This is the best CGI budget I've seen in a Marvel film as they're pushing forward here. They've got, everything with them.
You can ban the torch out here, but you have to consider the kitty that is Wolverine coming to play. 100 Thieves have so much ready to go to contest for this next fight too, and Sentinels really only have the Supernova. The Psionic Seduction is going to be big. Amazing! No way! TTK to get the finishing blow. Terra is on. Terra needs to be stopped. He's doing all of this, by the way, with a messed up hand.
He got the kidnap mid-freaking air. Dude, the Supernova. There's a slim sliver left, and they're pushing it out to the second point. They don't even need time. They just have dominance now. The Squirrel, look at the face, the emotion. That's the viewer live look as we're pushing in now, and they're right now. Sentinel, they don't know what to do right now. They don't have much in the tank. Techie's the only one.
Yeah, and they don't really have anything to sustain themselves too against the onslaught of damage that's about to come out from 100 Thieves, because Delena has the Goddess of Death and gets a 4K. Sentinels in shambles, and Delena just wipes the whole team.
It's they all call a PC ultimate, right? It's Terra. Then it's Delina with the 5-piece.
That's me right now.
He fell over the score. I can't believe it. Delina just removing the words from the crowd here as the team pushes forward. Can they get a 3 cap on this?
With no time. They didn't need the time. Remember, they had the lackluster time back compared to Sentinels in their 4 minutes. And Vinny's got the group hug ready to go. Sentinels trying to play split on the very top of the stairs, holding that slight high ground. Well, Terra gets another. How is Terra doing this so consistently?
Absolute perfect job here, 100 Thieves. They want more. They've gotten 2.5. That's a lifetime. Keep in mind, Sentinels have 4 minutes and 26 seconds. They're going to need all of that to match this effort thus far. This is the only thing to keep 100 Thieves in it, and they're doing exactly that as Supernova goes up. Rymazing is looking to go down here as Terra's trying to slice and find some more. He's up to 100. 100 Thieves, 100 Terra pushing through. Techie, though, Rymazing to follow. They get him off the point, but my God, Vicky.
That was all started because they lost out on the Emma Frost when the invisible boundary was put up, but unfortunately, Emma Frost was right outside that invisible boundary, and then you get kicked off the map from the other side by the Emma Frost. I mean, they could have really gone the distance right there, too. They were slowly approaching those ultimates.
I can't. They always live up to the call. You need a 4-minute style push to match what Sentinels can do on that first offensive push. And they get it done. I mean, an absolute clinic from 100 Thieves. Starting from the first point there, and it starts with that kidnap from the Supernova to slow down momentum. Ult's so important in this game, but even more so in overtime with everything on the line here. And here we go, taking a look at the stats. We're going to see some video game numbers from this one, quite literally here as we check out the jobs done. And pick your poison.
So the thing is that, like, even though you're seeing Terra still with the highest amount of final hits to match that together with Nectar, it's about playmaking opportunities with this Wolverine. And it's a lot of this coming in together with Harvey and SJP, the survivability right there between the Loki and Invisiwoman. They've been cycling really well between that too. And then you look on the other side, you have Korova being on that Luna, you have the Cloak and Dagger. The survivability is also there, but you can't really help out your team when they're getting kidnapped by Terra on that Wolverine. And that's with a Flyer being on the opposing team, and they don't even need a Punisher or Bucky.
Yeah, I mean, we've said this before with Wolverine, right? He's not flanking, he's hunting. Terra is hunting for some prey as he looks upon the heroes going for him. Now, this is going to be tough because Sentinels, they just have to play somewhat well. If they do the exact same thing they did on the first point there, they can definitely get the points and maybe the win here, but this is going to be tough with the way that they're playing right now. We've got trees going up. Vinny pushing forward here, and Sentinels, they got to go full aggression.
Well, they're holding just back just because we poke pressure just to build up into some of these ultimates, but 100 Thieves playing with confidence, looking at what Sentinels is bringing out, still sticking to what was working for them prior. Techie taking a good amount of that damage, so that's some help from TTK to build into that beam.
And looking forward here, Crimso, dazed and confused here. 49% Aramori looking close, but again, Harvey's just always I gotta say, Loki's ult, it takes some time to charge that, but now he's at 92% already answering the call as Delina gets Techie down and a lot of the momentum with it. Right, does get Harvey down, but of course, right after some good, Terra, you can't evade him, he's inevitable.
When you find the Loki, you know Loki being able to get that ultimate first online, that's gonna be your primary target for these. Oh my goodness, Techie just looked at Delina. Delina didn't even have chance to look behind them. You see the portal coming out, Techie coming right back in after getting that pick, and this is going to be big as they try to push up Aramori with the Eternal Bond into the Terra Cape and then the bread and butter into finding that KO.
A surgical play there from Techie for the Doctor Strange, living up to the occupation here as the portal comes in. And last time this portal came, Vicky, they did not get it, as Aramori, though, does get the silence on Delina, and they don't want to use too much, right? They still playing the tank, but they don't want to use it all right here, but they might have to as the invisible boundary goes up. Now Korova throwing the dance floor down.
Oh, but they used the invisible boundary from the Loki a little too late while Terra had gone down with the Wolverine ult. But you know how it is with Wolverine in general. You don't kill Logan, you just buy time. Before round 2 as Nectar dances right back, Rymazing gets picked up. A little bit of a number disadvantage here, but Sentinels do have these 2 ultimates, and they've already knocked off half the time that they built up.
And 100 Thieves, they've got 3 left in the tank, now make it 2, but either way, Vinny about to be on the 3rd yet again as Terra slicing, dicing, Techie going down fast, and this is just rough. I mean, I can't believe my eyes. We saw a 5-minute hold from Sentinels on this point. Now we're seeing a 4-minute response from 100 Thieves. Absolute crazy.
It's just so confident the way that they've been playing this methodical too. they know that right now their position that they're holding, oh, he just got another kidnap. He just got another Terra. The way that looked up to the side of the screen, and then the follow-up from Deletta too, being on the Doctor Strange.
Yeah, there's just not enough to say about it. Look how calm he is too. Up goes down with the Berserker Rage now, and again, he's locked at 100 rage at all times. The man is absolutely an animal as he gets them all.
Dude, the claws came out, and so did the other team's trauma right now. Because it's like me seeing that the PTSD is real. I'm gonna be hearing the way that he just slices around with his claws in my sleep. That's my face right now, exactly like that. The squirrel on over to the other side, just watching Terra continuously get these kidnaps. Ryan Macy's looking at every corner, like, is it safe? Where is he? Where is he? He's looking behind him. He knows.
Yeah, claws out here, and there it is again. It's like on repeat. Same result every time. Right, Mason Supernova Terra with the tear down. He's insane.
Macy's like, I know it feels like somebody's watching me. Well, yeah, you're absolutely right. The follow-ups, the communication is there. They walk up. Nectar then finds Harvey, though. That's a great first pick here. That was after the Loki ult was used. The follow-up as Nectar opens the door to keep Sentinels in this fight.
45 ults later, the point is taken in 4 minutes off the clock. I mean, I just, insane job. Even with that first initial pressure, I'm like, oh, wow, good job getting some stall. Going to be tough for them to make it through it. Now they have to have a perfect performance. And how the hell are they going to do that when Terra is at 99, make it 100% ult, 100% rage? This is about to be 100% win potential.
Moving up, though, having to control the space. Crimzo does not have that group hug just yet. Sentinels don't really have much compared to where 100 Thieves were at when they were able to claim that point and move around that next corner. They literally had, like, what, 4 ultimates, and now 100 Thieves pushing back around. Terra's the only one with the ultimate to try to knock them off.
As they move in here, overtime already on the clock. That's what 100 Thieves had to work with the entire time. They got the job done. Now Sentinels, will they answer the call? Terra, he is terrifying. He's throwing up his damage reduction, trying to go for the hunt there. He goes, slices, dices, goes for Crimzo, kidnaps him yet again. He's got 100 kidnaps to his name. Harvey trading with Crimzo. Time is ticking. Up, down, the ult. We see it again. We see it again. It's the Kraken impact, but it's on Wolverine.
Thank you for banning Magneto. No bubble, no safety for you. Instead, all you have to deal is with these claws, sending Terra out like he's a Pokemon sent out for 100 Thieves to completely hold back Sentinels.
Terra, I swear, there's 151 originals. Got to catch them all. Terra's just trying to get 151 kidnaps by the end of this. Hey, I said it when we went into that, Vicky, that the ban plan going in, you could see it. They got rid of the Vanguards. Crimzo had to flex to group. And what did we just see? We saw Terra eat it up on Wolverine, and it's exactly what I thought we would see going in. But then Sentinels respond with the 4-minute hit. Doesn't matter.
Dude, that was like watching a controlled explosion just wearing cargo pants and that beautiful big mask. Like, most traumatic moment, by the way, for Logan. And here comes Terra just like taking it out on everybody in this lobby. 51 KOs, by the way. Well, TTK, I highlighted TTK a lot in the first game. Looking at the Terra show with the Wolverine, though, while TTK, silent but deadly. Maybe not so silent when you have that big beam that just gets bigger and bigger with your damage output. But TTK's damage output is always consistently higher than either Terra's or is the highest in the entire lobby with this Emma Frost.
The adjustments, 100 Thieves, they feel like they've got what we've highlighted for so many teams all combined into one, right? It's the coaching, it's the play, it's the talent, and the adjustments. I mean, how much better can you get at adjustments than losing and getting absolutely stomped in the first push? I mean, Vicky, let's call it what it was. It was pretty disgusting. Sentinels just push it right down their throats. And then they change a couple of things. Terra, he gets his rage built up. It was at maybe 50%. It goes to 100, and bam, it's done.
I'm just thinking about Raimazy. Like, think about the mental, right? Like, as a competitor, you're getting ready for your next map. Like, did Raimazy even have the opportunity to play the game in those last 2 rounds?
Honestly, no. I mean, if he was not eliminated or dead, he was just looking for Terra. And then Terra was always around the corner that, he wasn't expecting. It's like watching a MCU film and you're like, oh, surely, Thanos is not going to win, but he does. He's inevitable. It's Terra, and they did it. SJP with the MVP. How fitting, 49K.
You know, I'm not over Amazing looking for Terra, and it's like Terra just living rent-free in Amazing's head right there. Like, you could see the fear, the way he kept trying to break his neck. But yeah, SJP coming through with the Invisible Woman, and that's side by side from what we had seen with Harvey, right? The follow-ups with this invisible boundary, always on point. But SJP with the timing on these invisible boundaries were fantastic. I mean, it really took the AMER Frost from the opposing side, from Techie specifically, to try to force a lot of these individual members outside of the invisible boundary, which is where we saw some picks actually in the very beginning.
American Horror Story featuring Terra. I mean, that's what that felt like. We're months away from October, but it felt like right amazing. Again, Nightmares in the Sleep 2-0 right now. We thought this one was going to go back and forth, and honestly, it has a little bit there. But right now, the win-losses, they're telling the story. 100 Thieves, they need one more to advance to the grand final, sending Sentinels down to the lower bracket where they'll face either Shroud X or Envy, our next map. I'm drenched in sweat. Like, this is insane. Can't believe it coming off the game, and this is nuts.
What was it, you and I, that had this team like taking it, right? I believe so. It was like 100 Thieves. We thought it was going to possibly go like 3-1 or so, but it's just been dominating.
Yeah, I think I had 3-2 100 Thieves taking it at the end of my predictions, right? And right now, I mean, I'm not even like my own prediction because it looks like it could just be a full sweep. But hey, guess who got reverse sweep? It was Sentinels. They could do it right back to 100 Thieves. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to match number 3.
Struck down by living cheek.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back from the break. While you guys were gone, I went to Cameo. I saw if maybe Hugh Jackman could just say, hey, you can have my role. I mean, like, that is, it deserves it at this point, Terra, with the performance there. But also, Vicky, we have not seen, as we're going into this next match, we have not seen Sentinels have both cap and mag out, and this game plan is working to every bit of their favor. I can promise you that the yellow and blue is being banned. As we look at Terra's player stats, look at this.
Dude, it literally 51 and 8. Like, are you kidding me? The 20 final hits on top of it all, and then you also have to like consider like your eyes watering when you get beamed from behind by TTK. Then Delena just from afar, just pinging you from afar, whether it be on the Hela or whoever else Delena's been playing, like to the Psylocke too, because just the damage output, it sneaks up on you, and then the follow-ups are there. Terra with these kidnaps, I mean, this is what happens when you don't have a Magneto, right? When you don't have those bubbles, Magneto being banned for both of these teams, and I don't believe either of these teams have a Hulk, right? So that would be like the extra bit of a cherry on top when it comes to trying to protect yourself from a lot more of these kidnaps.
Yeah, I mean, the man gets 50 limbs like it's nothing. I mean, he constantly gets it. He doesn't even play on the main server all the time. He's always on just the competitive server there because he likes it there. Like, to keep himself entertained, does he set new bars? Like, I don't know, but right now the bar is set pretty dang high. Right, Amazing, by the way, he died 17 times. I would say about 15 of those were via kidnap.
Literally did not get to play those last 2 rounds. Like, Amazing started like seeing demons living rent-free in his head, was looking behind them, looking for the ghost, and currently right now 100 Thieves just need to take one more game to be moving on into the grand finals.
Yeah, and that's what a way. We saw yesterday what Amazing can do. The Jarvis clip, that how he can carry their team so well. It was the Amazing show yesterday, and the game plan going in, I said both these teams are going to be prepared. Remix, he's got these boys ready to go because they just completely put on a clinic on Amazing, shutting down Sentinels with him.
Looking to see the change-ups here as the Magneto ban comes into place. That's going to be Sentinels looking at 100 Thieves while they get to save the Emma.
Now looking here again, same game plan. Why switch it up? You would have to think Wolverine is going to go here. The MSA perfect. Love it for TTK. What they've been doing, obviously, as we highlighted before, the damage numbers insane. 53 eliminations. If you thought 51 was crazy, 53 there from TTK. The man is just a menace no matter who he plays on. Now, in my opinion, just the Terra, and you hear about Nevix, you hear about Sparker in EMEA, but right there with him, this is why LAN is so awesome, because I think we've got 2 of the best on this team. It's insane here. Low-key fan.
I can't even believe, like, you bringing that up just gets me so hyped, because who knows, like, what is even going to happen when the Clash of Titans at this point just comes together in an environment like this, as the Luna, the Torch is off the table, the Loki being protected, though, once again, playing to those strengths. We see TTK popping off on this Emma Frost. Harvey obviously has been a very important asset with the Loki, and even if they decide to, well, they did decide to ban the Luna, they won't have the combination of the Loki Luna, but SJP being on this Invisible Woman has just allowed them to really thrive.
There goes Wolverine. We knew it was going to happen. Again, as Qui-Gon Jinn said, there's always a bigger fish, right? There's always these titans in esports, but there's always a bigger fish. There's always somebody to take them down. Gonna be fun to see it clash here. Got the save for Air Mori on Cloak and Dagger. I think that was good and important for them as they've lost access to Loki at this point, but the triple res being shut down again. 100 Thieves sticking to the same game plan.
Sentinels, though, if they want to, they could utilize the Torch at some point. We're going to have to see if maybe that's what Amazing leans into, because for the first time, I believe we don't see the Torch ban onto them. But no Mantis, obviously, no res comp that Sentinels have a lot of strength on. Obviously, still getting target ban, too, from Crimzo and that Captain America. But if you're Groot, the last thing you want to think about is that Wolverine, which is why they prioritize knocking Wolverine away from here.
Look at Amazing. He has access to Human Torch, but he's like, nah, I'm going to go to Jarvis. You can have, I mean, again, 100 Thieves are saying, Jarvis, give Amazing all the armor, whatever he chooses, and he does choose Tony Stark. He's going with Iron Man here. We saw yesterday, or if you didn't see yesterday, absolute chaos erupted. Amazing was able to get some huge shots there. And even after that domination, it's still razor-thin margins.
Yeah, 60 to 40%, although we saw the change up from you guys in the chat for that first game, but I love how we've been able to see this develop across the last 2 games alone. Now going into this 3rd game, man, it's just been so insane to see the growth from both these teams, bringing into a different composition, these advanced target bans too. So we get to see the Skrull having their own little solo one-off as a pianist.
And they are going to be looking to create a symphony, hitting every note, every elimination. Right, Mason, we have not seen him play Magic since Season 0. Maybe it's just a quick pick for some picks here. Wow, man, love seeing some Magic. He's going immediately for the Raccoon. We've seen to let it go to this before here as they're putting the pressure right away. These teams, they like to spawn camp whenever you're on defense here with the triple Vanguard, triple support approach.
Oof, just duking it out, finding some of these trades here. 2 away, make it 3 off of Sentinels. Great hold here. 100 Thieves, though, knocking them down as the Sentinels have that spawn room advantage right behind them and taking out Terra.
I gotta say, Ego Death is probably feeling pretty good, even though they got eliminated. They're like, hey, we played this team pretty well. I mean, they saw this exact comp yesterday. Terra, the Terrible, was on the thing, going into the ring, throwing the haymakers as he does. Now he's going to Emma Frost. I haven't seen that yet as TTK on the Strange.
And he's literally a professional diddle, just flexing through these different oppressive Vanguards, the triple Vanguard, the triple support coming out to re-engage. The Terra Cape to follow up. Harvey slowly approaching that ultimate, but SJP needs to stay alive. Over to the side, stuck in the corner though. Techie understanding the assignment, noting what to focus on first, as Sentinels did not have to waste any of those ults to win that fight.
Bringing them right into limbo. Right, amazing. Great job in the neutral at that, Vicky. They didn't have to use anything to claim that. About to have all 6 online, like the dang Power Rangers going morphin time. They've got Dark Child here for some quick hits. Dark Child can pop off with the correct support. They don't have the mag, though, to keep it alive, so they're going to have to do something, maybe the Eternal Bond to give them the path to victory.
Do have that to at least sustain themselves, to pave that pathing, as you can see it right there. It's going to be off of SJP, though, and the God of Mischief, as Techie uses that choke grab to just get out of sight, just to close in the distance with the rest of Sentinels. By the way, it is also crazy to see that Amazing sticking to this magic, something that we don't ever really get to see at all, and still finding these picks while having that magic ultimate and looking for an opportunity to follow with Nectar.
We talked about their flexibility. We're seeing it right here. By the way, Techie with the sick tech jumping on that bus as now they're going in, and there's Mason with the slice of the dice. It's not Wolverine, it's Magic, and Dark Child still ready to pop off here. Not using the ult, but just getting the job done is the whole team here. And again, we saw this on Central Park. They had an incredible push. They've got 4 minutes here. Insane surprise job on the Magic.
Hovered over the Iron Man, the Magic this time. Is there anything Amazing can't play at this point? I mean, yes, you wanted to stick to that torch that last game, but you could tell Amazing's upset. Playing to the strengths, too, of Midtown specifically, especially when you're up close and personal by the second point.
Absolutely, here is now pushing in here. We've got Sentinels going all gas, rip the bricks straight off after that performance. Again, if they lose here, they are down to the lower bracket. As Terra with this, oh my gosh, grapple the hook, he gets 2, he's fishing out there. My God, gotta catch them all, Vicky.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? If it's not the Wolverine that gets the steal, Deletta then comes up instead and gets the follow, finding 2 more. It's Terra being on the buggy. You don't even need the Wolverine to get the kidnap. Terra can just do it with everybody.
It's he's playing mystery heroes at this point. And again, the unsung roles got to get some love too. I mean, the Vanguard play, just perfection. Harvey and Team SJP got 3 picks there. Incredible job at Loki and that flexibility that we're seeing here. But guess what? Crack and impact. As if Terra wasn't the Avalanche enough. He's got...
Oh my God! No way! The group hug. It's a Amazing being the shish kebab. They felt that. They took that personal, Cozy.
I swear it's server admin. Like, Terra just completely knew what was coming there, and that's just what you look for. They've got everything, by the way, that they need for this defensive effort, though. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We've got the dance floor and Eternal Bond ready, and Mason did get a nice little 2-piece there with Jarvis and co. as he's got the maximum pulse. Can he make big use of it?
Got the again and again ready to rotate through. The Kraken impact. Maximum pulse out coming in from Amazing. Isn't going to be able to find anything. Great shield placement too from the other side of TTK. The Psionic Seduction just forcing Sentinels to back away. Tries to halt that momentum as the copy comes in from SJP. Save with the God of Mischief copies. It's going to be onto Harvey with the Eternal Bond. Just waiting with the group walls to move all the way up. Got the group hug ready to go. They had to wait out for that Lunarstorm ultimate first. And they try to cut off the healing again as Terra continuously finds Amazing.
rips the batteries right out of Jarvis. It's a terrible thing to witness here as Vinny throwing in the absolute GOAT group punches. And Aramori, though, keeping the team alive. Eternal Bond is going to help with the sustain. We do have the Dance of Butterflies that get the huge pick on Terra, but the Lina trades instantly matching note for note with Rymazing. But it is going to be Sentinels on top here with 3-4. They've got the point.
Together with Techie 2, going to be able to wrap all the way around after clearing that second choke, but they're looking behind them. They know that something is amiss. There's somebody else that may be on their flank point that they have to look for. That's probably Delena.
They're going to have to look to reset 100 Thieves in their belt. They've got Delena ready to go. Terry's going to stay on that Winter Soldier. This is going to be a little bit of a neutral fight here as the seduction happens. It's just so fun watching these two teams strategically go at this point hold here. Becky backing up. It's Sentinels now backing up, trying to reset Vicky.
I want to see Delena's positioning. Vinny's waiting for the green light here. It's going to be the ready go between Delena and Vinny, and Delena's going to try to open things up with the Dance of Butterflies, jumping right in. According to Q, Aramorty and Kurova become the victims of this harassment. They knew something was about, and before they realize it, they just get jumped. A complete takeover from 100 Thieves.
That was an absolute symphony. I mean, perfect, hitting every single note. Vinny with the quick swap to Steve Rogers. He can do it all freaking day. I mean, it's crazy because you have to sustain to survive that damage from the Dance of the Butterflies, but not when you have Captain America's shield right up your gut.
It's just so much too. You have to split that focus. Everyone's turning right behind you. The Psionic Seduction just to at least clear the space around this next corner to also isolate the problem that's on the other side. That may be Delena Terra. Rymazing. He's got a family. He's been already dead for like the last 3 times. The Dance of Butterflies trying to get the follow-up off the Groot. Open Nectar takes a lot of damage. Get some help too from the Lanterns, or actually from Kurova over to the Dance of the Fate of Both Worlds. Pulse Charge does find Vinny though. That's a big pick. 100 Thieves now losing out on 3.
Yeah, Civil War out there as Iron Man does eliminate Captain America, but this time Steve not getting the finish he wanted here. Rymazing putting on the pressure here. Beautiful job as he's also going to get the beam right onto TTK. One of the few ways to take down that diamond form and the reduction. Now Aramori's got the Eternal Bond to help push him forward a bit, but right now 100 Thieves, they've got the sustain with Vinny. They've got Terra and the Kraken Impact. This is going to be a really tough third point with 46 seconds.
See how they're going to be able to hold this with Aramori. Coming in with the Eternal Bond. Crimzo slowly approaching that group ultimate too, the group hug. While 100 Thieves have just so much more to work with, you can already see Delena getting into position, by the way, in that invisibility. Helping that together with the Emma Frost team up. TTK having that Psionic Seduction to try to negate that from Aramori to push in.
Yeah, just two duelists playing all-oop with each other, right? And slamming each other's baskets as Delena gets the back pick on Kurova. That's going to be a big one, 76 to ult. They needed him up at the very least as Aramori now forced to use the Eternal Bomb. We have Avengers assembling, 100 Thieves pushing in with Vinny now with the Kraken Impact. It's 1. Let's go ahead and make it 2. You know it's going to be more than that. As well, they do survive this, Vicky, and he's putting the pressure down. Clawed up, down, uppercut, shot.
But no sustainability. You have Kurova coming in late, but Rymazing may have just saved them here as Kurova dances off the Psionic Seduction. They clear out 100 Thieves. They come in to recontest at the perfect time as the portal comes out just in case for some safety from Sentinels. At 100 Thieves, though, they don't have anything to worry about because Sentinels were able to take it all the way to the finish line.
Amazing! He's blazing. That was a beautiful job, even with all of, honestly, surviving the Kraken Impact, right? They only got 1 off that. Usually it's a minimum 3. I think it's literally in the abilities description under Terra there, but they were able to survive that with the early pick on Kurova, too. Like 100 Thieves, they executed that to perfection, but that's what Iron Man and, more importantly, Rymazing can do to flip the script.
That Pulse Masterclass allowing themselves to claim that point. That was looking really shaky. When Kurova was focused, out of position specifically, it could have been that Delena was able to get the pick earlier on, knew that Kurova was going to come out, was a little behind, and still was able to get a back-to-back stagger. That was scary there, but it did allow Kurova to at least re-engage with the Luna dance-off after following up with Rymazing and that Iron Man ultimate.
As we look at the stats here across the board, Crimzo honestly doing a lot for this team. It's the silent assassins often group, one of the most silent, right? But he often speaks the volumes that we see here. TTK, Techie, both doing a great job, but Techie now putting on a 28-2 show. Not only, again, showcasing the Olymp potential, but the survivability is what gave him so much pressure.
Look at these stats here. Even though it seems pretty inflated out here, looking at Rymazing with the 13 final hits, 11 looking at the other side. Nectar really been able to pop off. It's 100 Thieves that have been doing a really good job in terms of their positioning. Terra coming in on the Punisher, though. Better late than never, as I always say, and it's a great map to utilize it when you look to the sky, as Rymazing's been the problem on the Iron Man.
Yeah, we've seen this Frank Castle story before, and it doesn't end pretty here. It's often 50k damage, 50 eliminations as he's pushing forward here. He wants to up those numbers. Delina has 1 tick of health and surviving just narrowly. And why do we've got it? Well, Frank's going to go for Tony as Rymazing is going to look to get pressured with the hit scan. But no, it's Sentinels putting on a great performance of teamwork here. My goodness.
Even better for them when they hold on this spot specifically. There's a lot of the, oh my goodness. Oh, but they still found him trying to get back to the rest of the team. That was actually crazy. Delena thinking that you could get away right on time, but the beautiful communication that we have between Nectar and Techie as Techie repositions off that high ground before dropping down.
Yeah, Rymazing able to get this ult so quickly here too. Crimzo almost has the entanglement. This is going to be a giant setup if they can do so correctly. And there it is. Oh, the wonderful save from, goodness, TTK with the shield up from Emma. That's incredible.
The reaction was actually insane there. TTK gets the MVP just for that save, but it's not going to be enough, it looks like, because Techie has built up so much of this damage thanks to Vinny being on that group, setting up these group walls here. They get the follow-up. They finally take Techie down. Nectar tries to follow up here, too, after finding SJP. The group hug from Vinny, though, trying to funnel all the rest of Sentinels in that side room. They're playing split up, though. Great positioning for them as to avoid the final judgment.
It's just chest with explosions as now Terra looking for elims, and every bullet has a name, and the elim feed is reading them out loud as they get the 4, now 5. It's the Duelist show, pushing it forward.
And you're looking at both directions, literally both of the duelists using those ultimates. Delena on one corner, like on one side of the sandwich, while Terra on the other. But this also means that they had used up a lot, and it's already 2 minutes on the clock. SJP, the only one with the ultimate for the next fight.
Yeah, I mean, he's just emptying the clip and filling the feed. I mean, it's what he does best here now on the turret. Great position here, pushing it out. We've got TTK trying to get that early pressure on. Now, in the set of Sentinels, we've got the maximum pulse yet again. He's going to have to look out for TTK and that awareness this time, but the Eternal Bond is going to help them with that sustain. And honestly, a great hold so far, Vicky. 1 minute, 38 seconds left. Oh, it's right there, and he throws it down there. It's right on final flash.
Yeah, not point blank. Not this time around here, too. Gets blocked out. Techie, too, being able to find Terra. That's 2 out for 100 Thieves, and they don't want to go back to the drawing board. They don't want to go back to the spawn. Psionic Seduction now coming in just to re-engage, because at least with Harvey coming in, you will have the Eternal Bond in this next fight.
And I've got to say, Nectar's just getting such crucial eliminations in the back line. Oftentimes, again, there's a story that we don't see written, but Rymazing there gets to Lina with the quick poke of neutral. Now, Terra coming back as Strange. We've seen them do that before, and it has helped them massively while they get the portal and the pressure. 56 seconds. There's the dance of the butterflies. Can they get a piece of it? Nectar slicing, dicing, and you've got the lanterns out. Big cooldown slash kick. Dead.
Wow, the timing on those lamps, too, from SJP was so on point. Talk about the awareness from TTK to look right behind them. You wait till the very end of the Dance of Butterflies, then you activate the low-key lanterns just to stay alive. SJP was not worried, did not utilize that ultimate coming right back in, but you have to look up the maximum pulse who misses out again. TTK, always on point, combine that with Vinny in these group walls.
Just eyes on the back of his head. Again, I would say I haven't seen this many lights since New Year's Eve in New York, but we're here. We're in New York, and it's matching the hype that we would see on the countdown as Crimzo 88% Aramori to follow Techie close behind. 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Great job. They got all 3 points, Vic. So right now, Sentinel's still very much in charge of this defensive effort.
It's looking like front row seats right here in Times Square. It's just the amount of counter picking that we're seeing. The lights just burning and ingrained in your corneas. Now you have 2 ultimates. Techie's opening things up first with the Sonic Seduction. Great wall, though, just to allow them to reposition. Gets the copy here from SJP to allow the pathing because they're limited on time. 2 minutes now, less than 15 seconds here as Rymazing gets taken out.
Dashing through the snow, Rymazing out of the fight here now, pushing forward. Crimzo trying to just stay through this Eternal Bond to keep himself alive. TTK, though, wants every bit of it. Turret on maximum overdrive here as the group goes out. TTK eliminates Crimzo, but the dash, we do get a trade in Duelist. They're doing a great job to stall.
Oh, but going right back in. Kurova's slowly approaching that fate of both worlds, but too little, too late here. While 100 Thieves have 3 ultimates to claim this next point. A lot of space being built up. Vinny having that the group hug, while the rest of Sentinels are staggered in.
Just TTK, tactical team killer. I mean, this guy, it's crazy what he can do at the helm of a Vanguard. Now, Terra on the top with that shotgun, ready to lock and load. Kurova, Scott. Oh, okay.
Literally put Rymazing in the blender with that beam. That was crazy. Terra with the final judgment. Sentinels did have the answer, though, try to prevent and stall as long as possible on the second point just to waste more out of the time bank. Worth it at least for them to use that fate of both worlds to come right back into the portal. But again, it's just to take away from that time bank. They get to the second checkpoint. They have now an additional minute on the clock with 2 minutes.
Yeah, cleaning up the scraps there with the shotgun. We've got the maximum pulse. The duelist ready to rock. 2 minutes again. Not a lot of time, but as we saw from the last map, Vicky, they don't need much time to get the push on, right? They only used the overtime previously. Now as Vinny leading the charge here and the aggression. And this is the thing about Loki, right? You can just set up those clones and have a little small army pushed by the cart.
Depending on how they rotate through these ultimates, though, and the impact, they will be able to win at least these next 2 fights to get this payload to that second corner. Psionic Seduction is going to open things up. And Rymazing with the maximum pulse coming in. Does not find its mark again. The way that they kited it away, bursting right into that ground. Then you have the dance of butterflies from Nectar. Curling Sentinels have just thrown out everything. The Psionic Seduction will come out online, but you fall before you can even use it because then Leonardo comes in and Vinny still holding on to that Groot ultimate.
It's a Marvel fireworks show. Abilities flying, cooldowns. They're crying. No one's breathing. It's pure pressure as they push in here. Vinny's got that entanglement ready to rock. And at this point, minute 23 seconds left. Sentinels, they got 3. 100 Thieves look to match it now as we've got the quick swap. Rymazing going and trying to put some pressure on in a different way.
Kurova having the fate of both worlds, though, in this next fight. That's why they time to contest himself for as long as possible. Nice. Gets into the turret, so that way you don't get affected by the Psionic Seduction right before those group walls come in. You get to iframe right through that, too, as Teki now moves all the way back right behind the shield. And it's a group hug that Vinny's looking for. They know with the way that Vinny is holding all the way forward, but the Terror Cape forces Vinny back. You are not even able to use it. Yes, the dance up from Kurova comes in, but they'll have only one more re-engagement for this next fight.
That's a massive pick and a massive fight win here as the teams look to get back together. I watched Terra's ult charge go from 45 to 80 within just a blink of an eye, though. And so he'll be set up for the final judgment for the final fight. Looking at both teams, they're both fully loaded. So we're about to see an absolute drop of the base and not just from a Luna.
Vigilante Justice on the horizon. Terra having that final judgment. Psionic Seduction, though, they have to desperately contest the point. You got now less than 15 seconds, but you have all the tools in your pocket to try to take this fight, cycling through this. A Supernova to open things up. Crimson going down first. The follow between Vinny and the group of Delena and Teki meets their demise. Terra, though, is able to try to look for Rymazing, who's been able to get all the healing. Now looking around, can't fly away. Terra gets sent out thanks to Harvey making this pathing here. Coming up next with the Eternal Bond.
And they're not going to be able to push enough. Yes, you've got a tree, but it's not going to be... Oh, wow! We do get the Griddle off and the slash. But Delina and Nectar both at the same time, like in harmony with the dance. It's going to be 100 Thieves, so getting 1, 2, make it 3. And they get 3 points to match Sentinels.
Harvey coming through the Eternal Bond just to keep everybody alive out of the Groot ult was big. No strangling prison. Nobody's getting strangled this case around. And even with no time at the time back, we saw this cozy. We saw this very similar in our last map. Now getting a little bit of deja vu right here, though. I really like the way that we saw Sentinels changing things up, even Rymazing at the very end, the way that they stalled for as long as possible. Their game plan was to try to deplete as much away from that time bank as possible.
Yeah, I mean, they had everything answered there. And honestly, though, if it wasn't TTK to answer Jarvis, all right, it was then Harvey with the quick cloak. At that one point, we saw one where Harvey got a cloak off everybody and the iframe's done, right? Couldn't get through that. They had an answer every single time, and you only have milliseconds to prepare for that. So just great job from them, forcing the swap and ultimately getting the job done. And it's all... Vinny, too, I got to say, great performance from him at the end. A couple hits there in the melees. What, 3 limbs to open things up?
Yeah, and also just forcing Rymazing off of that Iron Man, like we saw like TTK get the block 3 times back to back. When those ultimates are not landing, you have to make some changes. And Supernova is a lot easier to CC and control a lot of more of that damage output in that short amount of space, a lot better than an Iron Man that keeps getting blocked.
Rymazing and Terra's stats are almost neck for neck. Yes, Terra's gonna get that 50k, but Rymazing right behind him with a smidge more elims here as pushing forward. We've got yet again, we had a quick magic show, but it's back to Torch as he's throwing down, trying to get rid of that turret and that pressure immediately and counter with his own pressure here. Vicky forcing him into the room in the restaurant now, but Vinny, he wants all of it.
Rymazing being on this torch now. Crimson moving all the way up. It's the group right here in this alleyway that just has so much space to build up, but it's the poke pressure just to build into these ultimates. And look at Terra, who's already at 64% as he's the first one to get the pick onto Rymazing.
Absolute justice and punishment served hot on Rymazing, taking him down. The trade, though, we've seen this time after time. It's the Psylocke battle over and over here as we've got the attack of the clothes. Vinny now looking for more. This right now has been a great defensive effort. Nothing to come from it. 67 seconds. Can Jarvis get this thing charged up? Crimso has his part ready. Entanglement coming though in form of Vinny, and it's going to be, oh my goodness, amazing with the quick swap and flip on Terra that was about to go crazy.
The timing from Aramori and the Eternal Bondo just to enable that play together with Crimzo. Now they can't get off the point. Overtime, taking away. They clear it from 100 Thieves, but 100 Thieves will be able to re-engage with Harvey and TTK having both of those ultimates. It's really up to how Nectar and Rymazing prevent them from trying to approach in that next choke.
Just such a good job there, and an important one at that. They get rid of Terra's ult, and now he's got him over to Bucky. Harvey and TTK ready to respond, but Rymazing, can he land it? He's gotten 2 so far. Can he make it more there with Jarvis and Frez as they push forward? Nectar once more. There's the pulse charge. It goes down, and Vinny takes a lot of hit, but it's not anything when you've got an Eternal Bomb keeping you up. Dance floor drop. Delina looking for the backline pick.
Man, what was that? 1 for 4, 1 for 5 thus far here, too. If it's not the pillar, it's the Emma Frost and the shield blocking you out. Instead, Korova finishes off with the Fate of Both Worlds as the Dance of Butterflies is greenlit here. Nectar finding SJP, finally trying to see what they can do here as Sentinels are in trouble. Techie goes down with the Psionic Seduction and now trying to fly away, trying to get some cover. You get to the health pack, and Deleta's just trying to focus their sights on Rymazing, who cannot get away.
An impossible fight to take whenever you're Iron Man versus a not only Psylocke but Delina that close. But honestly, they're still keeping the jump. Nectar right now is absolutely controlling this point, slicing and dicing again. That sense execution about to come out yet again from them. Crimso as the entanglement. Oh, it's the Nectar show.
Don't forget about Nectar. It's mango season out here. Group hug for Crimzo to find everybody. Sentinels with this long fight. Aramori had got an Eternal Bond like twice, by the way. They still cannot get off this point. Look at the sliver of pixels left for that overtime clock.
And Zeki with the mystical mic drop coming in with Strange getting the 2-piece. We've got a Kraken impact. Obviously, that's going to put a stop to some things here. But right now, Sentinels, they've had an answer for all of this. Look at Rymazing looking calm as a dang cucumber. Pushing forward here. Doesn't need any ult to put the pressure on. Does have that ult there, and there's the overdrive. Vicky putting the pressure out. Can we get a 2 for 5?
Nectar trying to force out one of the ultimates here. Big wall, though, coming out. Unfortunate here. Couldn't see if the color was actually Crimson that put that up preemptively, but probably Vinny on the other side. They get off the point. Too much pressure, and that was the Techie who just activated the diamond form. Oh, no. They got off when they were still alive, but it was a lot of pressure, but they were just trying to kite away from the ultimates.
You hate to see it. You hate to see the S9, but here's the good news, all right? That was a hell of a lot better push than they thought they were going to get.
Yeah.
When it was almost stopped there at the front. So great job either way. Each team very similar in efforts to be able to push forward. Now they just need the defensive plan to make sure they don't get sent to the lower bracket. Right now, guys, if you're just now coming in, this game could push down Sentinels and move 100 Thieves to the grand finale, which at this point, home court. They've been there so many times, they're looking to do it again.
A lot on the line here. Sentinels, tournament lives from the winner's side at stake. 100 Thieves One dub away from sitting in the grand finals as we take a look at these stats right now. 71,000 damage blocked for Vinny, but even crazier, 101,000 damage blocked from Crimzo. It's honestly, I'm not surprised. These brute walls, especially when you're dealing with AMER Frost, it's so lethal.
82k healing, Karova, 52 elims for the Rye guy. I mean, so bonkers. Again, this is like my career stats across every role. I'm impressed with the performance, the grit, the willpower. They're both going to land. They both get to see each other in person to face off, but they want it right here, right now. The battle for America continues.
Let's get this started here. Delena already looking to get position in the high ground, looking around to see where Nectar is, because Nectar has really come to life thus far. The silent but deadly killer before dropping down. That's what I'm talking about. Waited for SJP and utilized that mental projection with a damage output.
Click, click, boom! It was two clicks, and it was over. The slice and dice to perfection. That's as good as the combo as you get. Hey, let's make it another. Nectar putting on a performance.
Still, look at this. This is Nectar right now, feeling themselves with the way that they've been able to play up on this high ground. Time bank ticking away. You got less than 20 seconds now if you're 100 Thieves.
The game just moves so slowly for him. It's crazy, the effort here. Crimzo now with the big hit and the trade on Vinny. This could be the win for Sentinels. They got to clean it up here, and it's at the hands of Nectar right now. Looking cool as he pushes in. Terra getting close to the final. There it is. Jarvis throwing it down, not connecting for the 10th time. As now the Gru ult comes together, and Nectar is all you need. Every dash is precision. Every slice is calculated. Getting out of there, staying alive, Vicky.
It's going to be even bigger, though, if Delena could boost up the stance of butterflies here right on time after Harvey had used the Eternal Bond. It's about to run out, and it's better timing for Nectar. Techie rides Vinny after the group hug. Now desperately trying to get to the point as overtime is taken away from them. This is going to allow Terra to have the pathing, follow the yellow brick road, taking so much of that damage, even with the Eternal Bond at their feet.
Here comes Friday the 13th. Can they respond to the horror movie and get out of there alive? TTK, though, taking them in, and Delena deleting them out now as they're pushing forward. Overtime clicking. They're going to have an insane offensive effort. They have a long way to go with the yellow going. Shotgun pushing. Nectar trying to get the trade, but no, it's going to be instead SJP keeping them alive. And hey, we got one, Vicky. We got a connection on Terra.
It took a little bit here. I believe that's like 2 for 5 or 6 after your own teammate blocked out your previous ult, but the group hug now from Crimzo. Aramori with the Eternal Bond brings everybody together as Crimzo in a deadly hug finds Harvey and SJP. This only leaves Delena coming in and no one in sight. We are going the distance. They've been held back as Sentinels take us to another map.
Sentinels was not going to go down without a fight, and dang it, did they show a fight there. Insane performance, and they were able to answer the call even with things not going their way. One person steps up, Aramori getting the MVP. Congratulations on Cloak and Dagger as we look at the 2-1 effort, and we go to game number 4. Look at take a look. Take a look at these stats.
Oh my goodness. This is what, like, dude, 117 damage block for Crimzo, like the 26 final hits for Nectar. Nectar was so crazy, 59 and 9. We highlight that of Terra. Well, guess what? Make way for Nectar, who has been putting in not only so much pressure, gets the elims, 35k damage on top of it all. I mean, and that's a survivability hand in hand with Aramori and Karova, both with 62 assists.
Yeah, I mean, nearly 200k healing, too, from that squad over there. I mean, If you look at the difference, every person on this team doing something different, right? Techie with those elims and clutch pulls now, and Crimzo, I mean, that is so much potential behind that Groot and what he's able to do. And they got rid of Wolverine. That was the big difference maker, right? Getting rid of the slasher of what has been the horror film so far. But this time, the only one laughing is Sentinels. Insane job.
You know that real quick, with both these teams being in person and talking to one another in the tournament room, I would love to hear what Rymazing had to say to Crimzo when we saw that big block before that second checkpoint. I could only just imagine the comms probably just sounded insane. And then the diving, the 1-2-3 that we were calling out with Delena being so sneaky in the back line, still were able to find these picks here together with Vinny.
And just the huge glow of Vinny, right? He was the group show, and they would ban that, and there'd be some struggle. We kind of saw that going into the MRC, but now looking to what he can do there with Captain America, not just on this map, but we've seen this in the past. But I'm most impressed, I've got to say now, map after map. We know what Rai can do. All right, Super Gomez was that other spot. Great player. Right now, he's subbed out for Nectar. Nectar coming in. Performance on the biggest stage with the biggest stakes on the line is insane.
Yeah, Nectar, we heard it from Aramori actually in her interview just like, what, 2 days ago, that Nectar just is insane. Very talented player, and it's putting that in full display out here with the Psylocke. And that's with the amazing different pools of heroes that Nectar could really like lean onto depending on what we could see.
Yeah, I mean, each of these people and all of the players on this team, they know their job. And if you look at the greatest dynasties, the greatest teams of all time in sports, it just boils down to it. Belichick said it best. Do your job, and they've been doing a great job. Both teams fighting it out, duking it out. We could get ourselves... could you imagine? I mean, they got reverse swept. There's no way, but it could happen.
Like, we're definitely going to see them still sticking to the Mantis band. That's why you don't see Nectar on the Star-Lord, because Nectar's also, by the way, like, we're seeing the Psylocke pop off. If you were able to see the Star-Lord in a res comp, it's also just like as crazy, maybe even crazier. But I was expecting this series to go to distance. I'm really happy to see what Sentinels was able to do right there.
And again, it's not like they played bad on the second map.
Yeah.
They had 4 minutes on the clock for the push. It was just the insane job that 100 Thieves did there. So I think both teams are pretty happy with their game plan thus far. And we're going to see if they stick to the same thing in terms of the picks, in terms of the bans. But guys, don't go anywhere. We've got another map. I've got a fly flying around here, and we're going to be back after this break.
My power grows. Behold the god of thunder!
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, wishing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. We've had an insane day of Rivals, Vicky, and we're looking to make it 2 days as we enter in the late midnight in the East Coast, and we headed to another match that's going to be match number 4 between these two teams.
Ain't no party like a Rivals party, I always say. We'll party throughout the entire rest of the night if we have to, because we have some great Marvel Rivals on our hands. Sentinels making the comeback, figuring out what they needed to change, being able to actually stagger in with those ultimates, and the survivability too. And combine that with Nectar, it's just been crazy.
Yeah, and who would have thought that the answer was a magic to open things up at, the first pretty much that we've seen on the scene of Ignite here as we go into our next map. And guys, they get to repick the game modes and the rotations, and we're going to domination for 100 Thieves. It was razor tight with Sentinels, but they look strong in the opening map in Wakanda. Now we head to Hell's Heaven.
Hell's Heaven. We meet again, and we're starting things off. It's the immediate target ban onto Crimzo with the Captain America, getting that out of here while they get to keep the safety on the Emma Frost again. Not so surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to deal with maybe, I was gonna say that torch was just absolutely crazy here. But I mean, how often can you really rotate through everything 100 Thieves has for you? Because Terra just play it all. We've seen the same thing with Delena and that Psylocke being a problem.
Yeah, a lot of this with these top teams too, it's not just what do they want to ban against their best players, it's how do they want to set up their own team as well here. Looking forward to it, we've got Magneto with the ban there for 100 Thieves, and it's looking like the same. They're not going to let Terra get away with the Wolverine show though again.
And then the Loki ban right afterwards too. So you won't have that Luna Snow into the Loki combo of the 24 seconds of invincibility. Aramori though, hinting maybe at the opportunity if they could try to get the res comp. This would set them up for success. What are their strength compositions that they have not been allowed to use? Because we usually see that Mantis ban and yep, put that Aramor luck away because the Mantis won't be able to come out and play.
Aramor, though, has done such a clutch job time after time and really leads the way. Obviously, we keep saying paves the path there with the Eternal Bond. And we're seeing it yet again with that cloak save as the last ban here. Now, they've gone a couple ways. Last time, they, I believe, went with the... I think it was the torch with the wolf. And they did Luna finally. So, will they match the Luna ban? Oh, they're going to go... Oh, I like it.
Okay. Sticking over there to the other side. No Groot, Wolverine, Torch, or Magneto, but they got the safety on the Emma Frost and Harvey too with the Loki.
I mean, Nectar's been going so crazy on Psylocke, but here's the thing. I think they are the Wolverine player on that team. And so right now, I mean, you don't have the Groot, so you don't really need it that much, but Iron Man's going to be tough on this map. I think he's really going to have to watch where he goes, but they've got the SJP, the Harvey combo. They gave it to him, felt confident, but with that and the team up of Emma and Psylocke, it could spell dangerous.
Very true. I'm actually really glad you brought that up for Nectar, because I did say that Nectar has a pretty diverse hero pool, and we've seen before the Wolverine, the Star-Lord, obviously we won't see that here, no res comp, but the Torch, the Psylocke, obviously that the Psylocke's been able to just do amazing work here, and now this is the even split that I was expecting from you guys in the chat. Your team Preds coming through 51% and 49% Cozy.
Those channel points on the line. I was betting them myself whenever I was watching the last cast here, and won a pretty penny, do I say so myself, from the Shroud X game. But we head into Hell's Heaven here and the land of Hydra. And honestly, guys, here's the thing with domination. It's anybody's game, but this first point tells so much of the story. It's so hard to come back, especially at this talent level. It's going to come down to, honestly, this first fight.
I love that skin. Love being able to hear the music, by the way, on that Luna Snow. So he encouraged me to play the character once it dropped here. But Amazing being on this Iron Man, by the way, you'd mentioned how the verticality could be a little difficult, but the reposition specifically allows you to get into a lot more cover up on the high ground.
Absolutely here. He's putting out pressure early. Delena getting the best of Nectar to open things up. That's going to be rough. We'll see if Amazing can get the trade. He does get the lanterns out, but they're going to have to push aggression as now Amazing going down. Delena just having their way up top, shooting the shotgun down, and they don't even have anything to deal with this at the moment with Nectar out. I mean, Crimson's just staying alive through just the craziness that is the cloak bubble, and finally putting a little attention, but it's too little too late.
Oh, no, and Terra being able to find two, and that was off of one pick that we saw from Amazing onto TTK, still holding it down when Delena's holding a split angle from the high ground. Again, the Delena show, when you have Vinny to follow you up right afterwards, and it's such a lethal combo together.
Yeah, we've seen it from Global Gym on Dodgeball, the peekaboo, right? You got Delena up top distracting, and then you have Terra to do the rest. Just such a hard thing to deal with. And as we move in, right, amazing, getting close to that. They can go in with the dance floor, but we have Delena who's going to already look for the execution.
Nectar now wrapping around here. Oh no. Yes. SJP getting that freeze onto Rymazing. And in the moment coming in from the back, like Delena pulls the trigger on the dance of butterflies. But Aramori even faster, frame one with the Eternal Bomb. That's going to be able to close in the gap for them. But then you have to consider here Harvey being able to get that copy. Gets the dance up with SJP. Will be able to have another Fate of Both Worlds to get those 24 seconds of invincibility. But the maximum pulse from Rymazing. Jarvis, take us home. Put it on 4K as 100 Thieves are sent back to the spawn.
This battle was brought to you and sponsored by Rymazing. Insane job. I mean, I was just about to say I would pay for a Psylocke cam because watching Nectar versus Delena is absolute gold. But God, just as I'm thinking, Rymazing throws down and makes up for all the misconnects on the last map.
Oh man, they really, the fact that that Iron Man ult landed in the perfect time that it did, because they were going to try to stay alive and stall for as long as possible with the dance off that we know that Fate of Both Worlds coming online here. Sentinels finally being able to flip the point with 100 Thieves being at 63%. They're going to open things up with SJP though, going to guide the way with the Psionic Seduction, and Harvey being the first to go.
Yeah, it's a big pick on Harvey. Now SJP forced to get the grand finale out. But, oh, Delena with the important trades. It's always Delena here with the quick picks that matter. But now we've got going up. Terra throwing down the Thors. Nectar, though, trading the other strategists. Now staggering them.
Mori having the Eternal Bond. They do lose out on Kurova in that moment, but it's just so that way they can stall and stay on the point to get some progress here. But now Arrow Mori trying to back away. Delena finding Techie here. Gets shut down, though. Talk about the group walls that were put perfectly into position. Also finding two more onto Vinny.
Now, never mind the first point. I said the first battle matters. Nope, Sentinel is making sure this is a fair fight here as they've got the Entangled in prison. Rymazing getting close. He's poking. He's getting that spell damage out. Getting that ult up here as he almost has the final flash ready to go. Looking at the strategists, though, they have nothing in the tank Sentinels-wise. Harvey, though, does have something ready.
Do it. Do it. They're all grouped up together, ready to go, but everyone's already dead. Everyone's already dead. They've already lost themselves here, but Rymazing just had to make sure. It's about making a statement here.
Yeah, I always hate that whenever I'm playing. You get something like lined up beautifully. It's always when I'm Bucky, I get the crack and impact going up, and then they get the wipe, and I'm like, come on now. I had something cooking.
Man, it just escapes by you, but it makes you hungry to try to boost up that ult just as fast. By the way, look at this, 96%. They're trying to desperately try to get to the point, and they even put a toe in line. Harvey goes out, though, and no survivability. The portal with the Hail Mary play from Terra to get right back in.
A Kurova show going on here with Luna, the duelist. Nectar getting a pressure on with the slicing, the dicing. And right now, this is what he does best. Captain America surviving the best he can. Harvey getting back to the point now, getting the show on. And the show continues. We are here on the big stage. Aramori going out with the Eternal Bond, keeping everybody alive, Vicky. And who's ticking up is Rymazing. Crimson the ult.
Oh, but the 1v1 that you highlighted, Nectar finding Delena's number while Delena was about to have the Dance of Butterflies overtime ticking away. And Crimson's also got the ultimate. The Eye of Agamotto, though, only finds Rymazing, doesn't find Kurova. Kurova in a great position. At least has the dance up with the Fate of Both Worlds. Turning around, Aramori gets that one pick here, too. And the Psionic Seduction now coming out from Techie as 100 Thieves only have SJP with the dance up with the Fate of Both Worlds, and Delena needs to go crazy.
Take a look, going down, putting these players together. Terra swapping quickly over to Cheaper Town. Hold out TTK, putting on the pressure. There's a sliver left. They can't take a pinky toe out. We saw yesterday they stepped off the point on the most important times here. Now Rymazing ready to go with maximum pulse. He's flying back to the map. Jarvis, get ready to clip it. It's shifted. Let's go. And no, the death already happens, but the point is theirs.
It was all worth it. It was just rubbing salt on the wound with the way that they were winning each and every stagger approach onto 100 Thieves there. They kept sending them back and back, even with the recontest off the portal, but they were just trying to stall for as long as possible. And it was rather expensive, too, if you consider it. Both teams here fighting for a pretty long time as we take a look at the stats thus far after that first round.
And the Stark Expo out there.
Ooh.
Just the Stark Expo. And we see ourselves with a little replay. Oh, that's fancy. I like it behind the scenes there. Shout out to the great job they've been doing. Looking at what we've got, let's first look at the ult economy here. It's a small in favor of, again, Sentinels coming off that win, which is massive because they were able to do so much there just with Crimson, Ryan, Techie. But, I mean, the stats, they tell the story pretty fair here.
Let's not forget that map 1 on domination, we highlighted before getting into this map specifically, was really close, even with 100 Thieves winning it. So Sentinels feeling that confidence, riding that momentum after that map 3 very close win, right? Amazing. Having these ultimates ready to go, maybe not when everybody else is wiped out, but still being able to get into position to get the Wombo combo alongside with Crimzo.
All right, pushing forward here, the Genius Billionaire. Trying to get some poke pressure early, and again, I like what they've got. AMER has got yet again. Oh, wow, this is going to be huge if Nectar can get any of these. The Lance's already out, but the team groups up. That's what makes them great here. They were ready for it, but they're pushing the aggression to the max. Turtle Bond followed by Ryan Amazing. They get the Lin out. Vinny's about to follow. Oh, he stays alive.
Oh my god, the Freedom Charge rallied behind me. Vinny paving the path here with some extra support as Terra now moves all the way up close to that final judgment. Harvey gets the copy, gets the dance up on the Fate of Both Worlds, and this forces Sentinels to back away just for now. Korova is slowly approaching the Fate of Both Worlds just to try to re-engage here.
Here's the combo, the Wombo, you know it's coming, and bam, Terra throwing out the haymakers, one bullet at a time. Right, Amazing's the first to fall, but luckily they've got Korova to keep him alive. Crimson throws out the entanglement. Techie now trying to follow up on it here as Terra has the shotgun and 100 Thieves. They clean up.
Delena finishing blow, nail in the coffin. It took a lot here, and Sentinels will be able to re-engage Nectar, slowly approaching the Dance of Butterflies, as well as Rymazing and Techie. The Psionic Seduction into the Rymazing Iron Man ult could go hard here.
Yeah, as now the team's reset 33%, a third of the way there. They've got, to your point, everything they need to get this recap back. It took a lot from 100 Thieves. They've got Vinny close to stall a little bit, but they're miles away from a strategist ult, and that's frankly what you're going to need. Not for Rymazing, but Nectar, who's almost there for the dance execution. Pushing in here now, Terra just trying to help his team get the space, but there goes the Emma ult, pushing in Rymazing, trying to get Vinny low. He's got the pulse. Is he going to combine it here? Oh, they don't need it.
Nope, not at all, because it's Nectar that ends up following up alongside the Psionic Seduction with Techie together. AMER holding on to the Eternal Bond on the next re-engagement, and it's getting so close between both these teams, literally back and forth as they take turns taking the point.
Yeah, just every cut intentional, every dash is personal, as I've said before. Nectar just doing a fantastic job on just making that backline a graveyard, and then now flipping the script on the horror movie that was the Terror Show. Now Rymazing looking for Vinny, has his eyes tracked on him, gonna let him run around the point as you can with Cap, but you know, kind of keeping tabs on him, letting his team know here, getting the poke damage out, and he's got the ult ready.
I'm a little scared though. I mean, if Vinny's on point, the deflect would go crazy if Rymazing's getting to position, but Terra just terrorizing everybody right in front of them. You find Aurora, you find Korova, you try to get the maximum pulse here, doesn't find it smart as Nectar does at least deal with Terra, dealing enough of that damage. You try to float away though, and the rest of 100 Thieves outnumber Sentinels as they retake the point.
Yeah, I get that Rye had that ult waiting for a while. Don't like the usage there. You already have a lot of your team go out. Yes, you could have gotten a big master play, but by that time, too late now. You got to recharge it up. You had Crimso's ult to go into this next fight, 83%. I want that one back.
Dance Butterflies online for Delena. Harvey with the God of Mischief. Looking at Sentinels over to the other side, though. They want to try to combine this together between Nectar and Crimzo with a group hug. They start opening up with it first as Delena sees the opportunity to harass the backline. Nobody else here to follow up as Rymazing completely negates that. Finds Harvey, finds SJP here. Everyone was so focused on their own backline that Rymazing just moved up on 100 Thieves.
And that's what's so crazy about Iron Man, just the amount that the Gamma Beam can just pump out, or the beam can pump out with that Luna show. It's insane. I mean, you're able to not only be healed up so you don't get eliminated, but then the damage output is just, it's so much to deal with here. As now they're going in fast, 100 Thieves. They know they need to take this. They can't let Sentinels make this thing an even fight here. Crimson, though, already eliminating Delena, and at this point, Nectar is thirsty for more. Rymazing's going to have the pulse as well. You've got two duelists coming up. SJP with the Luna Snow, but makes it, keeps the team alive, and that's a huge miss.
Gave him a quick little haircut. If you felt like you weren't alive, that one will definitely make you feel like you're on the edge of your seat as a dance of butterflies coming in. Vinny still finding Aramori. Amazing out to SJP. That's 2 strategists out, and the freeze of the Eye of Agamotto. Are you kidding me, Kurova? It's again!
No! Are you kidding me? Move over, Adam Warlock. Kurova's got a new boo. Luna getting it done, and Nectar to follow Sentinels. They make this thing 2-2. The reverse sweep. It can happen. If we learned anything, guys, we thought this was going to be an easy matchup. Nothing but, this is insane.
Dude, Luna, no. I mean, like, Luna Mo. Like, I can't believe this. The way that we just saw that play out here, going the distance. The call out, too, from Kurova at the very end was insane.
I can't. It's incredible that these teams are able to put on the performance they did. Looking at the stats here quickly, I mean, really, there's some fair fights in terms of damage, but where the difference was is key. It's the limbs, it's the deaths, and I just speechless.
13 final hits from Nectar. Again, Aramori in our interview was highlighting Nectar for a reason. 27-3. You have the follow-ups available to you too. Amazing, just harassing from the skies. You know, even if not every single ult hits, we're talking about the highest level of competition out here. Like, it's very hard. You saw Terra, even with a slight whiff, was trying to move back, gave Terra a quick haircut, gets stunned in the middle of the Eye of Agamotto, which is a lot easier when you're point blank. Like, we probably see it right here. I feel like it happened like all over on this side here, over to the left side, but that was insane.
Yeah, I want to highlight something too. Okay, not only that, right before that, Nectar nailed that Dance of the Butterflies. I'm talking milliseconds as the SJP, I believe, Luna Snow, lost their Fate of Both Worlds. So it was precision counting on the button. And then we see Kurova can't even cast that because Kurova gets the freeze of a lifetime, shutting down the Agamotto.
And the group blocked there too, just to try to block out the healing that we saw within that first round, to then just get the amazing follow-up on the ultimate on the Iron Man here, the maximum pulse backing away, literally like he's in the Matrix out here. And then you talk about following up with the Dance of Butterflies. Every single time they were just trying to stalk here was crazy. It was down to the wire once again.
And Kurova was just the perfection they're able to do there with the swap to damage from healing, keeping the team alive. We didn't get to see the freeze, did we? But either way, we gotta. Jarvis better have clipped that, or somebody in the chat clipped that, because I gotta go back and see it. Such good timing from Kurova. And listen, he's a GOAT Adam Warlock for a reason. His aim, precision, and awareness. Like, Adam Warlock, one of the high skill ceiling characters in the game, right? Because of cooldown management and perfection. But the aiming you have to do, and the clutch genes, ice in the veins. He's showing all the ice there with Luna Snow.
Kurova's just understanding in general, in terms of positioning, in terms of timing these ultimates, in terms of just being aware of where everybody else is, and ult tracking. Aramori's very good at calling that out for the rest of the team. It's literally, it's perfect. The way that you have Kurova in the backline, if you don't have that Luna Snow ultimate online, at least you could put trust in Kurova to try to land that phrase, which in that moment on the Eye of Agamotto was big, because they're about to get the both backliners there.
I mean, we knew this would be a heavyweight matchup, right? We knew this was going to be the fight of the night, but they're living up to every piece of it. And we've seen this with these teams before. Sometimes going back to some of the past fights, it has been sweeps and sweeps, but no, not this time, not even close. Sentinels, again, this is just, there's so much going on behind the scenes, game plan, strategy, callouts, all of it. That's what makes Rivals great, guys. I know you're not going anywhere, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after this quick break. What's going on, guys, and welcome back. We are on to match 5 and possibly a reverse sweep on 100 Thieves that looks like they could not be stopped. The rage meter filled all the way, but as soon as they tamed down the Wolverine and most importantly the rage on Terra, they've started to figure this thing out, Vicky. And I've got to say, to go to domination with everything on the line like that, lose the first fight and still win, insane.
Yeah, and that was with like that was hard. Like that was with crazy plays, like Kurova with the freeze, the out healing from the backline in general too, like from Sentinels was just on another level. Iramori too with nearly 30k healing, same thing from Kurova, and that's like almost like a 10k difference really between what we saw from Kurova with the 33k healing and even SJP who's also on the Luna with only 22k. So the way that the support was there, you know, from the backline right there, Rymazing, Nectar, literally the MVP I feel like, together with Rymazing trying to distract the opposing team from the sky, and then you have Techie B on the Emma Frost. They dealt what they needed to deal with in this pick and ban phase. Hopefully they keep that Wolverine ban though.
Yeah, 100 Thieves might have the bigger standout players, but the power of teamwork, as we like to say, because we saw how many Jarvis ults didn't connect, how many Iron Man, you know, final flashes did not get the E-limbs, but it didn't matter. They played so well as one team, one unit here, and yet again, same game plan, different map, and Yggdrasil's path. It's 100 Thieves. It's their favorite to go to when things get tough.
Getting the save, both Emmas going right through. You get to see the Techie and TTK show again as hovering over the Iron. They've acknowledged that the Iron Man's a problem. They would rather deal with the Torch than with the Iron Man.
Yeah, that's a lot of respect. And not only that, we've seen them not go for any of Rymazing's duelists. They've just let them have, you know, their way there. Shutting down Wolverine again, smart game plan. That does open up some other things, right? You got to use that ban there on the Iron Man, and now what it does is it opens up, obviously not the triple res, most likely. I don't think we're going to see that, but Loki ban was usually there, and that's going to give Aramori Loki.
She's like, finally, out of the Loki jail, could finally into it the way that we've been seeing Harvey and SJP just kind of swap between themselves as they put the safety over the Brute. So double safety actually utilized on 2 Vanguards.
Yeah, and, you know, as I was just highlighting Vinny, who has gotten a lot better on Captain America, getting rid of that Groot last time, that really helped because just Vinny has been so crazy on that role here. And looking at what they've got, they've shut down now Loki, no lanterns to worry about. And this is where I might want to see the Wolverine, though. I'm not going to lie.
We have Yggdrasil, and this is where 100 Thieves really shine. So playing not only to their strength, but the fact that they've been able to save both the Emma and the Groot on this map. This is where 100 Thieves could be really scary, man, as Terra is going to already be auto-picking onto the Punisher.
And Rymazing hovering on Iron Man there. You love to see it. wishing he could play it, but he can't. You guys are seeing this correct. Your eyes do not deceive you. It's 2 to 100 Thieves. Then it's 2 to Sentinels. This is the last map. Winner moves on to the grand finals. And then we're on our last match as we're going all day on this puppy. Can't wait. And there it is. We're looking at Asgard on the flyover. And wow, momentum. She has a name and it's prediction. Look at this.
61. I love it. Sentinel fans at home, I know you guys are waiting for the reverse 3-0. This has just fluctuated back and forth. We are going the distance. And by the way, I hope you guys are ready and strapped into your seats because we still got another series after this. Let's get this started, though. Coming out of the gates already, shooting off. It's going to be Terra looking down the sightlines as Sentinels are holding this next corner.
Now, winner of that lower one goes to China, but for now, we've got the 100 Thieves Sentinel show here. 2 top Titans, the clash of the Titans as they're fittingly playing here. The land of the gods here. Terra on the Punisher.
Okay, just trying to boost up into that beam, having even more damage. You get to utilize now Vinny's walls as well as having those Loki clones. Nectar looking right behind them, just trying to take some poke pressure too with that shotgun blade, but getting checked with Delena actually being able to reposition just as quickly. Nectar's found out.
Yeah, that Pika, but you would think Hela has the invisibility there, just appearing before the eyes and getting the stun off, and it's just so crazy that Hela's got a stun like that now as we're trying to get a little bit of pressure on Delena. stepping in right amazing there on the Bucky. He does not play a lot of Winter Soldier. I've seen him play a little bit, but not a lot of it, as they're now pushing the point up through the first little chokehold.
A save though, the judge and jury coming in. The final judgment was ready for him though, as Nectar shuts down Terra, and that's just because they didn't have those ultimates available for them to try to combat that. Now Era Morning with the dance off, Kurova slowly approaching that fate of both worlds, but it's a successful defense here for Sentinels.
Yeah, they're figuring out how to shut down the monster that is Terra, and what a way to do it during the final judgment of it all. Terra now going to match Rai here on Bucky. A lot of against, guys. You're going to hear that word a lot as we push through this map. But right now, 2 minutes, they've got a great defense going on, and if we look at Sentinels, they've got the imprisonment. They throw it down. They follow it with the Kraken impact, and bam! Rai gets the best of Terra, but goes down with it.
TTK was looking at him right here over on the other side, taking to try to come back. That as Delena over to the skies with some help from the Goddess of Death. The Psylocke dance of the butterflies from Nectar, though, is just waiting as Nectar is forced to back away. The group walls, TTK on this Emma Frost has just been crazy, but the fate of both worlds was activated before the Psionic Seduction, allowing it to go through. Techie just trying to buy some time and space, while TTK, just as a lone man army at this point, has just been wiping Sentinels one by one with the rest of the help from the 100 Thieves.
Lasting forever here. Sentinels, Aramore gets to play Loki. We have not seen them on Loki in a long time. They elect not to go Strange till right now. Late Strange switch as they're getting in the pressure early. Crimson may not be able to make it. It's ticking any second. He can't get that portal there. Someone's got to touch. They are doing successfully, but that's going to come with a trade. Oh no, they're able to, wow, they take the point back and force the pushback. Forced to with Aramori in the fate of both worlds. TTK trying to respond as well here. Crimson fighting through the pressure, through the seduction is Doctor Strange as he pumps.
Backing away. It's Aramori. They have to remember why they wanted to ban that Loki in the first place, right? Aramori finally free as Techie gets taken out with the Kraken impact and with some extra help. Again and again, forcing the back Sentinels, knowing their lesson, though, are just going to try to back away while the Eye of Agamotto, it's huge. It's 5-4, and it cost Delena to fall down. They try to do the wobble combo, but then the shutdown right afterwards from Vinny to get that trade after Rymazing was able to get SJP.
Everyone focused on keeping Terra up. He had 1 health, and they all focus on him. SAP finally pays the price because of it, and Crimson follows there on Vinny. And sometimes when you have a stud like that with all the attention going to him, you're able to capitalize. Aramori now trading Terra down. 26 seconds left on their home court. This is Thieves' map. They love it, but right now it's all Sentinels.
They're planting their feet. They set the flag here. This is going to be Sentinels territory now, unless 100 Thieves can take out something different. SJP will have the fate of both worlds, but Sentinels with Nectar on the prowl. You have to worry about the dance of butterflies first. It comes in here. The survivability is not there to help out Vinny. SJP is so close to the fate of both worlds, and with overtime ticking away, they need to stall.
This is unbelievable here. This defensive effort now just trying to get some pressure on that point now. We're amazing. They'll get in the 1, get in the 2. They have no fire extinguisher. The fire department, it's too late for them to help. Techie with the follow-up, and it's looking like Sentinels are going to get a hold of a lifetime. And they, oh my God.
We are Venom, we are Rymazing, we are the Torch. The follow-up, beautiful. Then rolling out on the Venom, just a recontest, even better, because they had used up that portal earlier when they recontested with Aramori on that Loki, copying that strategist ult here. But that was a crazy hold.
Sentinels saw Shroud X. They're like, hold my shield. We got to reverse sweeping us too. I mean, like, this is insane. It was all 100 Thieves and Sentinels putting on a defensive master class. Unbelievable. Now they've got, honestly, everything they need here to get this. They've got so many fights, so many opportunities. It comes down to this. The grand finals on the line. It's 2-2. This is all they need.
This is do or die. Do or die. Sentinels, 1 more map away from getting the reverse sweep to sit in this grand finals. Getting the reversal, making the adjustments that they needed, starting off within the pick and ban phase 2, but this has just been a masterclass of a series.
You know, when Rymazing steps up there on Iron Man, he forces the ban, and that opens up the world. That's what they needed. They won this in the pick and ban phase by a mile. I mean, the Wolverine getting banned, that was the big solution to what was really wrecking them in the first couple of maps. But then they finally bent. They had that strategy, 100 Thieves, going in each and every time to ban certain heroes, but they gave up the Loki and Aramori, and everyone followed.
That's the biggest thing, I feel like. That having Loki coming out, Aramori being so strong on Loki in general. Crimzo, though, trying to pull off something cheeky over to the other side with the portal play, trying to wrap around them. It's all the Hail Marys attempt as 100 Thieves now try to look and break their neck. Vinny over to the other side. Tira taking a good amount of pressure, but they're trying to run that triple Vanguard, triple support as Nectar finds Harvey, but Delena be on the rocket with the BRB machine. You're coming right back.
Oh, it's poetic. You got Psylocke and Magic going off. They may not have a team up anymore, but these X-Men are shining as they slice and dice with their swords, getting instant eliminations as Rai. Look at that straight face, man. That scares me.
I don't know how he does it. Like, this is not a drill. We get to see Magic for like a crumb of a second for the second time in this series, just in general. Like, I love being able to finally see some Magic play as they jump right in to re-engage off of Vinny being on this portal, on the Doctor Strange to utilize the portal rather. Right, Amazing trying to find the supports though, trying to find the harassment, backing away with 100 Thieves, not having that Loki instead, but Tara finding that big pick onto Amazing.
Yeah, that's going to help slow things down, but they need to at 2 minutes and 52 seconds left. Tara just farming that ult quickly there. Vinny with the pop and the follow-up here, but Crimso's got the entanglement. Right now, Sentinels, though, they're just going to regroup. Nectar trying to just run away, and oh my gosh, Tara wants it. He's hungry, he's thirsty, rage to 100 as he's looking for them now, and Nectar is still that backline, though, Vic, which is going to be huge. 90% to ult. They can get some crazy pressure from both sides.
Oh, the way that he was just trying to follow Nectar. It was a statement to be made here while Nectar does have the dance of butterflies and kept it in check as Crimzo with the group hug has answered together as SJP being the first to get taken out. This is the win condition. Nectar proceeds to get 2K and still has a dance of butterflies. Another freeze!
Oh, God.
Another freeze from Corona!
What?
How does he keep doing it?
Oh, no, but Delena with the slice and dice, and it's going to be Sentinel standing strong. The shield, it can take hits, but it will not crack. But there's 1 minute and 53. We're seeing everything come out. Tara, the Iron Fist, he gets one pick, Vic.
Wait a minute. Wait, Nectar's still spawn camping, though. Looks like they were still able to find HJP on the way back. Still an opportunity here as Nectar goes out right afterwards. Tara gets the health pack and then tries to re-engage. These swaps actually allow him to recontest here 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Amazing, trying to get that pressure on early. Tara, though, that's a great swap over to the Iron Fist. Gonna be tough to deal with all of that. Karate Kid thrown out of the plot. Who's gonna get the armor? Now Amazing throwing down, exploding. Karova going up, throwing down the beat, and the momentum is coming with it now. Crimson pushing in 75% there. It's getting close, but honestly, 100 Thieves have every response they need. Vic, there's 1 minute left.
And Harvey is the next one to try to keep everybody alive. Cheaper Town Hall coming in, but the Brute is going to pull them back together. No healing as Crimzo with a big wall blocks out any opportunity to get a reset onto that Iron Fist from Tara. We are Groot as a group hug comes in. Sentinels, right, Amazing, slowly approaching that supernova, by the way, and they've just used up the Eternal Bond.
This is looking as close as you get here. 5 meters push back at this point. Harvey and Go at the helm now. We've got Nectar and Techie locked and loaded. It comes down to this, guys. Final 30 seconds. Who's moving to the grand finals? Who's being booted down below here? Right, Amazing throwing it down. Dance of Butterflies goes out. They survive through the cloak bubble. That's huge. Both strategists turn eyes. Vicky, right, Amazing throwing it down. It's coming down to this.
The patty cake just to stay alive because he had no other ults in that first pick. Amazing in the driver's seat has sent Sentinels up for success together with Nectar. Nobody to touch this point from 100 Thieves. Even with that pick away from Tara, it doesn't even matter. Sentinels succeed with the flip, the reversal 3-0.
The shield and does not crack and qualifies and pushes him to the grand final. And as we said to start the show, Right Amazing needs to change his name to Right Game Changing as they get the finish and the MVP. It is the reverse sweep back-to-back here in the playoffs for America.
Wow. What an ending. What an end. Crimzo with that pull in too, focusing onto Tara to put the wall up. Then you have Rymazing, despite that, through the dance of butterflies that we saw from Nectar. The backliners here from 100 Thieves stay alive, and then Rymazing with the supernova, man. That was crazy. Everybody just trying to take out everything when the portals were used up, everything at the end. But it is Rymazing and the rest of Sentinels that come out on top. 17k damage, making the swap when they needed. 10 final hits to share that between themselves and Nectar.
I mean, I'm speechless. We talked about Crimzo and this team and the strategy behind them. And as we said before, they won that in the pick ban phase from start to finish. They been as far as you could. In a map like this, they did not break in the series, and they were able to take down in Marvel Rivals the biggest rival of teams, in my opinion, are these two right here. Both going to China. 100 Thieves already punched their ticket. But man, Sentinels with a statement.
You let Aramori get away with the Loki out here too. The 20 assists. Korova with these insane freezes, by the way. Then we got to see the follow-up with Teki going over to the Venom was beautiful. Even through, of course, the fate of both worlds. When you swap over to that Venom, just really provides you that extra damage output to forcing them back into the spawn room door. And then also, of course, getting a little look at magic from Rymazing is always a treat.
Yeah, that was straight out of... If you guys have seen the Season 2 trailer at the Hellfire Gala, this might be an Asgard, but it was straight from that. The body armor, you know, it could have been perfect if they had the uniforms on because it was straight there, opening with a fire start, and they got the finish from it. I mean, if you're looking for heart, this is where you find it right here. Not only in the playoffs, this game, back-to-back sweeps, reverse sweeps, you can't make it up.
Crimson really popped off this game too. Like, combine that with the walls to block out those entry points right before that first checkpoint. That's why it was so crucial. If 100 Thieves wanted to increase their win con, they have to get through that choke, because having those two separate chokes and then that one side-off choke by the health pack it's difficult. Good luck getting around that with a Groot. And then with Rymazing just hailing from above, having that supernova, 27 KOs, 10 final hits here. Combine that together, only going down 5 times.
And now all I know is somebody in the lower bracket, the winner of the game we're about to move on to, they're going to face 100 Thieves in a rage-filled one at that. But if you want the textbook on how to beat Thanos, well, Sentinels just showed us there as Terra and them went down. Just incredible effort across the board. And I think it just highlights it so well. It just feels like a solid team effort. I mean, there's so many times, like, at one point it was the Terra show, right? We kept talking about Terra, but the team of Sentinels coming together, poetic.
It wasn't just like a one-man army in that case, right? Like, everybody had their spotlight moments, whether it be stopping ultimates, Korova's side of things. Aramori now at the very end being able to pop off on Loki, out-healed a lot of the team together with Korova in that previous last map before that, map number 4, and just like then together with Nectar also, like having those amazing pop-off moments, getting those crucial first picks onto SJP. Nectar, again, silent but deadly on that Psylocke, quite literally, while everyone is so focused on Rymazing in the sky.
Yeah, Crimso's got to start wearing an eye patch and just, you know, the Nick Fury in him. You know, I've got a team I want to assemble, because it was only the Avengers that could live up to the stakes of that match, of that reverse sweep. And again, the beautiful thing of all this, they're in the same room celebrating way into the night. It's midnight plus over there. I think they're on the East Coast, and they are waking up all the neighbors, baby, in the boot camp. The first time this team has all been together. I mean, what a moment for them.
I know that they're celebrating. They've been having a really good time too, off stream together, not only building up that synergy, but it's all about friendship, right? Having trust in one another really allows you to lean on your teammates, and they get to do that in person.
Yeah, and again, I bet you the interview will take a second, because it's probably just a madhouse over there, and then it's gonna come all calm, cool, collected. They'll be like, yep, you know, job's not finished, business as usual. But they are just a great display of it. We've seen it all, right? We had the Cinderella stories of the teams that were from couch to pros, right? And there's that belief. But then we've also seen what it looks like here at the very top level and what you can strive to try to be at. This team, both of them here since the alpha, but one coming out on top.
And having the history that they have, I believe this is the 3rd time, right, Cozy, that they've been able to meet in a bracket like this. So, we know, having a lot of stakes on the line and the big money bags that's lingering over your head, to be able to come back and not let it be mentally daunting on how those first 2 matches went forward we saw the changes. There was Iron Man ult whiffs, there was Iron Man blocks from TTK. You've made adjustments. You have to swap over to the torch to get some supernovas out, to at least create some space, get somebody to help you out. Techie then going over to the AMER Frost. There were so many little individual changes going into this team that brought us to the reverse 3-0.
Hey, I'm so pumped. I've not gotten to talk. He's never done an interview. I have done videos with him, but I've not gotten to see and speak to him face to face. Welcome in, guys. Jarvis Friday, Tony Stark, call it what you want. It's Rye Mason here for the interview. Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. That was I'm lost for words on that one.
I mean, whether it was the triple from you, the Korova freeze on the, everyone played their part to the fullest degree. Rye, we've been talking now over a year, and I know what this team has gone through, the ups, some downs, but staying together as this team, being all together. What does this mean to you? You guys punched your ticket to China now, but tell me, let me into the room whenever you guys won that reverse sweep.
I mean, I was yelling. I jumped out of my chair. It was exciting, man. Like those matches where it's, give and take, and we cap with 4 minutes on Central Park, and then we choke it, but then we come back for the reverse sweep. I mean, that's just like a game you live for, man. There's nothing more exciting and exhilarating as a player and probably as a viewer than that.
Dude, you guys performed. You guys set us up. Like, Cozy and I were losing our minds, like seeing the reversal, seeing the counters before our eyes. I mean, can you talk to us about how you keep your mental in check when there's moments where your ult misses or gets blocked out by TTK a few times too? Like, how do you try to come back from that just to reset and just keep yourself in these fights?
I mean, Iron Man ult is like really hard. I'd say most of the time it's against good teams like this, it's hard to even get like 50% on the ult. Like just hitting half the time is great. So, I mean, I just got to keep my head up and just keep trying, and sometimes you'll miss and sometimes you'll hit big, and just got to keep my head in the game. I don't know. Just keep trying.
I gotta say, I could go back all the way to our message history, right? And one of the first things I ever asked you was like, "Hey, let's make a guide together. Who's like your greatest hero?" And you're like, "I'm a demon on Iron Man." And the fact that it's come full circle, and you've gotten to display as I said yesterday, Jarvis play funeral music. I mean, dude, how does it feel? Because you guys got reverse swept. You guys got reverse swept in the group stage, and you do it again. And we saw Magic. Is it season 0, bro? What's going on?
I think Magic was really good for breaking that 3-3 hold. You just kind of jump in their back line and tear them up in the back. And I think that's good for Magic. But yeah, I mean the Iron Man, I don't know. They were scared. They started banning it last map. It was crazy. I feel like Torch is usually
Iron Man.
I feel like Torch is usually better, but I don't know. I felt like I wasn't doing much on Torch. Maybe it was me. Maybe it was what they were playing with the Hella, or I'm not sure. But I was like, all right, I'm just gonna go Iron Man. If it works, it works, and it did. So.
Oh, just impeccable job. Is that Crimso over to your shoulder? There's some UFC going on over there, like just like dropping 100k damage block. I gotta ask, because it seemed like obviously the Wolf was doing a lot there. At one point, we were like, it was like a horror movie for you, man. You're a Human Torch in the sky. Man. You look to the right, boom, kidnapped.
That's gonna be in my nightmares. I don't know what was going on the map. I don't know. Terra's Wolf, like, I guess we learned a lesson. You gotta ban that. You can't let that through. Yeah. Because I'd look around and see like, oh, I don't see the wolf, he's hiding somewhere, and then I'd walk up and try to ult, and boom, I'd be grabbed like every time. It was like, man, we just gotta ban wolf. It was too much.
Dude, I have so many questions.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Cozy. There's so much to dig into that series alone. I mean, can you talk to us a little bit about your synergy together with Nectar? Because Nectar, they're so good. Absolute pop-off moments on that Psylocke. How do you guys combine together with your comms? How does that sound like for your team?
I think Nectar's calling a lot of the engages, and I'm trying to like link my overdrive with it, and it felt really good. Every time it'd be like a neutral fight, and he would go dive, and he would tell me overdrive now, and then I'd pop it, and it was like perfect. It was just, we were just so in sync today. I think that's really what made the difference.
That's tough too, because, you know, it was you and Super Gomez for so long, and for Nectar to step in there and not only him take over that role, but you and that kind of duo-ship. It's a hard thing to do. I have to talk about this though. You and, let's call it Mutants and Nightmare. No, it was 100 Thieves and you guys have been playing each other so many times at the biggest stakes. I said, you know, they've taken your chance of glory before, whether it was the MRI, but then you win in the MRC or the MRC for them, right? How is it going against this team? You guys didn't face each other in the group stage or in different groups, but like when you prepare for this team, do you like, you know what you're getting, but it's still, there's surprises that happen.
Yeah, I think it's pretty normal for 100 Thieves to play like a very standard front to back, and we can always kind of rely on that happening. I think it's more on us to kind of throw them the curveballs, throw them the Iron Man and the Magic, and kind of these weird things that they aren't ready for. And I think historically we've seen a lot of use in like doing weird things like that, like even Season 0, like Moon Knight, and I feel like we always kind of have a trick up our sleeve for their team. And yeah, today, I mean, it just worked.
Yeah, you guys did such a good job because you guys have so many different compositions too to lean on. Like they kept banning the res comp too. Like they kept target banning Crimzo. I mean, after that first map, and I feel like another player specifically that just got away with murder was TTK on that Emma Frost, man. That damage output was cool. That character's crazy. When you guys saw that the Emma Frost had gone through for them, I don't think you guys had the Emma Frost because it was banned for you guys, I think, the first map. What were the adjustments that you made around TTK? Because I feel like TTK was a pretty big playmaker on that team.
I think just initially we're kind of thinking we want to get into this with like mag ban, with what was it? I'm trying to think about it because we were protecting mag actually rather, and we weren't playing Emma ourselves. I think that made their Emma a really big problem, and so I think we just kind of had to adjust and change our line a little bit, and we saw a lot more success when we also had the Emma to kind of match and contest TTK. I think that was the big change there.
Yeah, that's a good point. I actually want to give a shout out to Techie because Techie played a lot of mag over the last, like, what, 5-6 days now. And then they matched you with the cat ban, which we've seen before. That happened last time. But then the mag ban to follow. And it's like, all right, Techie, I wanted to see what they could do, you know, to put up a fight. And wow, just it feels like you guys have rehearsed that a million times. I mean, again, we've talked about you guys, and there's teams that have these huge standout players. Rai, you know what I think about you already. But it just feels like Sentinels, you guys are just this team. You're a team, and you embody it in person together on stream when you're doing each other's makeup, when you're just hanging out, when you're getting dubs, reverse sweeps like you did here. Either way, I know it's like almost what 2 a.m. or 1 a.m. over there. It's late, buddy, but celebrate with the team. Enjoy it. Job's not done though, and 100 Thieves, they always find a way back, so you could face them again here tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I'll be ready.
All right, buddy. Well, whether it's Iron Man Magic, we know you put on a show. It was great meeting you and seeing you face to face finally after all of our good talks, buddy. Enjoy this show, buddy. It was a good one, and thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
All right, peace out, buddy. All right, guys, that was Rai Mazing making his first ever appearance, Vicky, on camera. We saw him in the players cam, and I've talked to this guy for a year, but I've never had a face-to-face conversation. Cool stuff.
That must feel real cool for you too, right? Like you guys had that conversation, you get to see it like play out a whole year later. It's like you were looking at just the future right there, right through the glass. So hearing his thoughts too, just talking about his team, what to expect in case they do have to ever face off against 100 Thieves again, they have their answers. Like they already learned their lesson. Like that Wolverine, that will not go through ever again in that matchup.
Yeah, they always get more and more from each team as they face off with them. And yeah, my first ever video guide was a dedicated Magic guide, funny enough, with him all the way back when the game launched. So it was cool. Full circle moment, see what he could do. Hey guys, that was crazy, that reverse sweep. We just came off another one, and it was Shroud X punching their ticket to go against Envy. And the stakes for this one, all right, 100 Thieves Sentinels, they're just going down to the the loser bracket. But this one, Vicky, this one's for land. This is for history, legacy, everything. The winner of this goes to China.
It's going to be crazy. There's so much on the line right now, and after Shroud X had just have to wait to see another reversal 3-0, their hands may be just a little bit cold before diving into this next series, because it's going to be a big one, Cozy.
Brew the coffee, guys. Get the pizza, the late night pizza ready. We have a big one coming up. We'll be back right after this break.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. Buddy.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. Job is not finished yet. We have one more match, and it's the one with the most stakes. We've got Shroud X, who punched their ticket. They're the Disney villain. They shut down the Cinderella story, versus Envy for our final matchup today.
That's going to be the final boss that Shroud X needs to go through. And that's with Shroud watching, by the way, his own team, all right? So breaking the curse a little bit after seeing that reversal 3-0, just non-stop gas action here in the Americas region. The fact that we're still going, Cozy, I wouldn't have it any other way. We got Marvel Rivals partying all night long here for a great Saturday night.
I mean, we went 7 hours 2 days ago, 5 hours late into the night yesterday. We're at it again, guys, and I love every minute of it. 100 Thieves, they're gone, but my voice is also. This has been epic. Can't wait to continue the madness. Guys, we just saw Punisher and what they can do, Terra, what he can do on the character, and you could do the same, potentially, with the new skin from Daredevil, Born Again. These skins, Vicky, they're pretty sick.
I love it. I love that Punisher skin. But honestly, that Thor skin, the hair, it's what's getting me. I say this all the time, but the majestic raiment Thor skin, definitely gonna have to cop that.
Absolutely. The Hellfire Gala look, you love to see it here. And we are definitely gonna, I love that we have some teams that flex the skins, some not so much here as we head into this primetime fight. Now, Shroud X, they like to keep things interesting always. We saw it come down quite literally to the pixel. If you guys missed that matchup, I mean, I can't even process how close it was. Every single fight was nail biting. I lost my voice on that fight and I wasn't even casting yet.
Was it with Vision? I think it was. I don't even know. Like that was just so crazy. That was literally down to the wire. I think it was like Vision having like a very clutch moment, being on the. I don't know what it is with these Wolverines, man. I mean, I do know what it is, but Wolverine in general, like such a crazy playmaking hero. As we get to see 100 Thieves after ending our last series, reverse 3-0 from Sentinels, they'll be waiting in that lower bracket finals. While Envy and Shroud X, this is the battle for land. The winner of this series gets their chance to take over the last spot in the America region and qualifying for China.
Yeah, as we saw before, there's 3 teams from America that get to punch their ticket, and that is massive for these teams because it means not only the 2 ones in the grand finals, but one from that lower bracket climb gets to make it as well. And we're about to find out right now. Looking at here, all the other regions getting 2 Americas stacked up. The talent, craziness, it's going to be quite the fight. I mean, land just changes the scope completely.
It really does, and there's so many strong teams, like EMEA specifically, man, is going to be crazy. Like Rad already making it through, too, after the action we saw earlier on. Reject Winity, of course, coming out, as well as Ground Zero Gaming. Lots of familiar names that I love to see, but this is what land's all about. It's to put the best of all of high-level Marvel Rivals plays together in person on the big stage.
That last slot, that's what the teams are fighting for here. And many would have Envy, 100 Thieves, Sentinels all in that last spot, right? But Shroud X, I mean, Shroud didn't even have the jersey. He doesn't have jerseys. He's going to have to go to Fiverr and get designs and get these things made if they make it. I mean, you'll love to see it. It would be insane if Shroud X, with everything they've been through, punched their ticket.
Yeah, just don't get any ideas from Zero Tenacity's jersey out here. If that is to say, if Shroud X make their way through, which after the action that we saw with that reversal, I feel like they just wait at the very last second to claim what's theirs as we take a look at Envy first.
Envy here just stacked through the 9s. They've got so much going for them. I mean, we talked about Terra, the terrifying here. But listen, I've got to say, Speedery and what they can do in the fly department is absolute craziness. Shroud X, though, we saw what they did against Techie. And honestly, a lot of it, the Vision and Doom show, these 2 are just some of the most lethal, deadly duelists that they have as well. But name a person on this team. I've always said this, they have some of the most talent out here in terms of roster. It's just about coming together and playing the team and the game that they know they can. And they did just a second ago.
Yeah, it radiates Sentinels. Like the way that everybody here is a core. I mean, obviously, right? It's a team, but everyone individually here is just a core part of finding that success for Shroud X and actually playing to their strengths, right? This is where you get to usually see Vision coming out in the Namor. We get to see the Hulk coming out too. Impunity just so good on that Groot. So they could really try to flex onto what they feel like is their comfort pick. But you already know too, like Envy's been doing their homework. They saw what happened in the last series in that reverse 3-0. So they're going to be ready for this.
Yeah, they're kind of like Sentinels a lot too. They've got the triple res, and we've seen Vision play the Atom, but then also you've got the Namor pick thrown in there as well with quick swaps and picks depending on the point. And so they've got all that going for them, and behind them, just some of the greatest strategies that we've seen. Dongmin said it best too. I'm telling you, this guy, I mean, he said in his interview, he's gotten a lot of, crud for not hitting ults and whatnot, but when he hits them, Vicky, he nails them. I mean, just game clutching Agamottos. We've seen them want to just save Strange so he can have access to the power that's behind the eye.
Can we talk about Dogman too? Because I feel like, yeah, it's hard. Like, it's the same equivalent to what we were just talking about to Amazing. Like, you're trying to land these big crucial ults. Yes, we see it more consistently sometimes with other Magnetos, but it's not easy. But I feel like specifically talking about Dogman, this player, I feel like it's a mental block, and then whenever the momentum gets going for Shroud X, when Dogman be hitting all those LeBron meteors, he feels himself, either that or the Eye of Agamotto, and I feel like the energy, the aura on Shroud X just completely shifts.
Absolutely. I mean, it's all on the line, and as a Vanguard, those ultimates are always, all spotlights on you here, guys. We got one more matchup left as we've got these two teams fighting for everything. It's one thing when you have the Titans going against each other up top, but when Land's on the line, when China's on the line, you're going to see these people empty out the rosters, the talents, the ults, you name it, as we've got the first pick and bans coming in.
Let's not forget how Envy found themselves in this lower bracket in the first place, losing out to Sentinels within that first day, being able to save on to that Magneto now in favor for Envy. It's going to be Magneto plays from both ends, not too surprised, wondering here with no Emma Frost. We still sometimes see that Psylocke pick coming out without the mental projection, but they don't want any business with the Wolverine.
Yeah, we've saw ever since they dealt with Nemesis, Shroud X has banned Human Torch every single time at the very beginning, and that's smart. Obviously, when you got Speedery too, you got to get rid of Johnny Storm there. Loki is going to shut down a lot as well. Envy, any good team would, but loves to play the Loki there. And on the opposite side, we're seeing that triple res comp shut down right away. None of that. Doomed is too crazy there on Wolf as well, so they're getting rid of all the big threats.
I was going to say, like, Wolverine has been putting on a showcase. I mean, I'm not too surprised. Wolverine terrors my own games out here, but, Doomed being on that Wolverine is always scary. Vision also could flex over to that, and they take out the Hulk. Target bans continuously keep persisting in these later brackets now.
Wow, I like because what is a comfort pick for them? Lucky for Envy, they got to legit watch and see how Shroud X responded, and they play a lot of Namor. They flex that Vision's one of the best in the business. Well, don't get rid of the King of the Sea, get rid of the Gamma God, and Storm. Oh God, Storm being the save. Speedery on Storm. Guys, get ready for Cat 5.
I was going to say, like, Speedery has always gone over to the Storm, not a focus ban against them here. So Shroud X instead just making sure that the Torch isn't a problem. They would rather deal with that Storm rather than the Torch. I don't blame them there. But taking care of the Lokis even better, because they themselves, if they wanted to, could play the Torch if you're looking at Shroud X. And those Loki lamps are very pesky on trying to get any sort of progress. And they took care of the Punisher too. So I'm expecting some flyers coming into Shroud X.
Now, again, we talk about roles that don't get a lot of loves. Nuck is one of those strategists that can just absolutely pop off to the highest degree. And so we look at the predictions, and right now, 57% being shown towards Envy. Shroud X, I will say this, in domination, time and time again, we've seen them clutch it up here, even in games and series that they've lost.
Yeah, and it's always so close, even in their own interviews, talking about Shroud X specifically, like, they know that it always gets down to the wire, and it could be really intense. They had a little bit of time to I say a little bit, but they had a lot of time to recover, and now diving right back into the action. They're pretty warmed up here, and they're already going to start off with this portal play to get to the point fast, and they got the Moon Knight too to do it.
Leaving Wolverine, though, to Cal and Speedery or Storm, that's dangerous. That's playing with fire, even without Human Torch here, as the teams collide. Kalush, one of the best in the business, oftentimes being able to carry games on his back. Dogman, though, going face-to-face. It's Sorcerer v. Sorcerer here as they're pushing in. Both teams want this point. They know what it can mean to get things going.
Looking on the other side, too, Speedery is trying to get going with having the Invisible Woman, though. Month is going to be able to put that temporary shield just to help them out, but they've lost out on Doomed first. Out of position when trying to get into a different angle, and with Cal having the Wolverine available, I hope you're ready to get some kidnaps going.
Have we learned nothing from the 100 Thieves show? You gotta ban Logan. unless you want to just be made into dinner. I mean, he's slicing and dicing every Vanguard in his path here as Cal, who again was subbed out, but said, put me in, coach, and lived up to the task and was able to perform at a high level. Got his spot back in, performing like it here. Now, Shroud X on the defense, they're just trying to get any amount of space, but it's all Envy at the moment.
Oh, Cal doesn't be able to back away with the rest of the team. Window, Mund having those ultimates available, and Nero too to shift that into the fate of both worlds. But we're going to get the copy first from Nook into Fidel, who has the fate of both worlds, just to try to push in. And with Vision having that final judgment, they're going to try to do the combo together.
Everything ready for both teams here now, and there it is, the final judgment. Every bullet has the name, as we've said before. Vision looking for his first KO, and up goes the meteor, and down goes the Spaceball special as Window connects to Nook.
Fear LeBron instead. Magneto over Magneto ult, the grand slam and the dunk as Speedery gets help to stay alive in the Omega Hurricane, but dropping in from the heavens is going to be the Eye of Agamotto, making them break their necks. It found two onto Speedery and Window.
It's the Vanguard show at the moment, and Doom showing who can storm and open up the skies as they trade and get this point back. But 67% on to Envy so far, but they still have some ults to show for it. But strategist-wise, Vicky, that's what I'm concerned about. They're a while away for Shroud X. Cal's got that, he's got that Wolf ult that we know what it can do.
The side by side real quick before the zoom in. Okay, I see you guys. Cal having that Wolverine ultimate though is going to be something you want to keep in mind. Last stand as Doomed with the Omega Hurricane, not going to be able to really sustain, as you mentioned, those support ults a little bit far, while Impunity also close to try to build up that meteor. Here comes that Omega Hurricane though. They unleash the button instead just to build up some time, just in case. Doom knowing though that was just going to be it. Literally throwing themselves into them, I feel like, just to buy in some time, as now Envy get to walk up.
We actually saw Shroud X do this a lot. They would use that Doom opening to go in and get those ults out or whatever it might be, and then Vision here with the follow-up, and there it is. We've got the turrets out, the gunfire on, trying to get anything rolling from, can't find anything. The entire team hiding behind structure that can't be broken. Great job of hide and seek, and right now Envy hiding to perfection now, but 55% tick-tock here for Shroud X.
They were just shoved into the shoebox. Imagine if Impunity just yeeted down that meteor while they were stuck in that corner, but he gets it right afterwards. Gets stunned temporarily, too. It looks like Nero being able to get that stun here, as the rest of Envy have a 6-man ult to work with here, while Shroud X still have their feet planted on this point. Here comes the Omega Hurricane, the survivability after they lost on Cal.
Skies open up, and down goes the Hurricane. Can we get any connections for Speedery? No, and up and down. Window, though, gets a connection on Fidel. That's a massive hit with the ults on the line. We've got Impunity going up, trying to get a response, and unfortunately, no connection there. Hitting down, but we do get the follow-up from Dogman with the alley-oop.
The timing on that, too, to get the final KO while Monk puts up the invisible barrier. Kaluch comes in with a quick 2K. Doom gets frozen. Lights out. No more brightest star in the sky, as now Envy gets to reclaim the point, but Shroud X, they stalled for a while. They were ready at 96%.
Oh my gosh, that Eye of Agamotto just now in 4K, ultra wide, team wiping clarity. Insane job from Kalush, as always, with clutch in the jeans. As now Dogman throwing up the portal, and down they go, trying to get this point contested. 85% ticking up. They do have the final judgment to follow. They have no strategist to match it, though. On the either side, Envy without ults as well. This could be their battle to win.
Nook can get it online really quick, though. They'll be able to have it for the next engagement. This forces Vision to play a lot more defensive, to just shove Envy off of this point, to reclaim it. Overtime now taking away in the favor of Shroud X here, too. Doom now coming in with the Supernova that controlled so much of this damage output, as Envy are falling and Vision is moving in.
Vision bringing the guns, the smoke, and the end credits as they grab point one after losing 67% to start. Shroud X heating up the fire that they conducted in the early match.
Can we talk about the Ditto combo, though? The fate of both Omega Hurricanes, really, is what that was. And then when the Magneto ults would come in between Window and Impunity, it was who could land onto these Luna Snows first. And usually they would have to be the one taking the brunt end of that ultimate, but at least keeping the Omega Hurricanes alive in the meantime.
And no swish from the basket there from Impunity, but the follow-up and alley-oop from Dogman, that's what you want for in the bigs up front of the Vanguards here. Vision showing what he does best. I've talked to Vision last night a while on Twitter, and just they know They know they can do this. They know they can get there, and they already went through what was about to be a tough loss for that team. And once you fight through adversity like that, it somehow brings you closer and closer. Not to be cheesy, but you love to see the storylines here as we move in. Can Shroud X get the first map off Envy?
This is where history is made, man. In the infancy of Marvel Rivals as an esport, the paths are being carved here. Shroud X will have Nook being on that Loki with the Loki ult, so they could use Fidel and the fate of both worlds to try to re-engage first on this point.
All right, Doom now throwing down the fire to get things started here. And Nook can give a lot of support that he needs. Wow, a lot of pressure on Kalush early on as the team has to back out because of Doom putting on a show by himself. All you need is some flames now. Getting that pressure on is Speedery. We saw what he can do, the demon of Psylocke. But Nook with the early opening on the Vanguard of Kalush. That's huge.
That's both of the Vanguards falling down first. That also goes in favor for Shroud X to plant their feet on the point without having to use Nook and that Loki ult.
Yeah, great stuff here. Again, winner punching their ticket to China. They both can taste it as now Nook still having that ult ready to rock. Impunity and Dongman, we talked about the deadly duo of the post who could alley-oop and get the job done. And wow, look at that hide and seek. It's talking about Doom finding Speeder in the back.
Yeah, Speeder's like, ayo, like, I was just chilling over to the side, got called out by Doom, keeping him in his vision. Vision himself, by the way, on the Punisher, about to have that final judgment. Impunity getting caught, though, in the grasp, in the claws of Cal. Finding that pick, but Vision does get the tray off of Speedery, who hasn't really been able to get set up into position with the dance of butterflies. And now the dance off between both Nook in the copy of that Luna Snow, as well as Nero. The Eye of Agamotto, though, caught months before Nero's able to backtrack to help them out.
Beautiful job from Shroud X. It's like they just came off a reverse sweep. You see all the momentum going with them. The lights flashing, but they're not too bright for Shroud X on the biggest stage, going against one of the biggest teams. Wow, what an opening.
Can we talk about Dogman's Eye of Agamotto's already off the rip? Like, I feel like Dogman usually takes a little bit to ramp up, but this is just 100% like off the rip.
He had 5 games to warm up. I mean, he got that warmed up on that last one versus Techie here, as Impunity and Doom both have everything locked and loaded right now. And the rare silence you don't hear on these maps often, as it seems like even Envy is left stunned at the moment at the result so far here. Supernova up, Tornadoes down. Vicky with the Meteor M. Can he slam the Spaceball special? He throws it. Wow, good shield.
Wow, the flash on the shield was ginormous. Now, Shroud X already approaching 95%, but they're stalling for as long as possible. Now, as Envy gets to just keep their feet on this point. Kaluj has the Eye of Agamotto. They try to isolate them. The Magneto bubble to help them out. Cal, though, gets caught in the middle of using that Wolverine ult. It is doomed. That burns him at the stake, sending him back to the spawn, and he's just harassing the backline for free.
He's roasting, he's toasting. It's the deadly duo. It's ground and air, land and sea. Vision getting the picks needed. Kalush trying to make a difference here, but unable to as they shut down the sorcerer. They put him down, and this is going to be Shroud X all the way, looking confident. And wow, look at Dogman celebrate.
The pop-off, the head nod, the pop-off. Oh my, you know those comms are blazing right now here. Shroud X, they take the first map against Envy. This is literally for everything on the table. This is for the opportunity to compete in person at LAN. And Shroud X already in the driver's seat.
Vision. I mean, he sees the vision for this team. It's clear 2020 what his job and responsibility is to help this team punch their ticket, book their seat, and take some, and honestly, just take everything with him here as we look at the stats and the MVP going to Frank Castle. Vision with 19-0. Vision, guys, your eyes are correct. He didn't die. I mean, are you kidding me?
I had to, I actually do wear glasses, even though I'm wearing contacts right now, but I had to just adjust the contacts in my own eyeballs to see 21,000 damage, like, without getting sent down once. That was honestly, combination with that, with Fidel and Nook, we have to highlight, like, this backline is on another level, but then you have the Loki and Luna combo together, means that you are invincible for those 24 seconds, too. You try to max out on the other side where Envy only had the Invisiwoman, and that does make a difference.
I'm just left stunned, especially because Impunity, who has played some Magneto, but obviously a lot on Groot lately, and just seeing what he can do there, and the beautiful top off and finish. You have some of the best Vanguard on Vanguard play that we've seen in the tournament so far. The skill level here from these two teams as we just see the perfect eye. Dogman, I swear, it's like, you know, you got aim trainer, he's doing Agamotto trader on the side there because he's showing and glowing and getting those stuns.
It's the worst feeling when you're Invisible Woman trying to double jump, turn invisible away, and you just get jumped. Like, what are you running? And even the attempt on the block right there, Dogman was insane this round. That's why we were highlighting the Eye of Agamotto's, but the blocks there too, the protection before jumping in to just target that one lone Nero who was left on the point before they took it to the second round.
And it's not even that they finished, it's how they finished, Vicky. I mean, what an exclamation point that they put on the end of that map. It wasn't even close on the second map. Wasn't even close. 19-0 KDA. I'm pretty sure Vision's pretty happy with that on Frank Castle there. My goodness, what an effort from ShroudX. Now down, what, 2 games? Now they're up 4.
They're on fire. They got warmed up. You said it. They've already played like 5 other games. You know what? So they're ready to go. They're ready to GG go next. And Vision being enabled, not even going down once. And Dogman with these Eye of Agamottos keeping Vision alive too from the backline. I mean, everything from ShroudX was fantastic. And it is like you mentioned too. It was a little bit closer in that first round, but that second round was just a mollywop.
And I gotta say, it's so fun to watch the story of ShroudX thus far. I've seen them together. I've heard their group Discord calls as Shroud joins in. It's just been such a fun journey thus far, and the job is far from done. As we hit match 1, we're going to match number 2. And Envy, they know what they've got to do. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna be back after this quick break. What's going on, guys? Again, we said it was an insane day of Rivals, and we have now made that 2 days, Vicky. Late into the night here, Shroud X claiming what seemed to be a pretty easy W from Envy. On that game, Vicky, what stood out to you that made it that easy?
Cal not breaking over 6k damage, and Speedery not being able to get anything, like truly anything. Speedery went 3 and 4, but we saw like multiple times that Speedery got called out by Doomed. So Doomed was keeping an eye on the backline to help peel, but the duelists were not able to get set up. That and like Dogman getting these like surprise jump scare Eye of Agamotto's.
Yeah, and I've got to say, to me, a lot of that was won in the pick and ban phase. As we've said before, you're leaving Human Torch to Doom, all right? You're leaving Loki to Nuck. There's so much on the table for that team to work with. And yes, you're getting rid of things like the Hulk, right? But they can play more than Namor, as you can see there. Envy, you guys are full of some of the most talent in the league. This is to punch your ticket to China. Can they put that talent together, make something special? They came into this, Vicky, as a team that swept all these teams. They were like 6-0, but that was the small leagues. This is the big leagues. Can they get it done?
Yeah, and they did pretty good in the group stage too before they had lost over to FlyQuest. Well, Ego Death, of course, we saw that happen, but when they lost against FlyQuest, it was rather close, and then they tried to make some changes going into the playoffs, and then guess what happened? They fall again in that very first match versus Sentinels, the team that we just saw just take it against 100 Thieves. Now, with the redemption arc, though, losing out on that first map, Shroud X have been on a tear. This is a team that we know has a lot of talented individuals. They made their own run before they had lost to Team Nemesis in the group stage, but then had proceeded to go forward to take on Team Nemesis again. They did lose out, and they wanted this redemption arc. As we get started, no more Emma Frost.
Yeah, again, but since it's the beginning, what talent's on this team, and it's just not what throwing it, right? And it almost happened. It happened on the group stage, but my goodness, they put the foot down, said no this time around. Speeder getting that Torch ban yet again. They're getting the save there on Magneto. Emma not going to be a factor either. Right now, it's the same story.
All right, taking out the Wolverine off the table. Hopefully that kind of applies to Cal. No, I'm joking, because the way that Cal was just denied off that Wolverine, man, it was tough. But they know that Shroud X, Doomed specifically, man, and the flexibility from Vision, it's a scary case. And they recognize with respect that Dogman is a whole problem, and they target ban the Doctor Strange.
What a full story arc for Dongman. I'm so pumped for the guy. Like, you know, at one point group stage, we're joking, saying whiff Nito, whatnot, right? Now he's getting target banned from one of the best teams in the nation. Love to see it here. And they also respect the triple res. And what does that leave open, Vicky? It leaves open the Torch. It leaves open them to do whatever they want. Probably not the Hulk and Namor, but they can go to it if they need to. Save on Punisher. That's going to be big. I think they realize they're going to need that moving forward here. Funny enough, last match, they did not have access to that. So that's going to open things up.
Yeah, and we did see the Ditto matchup within the Storm actually coming out here too. But I actually believe here on the last ban that we had, yeah, they didn't. Yeah.
It did have access to Punisher. I'm actually looking. It was the team to reverse swap there at the top looking back. So they actually had access, I believe. Did they not have access?
Envy had it banned against them, so that's why they protected this time around. Who had access to the Punisher actually was Shroud X, which is why I brought it up, because Speedery always going on that Storm, but like obviously that's what they used, right? They pushed in Judgment in hand, and they were able to have a lot of control before they even made their own swaps together with the Fate of Both Worlds to just enable those ultimates.
We've got Cal with the big guns, no longer shooting thorns, shooting bullets as we find ourselves yet again on Yggdrasil's path. This map can often tell the tale of a story, and if it's going to hit 2-0 for Shroud X, or can Envy make this an even fight? And hey, let's go ahead and take this into the early AM.
Time to give them all your energy. Shout out to you guys at home as your predictions come in. The Shroud X fans, they're out and about. I know Shroud got front row seat tickets watching on his own stream. You got to consider what you're going to be putting on them jerseys, because you're 2 games away from meeting yourself back in China as we get started for game number 2.
Wow, love to see it again. The Shroud Spectator curse, it could live on. He's watching, going back and forth, scared to probably watch his team punch their chicken. Dogman, you can just tell the confidence in what he's feeling right there. Hood on, game on, and flame on for the Doomed as the push goes through.
Punisher v Punisher matchup too, while Speedery takes the skies and Doomed on the different flyer, on the torch that you mentioned too. And with Impunity and Window, it's the 1v1 on these Groots where you know Impunity really shines being that Groot specialist.
Yeah, seeing Window and Impunity go at it is a lot of fun. Little tree-on-tree violence here. And Nero, got to say, Luna, always 70% accuracy. Incredible things they can do. But Vision shutting down Speedery, and that is the win con for that team. Vision getting the job done. Doom staying alive here as Nuck has the ult ready to go already to keep the team alive. Fidel can follow, and that is a massive start on defense for Shroud.
And Monk too, at least to try to keep Envy alive while Nero's falling just a little bit behind her. The damage output finds Window going down in the next engagement. Will have that Groot ultimate going next, and Cal with that final judgment, combine that with Nero being on that Luna Soul, having the fate of both worlds just to push up here if they need that extra space. But Shroud have answers themselves.
These teams are almost mirror match. You got a difference in Loki and Invis, and the big difference is you got the torch that can ignite the fire within, as now the Hurricane goes down, opens up, looking for some, but has to get out of there and running from Vision and the bullets.
Wow, the conditioning right now, the mind games too. When you have the invisible barrier though, you can't see right through it. You can only spray and pray. Cal being able to find Doom still in the sky, and he's also still holding on to their own final judgment.
Yeah, they've got everything they need here to put the connections together here now as Groot has the entangle imprison from Window, but the grand finale pops up for Nuck as they're keeping things going. And right now, momentum is being pushed to the limits as Window trying to keep his team alive, sustained as they heal up, push in, Vicky.
Up the Wombo combo. Here comes a meteor to try to delete that, but the protection off the Magneto bubble keeps Cal alive together with that. And Nero, they keep Cal up. They keep this final judgment up. And Vision and Darkwind, they fall down. Envy had saved everything to bait out those ultimates out of Shroud X, knowing that they did not have any of those strategist ults to keep them up.
Yeah, not only do they get the bounce off the rim there from the mag ult, but also they can't use it to defend what's going to be Cal's final judgment. So that's always rough, and definitely want that one back. Now they've got 3 minutes, 58 seconds right now. If you're Envy, be playing the game that you want to play. Shroud X far from some strat ults, but they do have Vision around the corner with the group.
Be able to try to stake them in the group hug at the very least, but they're going to wait a little bit for Fidel to have that fate of both worlds. You'd rather be safe than sorry at this point, because Envy also have ultimates ready to go to try to counter that. The Omega Hurricane, as if they look behind, this could be the one ultimate to try to melt down Speedery, but with the invisible barrier from Monk, they're going to be able to fight inside this close quarter fight. Fidel, too, to enable Vision. Everybody grouped up together, this time from Window as he sets up the group walls. Difficult as they're going to try to peel away. Nook, though, at least has that Loki ult, the God of Mischief, to try to re-engage.
Deadly Dance, Frank Castle right in the beat there with Luna. Great job from Fidel and Vision to get at least a little bit of stagger there from the team. Dogman's got that Meteor M. Cal's getting close to the final judgment. We'll see if they line that up now. Doomed has the ult going down, and we got Kaluz to counter, throws down the Meteor, and gets the connection, and the slam dunk. 1-2 go down.
He was looking in every direction, though, to find that target and still found its mark. And with Month going down, by the way, that's huge because you are about to have that invisible barrier up, but it's fine. Nero's right here alongside with Cal, and they don't even need to expend that because they are dropping like flies together between Cal and Speedery. They're upset after the last map.
Yeah, they had the Dogman ult there if they needed, but chose to, obviously, with how they opened up. Tough look there, but Impunity now with the imprisonment that they can follow up with this a little bit here. Nero, though, having that dance floor Month with the invisible balance, they're going to have to go through a lot of sustain to get this Dogman. He's hit these ults before. He needs to swish the net as the Meteor connects. Can he get it done?
There we go, the slam dunk, looking to see if it can find its mark onto the Luna, but instead you get the bait out and you find Speedery. You think you want to go for the Nero and the dance off, but Monk too with the invisible barrier. That's 2 strategist ults, by the way, that was used up basically simultaneously as Envy now with only Kaluz and that Meteor just trying to see if they can get these wall picks and neutral after they found Doomed.
Yeah, the trade tick for attack on the duelist there, but both the strategist ults coming out is going to be major here. Now as Vision hits the bubble and the bullets as he's blowing down Kaluz, and he follows with Cal, and he's pushing the aggression forward, and it goes to Window. He gets a 3-piece.
Man, Judge, playing Judge, Jury, and coming in to just add in the extra punishment, backing away, holding them back. Now you got a minute, less than 25 seconds on the clock, and Nook and Fidel have everything to cycle through these ultimates for 24 seconds of invincibility.
He yelled judge, jury, execution, and the enemy team, they cut all three. As 3 went down, and now they have to look to reconnect. Both judges ult up and ready. Envy a mile away from it. Kalush, though, you know how huge he can be for this team. Speedy opening up the skies, throwing down the storm. Is it going to be sunny skies, or is it the Cat 5? As he throws it down, the show goes up, Nut goes down, but the trade happens.
Yeah, this is what they wanted. They wanted to force out that support ultimate from Fidel. So Forcey used this up while Doomed has the Supernova instead. Nice block off of the Meteor. Kalush forced it back away. Now it's Windows' turn with the group hug on the crew. Oh, look at the damage output together with these walls. Dogman!
Oh my God.
Point blank said not today, Cal. Put that judgment away. Put the Punisher. The only buddy who's playing judge or jury is Dogman here on this Magneto, which is pretty ironic, actually, as the dance-off comes in. Fate of both worlds. Nero trying to keep Envy alive because they have less than 20 seconds now on the clock.
And not only that, the wall there was insane placement from Impunity to keep the team alive through what was about to be the finish line with the Window throwing it down. Speedery, he knows what he needs to do if this team has any shot to go the distance here. Final judgment. Here goes Vision. The 2020's activated. Can he get the E-Limb? Speedery trades Impunity down. That's a massive pick early, Vicky, as they move forward. They've got nothing in ults outside of this. It looks like overtime is going to be pushed into point 3 unless something can happen here. They do have plenty, though, to try to touch.
And Speedery's just getting away with murder. Found 2 picks already onto Impunity. I believe it was Vision next right afterwards, too. And yet another one on top of it all. And they didn't really have those ultimates to work off to stay alive after Month had used that invisible barrier. And more as they fall. Speedery with the Dream alive together with Cal, they take this point as we do get a quick pause, but we did get to see the ultimate economy a little bit from Envy. They have some extra time, and they will have some ultimates to clear that next corner.
We'll pause for silence there as Captain America unfortunately says he could do it all day. But no, it was the swift in from Impunity there. Trying to stall, guys, as we have a technical pause. And my gosh, just absolute chaos erupting. Envy living up to the second point of the map there, Vicky. I mean, talk about waiting for the final finish there. What do you think is going to happen as we push into this final bit of the point? Yeah, a little early prediction. Do you think they make it?
I feel like with the way that Speedery is getting uncontested, it's great. But I don't know how I feel about Flyers for this third point once you get through that choke by the 2 walls. Because, yeah, there is a ceiling there. There is a lot of room to try to get out of the line of sight. But when you have to deal with Punisher and that judgment, and let's say the terrain's already gone, it could be hard to try to find your way back, especially with the Storm versus, like, the Torch instead, which they can't really rock. So I feel like we're going to still see the Storm, but maybe would not be surprised if we maybe see a change at the very end if they get held.
Yeah, the Vanguard play of just protecting them from these massive casualties that can happen. As it feels like we're on a YouTube bliss break. They do those in between like big time shows, right? As we gaze upon Asgard here. But it feels like Cal feeling a lot more natural there on Punisher, at least being able to put constant pressure down and at the very least break down those walls, you know, and provide that help for the team. Speedery, though, they have found his number and got those early picks often. As they head into this cavern, though, that's going to close down a lot of those strats.
Yeah, I you know, aside from the caverns too, being able to hold on to that Loki ult at the very least, because yes, Fidel was forced to use that Luna Snow ult when the Omega Hurricane hit, but then rotating that together with Loki, yes, you cause Nook to go down, but that's kind of what you do with these Omega Hurricanes. You get overzealous and you purposely push all the way forward because you're trying to take away more of that utility to then enable who is that MVP there, which in this case ends up being the Punisher to move up. You enable Cal together without having to expend any more of those support ults as we dive right back into the game.
Yeah, the technical pause is over, and we resume now with only 1 minute and 13 seconds left. That is less than the pause that we just took to head into this thing. Fidel, Doomed, and Dogman to get you up are ready to lock and load. They got 4 out of 6, 3 out of 6 on the other side. Cal close to it. The skies open up yet again for Storm, unable to connect so far. Going in with the Hurricane. Sunny skies yet again, though, as Kalush slams up, slams down. The protection happens in the dance.
Off on top of the wall. I mean, they delete it right there here, but the group hug right afterwards, as now it's Dogman's turn. It slams against the side of the wall right there, going a little too far, and now Cal gets enabled here with that final judgment without expending any of the support ults because you have the safety of that shield from Kalush, and then you retaliate if you're looking at ShotX. Impunity, though, gets caught in the crossfire against Cal, even after using that group ult, and this forces Vision Impunity back.
Yeah, name is Vision, but he's shooting blind there into the invisible boundary. They only had a minute to do so, and they can get this whole point pushed all the way as there's no more ults for Shroud X, and an absolute heroic effort here from Envy. Backs against the wall. One wall on one point, turned on the other as they're pushing towards it. And at this point, oh my gosh, absolute chaos unfolding here.
He's still able to ignore him for like a brief amount of time because they have to try to contest now that overtime is taking away. Kalush finds Dogman, really big pick. Dogman was slowly approaching that meteor too. As Speedery with the Omega Hurricane tries to clear the point with 2 picks. They don't get there on time, even with Doom being on that Iron Fist, getting so close to the point.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're unable to get the touch and the pressure. I mean, they've got to escape one thing, and that Hurricane's just putting on so much continuous damage. I can't say enough. Envy, it looked like they were down and out. You know, we've said it, the Envy's looking empty. We've said it before here on Cast. But to come out of that break with 1:14, I don't know what kind of pep talk they had over a course of a minute, but whatever it was, it worked.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes off of those technical pauses, sometimes a player DCs and they can cut a bit of momentum, but that was not it here at that point. Like, Envy just still kept clearing the next 2 fights after that. They still allowed Cal to get set up on that turret. They made some desperate swaps if you're thinking about Shroud X with that Iron Fist, and it was just stopped. It didn't really do much here aside from splitting a good amount of that pressure.
Wow, just a stun. I mean, we know we were going to see everybody give it their all here to make it to the historic lands. Both teams want to do so badly. I know in their interviews, Cal, he plays it calm, cool, collected. They want it. They want to get there here as we look at the stats, Vic. And I mean, it tells the story pretty well. It tells the story of what we've seen. Yes, you got Vision doing his thing, but honestly, 25k damage is impressive, but only 4 elims from that. It feels like those final judgments at the end were not connected.
It's hard when Speedery, or rather currently Nero and Month, the way that we saw them just keep sustaining the other side makes it hard for that final judgment to get anything. That's why we keep saying just the play of mental games on how you want to rotate through these different support ultimates, or even just not expend it and just hide behind the Magneto shield instead.
As they push in here, Dogman and Go, Shroud X look to push this cart to the finish line as now we've got ults building up, pressure going on him. Just perfect display of group effort here as it's Guardian of the Galaxy violence on violence as Kalush pushing forward, trying to get the early pick and poke. And look at the trade, the Magneto going into the Lantern, though. That's the difference, the Loki difference the God of Mischief can do on his home court of Asgard.
When you don't have that Loki available, though, that was banned against Envy, and they don't have another taste of that themselves. That's why they've been rocking this Cloak and Dagger and the Luna, or the Invisible Woman here sometimes too. But you combine that now with the Ultron, and now Shroud X get this clearance on the next corner.
Yeah, the 0 to 100 health difference that it can make with ease here. And I play a lot of Loki myself, one of my most played heroes, and this map's just so good for clone placement and tactical play as Impunity. Now, just taking the bullets from Cal over and over. Speedery does have that extermination online to put the pressure on, pushing it forward here. They have every answer back to it. Executioner coming out, but Nuck keeping the team alive. And now we've got the final judgment from Shroud X, and Vision does connect this time and finds window.
I'm in danger. Speedery just floating away after using the extermination. Dogman tries to get the dunk, misses this time around, breaks his neck, looking all the way down at the Punisher, which would have been a huge pick as Cal unleashes the final judgment. Vision looking back, but this buys a lot of time for Envy to get reset up on this defense.
And again, Dongmin, I love the aggressiveness, but I'd like to see that ult be used defensively too. I mean, we have not seen a lot of that against the Punisher ult, and it's just such a great way to be able to throw all those bullets right back to the face, the Master of Metal, right? But instead not. Now we have Doomed with the Hurricane up. We'll see if Envy brought their umbrellas. Here comes the rain.
Category 5 here on the back line, though, just continuously keeps harassing here the support, and it's that final hit with the follow-up of Impunity. Knew the assignment as Doomed takes apart that back line. Shroud X now only leaving window to stall for as long as possible.
All right, here, nice job and cap of Shroud X. They got minute 32. Now let's go ahead and push that up to 4 minutes, about even, Vicky, where Envy took over at this point in time. Vision has that final judgment. They can rock and roll with Nuck around the corner here. And to respond, Vicky, Month does have the invisible boundary. It's done the job so far. It's got to farm it up quick.
Doing it little by little here, at least with Misspoke Pressure, you will be able to have it online. Shoudex have so much more, though, in the bank to work with. Here comes the Chaos, the God of Mischief from Nook. So maybe to get the copy here instead. And Vision inside of this Final Judgment. They got the copy off of Month on the other side here, too, to keep everybody alive. The dance-off, too, as they try to back away. And the Omega Hurricane from Speedery gets answered back. It is Fidel with the fate of both worlds after Nook gets booted off from that Luna Snow here. And backing away, it was just a one single standoff, and Envy still have 2 ultimates, and Nero is approaching that fate of both worlds.
They've done a good job so far controlling Mother Nature and Speedery and what they can do there with the Omega Hurricane. But again, it forces so much other things outside of eliminations, cooldowns and more, as now pushing in. Window throws down the Groot ult. Now with the Final Judgment, there's the response with the defense, but it does not connect. And instead of Speedery trading there with Mag, both Vanguards down and out, and Envy going full W.
Yeah, they're going to want to get rid of that Storm, probably, and then maybe try to deal with the Torch. The way that we're currently seeing Speedery, as Doomed has that Omega Hurricane now, it's just been on fire. Combine that with the pressure from Cal on this Punisher, so much damage output from the ground, and then you have to look to the skies for Speedery, who's also about to get that Omega Hurricane quickly.
Yeah, we'll see if they do the strat here that they've done where Doom tries to get ults out, right? Here comes the strategist ults potentially from Nero or Month, and then they use Vision's Final Judgment to clear it up. There's the disappear, but you okay. Yeah, I mean, that was a fast answer there. I guess they got one of the ults out.
And Cal recognizing to go back to the rest of the team. Great communication because he already used up that turret, so he could eye for him here as Vision now comes up with the Final Judgment instead, together with Nook in the copy of the fate of both worlds. They get the 3K here. The wipe before he turns around. Cal is not going down without a fight.
4 on the point. He must put eye drops in on the break. Vision now connecting on these Final Judgments. It's going to be tough, though. They're going to be, nice group wall there. Good pressure. Here comes the Omega Hurricane. It's going to be so close, millimeters away. Can they get it all the way? It's 3.66 M as we've got the meters going up. It's Mother Nature at its finest, and oh my what?
I will always Window and that big meteor from Kalush finding Fidel in the middle of that fate of both worlds was lethal. Now you have a minute now, less than 15 seconds to even get to the second checkpoint for Shroud-X.
Dude, a bouquet of eliminations, like just putting them all together. Insanity there as we have Doom now switched over to Hella. Dogman up with the Meteor aim, ready to rock. We got a minute left, guys. Again, you thought this would be a 2-0. Think again. Envy trying to make this thing even here. 54 seconds, pressure on. Dogman can't connect. Oftentimes, it comes down to this man hitting his ults. They got rid of Strange. Now it's time to do the same on Meteor.
Been lacking just a little bit, though, on these meteors here. Dogman knows they can do it, getting a little close, giving it that impression of being a lot more aggressive. And the copy here from Nook is going to try to set them up if you can here, but they have to wait, try to force this out, as Cal also has that judgment. Doom flying around here, being on the Hella, but after losing out on impunity, it's one more re-engagement from Shroud-X.
This is going to be so tough for Shroud-X. Month has their straddle. Nero's close. Fidel still 30% away. They've got a lot of offense, but the defense is lacking here. 13 seconds left. Don't know why they had the pushback there. They had to use the Luna ult. This could spell danger for them. And a loss as Dogman's going up to initiate. We've got the group going down, throwing down. No connection, but Vision does get a pick. Make it 2. Can he do 3? Yes, sir. Make it 4. Potential as he pushes through. Yes. Game's the 5th. Holy team one!
And that's without having to expend those support ultimates, because Shroud-X using that Loki ultimate could have literally been their lost condition here, with Envy having so many answers. Vision clearing the way, making everybody see clearly now as they get this checkpoint off of that insane Final Judgment.
They're addicted. They're addicted to last-minute push. I can't. It kills me, but they love it. They thrive off it. Vision with the 4-piece and the team wipe to follow. Incredible. They have a minute left. Now, Envy had the exact same amount of time. They got it done. Can they match?
Crazy how they're always late to the party, but they always show up no matter what, and that's what counts here when you want to be reliable. Doom does have that Hella ultimate, though. Could force out some ultimates from the other side of Envy, as they do have Nero with the fate of both worlds. Month slowly approaching the invisible boundary as Vision's just trying to delete these brute walls.
Yep, this is going to come down to the one big ultimate team fight here. Infinity War happening right before your eyes. We've got the Omega Hurricane opening up, raining down. Kalush getting Vision out, the big threat early in the fight. Kalush going up with the meteor, slamming down. The Spaceball special does not connect as Doom now is going to go up the top, try to find a flank angle. Dogwing being pushed back. 30 seconds left, Vicky. They've got Nut, Impunity ready to lock and load.
But the way that Doomchat tried to get that plan out just to try to force these ultimates out of MB, he didn't force it out. Instead, now we get this raw meteor over the backline, and it still finds Mod. Are you kidding me? The opened up now with Vision and this Judgment here, just forcing everyone back with a huge LeBron.
They used everything, though. They emptied the tank. Look, Envy's got everything they need. And yes, they can set up and try to not let them out this point. But if they give them even an inch, they're going to take the mile left. They've got 3 on the points, trying to put the pressure on now. They've got every ult to use. They got this is going to be near impossible with Nero. Month to follow. They're going to have to win in the neutral with no ults to show for it. A near impossible performance, but they can do impossible. They saw it against Techie. They can do it now. But here we go. We've got Cal and they. Oh, man, the ultimate sweep up.
Yeah, and it's overtime, too. So you still have to just linger on that point, and it's going to be nearly impossible when you have that Judgment to worry about. They just clean up whatever is left of Shroud X after the possible contest that we saw. Still staying alive, still stalling, though, for as long as possible with nobody to touch that point. You mentioned it perfectly, Cozy. The ult economy was the nail in the coffin at the very end.
Had to use everything to get that bit of a point, and they want that back, even if they could have saved one. But Envy shows they're not going down without a fight. Are you not entertained? It's 1-1 here. Envy fans, rejoice. You're in this, baby. Scores down, back 0-0 technically.
Still got a chance out here, and it's been entertaining to see these different compositions roll out for these teams working around these bans. As we take a look at the overall scoreboard, the Speedery show when it comes to being on that storm. We saw the swap over at the very end when they were trying to desperately recontest. 10 final hits here. Cal, though, on the Punisher, opened up so many avenues, very similar to Vision on the other side.
Yeah, honestly, Cal went from what was it, 6k damage to 40k?
Yep.
You know, I'm not an expert,
He was upset,
here, but I think that's the difference. I think that's going to be the difference maker. Yeah, actually looking back, Cal had 5.2k damage, 5 and 4. This time, going the opposite, 30 and 8, 40k damage. That's what you want to see alongside Speedery as they get the job done.
When you ask me, you know, what needs to change out here? Speedery, too, like on that Psylocke was like 3 and 4, like night and day here. Of course, domination on that first map could get very chaotic, but they were able to handle this great and just recontesting consistently. They held on to those ultimates. That's despite Shroud X having unleashed everything in their own pockets. But I do feel like there's some wasted ults there at the very end. Looking at Shroud X, the way that they had just rotated through that Loki ult too, they got lucky in still being able to take it over to that next checkpoint, but that could really bite you back and later on in the series.
Yeah, so what they did there is they used Fidel to survive the Hurricane in the back line. Doom went up behind them and is throwing thorns down as Kalush sucked those up. Then they were only left with Nuck and Impunity, and then Vision was building his up as they all tried to push forward on the cart, and they used it all. Dogman had an ult in there as well, and Dogman opened up with the Meteor and tried to throw it back. He did get that connection there on Month in the back line, but at that point, then Nuck and Vision had to combine their ults to get the rest of the push, and everything was used.
That was beautiful. Just cycling through that as we take a look at our MVP, Speedery. We've talked to him before and highlighting what he's done with the 30 KOs, 19 final hits. Speedery was together here with Cal, and the way that they both were just cycling through not only their ultimates, but it was a lot of forced backline ultimates that was put into place to enable one another.
Yeah, could have said it better myself. Again, we saw when this team had their backs against the wall in the group stage, what they did is they just pocketed Speedery and tried to do everything they could with one of the best in the game in the duelist position. But on the opposition, Shroud X, they're not going down easy either. It's a 1-1 right now, guys. An absolute crazy fight. And listen, I don't know, that technical pause helped them get a lot of momentum back. They had the raw speech there as we took our bliss break. But yeah, this is going to be a close one now. Shroud X gets to pick the map.
Yeah, these meteors, they were just hitting on these ghosts, I guess. They weren't finding its mark, honestly. Even though the survivability was there from Fidel and the healing output from Nook was fantastic too. But those were game-winning moments into landing these ultimates. We did see at the very end, just like yeeting that one meteor onto Month, which was insane. But to use everything before you get to the very end, that's what stalled them just a little bit as we go into a tied series.
All night long, as you've been saying. I picked the wrong day to wear a suit, Vicky. I mean, at this point, we got 8-9 hours. I gotta go put a tank top on. I went surfing this morning too. We got a long one. I had the wrong decisions made today as I've been amped up for hours here. Shroud X, all with the cause of it, guys. Don't go anywhere. We've got a great matchup coming up. As you know, map number 3. We're gonna take a quick break, and we're gonna see you guys in just a second.
Struck down by living chi.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls.
Vicky, I think Luna Snow said it best. We're fighting for our destiny and our fate. I mean, we've heard that song a lot, but how fitting between these two teams fighting for legacy and their ticket to China and land. You heard it before. We're going to hear it until we can book it. And Shroud X, Envy, it's 1-1 right now, Vicky. This is looking good.
It's the path to glory right now for both these teams. Tied the series, and you know what they say, Cozy? Nothing good ever happens past 2 a.m. Except for one of these teams, at the very least, going into map number 3 and seeing how that's going to shape up. We had a very similar situation, although Shroud X, they were down 0-2 at this point in their last series, but they did the reversal, and guess where it started? It started on this upcoming map that we're moving on to next.
Absolutely. And you bring up a great point at 2 a.m. Yeah, we're casting it late into the night. You guys are watching late into the night. But imagine playing for this kind of money, stakes, into this late of the night. It's crazy. But you know what they say? This is what gamers, they fuel themselves, are the late peak hours, the gamer hours, the witching hour.
Man, this is how you actually get most of your points. Usually, you know, you can give it the 3-game rules. I always say if you lose 3 in a row, you gotta hop off. But usually, you get your high moments in finding that success as the double Emma Frost is once again off the table.
Where wins become losses and losses become wins. You're right. This is where they flip the tide on Techie here. So they already had a warm-up map, but Envy, they used their warm-up on that Dom, and Cal, he needed every second of it as he flipped the script back. This team is fully loaded. I cannot tell you guys enough. Shroud X coming off that win, insane, that momentum, but Envy is one of the biggest bad guys to go up against here. As we look at the pick bans, they're the exact same so far. Vicky, do we see any changes?
Oh, they said no more of that Wolverine. I mean, something else that really helped Envy is just putting a lot of that focus into boosting up Cal being on that Punisher, while the Loki ban being hovered over, and then the Mantis ban, no res comp. Both of these teams ready on what they want to pull the trigger on.
Yeah, the triple res comp is way too good on this map. This map's already hard enough to get that first cap. Trying to get it done twice, that is just, it's a task that not a lot of teams or anyone can do here. As now we've got the Loki save, Nuck getting Loki. That's a big one there. Definitely going to help them out as we get the Hulk ban, and that is because we did see Namor and that Moby Dick of the century come down on this exact map.
They did their homework. That's literally what changed everything. Together with the Hulk and the Namor, right after you get the payload moving, was a big change up in Shroud X's momentum. And I like how you highlighted just saving on that Loki, because Nook had just had so much output with healing at 78k, as the safety goes over to the Doctor Strange in favor for Envy.
Yeah, like that. Doctor Strange, it just like the res comp, is so important now. They didn't get the Strange ban this time, and you would think they would after just how perfect that was for them. And Cal is not going to be able to play Punisher. So at this point in time, a lot of change-ups.
I believe both teams had Doctor Strange banned, so now trying to enable, you know, those Vanguard strengths even better.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, having both Collusion, Dogman, some of the best at it, getting the Strange back, and it made it entertaining because the portal backs and stuff. You had to win the fight right there, right now. We saw that happen, right, with Shroud X at the end. They had no way to get back to the point fast enough here. As we push ourselves into greatness, the land of Vibranium, Wakanda. It's going to decide map number 3 for one of these teams with all the momentum on their side, going up 2 in the series to get their land history made.
Let's get this started right now. It's been a pretty crazy battle to see both these teams running very similar compositions to Mata in terms of timing on those ultimates, but the chat has spoken and they have 65% in favor for Shroud X.
Wow, here we go, guys. Teams are locked. They're ready. They are amped up, and the adrenaline that's been going through Shroud X's veins now for the course of hours has been insanity. Now, Window with the callouts quickly here as he's going. He's got himself Venom. Window, we talk about all the time. His flexibility in the tank role is very impressive. One of the best things about him.
Literally could do the fastball special, Groot, Mag, Venom, even, you know, seen a little bit of a look at the Jeff. You say it, you can name it, he'll pull up with it, as we still see MV rolling up with the triple support, and that's when you don't ban that Mantis too. MV trying to play into those strengths. Nice way to just hide away while a lot of this poke pressure is coming out to build into these ultimates.
All right, we have Kalush pushing forward here. Defense is up. Lanterns are out now. And right now, really, the momentum is all for Shroud X as they do a good defensive effort. The Window trying to look to change that, dive that backline. Nero so lethal on Ultron, and the villain that he is, Kalush, too, does not know how to back off. He's going full aggro. Month gets the job and finishes Impunity. That's a big pick, although Cap can make it back to the point pretty quick.
Nero also having that extermination just to keep them alive. If the recontest happens, they're going to just stall for as long as possible. Nook's about to have that Loki ult flying to the skies, though. It's going to be Dogman here as he tries to cut them off. Nero being able to find Nook is going to be big as Shroud X now trying to re-engage. Nobody left, though, on the point as Envy get to walk it for free.
Yeah, it's a tough call, right? Because as Dogman, you're the one on the point, keeping it stalled, but you have to protect your team as Strange, right? Put the shield up on Nero. So had to make that decision, left it available, and that was an easy push. Easy push for Envy.
And they have 3 ultimates, too, with the... I mean, actually, they have everybody's ultimate online. All right, Window, just giving it a little shake real quick, being on that Venom, waiting to pounce right on time, maybe trying to force out some of those backline supports because the Fidel and Nook both have those ultimates online. And Doomed finding Speedery even bigger. No Dance of the Butterflies here to start the engagement.
Yeah, gonna have to get staggers just like that with 4 minutes on the clock. Shroud X2 ult economy was not a good way. They ended it on the last one. They're gonna have to use every last drop of these first check marks there below the name. Both teams fully stacked, fully ready for a major fight.
I don't know. Look, the fact that Vision's just floating right underneath Window. Jump scare time here. Find the backline, but of course, you have a Loki. You force out the lanterns, which is even better, though. And this is the green light. Speedery with the Dance of Butterflies. Doomed to try to answer back. Jumps right over the group with the stun. Coming in even bigger. Impunity does get rid of Cal, though, after that stun. And now we get to group everybody together. Group hug. No Mantis ult to keep everybody in. And Multi just used the fate of both worlds.
What? That could have been a lot more deadly if that stun didn't happen. Insane job, and honestly impressive of Shroud X able to still get that win on that, because it was really all Envy there momentum wise as that started. But we have Nook now. They used a lot. Both teams did at that. Cal does have that ult ready. Nero can follow, and at this point, Nook though fresh out of the ult.
Used a lot, even if it was interrupted for the Doctor Strange. Cal and Nero are going to be able to move up, and Speedery's going to get into position for the Dance of Butterflies here and force that out. At least the lanterns, which is going to be very important, as Nero's going to be the first one to start engaging here on this backline together with Window trying to harass them. They put down a good amount of that pressure here, forcing them back to clear up the space.
Yeah, and one thing with the Mantis, now you might question why Mantis without the Guardians of the Galaxy. It's that damage boost. It's just so insane, and you can just make your best players carry the way that they can, both healing and damage-wise. As we have Doom going off at the Silex slash and dash, we've been calling it the Dance Execution, and he does get the pick on Cal to get things started.
Said slicing. It looks like a cheese grater. Oh my god. Doomed right now just has Nero's head on a stake. And then followed up with Monk. That's 2 supports. Can we make it 3 here? Cal coming right back over as Vision also follows up after the extermination. And they didn't really have to expend too much. Fidel is going to be able to come right back in with the fate of both worlds, as well as Impunity and Dogman.
That crazy trade there, because Doom had no health. I don't know how he flipped so quick on Speedery. That was insane, but as we've seen, it's click, click, boom with Psylocke able to get the combos done so quickly. 4 minutes on the clock, chopped down to 2. What a valiant effort.
Window got caught out. They finally caught him out. Now you see me, now you don't. He's still committed, by the way, jumping right in. He's going to be forced to pop that. Yeah, he's completely done. He already used the web. He used the armor at that point. They deleted him, stopped any sort of direct attack. But really, the goal was just to force out the lamps.
Yeah, eating all the bullets, but unfortunately also the grave there. Here, Cal going over with the Wolves to slice and dice. Impunity's been doing such a great job here, so that's going to go to finish that. At that point, we've got ults ready. The Agamotto, can they get the stun off again? There's no chance now much with the dance floor to at least counter one of the onslaughts. It's going to come down to the pick.
Well, the significant change, though, looking at Envy, Window now being over to the group, having that chance. That's why they kind of went back on those ultimates, as Impunity brings everyone together. Great wall set up by Window, as Monk being on that Luna Snow to match this dance off here. Ultra with the fate of both worlds. The Eye of Agamotto jumps in, does find Window, but the reset on the health, as Window will be able to have the group ult to bring everyone together. The wall comes back up. It founds 3 here. A freeze onto Dogman. It's Chain CC with these AoEs here following up as Cal finds Impunity. Dogman goes out next. Double Vanguard out from Shroud X as Envy hold forward.
Every ability used, ult after ult. The Limb Feed could barely keep up with it. Both of them dropping it, but it was Envy who decisively took it as Speedery is pushed all the way into this spawn.
Man, making these changes at the right time. This is how you have to be aware, you know, when you feel like it's not working, you don't have to stick to your guns. You got to make some swaps, and that's what we saw even with Window being sneaky on that Venom earlier. Dude now moving up on that Torch. Talk about some change-ups here. Dell and Nook still in the back line. Now the Loki and that Luna Snow, while they continue to keep trying to pressure out Doomed over to the side.
Yeah, forget tickets to China. They booked tickets straight to the Shadow Realm there as they're pushing in Window now. He's trying to farm up that ult here for that final bit of push. 1 minute, 30 seconds left. Shroud X doing a great job on the initial onslaught, but they've got a lot to deal with if you're going to stop this team. But Dogman getting the job done first here, getting rid of Speedery.
Doom jumping right back in to build into that supernova here. Nook with that Loki ult. Impunity with the group hug on the Groot. Strangling Prison looking to try to match that with Window on the other side, and Monk will at least have the fate of both worlds in this next engagement.
Window now trying to get that pressure early. There's 1 minute and 2 seconds left now. Remember, both teams this time around can get some strange on strange happening here. Window pushing forward. Dogman can counter. It's going to come down to 50 seconds. Both teams, this is a big momentum changer. Will they let it slip now as the dance floor drops Speedery? We know what he can do. He's going to go in with the dance. Trying to get those picks early. On the top, you can see him. He's looking for the elite.
Oh, then looks around, breaking his neck to find here. Are you kidding me? Vision then walks up, and they mop the floor. Clean up on aisle 3. Envy needs some help, and now you got less than 30 seconds to re-engage with these ultimates.
Yeah, but the same result, different map. They used all their ultimates. They're going to have the Strange Portal to go in, and look, Envy has all theirs, and they're not going to have anything to count. This is the same story, Vicky.
History repeats itself now, jumping into just a different form of another map, though. Looking right behind them to make sure that they're safe. Look who's set up in the back. It's going to be Vision on this Punisher. Cal being on this Wolverine, pushing in with the pathing of the Eternal Bond just to help them out and clearing up this space. But that's going to be the entry point as Snook is slowly approaching that Loki ult. Tries to slice and dice. Window fights off. No, they got off.
I can't. It came down to Nuck if he can live through that and get the ult, and they forgot. Dongman, you can see he's like about to protect his team, looks back. Oh yeah, the objective as Envy decisively cuts through the time, gets 3 points, and shows who they are.
No way when he got up. In that moment, no, they're not another Shroud 9.
I can't even process. I mean, you know, Cal lifting them all up in the air, he did push them all back. That was a lot. The Meteor going in to save. The Lanterns were already doing that, though. Nuck then got, I think, within a couple percentage of getting his ult. Could have pushed forward there, stalled, put up another fight. That's a tough one.
Dang. It's a little deflating here, honestly, but gotta go next.
If you're an Envy fan.
Yeah. If you're an Envy fan, you're out here. But I feel like the slow pan from Dogman while he had the Meteor in his hand and then the realization of the screen just slowing down.
Man, so good.
That was literally it caught in 4K. Vision, by the way, has only gone down once. So Vision absolutely on fire. And that was after making some swaps too, right? Because I believe we did see the Ultron at one point. Seeing that flexibility while looking on the other side, Envy maybe rolling out with something similar with the triple support.
Now, something we haven't even talked about because we've been so quick to go this match, but this is so huge. Window was on Shroud X way back when during the MRI and the team's announcement when Shroud signed them. Window then, there was all these original members were on Shroud X. There's just sub-ins, and that's what's so cool about this is they're playing former teammates at that as well as the ticket. One teammate gets to go to LAN or teammates, other does not. 0-3 right now is the story. Can Shroud X come back?
I'm so glad you brought that up because it's like an old family reunion, right? Like Gator was the coach for this team before leaving just a few months ago to go to Envy alongside Window. So, you know, having some recognition from the past on both strengths and weaknesses for both these teams, it adds a little spice to this matchup specifically. As you see Doom taking to the skies here, still adding on to some of that ult charge before getting that finishing blow onto Speedery and maybe make it two with Nero literally one shot.
Oh my gosh, like the Matrix. Insane dodging, dip, duck, dive, dodge. What does Pachio Houlihan say? Incredible job there as Doom does get the best of Nero, who was avoiding every bit of those flames. And a perfect cap. Yet even look better than Envy. 5 minutes and 30 seconds left to push.
I love getting on the line of sight right here in these statues, by the way. You just get away with all the damage output, controlling good amount of space here from the skies. Doom's about to get that supernova. Nook with the Loki ult alongside Fidel to have those, 24 seconds of immortality basically to work alongside. Envy, though, and Cal having this Mantis has been fantastic, and you have all triple support ultimates online.
Let's see if they can use better ult economy yet again. That has been their poison now as Nero gets the early pick on Nuck. That's going to open a lot up. Now Fidel forced to ult to keep the team alive, but also using the damage boost. And wow, the slam down. They somehow lived through that. Oh my gosh, the switch from color to color was insanity here. As Dogman goes up, he goes down. He hasn't gotten a lot of these connections. He misses that one. Unfortunately, on this map, Speedery trying to get the back line, but Vision finds the best of him.
That was Vision that just melted down that meteor attempt. Like, did not even give it a chance to leave out of his hands, really. The supernova after a flanking attempt now, as the Eye of Agamotto from Kalush doesn't find its mark. It's blocked off here, now dancing right through the fate of both worlds after forcing that out, and then followed up with Dogman. That's a big pick here, forcing the rest of MV to back away.
Playing with anger, we've seen this team with the backs far against the wall. The wall was broken, and they came back here as again Doom trying to hunt down Nero. See Speeder up top, and Speeder trying to get something rolling for this team. He can put it on his back often here. Nero, though, execution out, extermination pushing forward, and the team to follow.
Allow them to reclaim the space at the very least. Doom's backing away. Fidel will have the fate of both worlds to just try to negate any of these ultimates that Envy will have coming up on that next rotation. And Impunity to group all of them together. That may be the wobble combo between Vision, Fidel, and Impunity.
Oh, wow. He's trying to get the best of Nero, but instead the whole team flips on him, but they forgot about the Punisher. Vision 2020. Does he get the connection? No, but the bubble pops and Window gets nothing from it. Moral victory, but nothing. Oh man, that's rough here as now they clean up a couple of the scraps and push it all the way to finish the rest.
That's the MVP going to Month, by the way. Like, Month having the fate of both worlds right on cue to deny all those 3 expensive ultimates for that fight away here as Dupes now tries to make a Hail Mary play with these portals.
I like the 3-minute portal here. It gives them a chance to use it again if they need to at the end. They're going to go in immediately. They've got Nuck to go if they need to get the dance on. Dongman can get a huge pick on Cal if able to do so here. Pushing in. We've got Doom, who does play a mean Doctor Strange when needed. Extermination being blocked, whipped away. Dongman getting the pick on Month. That's what you're looking for.
Even bigger here. They get the trade and they lose out on Vision. Now the Mantis Surgeons coming in with the ultimate after they had used the extermination. Month coming back. Shout X now together, though, don't have aggressive ults. Minus Doom with the Eye of Agamotto.
Month is coming back, and it looks like the spawn has flipped. Like, yeah, completely here as the Blues on the defense, but they're on the offense here, pushing forward, teams trading, and at this point, Month, though, somehow slipping through. Speeder going up, going down, the dance and the butterflies go out, trigger for Dell to get it on, and now we've got Window. He's missed a few. Connects does not get anything from it here. Doom's got the Agamotto, gonna be able to do a lot from it. Impunity throwing it out, getting nothing from it. They want that one back, Vic.
It was a beautiful. Oh, another freeze! The Eye of Agamotto here, but the stun still comes out, lands onto Nook and Impunity. They lose out on the Loki, who was going to have the God of Mischief for the end of that fight for as long as it went. And you talked about it, they split places, now playing Ring Around the Rosie on the other side of the cart.
A minute and 20 seconds wiped from the clock instantly. Looking at the ult economy, which has been the story of this matchup so far, it's pretty neck and neck with the big one going. Cal and Month both have their strategists. The defense is going to be stout here. Dongman, though, outfitting Vicky. It comes down to can he nail a meteor in?
A lot of pressure to put sometimes on a lot of the with veto plays that we've seen over the course of this playoff, but this is the opportunity. You got a minute, 10 seconds on the clock to try to get to this next checkpoint. You got 3 ultimates, about to be 4 online here too, as Nook gets the copy in the God of Mischief, and we still see this aerial battle between Nero and Doomed.
Nook has that copy still, waiting to use it at the opportune time. He's gonna have to, and then they're gonna have to initiate with that here, and there it is, the grand finale. Can this be their finale as they push in? Doom trying to get some pressure on Nero, though, throwing down on Kalush, making him uncomfortable. Damage boost out. Show up here from Month to put up the slicing dice in the back line. Fidel gonna be forced to use it. Oh my gosh. Okay, before the ults could go out, they're down, but they still have the fight.
And they use that portal at that 3-minute mark here, wondering with this reapproach, they have all these ultimates, they have less than 20 seconds, but Shroud X also having the answer that they need.
Didn't even get used much there, too.
It didn't. Your Envy only had used up those 2 ultimates just to stay alive, and Doom does have that Supernova, Cozy.
All right, guys, it comes down to this, 2-1. It's about to be for one of these teams here. Is it Shroud? Is it Envy here as the Agamotto opens things up? We've got the Executioner from Vision Justice. Wow, getting all 3 of them with the Nero pick to open things up. That's going to be massive now. We've got Gal ulting with Window. Window not connecting. That's massive to open up for Doom. Throwing down the tornadoes, connecting in, getting Cal out, and Cal's going to follow. It's a funeral as they push through this in the overtime. Now, they got to remember, Vicky, don't step off the point.
And got to think about the fire extinguisher to worry about this, because Doomed is literally going into that flanking angle to activate the Supernova to get this checkpoint. We are still alive here. Shroud X, an extra time added to the time bank. A minute now and 20 seconds on the clock.
Ice in the veins. We've seen Shroud X. I mean, they've done it with a pixel left, so of course they're going to do it with way more than that here, and they remember to stay on points. Always good too, as now a team pushing in. Doom throwing down, trying to get that pressure early. Only a minute and 5 seconds. Ult economy, Vicky. They've got about they've got Nuck. That's about it. With Vision they can combine, but the good news is Envy used a lot there too. Even more.
They can't use too much here if you're Shroud X. You don't want to have a repetition of what just happened in our basically last 2 series, or rather our last 2 maps here. Speedery forced to back away after utilizing the Dance of Butterflies. Impunity moving forward doesn't have the group hug from the group, but Nook and Fidel will be able to rotate through these ultimates, and now Nook uses it immediately. Fate of both worlds here, rather, on the other side. Monks are trying to match out on the dance off here, and with Vision having that judgment that can stop the Eye of Agamotto as it gets frozen in the air. Kalush is not able to get away with any of these Agamottos because of Fidel and his freeze.
Massive freeze there to shut things down, and the big difference is Vision and the big guns, as Vision and Doom making a show, but they're gonna have to win one more fight. The difference this time, Vicky, Fidel, Impunity, Doom fully loaded, and Dongmin, how fitting, 98%.
Actually cycling and staggering on these ults. This is where it comes down to everything. Overtime taking away, and look at Doom's positioning already going all the way forward. Now, because of Wolverine, but the Magneto bubble actually saves Dudes.
Incredible job there, but now they've got to worry about the ult as they throw up. Dogman throws down and does not get the connection there. Window does the same, misses his former team. Fidel's got the dance to keep the team alive. There's not a lot left. Speedery going for the back line. Lantus has been used. Agamotto's loose. That was huge as he capitalizes, and Cal cleans up the scraps. And it looks like they're going to be taking this 2-1. Envy over Shroud with 1 game left.
No way they did that with Fidel dancing in the Fatal Bolt for the one time that the Eye of Agamotto needed to land. It lands on like 4 or 5 of the members of Shroud X, while you have your Luna moving up with the Fate of both worlds. Talk about using it at the very end, Kalush.
Just a game of freeze tag the whole time, and then when it's needed, it's Strange who absolutely freezes everybody in place to clean it up. As we look at the stats here and across the board, it's like, oh man, Shroud X, they played well there, but you can't stop the talent on Envy's side. Again, it's these Vanguards. Look at it. It's like mirror stats: 26-6, 27-7, 6 final hits, 30k damage a pop. These 2 guys, they don't get enough credit on Envy.
Yeah, it was so close. Even looking on the other side, too. Like, you have 11 final hits, 12 final hits if you're both Doomed and Vision. Doomed was creating so much space on this torch, moving all the way up, trying to harass them in their spawn room doors, especially when you play Ring Around the Rosie at that specific spawn around those corridors, and then creating that space when you had nothing originally. You have used up all your ultimates. They started cycling through it a lot better, but that Eye of Agamotto was a nail in the coffin in favor for Envy.
And from zero to Nero to hero, this guy, 25k damage on the Ultron, always just taking people's attention up, always putting pressure out and coming up clutch. Just an insane job from every role here, and Speedery just cleaning up. It was one or the other here. The quick swap to Wolf on the final point there, playing Mantis the whole time. That was also just great, quick game plans and adjustments.
And Cal had gotten like 2 ultimate interruptions, I believe. We saw at the very end, it was very brief, but I believe actually Nook in the middle of the Loki ult activation got stunned by Mantis, as well as what we had seen from, I believe it was Dogman, when Dogman was on that strain. So 2 very big impactful moments there for Envy, specifically when they were on that Mantis pick. And you talk about damage output, Nero with a 25k, Cal with those swaps over with a 24k. So they were all in unison, rotating through those ultimates.
And look where the point is right there. If they didn't use everything at once, perhaps they could have, you know, held it right before then. And it really came down to the strategist ult being used whenever Shroud X on defense. They want that one back. Again, there's your Nero, your Zero, your hero. Incredible Hercules. Man, I can't even speak. This guy's he makes me speechless here, Vicky.
Not surprised, especially with how far we're going right now in this series. Envy, they lost out on that very first map, now turning things around way in their favor. It was Hell's Heaven where they met their demise, but going forward, man, map 2, map 3, it's in the bag for Envy, and I feel like the #1 key thing, I have to reiterate, because it was something that we highlighted at the end of map number 2, the way that the ult rotations here for Shroud X has caused them to lose fights that they otherwise would win, truly. But when you have no support ultimate to deal with an onslaught of damage, whether it be from you know, that final judgment or even taken to the skies, like it's difficult. It's difficult to stay alive. You're just playing in the straight neutral.
Yeah, and I mean, first of all, too, I want to highlight Cal getting that kidnap insane there, forcing Bubbles out. But yeah, I mean, Speeder, all he had to do is use his ult to stop that one fight. They had all their ults ready. They didn't have to do a lot, and that was the big difference often. It felt like all they needed to do is drop the beat in the vision, but oftentimes everything followed with it, and it was a definitely rough. They want that one back, but hey, listen, it's 2-1, and for some reason, this is Shroud X comfort zone. This is where they want to be, right, guys? And this is where you want to be. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to go to match number 4 right after this break. Envy can punch their ticket to China.
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. It might be late, but I'm gassed because we have a fire matchup here going into match 4. And again, the modes, the maps, they reset. We've been with you now for 3 weeks strong, Vicky, and it comes down to one team punching their last ticket. This is the last team to qualify. Atlanta.
I'm not surprised that it's going the distance, okay? Because when you have some of the best teams in the world competing here, specifically though in Americas, in the playoffs, this is the result that you get. We are going the distance. It's 2:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, and Envy, with a turnaround, have taken map number 2, they've taken map number 3, and they're just one game away from punching their ticket into going to China.
It's Envy. It's Shroud X. Who will change their destiny and their legacy? It's all on Wakanda domination, where anything can happen. In map 1, looked pretty dominant for Shroud X on the Dom.
All right. It looks very similar to the start of our ban system, being able to put that save onto the Magneto, how powerful it is. Both teams probably going to have that Magneto available to them as we get to take a look on the other side, man. These Magneto bubbles have been coming in clutch. So Doctor Strange, though, too, which is something that was changed up from our last map specifically. The torch is off the table. Again, something else that we keep seeing. They're not letting Envy get away with that.
Absolutely, here as we head into what has been a lot of the same here in the strategy phase. And right now, it's Wolverine out. Doom does not get his wolf. They've given Cal that option multiple times. We'll see if it happens again. I can almost promise you, yeah, it's going to be Punisher into Mantis, potentially. We've seen now Vision really rely on this Punisher's final judgment oftentimes, but he can play a lot here. Do they give him the Hulk, though? Then they can swap over to Namor. They've got the triple res. They can only ban one more thing, Vic.
Ooh, that's a good point. Seeing what they're lingering around, as the safety pick is going to prioritize that Loki. So it's the same case here for Shroud X. They saved the Loki, they saved the Magneto. Now looking onto the other side, what that final ban is going to be the Mantis to prevent the res comp as they hovered over it. Wondering if that's what they're going to stick to. Yep.
And it is. So they do open up the comp for Namor. And hey, at the last second, King of the Sea, can he bring this to 2 versus 2? In the match score here, final save, it's going to go to Doctor Strange. And how could you not after what Kalush did?
Very big comfort, both these teams, when it comes to that Doctor Strange, honestly. So that final ban is going to be able to come through and see what we're leaning towards, because Shroud X right now on their last legs, literally in this lower bracket semifinals. It's this next series here. You have to win this to make it over to land. That's what we keep highlighting, because when you look at the upper bracket finals, those two teams, they made it already. They just have to look at that big money bags to see where they want to situate themselves in. And now this time, though, it's not even just about the prize pool. It's also about competing, making history from our rivals.
Here it is. We got Vision Impunity thinking about what they want to do. Everybody else locked into their comfort picks. And there's the Vision on Namor with the Hulk, guys. We've got the Gamma Squids coming out, and it was terrifying. A lot of Hulk smashing, a lot of Tritons, a lot of death. We're going into map number 4, and this could be it for Shroud X.
That Thanos snapped off of this map here as we move right back over to Wakanda onto Vernon T'Challa as we get to see the chat Preds chat.
Wow.
Thank you guys for staying with us. We know it's late in certain parts of the world right now, but gaming never stops, especially the grind at night here. Shroud X, the chat has spoken here, Cozy. They expect Shroud X to take it 58% this game.
They want this puppy to go to 5 a.m. and I'm here for it, baby, as we see both bands rocking out late at night. It's it's so good. I was going to say it's Saturday Night Live, but it's Sunday at this point. Sunday Night Live as we push in, as we have Bass gaze down upon us, the Black Panther himself. And we've seen this often. We've got the Strange Portal going right to the team. I think both are going to meet each other here going in.
Right off the rip, by the way, you talked about the Hulk here, and since they didn't ban it this time around, the Hook is out with Vision on the Namor, and Shroud X themselves said they see Vision as the best Namor to work around here. So this is going to be a different pacemaker against Envy.
Look at the mirror portals. They both have the same game plan to the T going in there as Kalush is pushing in Impunity, jumping back, and they knew what to expect here. Cal on Hela. We have to see what he can do because map 1 was not it. He wants to see if he can get this team and punch their way through. Now Cal trying to go for some quick picks with the Thorns. Everything on the line here. We've got Shroud getting the point. They're halfway. 3-4 now pushing in, but Kalush says, not if anything I can do. Now as he shoves in the Sorcerer Supreme whip slash magic and pop as he takes down Dogman. Window to follow with him. And right now it's close. The momentum has changed. Vicky now going in favor of Envy.
See him, watch him whip, watch him nay just real quick while holding forward to control that space. Vision's the next victim to fall down, and in this dominating first team fight win, which by the way took a little bit, allows Envy to walk on top of the point, but they do lose out on Speedery. Doom getting that final blow before trying to get back to the rest of their team.
Huge from Kalush. Look at that accuracy. Even it's so crazy to me. As now looking at the ult economy where the fights matter, we do have both Dance and Butterflies happening pretty much simultaneously here. Nuck is going to be able to keep them alive, and Fidel shortly to follow. Fidel, one of them are going to obviously help their team alive. Speeder, that's their job, though, just to get that out here, and it's going to be an even fight.
Having so much to work with for both of these teams, though, on the approach with Envy still having the advantage on the point, nearing 40% now. Dogman slowly approaching the Eye of Agamotto. Lanterns have already been used up as Speedery forces that out. Great timing, because now you can use the Dance of the Butterfly, but it was answered right back from Fidel, who has the counter with the ultimate. They pull him right back in. Speedery nowhere to run, as Vision has your number before diving right back in here on the Bucky, getting blocked out slightly with that shield.
Oh my! What is a full court press? Window nailing Vision for the other side of the map.
Yeeted in his direction while Cal takes to the sky, gets the 2K. Speedery nailing the coffin. It's going to be another team fight win. Look at this form of Envy right now. They are stopping every attempt from Shroud X from forcing out different abilities, from getting these counter ults on top of it all.
Cal says, put me in, coach, and he shows what he can do, shooting threes with the thorns from the sky, from the ground, getting the job done. Month has the invisible boundary to keep the team alive. It's going to come down. Can Doom get these picks? Love to swap to Vision here to have the challenge. 93, 94. This is land on the line, and Speeder hit the trade on Doom.
Oh, before they try to push in, they force out the overtime. Impunity with the Meteor, but with Doom going down first, it's just so big here as Envy get to wrap around. Kalush has the Eye of Agamotto. Impunity now moving to the side, yeets out the Meteor. They try to sandwich the player in the middle, but doesn't find anybody, while Kalush's damage output has been on another level.
Window getting pressure there from Vision as they're fighting on the side of the point, going in, meeting in together, invisible boundary up. Agamotto down, he gets some days on Doom, and the connections happen in reverse as Vision flips the script on Speedery. It's ticking by 99%, but Dogman trading Vision. Shroud X gets the point, Vicky. Oh my god.
It's the fate of both worlds right there that just helped everybody stay alive. The script was flipped in that team fight, 99%. And Cozy, we've seen this done before. The 0 to 100 takeover, and they still have 3 ultimates in the pocket.
We've been on for 10 hours of madness, and we continue here. You've said it perfectly here. Both teams have every single bullet of ultimate ammunition they need. Pushing in on the stairway here. Dogman getting connections, going against Kalush, one of the best at it here. Vision gonna wait to pop this, but at the point, Envy getting everything charged up, ready to go. This is gonna be tight.
He's waiting for the opportunity. He has to back away. The Magneto bubble to help him out, to put him right back to health, boosting into those support ultimates on the other side. While Envy also have an answer. They're about to have 6-man ults ready to go. Month being able to get that just as quickly as the engagement starts. Shroud X backing away because they don't really have as many ults, but they at least have Nook that could get the copy onto Fidel for the fate of both worlds.
Oh, look at Doom versus Speedery up there. Oh, and Doom's gonna go chase Speeder, going for it there. We've got the blades coming out, the executions. Who's gonna finish on top? Speedery takes down Impunity. That's a massive pick as he's about to get Meteor and Kalush, or going down Dogman with the Agamotto. And we've got Cal throwing down the grade. Thorns, but no one's died. They're surviving, but Doom falls.
Yeah, the Eye of Agamotto's had eye patches on them instead. It wasn't able to see anything, but I will have to say their Nero, with the timing on the fate of both worlds, was going to negate the Eye of Agamotto. Even if it did land, they get off. Envy move right back on here, and they stay planted on the point for that first round.
Ladies and gentlemen, Envy is one map of domination away from making history, getting that last ticket, and coming back from adversity. Shroud X has put up an absolute valiant effort thus far, defying odds, but Envy They can't be stopped. They won't be stopped, or so it seems.
Look at these stats. Look at this right now. Kalush, 11,000. Cow to follow up with 12,000 damage. Envy, with a lot of them only going down once, but on the other side, I just feel so close here, Cozy. Damage output may not be matched at the same exact level, but the way that they've been trying to back away without falling and actually suffering any casualties is even better with these re-engagements.
I just can't tell you enough how insane Kaluj is for this team. They went and got their guy. They got their guy. He was on Sentinels. They brought him over to Envy, and he's been every bit worth what they got from him. As now they're pushing forward, both teams portaling to point. This is where you're going to see Shroud X put everything they've got into this. Envy, they can seal it.
Almost a mirror composition too, right? The only difference is that Envy does not have that Loki to work with, whereas Shroud X, they do. They have the high survivability, but they had used up those ultimates early on. Envy looking to wrap around. Kalush slowly approaching that Eye of Agamotto, while Impunity does have that Meteor. Tries to find him from the backline on that side room. Finds Nero this time around. Dance of the Butterfly just to put on a show here, as Shroud X had to utilize those two ultimates, knowing the importance of claiming that point first.
Oh man, the Spaceball sword slash special there. That's what you want to see, and it looks Shroud X looking like they did on the first time around on Dom. 10% up. Dongman still has the Agamotto. Nuck getting close as well, but Speedery, we've seen this man do it so many times. Can he get the backline picks here before Nuck and Fidel can charge up?
See with the Dance of Butterflies online here for Speedery. Month approaching that invisible barrier, as Dogman is going to try to jump in to try to take control over these backlines with the Eye of Agamotto before the approach comes in. The shield here with the bubble, but you knew who was ready. Cal may have gotten caught, but Cal, or rather Kalush, was waiting for him in the front line to shut down Dogman.
One Strange is the good guy, the other would be the zombie. Strange we've seen from the movie. Kalush just ready for that. He did get Cal with that Agamotto, but could not get back to his strategist in time. Now pushing all gas, no brakes. Brakes ripped off the car. Kalush trying to get this point here, and Nuck having to use that dance floor that copied earlier here. Agamotto up on the solo hit there, up with the Meteor M, down with the Slam Jam, connecting with the screen, not the player's vision. Throwing Thorns, Vicky, 63%. Tick, tick, tick. Goes the point.
Right there, named down with those Thorns, with the death note. Instead is going to be Speedery holding the pen, and that was a counter between Cal and then getting to be able to get the reset on the Goddess of Death. As Speedery puts on a show, wipes out the team here once again. They reclaim it, but Shroud X at least have that extra progress of 75%.
An orchestra of destruction. Every instrument was set to loud, turned up to 11. Fidel with the dance ready and Impunity. They can get this point back to tie things up, and this is almost bleeding into the third match if they get this, right? Like, if it's 1 point to 1 point, how much ult you have to use to get it, but right now, Shroud X needs to get this one at 75.
Envy, though, looking on. One more round is all they need here to punch their ticket into China, and Shroud X have the ultimate to answer back. Impunity gets saved here. It forces Fidel to have the fate of both worlds, while Cal still has that Goddess of Death. Take a look at Nook and how Nook is going to be able to get this Loki ult. Now taking to the skies after Vision finds Speedery. This needs to be the retaliation, but Cal in the sky gets dunked in the head by Impunity and the Magneto ult.
And they get the point back too. Impunity's like, I'm hitting something with this, all right? Yeah. Love it. Good job there. He sucks up the Thorns, throws it in the face. 84%. They're going to be able to portal in here. They don't have anything to follow, but it's going to be shortly behind. So they have to get picks immediately in here. Agamotto v. Agamotto. Who's going to land theirs? Is it Kalush with the huge? Or is it going to be Dogman, who's been hitting them all day long?
Both Nero, though, will have an answer back, and Nook is close to it, but this doesn't land here. Dogman gets immediately punished. That is not what you want to see. The lambs called in from Nook, and Kalush is still holding on to their own Eye of Agamotto because they do not want this fight to be expensive. They don't have to expend too much here instead, and Envy get to retake the point.
I'm speechless. I mean, just that's exact opposite of what you want. Portal coming in strong, though. And Envy, though, they didn't use much. They have so much. They had to use Nero, right? Outside of that, though, they've got Month ready to lock and load yet again. Doom close to the Dance of Butterflies. You do have the Thorns coming out any minute, too. It's 60% to 99%. This, with the Portal used, could be the last fight that sends Envy to lands. Can they get the job? As I've said many times before, done.
Playing Ring Around the Rosie here. Was able to get the copy earlier before starting the engagement on the Fate of Both Worlds. Fidel slowly also approaching that Fate of Both Worlds themselves just to rotate through that. Kaluj took a lot of damage here. Month comes in with the invisible boundary. Doesn't find its mark with the Magneto ult though. And Impunity going down. First is huge here. Speedery then follows up, finds Fidel. That's 2 out. Envy's about to retake this. And Shot X are staggering.
From almost
Vision!
the land, and China, but Vision gets the 3. He's going to be able to touch 2. He's
Wait.
getting more. He gets another. Are you kidding me? That's what?
And he got the rest. He got the rest too. They bring the Loki right back with the Hela team up. The overtime taken away.
Holy carry! Vision!
He can't. He can't.
You can see China in his sights.
I am speechless. My mouth is a gap right now. I just can't believe this. Like, I want everyone to understand. Shroud X had played a lot earlier today. Like what? Like they finished their game at like 10 p.m., 10:30 or so. Like they were waiting for Reverse League to finish because we had 2 Reverse Leagues back to back. So they had theirs. They were waiting for another one to finish. It was like it felt like 3 hours, honestly, 2 hours or so. Stayed awake, probably were warming up, and they have drank their coffee. They are set up because Vision just saved that entire round.
Vision wants Shroud to buy a Vision Shroud X jersey, and guess what? The jerseys haven't even been made yet, Viggy. He's like, let's get these puppies made. Let's get to China. It comes down to this to tie the series. I cannot believe the... Oh, God, there's a boss.
No way. Are you...
There's no...
I can't make this up. How could this happen to me? Oh, man.
My...
Okay.
God, this insanity.
Yeah, Cozy. Reflecting back on what just happened there, like players like we need a break real quick. We just need to reassess. Probably maybe a DC. We have to relook at what's going on over there. But this does add in a break for these 2 teams. It cuts off momentum just a little bit, but it's a hard reset from both sides now at this point.
Get the defibrillators out on both sides. Break glass in case of emergency. They're all broken. They're all ready. It's almost 3 a.m. for the East Coast. These players are gassed. They're tired. They're leaving everything out there. The body's not meant to pump this much dopamine and adrenaline into viewer systems, into players' clutchness. I can't believe it. I can't process it. Oh, we're in.
Oh, okay. May have been Vision or so. I mean, we saw this off at the very end here. Sticking to that Hela. Moving up already. We are taking the hands off the rip here. Frame 1 to Envy. And Cal's taking a good amount of that pressure.
Right away, Impunity going in and going down with the... Oh, Meatball does not connect. The Purple Rain does not shower on its opponents now. Mission unlocked here. 2 seconds, 1 second. It's Envy with now we've got Wolverine Cal. Almost 100 rage. He's going to slice and dice. He is the backup. He doesn't need any of it. No kidnap, but he does get some instant pressure here. Nero does got the dance to follow. Fidel can match. Dogman with the eye as well.
After getting that sidestep here, having to reposition, he gets away literally with 1 HP as Speedery gets the first pick. Envy have so much here, and currently Shroud X just called in the God of Mischief here from Nook after Fidel uses up their own ultimate. It's a dance. I'm talking about timing. The Eye of Agamotto drops in. It finds Doom before the ultimate could be used. Also into Fidel, but Nook with the timing on the Fate of Both Worlds helps even better. Goddess of Death forces everything out for Monk on the invisible boundary here, and the dance of the butterflies from Speedery as Doom is going to be able to pull the trigger second.
Every ability used to perfection here, but tick goes the clock. 22-24. Impunity pushes back. Vision can only do so much. Got the elim, but it's Speedery in the back line, finishing the story of Doom and the excellent run of Psylocke thus far. Shroud X, everything against the wall, but Envy, they want it. Doom slices Zero. Nero down, gets Month to follow. Both strategists down. Impunity trades with the Vanguard. They want the point.
Doom walking all over here. Speedery does find that pick onto Nook, but way worth it in favor of Shroud X to finally flip this point. Envy didn't even get to that 50% mark.
This team has made Shroud age 5,000 years. I mean, it's like they just love the pressure. I'm telling you, in teams, they perform like this. Now, Doom having to back out, whole team falling down the cave there as they're going to try to bring the fight to them. Doom going invisible, looking for those strategists. Yet again, he just got 2 in a row, looking for some more. We've got Agamotto's ready. Nothing in the favor of Envy, so we can stall heavy here if you're a fan of Shroud X. Envy, though, they know what the job they need to do. Kalush pushing the point immediately.
Just to get the push right there over to the other side. By the way, that's something to keep your eye on with the Invisible Woman being there and having the environmental fall off here, as Muck just does enough to be the nail in the coffin to deal with Dogman, who goes down without using the Eye of Agamotto. The dance off here as Nook gets the copy onto the Phantom Full Force. The attempt on the kidnap here too. Impunity does have that meteor. It was carried to get answered by Windows, who used it earlier, and now the survivability they have to get right back on.
Yeah, they got to stagger this as much as possible. That's the advantage they have right now as Kalush lands a big eye, and it's huge once again, but a tick goes up. 57. Vision gets rid of Speedery, the biggest threat. Vision goes and resurrects Nook. That's going to be massive now for sustain. Dogman to follow, 63. Oh my gosh, Shroud X, they won it. 65 to 44. They won 2 to 2. They won 5 a.m. They won China.
They use so much. They may not get it here because this is all the Vision show. Vision caught them in 4K on a big cutie LED screen. You name it, he has it. Everyone right now is looking at Vision on popping off. Doom, though, coming in as well with the Dance of Butterflies next, and Heavy have nothing.
They're draining everything they have, every last bit of talent. Shred Speedery is trying to get some early pressure. 94% to 44. Doom's got the dance, and we're going to see from him first. He's slicing, dicing, going for the strategist. Nero barely going down to 0, but staying alive. That's going to be massive as Doom trying to get more, but it's Cal that puts the pressure on him. Slice away. Dogman up. Dogman pressured. Can Dogman get the Eye of Agamotto? Eye of Agamotto's out on this team. Vicky Nutt can keep the team alive, but he's got to land it perfectly.
This is where it matters overtime. This is literally your travel ticket opportunity with this ultimate, but you have to look behind you because Window coming in on that Venom. They catch him off guard. Cal gets sustained here by Nero. Now coming in the Eye of Agamotto. It misses here from Kalush. Still a chance here from Dogman. He finds 2, but then the follow-up here too with Nero having the fate of both worlds.
Pinky toes on the point. There's a sliver left to make this thing 2-2. Speeder gets the pick. Impunity goes off. He slams down Dogman, but no, it's Mud with the invisible boundary. They got to keep the pressure on the point. They don't want any NV9 happening as now both teams Speeder put the team on the back with the Fidel cancel, pushing forward, and the pressure is on to the max. He goes down. There's only one left to keep this dream at 3-1. It's a 2-2 finish as Legendary finishes off Venom, but oh my gosh, he gets the shields, Vicky.
Wait, they have to do something about Vision. They have to do something about Vision. The Legendary ends. This fight is still going. Look at the sliver of overtime. They need to provide some backup. This Venom swap from Window may have helped them out, but now taking to the sky is going to be Cal to try to block off Shroud X and their only exit point. Doomed to the Dance of Butterflies, but this is insane.
Lanterns down, momentum up. They've got still the stall there with the Venom on each side. Impunity just trying to keep this dream alive. They got Eye of Agamotto into the slice and dice. Kalush, though, he's been huge with these eyes. He's going in, but Doom's got the slice and dice in the background, putting the pressure on. Agamotto out, the sweet bump from Dogman.
That's the game-winning opportunity with the Eye of Agamotto, but you still need to clear this point. Window gets another Venom ult. Are you kidding me? Together with Speedery. The fact that this fight is still going on is not real right now. I cannot believe this.
We're on our 3rd ult rotation. Cal now going to Spider-Man because they need anybody to stall a little bit longer. He's going up, he's going down. He's trying to get him. Impunity Venom symbiote on Spider like the comics now, trying to put the pressure. The show is on. Nero's out here. Impunity going up with the symbiote bite as now Fidel getting close to their drop of the beat. We're on our 3rd ult rotation. 1% left in overtime, and the beat drops from Fidel.
The back line, though, of Envy move all the way back. The focus is on Month, who's about to have the invincible boundary, but Vision getting the Legendary on first. Shoudex have the advantage in their rotate of ultimates. They're sending Envy back, and they still have full control over this point. They staggered them long enough, and so has this fight gone down. We're going again.
Legendary! The legend of Vision! I can't believe it! It's 2-2! The whole house is up. I've woken up the neighborhood. But are you not entertained? Shroud has aged the year of 40. Vision appropriately getting the MVP to keep the dream and the hope alive. Vicky, what did we just watch?
If that ends up being the deal breaker, whether Envy takes that ticket to their first LAN or not, you know that they're going to be reflecting that forever. Like, you talk about Shroud aging my voice has aged another 40 years. Are you kidding me right now? That fight went on for like 5 minutes. We had like 2 to 3 different ult rotations for everybody involved.
I'm talking out of a tube tomorrow. It's definitely certified. I talked to Vision late last night, and we talked about this team having the talent to be able to go the distance. I talked to Kalush today, and they know what they need to do as well. Both of them, they want it so bad, and both of them putting everything out there for their team. It's a team sport, but we are seeing superstars in the making. They know they have the mechanics. They know they each have the talent. This is it. One final map, one team making it to LAN.
All throughout today, it's been, 9-10 or so hours of nonstop, high-level action within the Americas on this broadcast. The Vision show for this round, not only with the clutch plays here, as you can see from Impunity over to the other side, but Vision being on this Hella, getting the res onto Nook, being on that Loki, taking this round specifically in the sky, the Goddess of Death, when nobody was left from Envy. There was 2 tanks with no sustainability, and they were already so low.
The hero switching too was impeccable. Cal is throwing down bombs of thorns over on Shroud X, and somehow through the chaos, Impunity able just to stay as Venom, soak up so much damage through it. I love the quick and valiant, I don't feel so good Mr. Stark moment from Cal on Spider-Man, just instantly being erased, but trying to bring any support at that point, right? You're just managing not cooldowns of abilities, but of respawns, Vicky, as we look at Vision, who is by far, listen, win or lose, one of the MVPs of this entire tournament and what he's put together.
Literally the win condition for this entire team. Like, give Vision anything Vision asks for, whether it be him utilizing the Hella, the Star-Lord, making those swaps at the very end to get Legendary just as quick. I mean, how else are you gonna deal with a swinging Venom that just will not die? Like, Window got his ult like twice, 3 times in one fight. He just would not go down. And then you had Vision rolling out with the Legendary and still playing around that middle console to get some cover. Like, that we are just getting nonstop peak. I just feel like we keep saying every game is at 100, but we keep getting even more games that keep topping it.
I know. How the heck is this the birth of rival esports? This is effing nonsense out here. Like, I can't believe how hyped this is for those that are here watching it. You just have seen a masterpiece unfold, playoff after playoff game, but today has been absolute nuts. We have one last break. No more. This is it for one of these teams. Don't go freaking anywhere. We're going to be right back. If I don't pass out.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back for the final time. It's Envy, it's Shroud. One of them are punching their ticket to land. Me and Vicky, I don't know if you guys have ever been to the point where you're just laughing because it's just so much chaos. Like, this has been an absolute treat, Vicky, and I'm here for every bit of it, and I'm so glad I get to cast it.
We were here. We were here when history was written in the infancy of Marvel Rivals Esports. Are you not entertained? Everyone tuning in from all different parts around the world. Currently, it is 3 o'clock in the morning, East Coast time. It is the witching hour. And now we have one last game that determines everything for these teams.
Absolutely, Vic, and this is it. We're gonna see what these teams are made of with everything against the line. The only difference, I think, is ShroudX, they were here just like, I don't know, at this point it feels like weeks ago, but it was just hours ago. And Envy, a team so tight of talent, of professionalism, they know exactly the job they need to do to finish. But to have that slip with Vision on a 5-piece, you can't make it up. But the huge old speedery, every talent oozed. I barely know what I'm saying anymore. It's insanity. I love it though, Vic, and I'm here for the last match.
I just want to ask ShroudX, like, how do they find comfort into just straight up adrenaline and always having these close call situations? Like, how do they keep getting away with this?
That's what I was gonna say. Like, you got Envy, the whole rival scene have got to be yelling. They can't keep getting away with this, but they do. You see this in all the sports. Some teams, some players, they just play so good with the pressure, and it feels like ShroudX is a pressure cooker that constantly needs everything on the line to get the job done. And this is not just going back to today. This is going back to the group stage. This is going back to MRI. And this has been a lot of this team's identity. But from this point forward, it's only one to go with 100 Thieves and Sentinels to China. Shroud, either way, give Vision a raise. This has been entertainment. Envy, the entire team. You guys have been lights out. Let's put it all together for one last Super Bowl.
This is the time. This is the time to rally together, see where we're going to be moving on to for our last map of the series. I mean, how many times can you say that aside from our first series of the day, Cozy, we have had a game 5 situation for our last 3 series. 3 series out of 4 for today alone, all the way down to game 5.
Just absolute, the talent at this level is so close, and it's exactly what you want to see, starting with Ignite and moving on here, guys, as we continue to go with, what are we on here? Somewhere in the 9-hour mark. I mean, it's been nothing but perfect ults, great communication, great teamwork. This is it, guys. It's match number 5. ShroudX Envy. Winner goes home and books a seat to China. Loser gets a seat on the couch.
Ah, my goodness. Get ready. Strap up here, Cozy. We've been in it for the ride, for the long run today, and I wouldn't have it any other way because we have just had nothing but bangers, and I do not want to miss this. To be honest, whether I was casting or not, I was going to watch this to the very end, and we're already starting things off very similar to what we've seen already before. No AMER for either team. The Magneto saves are probably going to go for both sides.
Knowing that these guys, they're going to somehow draw this map. Like, that's the only bit of nonsense that we haven't seen at this point all night long, baby, all night long. All right, we've got now Emma, and yeah, same story bands. We got the wool band typically to follow this, right? We've seen this song and dance before here. Last time, Vic, they went with Mantis and Hulk, right? Or that was a couple times ago. They've changed up what they've wanted to do each time. Yeah, so last time was Wool, Punisher, Mantis. Let's see if they follow suit.
Deny that from the res opportunity. The Punisher off the table. That means that they want to try to build into Speedery, enable Speedery. Since we're going on to Central Park, I like this play. Central Park does enable the Flyers a lot. A lot of that verticality that we keep mentioning to help reposition yourself, put in the pressure. No Mantis. That takes away the triple support composition as well as the res comp. And they're going to be able to protect the Punisher because they're expecting the same thing from the other Stride onto Shroud X.
Yeah, this is 1-for-1, the same bands that we saw last time, but they protected the Strange last time. Punisher, I believe, was banned, right? So at this point, we saw Envy looks like a different team when they have Punisher. We've seen that now time and time again. That's going to be a big change for them. Ooh, I like that. Is interesting. So they go with the Storm ban. No Flyers outside of an Iron Man, which I don't think Speeder does. He's going to be choosing the Wolf. Wow, this is going to be tight.
Yeah, don't let Cal linger on that one. Cal was definitely shining on that Punisher. This is going to be interesting here. And even on the other side, Doomed being able to get away with what we saw Doom get away with on the Torch earlier on. Nook still having that Loki, allowing the reset to help out with Doomed, who actually hovers over the Psylocke. So we're getting some swap-ups.
Oh man, thank you guys for listening to what sounds like Chainsmoke. I mean, like our voices are cooked, but man, it is just a pure kitchen of fire for both these teams thus far as we head into our last map here, guys, to decide the fate. It comes down to New York. We've seen Central Park so many times decide the fate of teams' destinies, and no bigger than this. And wow, 64% to SDX. Shroud X getting the love from the fans.
Dude, it's that every single time we see this weighed out more in Shroud X's favor. Do you see it? Everybody, you guys at home are giving Shroud X the energy. Let's not jinx it out here because Envy, they were right here. It's been back and forth right around the corner as we get started now. Dogman, I'm just picturing it right now, Cozy. Imagine just a huge Eye of Agamotto finally landing out here from Dogman. It would go crazy as Speedery rolls out on the Wolverine.
Look at the difference in like vision on Ultron, Impunity with the cap. This is a different look here. Doomed really the only same note that we've seen. Obviously, Dogman and Fidel in the same roles as well. Gal, though, has done so much of a better job here on Punisher. I think they expected the Groot, so that's why you've got Speedery and what he can do on Logan. But we've seen time and time again that Wolverine can go crazy on this map as the aggression is pushed to 11, and they're pushing back Shroud X pretty fast here.
Another way that they're going to be able to use these Groot walls, though, just to shove them inside of that side corridor, while Fidel taking their time, Nook, Loki being able to get that ultimate online a lot faster, though, and that's something Envy can't really lean into, as Kaluj, though, could lean into that 1 KO onto Dogman. That's a big first pick that really only leaves Impunity, the off-tank here for Shroud X.
Does give the chance for the portal back, though, if they're able to push through this. That's the only difference, but it looks like they're going to go with just the reset. Oh, no, they are going to push in, so are they looking to do the portal? They got to communicate this, though, here as they slice and dice. There's 1 tick left. There's a lot of time left on this clock, and it's Speedery going crazy here. There it is. There's the portal going in, and we've got this swords going out as Punisher taking a lot of heat, but Cal stays alive, and the point, they left the point. They left the point. Doesn't matter how many limbs they get here.
Yeah, Doomed was fighting Ghosts in the backline with the Dance of Butterflies and then got left right in that moment off the point there too, while Shroud X were still taking control over the side. By the way, look at the way that they're still shoving Envy all the way back because Vision, Shroud X, this is momentum right here. Yes, they lost out on the point, but they can re-engage right now in that next choke.
That first point often doesn't last long for these teams. We've seen that every single time they go up against one another. Kaluj now full W on the Master Magnetism. We've seen what he can do holding forward here. Both teams have a lot of ults. This fight is going to determine a lot, Vicky, in terms of who's taking this match. Impunity can stall. Dogman can throw the eye down. There is the Assemble Avengers. He can do it all day, and he's showing it here. Now we got Window throwing it in. Cal trying to get the finish job up. The show goes up from Videl, keeps people alive. Nuck can follow with that, and right now, no team's falling. Every button pressed and every player pressed. Vicky, Vicky, it's going to be close.
Completely neutralized here off the bubble into Cal with the final judgment here. Fidel had used up that fate of both worlds, and it's going to be a dance-off now from both sides in the form of the Loki getting the copy while Doom is just waiting for the dance-off to end before diving onto the backline. Still finds Muff. The Eye of Agamotto here, stunned and stunned, having to reiterate here, back away, but takes way too much damage from Speedery.
I mean, near perfect ults from both teams. And Vision just doing what he does best. My gosh. Near perfect ults from both teams. The Agamotto you definitely want back. Vision! God! Vision! My goodness, sir! On Ultron, it's the age of Vision! Goodness! Oh, that fight looked lost!
The age of Vision is perfect, by the way. Vision is just on another level. You know what? We are group Vision, and looking at the way that Vision has just put on a performance here. Helped together with the rest of Shroud X, Envy. They know that Vision has been a problem now. Looking at the fact that they're running triple support, they have to get this answer as Window does have that Groot ult.
They used everything, though, to get that stop. They needed to. Window and Month can get a lot of momentum here. They've got a lot to show for it here. Bubbles up. Who's ult tracking here? Berserker Rage. Cal goes up. He goes down. He does get Dogman in it. Wanted more. They're pushing him back, and they're going to fall like dominoes right here. But honestly, Envy used a lot there. Month using their ults as well, and Shroud X is going to be able to recontest. And look, Vic, 86% Fidel. They could hold.
They can stall. It would really be up to Cal and this judgment, depending on how Cal times this. Do you wait this out from Fidel first before you pull the trigger, as you're going to have that first before the Fate of Both Worlds is activated, but they re-engage right afterwards, right on time. Look at that, point 14. Cal, though, gets a big pick onto Vision. This is why you see the Punisher. He's coming in, judge and jury of all, as Window gets frozen by Fidel, and the Fate of Both Worlds is answered way last, meaning that Shroud X can now re-engage after resustaining.
Fidel, has to stay married to this point here. Speeder, he's slicing up Nut, getting rid of that. Doom trying to trade as well, but doesn't get it, as now Nero keeping the team up. Both beats are down, 1.89, but the time is ticking. Momentum is fading here, but Cal with the shotgun. Every bullet has a name, and the name is Shroud X as they take down one, now two, and they get the point with now 3 minutes and 10 seconds to seal the deal. That's an eternity on this point.
Cal is upset. Cal looks like he's playing angry right now. I believe in the player cam, it looked like Cal has been playing in the dark the whole time. It's a dark side version of Cal as he moves up together with Window. Just going to be able to set up these walls in advance to put down the pressure, the extra damage before it gets destroyed there, as Kaluch also has the meteor moving all the way up.
It is 3 a.m. for some of these folks, and it is absolute peak gaming. Vision now swapped over. Keep the eye on the Vision cam, as he is now Buggy Barnes with the Kraken impact, the carry hero, the snowball that can avalanche now as they push forward. Nuck has got the dance to keep them going. They can combine it with Vision for the damage boost up. There's the Groot ult from Window, and they get nothing from it. Nuck is going to copy. Nuck is now going to dance, but is saving it and patient perfectly here, Vic.
Just waiting to see the engagement. Doomed is on a side quest, by the way. Had taken a roundabout positioning to try to go in for the flank right behind, and look who's right behind him instead. It's going to be a scary show as Speedery is approaching that Wolverine ultimate, trying to see if they could get into position for a kidnap onto Doom, but it's a stalemate.
Oh, he gets it. Oh, and the mag bubble comes out. Really great job. What?
Oh, no.
Oh, my gosh.
No way.
How was that trade possible?
Oh. They take it. The Lamb Skull comes out, forcing out the Fate of Both Worlds. What a trade from both sides. That's both Cal and Speedery, by the way, going down with those ultimate, while Doomed here and Fidel keep the rest of Shroud X alive.
No umbrellas can save you from tornadoes now, as now we've got the Groot ult coming from Window again. 2-in-1 fight. Two go down to speak of Doom. Trying to get something going. Nero keeping the team up with the dance. Vision's got the Kraken, but no one has anything after that. This is going to take a miracle for them to hold. Minute and 23. We've seen Vision do it before. He'll have to do it again with the impact of Kraken. Let's see if they can get it done.
If Shroud X, though, have their win condition, it's going to be up to the Loki to have this ultimate, because now you have to think about the final judgment, and Speedery's already found impunity. Doom goes down next. Nook doesn't have it online yet. You won't have the Fate of Both Worlds for now, because nobody's left to touch the point.
0, 2.
Wow, played to near perfection there, Envy. I mean, they had the trades they needed, the ult fights they needed to win that, and they were able to get out those support ults on that stairwell battle. There's a minute on the clock. That's a long time. Long time. Shroud X, they've been here before. What I say, back against the wall, Vic, but we already know this is where they're comfortable. This is it, Vic.
Man. A lot on the table right now. I know we keep highlighting this, but you just have to imagine how long these players have been playing for. Their mental fortitude, knowing what's at stake, literally in this lower bracket. It's just as tight as it's gonna get with the highest level of competition, but Nook was trying their darnest to stay alive. 0-7 on the Loki. The backline is getting harassed.
I think Shroud knew this team could go far. I think win or lose, he's massively impressed with the performance here. I mean, they put together, they formed a squad and Avengers. They didn't know what this team could do, and they've already excelled through greatness. Didn't want them to go down against a team that he thought they could win against. Envy, though, different story, right? And we're seeing the story played by some main characters in the scene. At the helm of Kalush and what he's able to do. Cal with the redemption story and the fate of just incredible duelist play at his hands. And of course, the Speedery show. This is it, guys. It comes down to one last heroic effort.
Time for the rodeo here. Speedery with the kidnap waiting in the shadows to find impunity. That is not how you want to start off already this attack, as you get to see Cal doing a lot in the back. Truly, doing perfect sitting in that turret, but it's about creating that space once they push forward.
Probably catching a quick sleep, right? It's 3 a.m. Just get a couple shut-eyes there while the team deals with the front line. As the teams are getting their charge up, and now we finally have some turrets bullets thrown, but good job by Vision there, seeing the turret in the backline. Vision now playing on that torch, Doom on that side lock. Good wombo combo here as Kalush is putting that pressure forward here. If you look at the ult charge, it's looking great there for Month, 89%. Speedery with another slice and dice. Not only going to give them the team fight win, but the ult charge at it, going to make it really hard now for Shroud X.
Oh, they're about to figure out right now that Wolverine right here in Speedery's hands is a problem. We've seen this before. It's not just the Storm show. It's not just the Torch. Not even the Rocket or the Psylocke. But it's the flexibility here. And the Wolverine is just already putting in so much against this team.
Yeah, I'm just so stunned. You know, they did a great job. They saved that Punisher. Envy did.
No.
They knew the difference that it could do here. Speedery is just slicing and dicing the team. Their hopes for land now as Vision throwing down the tornadoes, making the strategist uncomfortable. Both internal bonds are out. Kalush ready to rock with his meteor in. The Spaceball special has it. Dogman, he's been hitting clutch after clutch. Can he get another Agamotto? He gets the double piece on Speedery in window. That does stall the point, but it doesn't get the limbs that they need. Kalush goes up with the hit, and can he slam it down? Yes, he can. Oh, no, there's impunity, though. Hit on Speedery.
It was just him coming in, and he was just a bystander that gets set down as Kalush moves up here, finding these trades. Envy with Cal coming right back in too. And it's Window that retakes this defensive point. Doom alive too. Does find that one pick. There's another opportunity. You have to look at Speedery looking like a chameleon from both sides as you navigate around these group walls and still staying alive.
Oh my God. It's like the help comes from the portals just like in the end game. Incredible effort there. Touching the point, minute and 32. It was spelling doomed, but it was doomed who stayed alive now. Vision throwing it down. Cal with the final judgment on the final game, shooting the bullets. Can he connect? He's going for the Strange. Dogman down. He wants more. He's thirsty for the win. Minute and 14, Vic.
Vision does have that supernova, though. So much time dwindled away from their own time bank. Dogman's coming right back in, and with the stagger, too. Envy are planting their feet on the ground. The supernova not getting checked. Doom one shot because they were distracted looking at Doom in that side corridor.
The pressure doing well, but Month getting that internal bond right on schedule. Nuck with the same. We've got Disappear coming up. Invisible Boundary getting them some space, though, slightly off point right now. Just keeping the team alive as they farm up the rest here. Doom has the butterflies. We have Dogman on the Dizzy going down and up, and it's 1, 2, 38 seconds. It's about to be it for Shroud X.
The timing on the invisible boundary, though, right after we saw Nook get the copy, Fidel follows up right afterwards, and it's Speedery in the driver's seat. That's his face right now as he continuously slices through Shroud X. Now you have less than 20 seconds on the clock.
This is it, guys. It all comes down to this. 10 hours of cast, 3 AM nights, 2-2. Best of 3. 10 seconds. The portal's been used. Speedery opens things up immediately, and Impunity goes up with the slam, goes down, does not connect. Finally, Kalush. Now Window goes up, down. Overtime is on. This is it for the team. Impunity down. Speedery out. Kalush push back. Huge from Fidel.
But is it enough? Is it enough? Fear, the time ticking away. They have to stay on the point. Doom, the only one left here. While Speedery is still alive. Still a problem. No one to touch. They were booted out. Too much pressure. Shroud X. They can't get to the point. Envy. They closed the chapter in one of the longest series that we've had.
From almost to maybes to land in China, Envy delivers. It's poetic. It's perfect. No more chasing. Envy becomes the team to be envied as Shroud X comes up a pixel short to get the point forward. And that is the end of the Swan Song. Don't call it a Cinderella story, but a story of a great team as Envy now makes land in China.
Man, that wasn't just a match. That was a masterclass in Marvel Mayhem, and it was all taught by Envy here, man. The way that these two teams collided, the way that Shroud X in general as a team has improved their flexibility. There's a lot to learn off of these bots. Cal on the Punisher, all juiced up, by the way, booted up by the rest of his team. 17 final hits, 35 total eliminations. We look at the damage output there too on his side, 23K.
I'm left stunned. I'm left speechless. Cal said nothing was going to stop them from going to China. Not vision and the heroic efforts, not the comeback. It was all grit and glory for Envy, the team that could not be said no to. They know who they are. Envy's the name. We've seen the game. Impeccable performance around the clock. And it's insane. If you just put everything together with momentum, the time of night, the tournament bracket, the seeding, everything has come down to this exact moment, Vicky, and Envy is the one that decisively gets the job done.
Making the adjustments that they needed. Speedery, literally the VIP MVP for Envy. It was all a group effort, but the way that Speedery on this Wolverine, specifically on this defense, was just on another level. The kidnaps, the stalls, it all bit away at Shroud X and all their time bank into that attack. Look at this.
I mean, I just, when you look at the pick and the ban phase there, it's just, it's kind of crazy. They got rid of the Storm for Speedery, but at that point they played pretty well against those Hurricanes. You would have thought the Wolverine would have been it. Nero, the hero, 4999 on the damage. Are you kidding me? This man played impeccable. The whole team played insatiable. I don't even know. This is madness. And would you expect anything less from the lead up thus far?
I'm going to say that can't be the damage. Nero's being on the Luna. If we see that Luna damage output, there's a problem. That has to have been that healing output instead. But man, what a performance so far, Cozy. Literally game 5 back to back to back.
I told Kalush when they won, I said, if you guys punch your ticket, you better be on this interview mic right here. It's 3:30. I'm sure it's late. We've had Cal the last 2 times. I don't want any damn composure. I want there to show some just absolute excitement from what has been an insane series. But this team knows. They know who they are. They know what they can do here. And, I mean, it's crazy because we still have a grand finale to go. We still have lower bracket fight. I mean, it feels like this was for just it all.
I know. If you stayed up here, first off, thank you guys so much for tuning in. And we know that it's gone the distance. I wouldn't have it any other way. This is literally peak Marvel Rivals. And this is what happens when you have 2 tier 1 teams literally pop off. I remember Khaled said, I'm tired of being the one interviewed out here. We got to bring everybody else together at Cozy. And let's see who we got for the interview.
It ain't Kalush, but it's the other Vanguard who defeated his old teammates, taking down Shroud X. Window, it's 3:30 a.m., buddy. You guys punch your ticket. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I am speechless. We're going to China.
I can't believe that, man. The maps, the stakes, the grit from your team. I mean, what a show, what a performance from all of you guys. Take me through this. You saw Shroud X win by a pixel to even make it to this game, and then they get close to getting to the same story mark. Just explain to me the emotions, the calms, everything around it.
I think with domination, any team can kind of come through and win. So we just had to realize as a team ourselves that it's not our strongest map, and it's okay if we lose it. We can bring it back. We're just better on every other map in the game. So that's kind of our thought process, that don't take it too hard of a loss if we lose on Dom. So, yeah.
I like the approach because that was the only 2 maps you guys lost. I mean, I was gonna ask, how did you guys keep your composure when you saw Vision do what Vision did in that second round of map number 4? I feel like it's so easy to get mentally boomed. What would be your advice to players if you lose a close round like that?
You just got to push through to the end. Every game is winnable. You can always bring it back, and we've made that very obvious with our sets and our matches.
Window, we've seen this team and what they can do, you know, off the big stage. Now on the big stage, you guys, you punch your ticket, you get the main goal down. Now, job's not finished. We know that, but tell me about it as you stack up. You look at 100 Thieves, you look at Sentinels, you look at now, you get to look at the regions, right? How do you feel like your team stacks up?
I think that we're one of the best teams in the world. Very, very easily. We have a couple things to iron out, but once we do that, I think we're there and we're taking it all.
Did any of it gut you that it was your old team that you took down and you played with these guys, right? In the back way in the MRI, like, how was that for you? I mean, even, you know, a little bit of more to the story.
It does create a little bit of a story. I love all the guys over there. They're great, but I think Envy's a better spot for me, and I think we're just better. I don't know.
How do you feel? How do you feel with your next matchup, man? Like, just looking at how everything is shaped up to be. You guys are already confirmed into China, but still the big money bags are lingering over your heads. You know, you guys made it this far. You're playing late into the night. How are you feeling for that next series?
I'm excited. That's the only thing I can feel is excitement to keep playing and competing.
Nice.
Listen, man, you're talking like a champ at 3 a.m. Love the white headphones. Love the clutchness. You are one of the most flexible vanguards out there. It seems like you could play anything. I mean, I've seen you now, and like, oh, I'm like, Windows a blank main or great at blank, and he's like, no, you could just do it all, and it showcases more and more as this team continues. Listen, buddy, I know it's late. I want you to go celebrate with the team. Job's not finished. It's on tomorrow, but now I get to shake your hand in person, say what's up. Excited to see you guys, and just huge congrats for making it to China and history and legacy for the first LAN.
And say hi to your dog for us.
Yeah, she's hanging out back there in the back.
So
but
cute.
Thank you, guys.
Do what I want to do.
Yep.
All right, buddy. Be well. Congrats to the team. Kalush, you owe me an interview, buddy. You owe me an interview as well. Love that we got to see Window out here. We saw Cal earlier today, actually. And Vic, that's all she wrote. We saw Cinderella stories end at midnight. We saw Shroud X come pixel short.
Dude.
Insanity.
We had literally, I feel like a broken record because I feel like I keep saying this at the end of our broadcast, but this entire week has completely shaken the entire tier 1 Marvel rival scene. Like, look at these results, guys. We had 3 back-to-back game 5s. Ego Death, they lost to Envy in a 3-0. Envy had to wait all the way till what time did we start? Like 2 a.m. or so, like maybe 1:30 in the morning for that final series. Well, Shroud X did a whole reversal 3-0 versus Techie XD. Then to finalize everything else, we had the action go down earlier between Sentinels and 100 Thieves, and probably was the best Marvel Rivals we've ever seen, Cozy, as we saw our last previous series. Cozy, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the best film since Infinity War, best film since Endgame in the MCU. I mean, you couldn't script it. I feel like I always end these casts saying the same thing. Kevin Feige is just raging with jealousy of the epicness of Marvel clashing. Stan Lee clapping from somewhere as we move on to the predictions here. And oh my goodness, it's 5-5. No, I have 6. I had 4 yesterday. I'm just saying. I just want to point it out. I had 4 last night. I won 2 today. All right. But either way, production. No, but either way, so fun. Nobody could have predicted these outcomes. Absolute chaos.
It's insane. I love how we keep track of this. We have to keep this going because even with this, plus the chat predictions, has been so enjoyable. It's 6 now.
Love to see it. Now, all fun banter and always fun to predict it. And again, I feel like it's taken an absolute salt out. I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm trying to say that it's impossible to guess. Dude, this is insane of a day, guys. All I know is it is Marvel Rivals at its peak. Vicky and I have been with you now for 3 weeks, all the way through what has been group stage to the playoffs, and this will be it as we pass it to Iron Shib and to Dogman for tomorrow's matches. Vicky, it's 100 Thieves versus Envy, and then the winner plays set.
I mean, if you weren't already tired of everything going on today, guess what? The matches are only going to get even more hot tomorrow. Sentinels versus the winners here of that previous match. It's going to be 100 Thieves versus Envy, and you don't want to miss it because that grand final specifically, guys, is a best of 7. We've been basically having only best of 5 all the way through, minus just the first day where it was best of 3s, where we also saw even more upsets. So imagine going the distance in a best of 7.
Absolute cinema, as we've said many times today, guys. Just a blast. It's a blast. It's going into 4 a.m. over there on the East Coast. Everything was seen that has been seen, and tomorrow we've got more of that action. I just want to say thank you so much for those especially that stayed and watched the entire saga. We went through Marvel Phase 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we finish it off tomorrow. It's been an honor to cast these playoffs with you guys. I appreciate you guys. Vicky, you've been an incredible co-host, and this has been amazing.
I was looking the wrong way. Yes, thank you so much, Cozy, man. Thank you so much for having me on here. I've only had so much fun with you guys at home. Thanks for welcoming me onto the Marvel Rivals cast, and I cannot wait to continue popping off with you, Cozy.
We're going to have a lot to talk about in the recap as we head into the mid-season finals, but the job's not finished for these teams, guys. Wait for it. Look out tomorrow. Good luck, as always, in those games. I appreciate you, and until the next one, guys, happy rivaling, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
the tanks here because there's no more sustain. Now the feed is filled with versus crow. The bears they're feasting. The timer's slowly ticking. Will they be able to touch me?